Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 70 Central Region. Chapter 70 Central Region. He had really broken through. Elder Lai opened his eyes. His turbid eyes were shining with a dazzling light. He had been stuck in this realm for countless years. He had already given up hope, but now he had broken through. Hong Ying was also extremely surprised by this scene. There was clearly no pill formula, but he could replicate a pill just by knowing the effect of the pill. No, that was not right. The aura on Elder Lai's body was different from the aura after using the breakthrough pill. Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to get it out. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him to report. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng decided to go back and train Yi Qiubai. At this moment, Elder Lai's aura did not weaken, but rather, it increased exponentially. The elder was stunned. He looked at Lu Changsheng and asked, "Changsheng, what happened?" Lu Changsheng didn't answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but he didn't know either. Elder Lai felt this violent aura and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He sat cross-legged again. The cultivation technique in his body circulated crazily, and the remaining medicinal power filled his meridians. It seems to be tempering Elder Lai's meridians. The Pill Hall elder was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. "Didn't you say that you can't save anymore after breaking through?" Lu Changsheng said. "Maybe it's the result of this modification." Hong Ying was also a little stunned. After a while, Elder Lai stood up. His realm had stabilized at the intermediate stage of Kanyuan. "I remember you guys saying that taking this pill will cause you to be unable to advance in the future." Elder Lai was puzzled. "But why do I feel like I can still make a breakthrough at this moment?" Elder Lai's meridians seemed to have been activated as they emitted vigorous vitality again. At the same time, the spiritual Kai in his danshan began to surge like a wave. It was no longer a pool of stagnant water. Lu Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Hong Ying was even more surprised. Originally, the origin-breaking pill had completely ignited his natural talent, and it had already attained the effect of breaking through. But now, not only did his master let the other party break through, but his talent also seemed to have improved. One had to know that it was very difficult for a person's talent to change in the future. Seeing this, the Pill Hall elder was also extremely excited. The effect of this pill could be said to be too helpful to the Hidden Dao Academy. The elders of the various halls had basically reached the Qianyuan realm. After consuming this medicinal pill, not only could one break through, but it could also improve one's talent. This kind of medicinal pill was simply unheard of. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said, "I made a few more pills when I was refining. I'll leave them here. I'll leave first." As for the recipe, Lu Changsheng didn't leave it behind. Most importantly, they probably wouldn't be able to refine it even if he gave it to them. Lu Changsheng added the power of life into it. And who in the Hidden Dao Academy had the power of life? Even in the entire continent, it was probably impossible to find one. The Pill Hall elder's eyes lit up as he held the medicinal pills. "All right, I'll go and discuss it with the dean." With that, he left. Lu Changsheng shook his head and returned to the cottage with Hong Ying. Yi Qiubai and Ning Chengsen were chatting. When they saw Lu Changsheng, they all stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Master." Lu Changsheng nodded. He looked at Ning Chengsen and asked with a smile, "Did you find anything recently?" He had to act like a master. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, "I've gained a lot." Yi Qiubai also interrupted. "Third junior brother's cultivation in the Confucian Dao can be said to be extraordinary. Even those people from the Confucian Academy admire third junior brother now." Clearly, Yi Qiubai was very happy that his third junior brother had come. At that time, if there was any work, he could let his junior brother share the burden. Right. However, as soon as Yi Qiubai spoke, Lu Changsheng was furious. It was all this kid's fault. He had no choice but to refine pills. If he succeeded, there would probably be more things to look for him in the future. This salted fish, oh no. His idle life was getting further and further away from him. Do you have a say in this? Yi Qiubai was stunned. Clean up the mountain. Yi Qiubai scratched his head and said, all the fallen leaves have been swept away. Lu Changsheng asked, what about the dust? What about the feces of the birds that passed by here? The entire mountain was enveloped by a barrier, so how could there be dust however? Yi Qiubai didn't dare to say anything now. He knew that his master was still angry and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master, I'll go now. Wait, Lu Changsheng pointed at the kitchen and said, let's cook first. Yi Qiubai. In the following days, Ning Chengsen was invited by Dean Ru to preach the Tao at the Confucian Academy. Initially, some people doubted Ning Chengsen's ability. However, after Ning Chengsen finished speaking, when the students of the Confucian Academy saw Ning Chengsen, they would address him respectfully as Mr. The Master is the Master. Hong Ying was consolidating her realm. As for Yi Qiubai, apart from cooking for Lu Changsheng, he was also cleaning the mountain. During this period, the elders often came to the cottage to ask Lu Changsheng questions about alchemy. The first few times were fine. As soon as the elders arrived, Lu Changsheng would find a place to hide. A few more days passed. Ning Chengsen said goodbye to Lu Changsheng. He prepared to continue preaching in the southern region. Hong Ying said to Ning Chengsen, junior brother, even though you want cause trouble outside like senior brother, I'll give this to you for self-defense. It was the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Ning Chengsen smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Qiubai rolled his eyes crazily. Causing trouble? What did he mean by that? As the eldest senior brother, Yi Qiubai naturally had to express his gratitude. He went forward and sent Ning Chengsen a voice transmission talisman. If you're in danger, remember to contact me with this. I'll rush over. Ning Chen's heart warmed when he felt Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying's concern. Then, he bowed to Lu Changsheng and said, Master, senior brothers, senior sisters, I'll take my leave first. Go on. After Ning Chengsen left, Qin Tanan also came over. Qiubai, are you ready? Today was the day to go to the main academy. Yi Qiubai nodded. The current him had no opponents in the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region. It was time for him to go to the main academy. As for Hong Ying, she also left the cottage after cultivating for a few days. No one knew where he went. Lu Changsheng didn't ask too much. Sitting in his chair, he couldn't help but sigh. The chefs have left again. Central Territory. Even though it was not included in the 4 domains, his strength could not be underestimated. There were many sects and aristocratic families. Among them were the 3 aristocratic families, 2 sects, and the first courtyard. The 2 sects included the Hidden Sword sect and the Alchemy sect. The first academy was the Hidden Tao Academy. As for the 3 aristocratic families, they were the most mysterious. They did not recruit disciples because they all had the bloodline of their families. And now, Yi Qiubai has arrived at the Hidden Tao Academy's main courtyard. Chapter 71 Land of 100 Refinements. Chapter 71 Land of 100 Refinements. The main courtyard of the Hidden Tao Academy was located in the central region's Hidden Tao Mountain. As for the Hidden Path Mountain, it was said to have been passed down from ancient times. It was rumored that the Hidden Tao Mountain contained the intent realm everywhere, as long as one had enough opportunities. They could comprehend it. As for the first dean of the Hidden Tao Academy, he had attained the Tao in the Hidden Tao Mountain and appeared out of nowhere in the central region. From there, he established the Hidden Tao Academy. The northern region Sword Crown arrived with Yi Qiubai, Shi Shang from the eastern region and Zhang He from the western region. The 4 of them gathered again. Jian Kaomian looked at Yi Qiubai and said, You've reached the sea flow realm, shall we spar again when the time comes? Jian Kaomian had completely comprehended sword intent. He had even reached the peak stage sea flow realm. He naturally wanted to spar with Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai smiled and nodded. Shi Shang smiled and said, You're already at the sea flow realm. I reckon we're even less of a match for you. Zhang He was still smiling and didn't say anything. However, ever since the exchange between the 4 regions, his aura had become even more restrained. At this moment, a man walked over. The man's expression was cold. He looked at the four of them and said, "Are you from the super monastery? Follow me." His tone was extremely indifferent. The four of them did not mind. She followed the man forward. As the man walked, he said, "In the main academy, the rules might be different from yours. You have to pay attention. In the main academy, there are two forbidden areas that are absolutely not allowed to enter. The first was the ancestral mountain, which was the place where the supreme elders cultivated. The second is the Diasaker mountain. Only those with enough points can enter." Sheng asked curiously, "What kind of place is Diasaker mountain?" The man glanced at him and seemed to be a little impatient. He explained, "The Diasaker mountain is a place to seek immortality and seek the Tao. After breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm, you can feel the Tao in it. I don't know much more." Hearing that, Sheng and the others were surprised. Intent realm could greatly increase a person's combat strength. For example, Yiqiubai and Yan Qiumian's sword intent. These were things that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. And in Diasaker mountain, there was a chance to comprehend it. Sheng sighed in his heart. As expected of the central main academy, it had such a deep foundation. The man continued, "Next, you can choose to join the various halls. Other than discussing the Tao, there are 3 trial grounds. They were respectively spirit refinement, body refinement, and 100 refinement. The spirit refinement was to cultivate the soul, the body refinement was to train the body, and the 100 refinements land was the place for actual combat. At the same time, there will be a ranking list in the trial grounds. The top 10 can obtain points. If you obtain points, you can exchange them for items or a chance to enter the Diasaker mountain." He arrived at his residence as he spoke. Jian Qiumian and Yiqiubai's cave abode were similar and belonged to the sword hall. Sheng and Zhang He were in the martial hall. They rested for a while and gathered together. Sheng looked at Yiqiubai and said, "Jiang He and I are going to take a look at the place of body refinement first. What about the two of you?" Yiqiubai and Jian Qiumian looked at each other. Jian Qiumian said, "I'm preparing to go to the land of 100 refinements. Brother Yi, shall we go together?" Yiqiubai nodded. He had the same thought. Immediately after, Jian Qiumian pulled out his sword and smiled. "Let's spar before we go. I want to see how big the gap between us is." Yiqiubai nodded and took out his wooden sword. Sheng and Zhang He took a step back. Jian Qiumian narrowed his eyes and slashed at Yiqiubai with his sword. The sword intent also filled the cave abode. Now, Jian Qiumian's sword intent was different from before. It was much stronger than before. The strength of a peak stage sea flow realm was also revealed. After all, he couldn't be judged by common sense when facing Yiqiubai. Sheng looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Jian Qiumian's strength has improved a lot. I'm afraid I can't withstand a single strike from him now. Zhang He still had a smile on his face. My Buddhist Vajra body probably won't be able to withstand this strike either. Yiqiubai's expression didn't change when he saw this. Sword intent rose on the wooden sword. Then, he swung his sword. The sword intent turned into sword beams and slashed at Jian Qiumian's sword intent. It looked ordinary, but the sharpness contained in it would shock anyone. Jian Qiumian was the same. Sensing the sharp sword intent, his expression changed slightly. Then, without dodging, he slashed over. The collision between sword intent and sword intent. However, Jian Qiumian's sword intent was like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly slashed apart by Yiqiubai's sharp sword intent. Jian Qiumian retreated slightly, and Yiqiubai stopped in time. Seeing this, Jian Qiumian smiled bitterly and said, I thought that after comprehending the sword intent and stepping into the late stage of the Kaisi realm, I would be able to shorten the gap between us. I didn't expect it to become bigger and bigger. While Jian Qiumian improved, Yiqiubai improved even more. Moreover, Yiqiubai's sword intent had long reached the level of a great swordmaster. How could Jian Qiumian's new sword intent compare? Sheng lamented. Who would have thought that the southern region that we looked down on back then would have such a talented person like Brother Yi? Deng He also nodded in agreement and said, I really want to meet Brother Yes Master. Who exactly can train such an outstanding disciple like Brother Yi? Hearing this, Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "My master, he looks like he has nothing to do, but his ability is the best I've ever seen. Then when the time comes, brother, you must introduce us. That depends on master's mood." Alright, let's go and take a look at the trial grounds. Let's see what's so outstanding about the talents of the main academy. With that, Zhisheng and Zhang He headed to the place of body tempering. Qian Qiaomian followed Yi Qiubai to the land of 100 refinements. The land of 100 refinements was located in a valley in the mountains. Around the Rift Valley, many disciples stopped to watch. They were looking at a black stone tablet in front of them. There were 10 names engraved on the stone tablet. Clearly, this was the so-called ranking. The first place had the words Guan Zhanyan engraved on it. Behind Guan Zhanyan's name was the 47th floor. What does the 47th floor mean? Qian Qiaomian asked doubtfully. Someone at the side heard it and explained out of enthusiasm. New disciple. Right, this place is divided into 50 levels. The lower you go, the stronger the magical beasts that appear. Another person said, no one has stepped into the last 3 levels for 100 years. I wonder if senior brother Guan can. However, since you're new disciples, it's best if you go to the first 5 levels to cultivate. After the 5th level, the magical beasts will be very strong. You have to do your best. Jian Qiaomian smiled and nodded. Thank you. With that, the two of them looked at each other and walked towards the Rift Valley. Chapter 72 Fighting Alone. Chapter 72 Fighting Alone. In the land of 100 refinements, it was divided into 50 levels. And on the 50th level, magical beasts were everywhere. The first 5 levels of magical beasts were all at the Purple Mansion realm. If he wanted to reach the 6th level, he had to defeat the guards at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. If the first 5 levels were already so powerful, then what level would the magical beasts after them reach? Yi Qiubai and Jian Qiaomian had jumped into the Rift Valley. He arrived at the first level. He did not know if this place was man-made or formed naturally. On the first level, a huge rock protruded from the cliff, and the huge rock was covered in rocks. It was like a rocky forest. At this moment, there were not many people on the first level. Obviously, the first level was not enough to trap others in the main academy. Jian Qiaomian looked at Yi Qiubai and said with a smile, "Why don't we compete to see who completed more levels?" Yi Qiubai shrugged and said indifferently, "Sure." With that, the two of them ran forward. Most of the magical beasts here were at the beginner stage of Purple Mansion realm. There was no way to stop the two of them at all. A single sword kai could sweep through an area. When the surrounding people saw this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Qiubai and the others. Are those two newcomers? Why haven't I seen them before? Probably. But are the new disciples this time so strong? The two of them swept all the way to the 2nd level. Then, on the 3rd floor, on the 4th floor, under the entrance of a cave on the 5th level, as long as he passed through this hole, he could enter the 6th level. At that moment, there was an elder sitting before the entrance of the cave. Who wants to go first? If he wanted to pass through the entrance, he had to defeat a demonic beast at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Jian Qiaomian took a step forward. Seeing this, the elder took out a token. In the depths of the cave, a black lion slowly walked out. He roared at Jian Qiaomian and a sound wave swept towards him. Jian Qiaomian did not dodge. Instead, he endured the sound wave and slashed at the black lion. The sword light turned into long swords that slashed at the lion's huge body. In the blink of an eye, the lion's body was covered in bloody holes. With a miserable howl, he fell down. The elder was not surprised at all seeing this. He nodded indifferently. All right, go in. The next one will come. Jian Qiaomian didn't enter. Instead, he waited for Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai held the wooden sword and stood still. The elder once again took out his token, and another demonic beast at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm charged out from the entrance of the cave. Yi Qiubai took a step forward and landed. Immediately, a stream of sword kai shot out. It pierced through the magical beast's glabella. The magical beast's eyes lost focus and fell to the ground as it ran. That's right. Go on in. Seeing this, the elder nodded slightly and turned around to sit on the chair. The two of them bowed slightly to the elder and walked into the cave. The hole went all the way down. There was almost no light source on the 6th floor. It was covered by layers of rocks. Exudes and Ginkaomian continued to sweep. The lower the level, the stronger the magical beasts were. During this period, Exudes' combat experience became more and more abundant, and his control over the 9 heavenly demon sword became higher and higher. During this period, Shen Qingfeng sighed. No wonder people say that the resources in the main academy are much better. Just this land of 100 refinements alone is not something the other 4 regions can compare to. Exudes nodded. This was indeed an excellent place to train. The two of them continued to descend. When he reached the 31st floor, Shen Qingfeng stopped. The magical beasts here had already reached the peak stage sea flow realm. Moreover, the magical beasts here were no longer alone. They already had intelligence and would fight the enemy together. "You'll be here, Brother Yi. You should still be able to descend." "Right." Exudes looked at the cave in front of him and nodded slightly. He wanted to know what his current limit was. All the way down. 2 days passed. Exudes had already arrived at the 34th floor. At this moment, there were already demonic beasts half a step into the Qinyuan realm here. Exudes already felt a little strained here. Previously, when he killed Tanzun, he had relied on the green cloud sword and his own underestimation of his enemy. Exudes was only at the beginner stage sea flow realm and was facing a demonic beast that was half a step into the Qinyuan realm. At this moment, 2 half-Qinyuan realm demonic beasts appeared. One of them looked like an ox with 4 horns on its head. Its fur was extremely long, as if it was wearing a raincoat. The other one had the head of a leopard and the body of a tiger. Its 2 fangs were extremely sharp, and these 2 magical beasts had extremely powerful auras. Exudes didn't retreat. The wooden sword in his hand had long been replaced by the dark demon sword as he faced the 2 magical beasts. At this moment, the surrounding people from the academy were slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Exudes was only at the beginner stage sea flow realm after all. At this moment, he was fighting 2 half-step Qinyuan fiend beasts alone. The 2 magical beasts roared and rushed towards Exudes from the left and right. For a moment, his aura was extremely terrifying. 2 huge forces pressed down on Exudes. Exudes didn't dodge. Demonic Kai surged out of the dark demon sword in his hand. Sword light surrounded his body. And sword intent whistled. "Not bad. You can comprehend sword intent. Looks like your talent is not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant to dare to challenge 2 half-step Qinyuan fiends." In the central region, even though there were not many people who had comprehended sword intent, that was all. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Exudes took a step forward, and his sword intent transformed into a long river of sword Kai. It swept towards the 2 magical beasts. Sword intent turning into a river. Sword intent mastery. Great sword Alastair. The sea flow realm has reached the level of a great sword master. Everyone turned to look at him. There were not many people in the central region who had mastered sword intent. Moreover, Exudes was only at the beginner stage sea flow realm. At that moment, the sword river was filled with sword Kai and swords that were extremely sharp. It shot out. The 2 magical beasts roared angrily, and a monstrous aura erupted. It seemed to be fighting against the sword river. Exudes didn't wait for death and approached. The dark demon in his hand slashed at the 4-horned ox fiend. The 6th move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. A torrential demonic Kai erupted, shocking the soul. A hint of hesitation appeared in the 4-horned ox fiend's eyes. However, at this moment, Exudes stood on the corner of his sword. Immediately, the 4 corners broke into 3. The 4-horned ox fiend howled miserably and retreated continuously. At the same time, Exudes turned around and slashed horizontally. Sword Kai spewed out and transformed into a huge slash that slashed towards the tiger leopard. The tiger leopard roared angrily and opened its bloody mouth. Its 2 huge fangs bit the sword beam. The weapons that tigers and leopards relied on to survive were those 2 huge fangs. The sword light actually shattered with a bang, and the tiger and leopard actually took a few steps back. This scene shocked everyone. A person at the beginner stage C flow realm was actually not at a disadvantage against 2 half-step Qianyuan realm demonic beasts. Chapter 73 The Stone Tablet is famous. Chapter 73 The Stone Tablet is famous. At this moment, the deeds in the land of 100 refinements had already spread. At this moment, on the 34th floor, a sword cultivator at the beginner stage Qianyuan realm was fighting 2 half-step Qianyuan realm demonic beasts alone. Furthermore, his sword intent had actually reached the level of a great swordmaster. This obviously piqued everyone's interest. A middle-aged man looked at Qin Tianan and smiled. He's a good seedling. Why don't we let him stay in the main academy to cultivate after all? The conditions here are better. Qin Tianan smiled and said, I'm afraid that's not something I can decide. Qiubai probably won't be willing either. The middle-aged man was rather surprised and said, in the main academy, there are not only 3 trial grounds, but also the Diaseeker mountain and various resources. Cultivating here is only beneficial. Why wouldn't he agree? Don't tell me you don't want to let him go. Qin Tianan shook his head and said with a smile, that's not the case. If he doesn't have a master, I'm afraid one would also persuade him to stay here. After all, his talent is too good. Master? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. Who is his master? Is he also from the central region? To be able to teach such a disciple, could it be someone from the Midden Sword Mountain? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man immediately shook his head. If he was from the Hidden Sword Mountain, why did he still need to join the Hidden Dao Academy? That was the most suitable place for sword cultivators. It was also the holy land in the hearts of all the sword cultivators in the central region. Could it be a hidden sword cultivator? Hearing this, Qin Tianan couldn't help but laugh. Hiding from the world. An expert. Even though Qin Tianan didn't know how strong Lu Changsheng was, he knew that Lu Changsheng was very lazy. It really did not match the appearance of a hidden sword cultivator. The middle-aged man was a little dumbfounded seeing Qin Tianan's funny expression. At the same time, in a courtyard, a woman was sitting in the courtyard. Her white hair was scattered on the ground, and she was wearing a sky-blue dress without any embellishments. It was as if the slightest embellishment was superfluous. Her eyebrows were like the distant mountains without a trace, and her lips were red like sand, like a lotus flower in clear water. At this moment, a maid said from afar, Miss, I heard that a sword cultivator came to the academy. It wasn't that the maid didn't want to get closer, but she didn't dare. If one looked closely, they would discover that the surroundings of the woman were covered in frost. If he was not strong enough, he would turn into an ice sculpture if he got close to the woman. The woman's red lips parted slightly. There was a softness in her voice. It made people want to protect him. Sword cultivator, how strong is he? One? The maid thought for a moment and said, I seem to have heard them say that he has already reached the standard of a great swordmaster. Great swordmaster. The woman nodded and said nothing more. To her, nothing seemed to interest her any more. Seeing this, the maid's eyes dimmed. Young Miss was extremely lively and usually treated others kindly. However, it was because of this physique that she had no choice but to be alone. At the same time, outside the land of 100 refinements, many people stood in front of the stone tablet. Who is that sword cultivator? Since when did our academy have such a powerful sword cultivator? Even senior brother, son from the sword hall has only reached the realm of a great sword master. Right, a man said with a complicated expression. He's from the southern region division. If Jian Qiumian and the others were here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the man who had led the way for them. Southern Region Division. Someone asked in surprise. Isn't the Southern Region called a desolate place? How can there be such a talented sword cultivator? I've heard that there's a person called Jian Qiumian in the Northern Region, who's known as the #1 sword cultivator of the younger generation. The man shook his head and said, I've seen the information. That person from the Southern Region Division is called Yi Qiubai. Before this, he was unknown. However, during the exchange between the 4 regions, he defeated Jian Qiumian with his sword and even helped him comprehend sword intent. At this moment, someone pointed at the stone tablet and said in horror, Look, Everyone looked at the stone tablet, and their expressions changed. The stone tablet that had not been squeezed in for many years was now forcefully inserted by someone. Ninth place. Yi level 37. The previous ninth place had climbed to the 36th floor. Now, Yi replaced his ranking. At this moment, Shen Qingfeng walked out of the Rift Valley in a sorry state. On the 30th floor, Shen Qingfeng was defeated when he challenged the guards at the entrance of the cave. Then, a large crowd gathered in front of the stone tablet. He followed everyone's gaze and looked at the stone tablet, stunned for a moment. He then chuckled and said, "Sure enough. Even here, Brother Yi still belongs to the top group." Shen Qingfeng was not discouraged. To him, EQB was his goal. The stronger the target, the more motivated Shen Qingfeng would be. At this moment, EQB also walked out of the land of 100 refinements. After coming out, he looked at Shen Qingfeng and smiled. "How's the effect?" "Not bad. I've gained some insight." Shen Qingfeng looked at EQB and said in surprise, "Brother Yi, you broke through to the intermediate stage C flow realm." EQB nodded and said, "Let's go back and cultivate to consolidate our realm." Then, the two of them left under everyone's gazes. They still didn't know what EQB looks like after all. They only knew his name but not him. Only the man looked at EQB's departing figure and sighed. At that time, she was extremely arrogant in front of him. They thought that even though they were the prodigies of the branch, they were only average when they came to the main academy. There was no need to pay much attention to it. They never expected EQB's talent to be so terrifying. If they had been on good terms with him back then, they would probably have gained a very strong ally in the future. Meanwhile, in a cottage, Lu Changsheng lay on the bench, feeling a little bored. System, are there any more disciple recruitment missions? Not at the moment. Sigh. Life without a disciple was so empty. It was mainly because he was too lazy to cook. Moreover, it was so lively when the three disciples were around. Oh, forget about EQB. What a scammer. EQB, who was about to cultivate, suddenly yawned and rubbed his nose. He asked curiously, "Someone is thinking about me. If the host is bored, you can check the disciples' information and see how they are doing." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng curled his lips and said, "You make it sound like I miss them. Check." What a righteous mouth. Eldest disciple EQB. Level intermediate stage C flow realm. Technique primordial sword scripture. 9 heavenly demons sword. Sword intent mastery. Great sword master. Cultivating in the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy. Intermediate stage C flow realm. One heard from that kid that he's still in the beginner stage. Right. It's quite fast. Second disciple Hong Ying. Realm beginner stage Ken Yuan realm. Technique 9 cycles reincarnation. Reincarnation spear technique. Reincarnation intent realm. Spear intent. Fire intent. In the eastern region, find the former subordinates of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Old subordinates of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. What are they trying to do? Lu Changsheng shook his head. Third disciple Ning Chengsen. Realm mortal. Confucian Tao realm. Great Confucian. Cultivation technique Tao scripture. Teaching the Tao in the southern region. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Student dumbfounded. Chapter 74. Student dumbfounded. My third disciple is a little pitiful. He doesn't have a cultivation realm. Lu Changsheng looked at Ning Chengsen's panel and thought for a while. Should he arrange some medicinal pills for him and bring his cultivation level up? Host, don't worry. When Ning Chengsen completely fuses with the Confucian Tao, he will break through the shackles and reach an extremely profound realm. Even though he didn't quite understand, he just nodded. At this moment, Qin Tianan also returned to the academy. He headed straight for the cottage. When he saw Lu Changsheng, he asked, "How did you find these monsters?" All Lu Changsheng exclaimed. Qin Tianan said angrily, "What are you saying? What I mean is, where did you find geniuses like EQB, Hong Ying, and Ning Chengsen?" What could Lu Changsheng say? It was just a mission from the system. Qin Tianan recounted EQB's deeds in the main academy. Even the dean of the main academy was full of praise for EQB. He even wanted EQB to join the main academy directly. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng panicked and said, No way. Seeing this, Qin Tianan laughed. You still can't bear to part with a monstrous disciple like Yi, right? With such high talent, I wouldn't want to let go either. But don't worry, I rejected it for you. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. It'll be bad if there's one less chef. Qin Tianan was stunned. Chef. Lu Chengsheng immediately corrected himself. No. Disciple Yi is my good disciple. How can I let him go? The corners of Qin Tianan's mouth twitched. But since you're so good at teaching disciples, do you want to consider preaching in the various halls? The elders of the pill hall also want you to go over and teach those disciples how to refine pills. The elder of the sword hall also wants you to explain your understanding of the sword principle. There are also elders from the Confucian faction who want to discuss the Tao with you. After all, Lu Chengsheng had already shown his skills in alchemy. Even the elders of the alchemy hall were ashamed of their inferiority. According to him, Lu Chengsheng was the best alchemist in the southern region. As for the elder of the sword hall, when he saw how monstrous Yi was, he would definitely attribute the credit to Lu Chengsheng. Naturally, he also wanted him to give a lecture. Dean Ru. Ning Chengsen had his eyes on Lu Chengsheng ever since the Tao discussion in the Confucian Academy. Ning Chengsen already had such a deep understanding of the Confucian Tao. As Lu Chengsheng's master, wouldn't that be even more monstrous? Lu Chengsheng didn't look as proud as the others. Instead, he had a bitter expression on his face, as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. Uncle Qin, please let me go. Look at me. Aren't I misleading the students by teaching them? Misleading the students. If he could have disciples like Yi, Hong Ying, and Ning Chengsen, then he could mislead them all he wants. No, you have to go today. Lu Chengsheng rubbed his belly and said, But I haven't eaten yet. He'll get the cookhouse in the outer courtyard to make it for you. In the outer courtyard, there were still students who had not reached the Anetia realm. What if it doesn't taste good? Then he'll get someone to buy it from a restaurant outside. What else could he say? Judging from Qin Tianan's attitude, he had no choice but to go today. If he didn't go, he probably wouldn't stop. Lu Chengsheng could only nod with a bitter face. Alright. But don't blame me for not teaching them well. Seeing this, Qin Tianan said in satisfaction, That's right. Alright. Follow me to the pill hall first. What else could Lu Chengsheng do but to follow him? He arrived at the pill hall. The pill hall elders had long since received news of Qin Tianan and had already cleared out an empty space. In the middle of the empty space was an alchemy furnace. Around the alchemy furnace, the seats were already filled with students. At this moment, the students' eyes were filled with excitement. It was Lu Chengsheng after all. The hall master of the cottage had taught a monstrous master like Yi, Hong Ying, and Ning Chengsen. How could someone who could teach such a monstrous figure be simple? Moreover, he heard that Lu Chengsheng had made some achievements in alchemy. He had even refined a pill that could break through to the Kanyuan realm 100. Even the elders of the pill hall could not achieve such a level of pill. To be able to listen to the teachings of an alchemy grandmaster of this level, how could he not be excited? At this moment, Qin Tianan brought Lu Chengsheng to this place. The students stood up and bowed respectfully to Qin Tianan. Greetings, Principal. Qin Tianan nodded and pointed at the man behind him. He smiled and said, This is the leader of the grass hall, Lu Chengsheng. You will explain the knowledge of alchemy to you later. Listen carefully. Everyone agreed excitedly. The pill hall elder also walked over. A smile appeared on his old-fashioned face. Shang, what are you going to say? Lu Chengsheng was speechless. How did he know how to say it? He was forcefully pulled over and was not prepared at all. Now, his mind was blank. How about I refine a cauldron of pills? Hearing this, the pill hall elder was stunned. You want to use actual alchemy to teach them? It's not impossible. But what the hell was a furnace? Medicinal pills were not calculated based on pills. Qin Tianan also wanted to see how Lu Chengsheng would teach him. Lu Chengsheng looked at the expectant students and said, How about this? I know how to refine pills now. Watch carefully and learn well. Hearing that Lu Chengsheng was going to refine pills himself, everyone was excited. It was probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be able to observe an alchemy grandmaster at such a close distance. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't say anything else. What should he refine? The healing pills he usually gave Yi Qiubai and the others? Or was it pills to break through realms? However, there were so many people here. It was better to keep a low profile to avoid being pestered by Uncle Qian and the others. Lu Changsheng decided to refine pills that could calm the mind. This should be low-key enough. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng chuckled. He threw the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. Then, a flame swept through the pill furnace. His palm flipped continuously, extracting the medicinal liquid within. The pill hall elder looked at this scene and wondered what kind of medicinal pill this was. Why was the combination of medicinal herbs so strange? While refining pills, Lu Changsheng felt that since he was teaching, he had to give some symbolic lectures. Look, this is enough. Well, then here, stir a bit, then it's done. That's basically it. Can you understand it? The students were dumbfounded hearing this. Well, who could understand this? Throw all the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, extract the medicinal liquid together. He did not consider the conflict of medicinal properties at all. It was not a question of whether they understood it or not. It was impossible to understand. At this moment, the students thought to themselves, were they too weak? Or were Martial Brother Yi and the others too monstrous they could actually grow up under such a teaching method? Chapter 75 Im played out by myself. Chapter 75 Im played out by myself. In the past, some students felt that hard work could make up for their lack of talent, but they understood now. It turned out that talent was really important, because without talent, they really couldn't understand what Senior Lu was doing. In fact, if Yi Qiubai and the others saw this, they probably wouldn't understand either. Soon, the pill fragrance began to spread wantonly throughout the entire academy. In the academy, the people who were cultivating actually calmed down when they smelled this medicinal fragrance. All distracting thoughts were expelled. The students in the pill hall also felt a sense of calmness in their hearts. In fact, some of the pill formulas and cultivation techniques that he could not comprehend previously had some understanding. The pill hall elder's spirits were also lifted. Just the medicinal fragrance alone could have such an effect. Then what level were the pills inside? Everyone stared at Lu Changsheng. At this moment, Lu Changsheng said calmly, "The pills are done." Immediately, in the pill furnace, the medicinal fragrance was restrained. The surrounding medicinal fragrance was actually integrated into the pill furnace. With a wave of Lu Changsheng's hand, one pill after another fell into the jade bottle. One brought too few bottles. Elder, can I borrow some? Hearing this, the elder subconsciously handed Lu Changsheng 5 pure jade bottles. Lu Changsheng smacked his lips and said, "That's too little." Little. A pure jade bottle could store 5 medicinal pills. How much have you refined? However, the elder still gave Lu Changsheng 10 more bottles. Lu Changsheng said, "It should be enough." With that, he slapped the pill furnace, and the pills inside instantly fell into the pure jade bottle. The 16 pure jade bottles were actually filled under everyone's surprised gazes. In fact, there was actually one pill left over. Lu Changsheng took a look at it and threw it into his mouth. Click, click, click. He swallowed the pill as if he was chewing on candy. When everyone saw this, they were speechless. It turned out that what he said back then was true. Other people used pills as a unit of measurement when refining medicine. And you're really using furnaces as a unit. All right, you got it. Lu Changsheng looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "I'm sure you all understand." The pill hall elder, students, Qin Tianan covered his face. He even wondered if Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying were taught by Lu Changsheng. The pill hall elder could only say helplessly, "Then what's the use of this medicinal pill?" Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "It's to clear your mind and nourish your mind. Right, I don't know the details. You can try one each." With that, he waved his hand and distributed the pills to everyone. There were not many students in the pill hall. After all, not everyone had the talent to refine pills. The pill hall elder also picked one up, looked at it suspiciously, and swallowed it. Seeing this, the students were also overjoyed. After all, how could an alchemist like Lu Changsheng's pills be ordinary? After everyone took it, they all closed their eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was no additional aura for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Humph, as long as they think that this pill is useless, they won't come to me in the future." Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng looked at Qin Tianan and said, "One told you not to look for me. Look at my broken pills. They are useless." Qin Tianan was about to say something. Suddenly, an aura erupted from the students. Someone had broken through from the golden core pill realm to the purple mansion realm. Lu Changsheng, wasn't it just a medicinal pill to clear one's mind? How did he achieve a breakthrough? Lu Changsheng hurriedly looked at Qin Tianan and explained, "Uncle Qin, this is definitely an accident." Qin Tianan. But at this moment, another person stood up and said in surprise, I know how to refine this pill." Then, he walked up to Lu Changsheng and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior Lu. I've never been able to successfully refine that pill. My thoughts are clear now." Hey. Big brother, it is just a calming pill. How did his thoughts become clear? Moreover, he knows how to refine pills with a clear train of thought. At this moment, a soul power suddenly rose in the square. The originally weak soul power actually began to condense. Soul power was a must for an alchemist. The strength of one's soul power could directly affect the success rate and quality of an alchemist's pill refinement. Originally, there were very few cultivation techniques for soul power. Even in the Hidden Tao Academy, only the pill hall had it. As for heavenly treasures that could increase soul power, there were even fewer. "Thank you, Senior Lu." The student bowed to Lu Changsheng with reverence in his eyes. "Lu Changsheng, am one being played out by myself?" At this moment, the pill hall elder opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. A gentle smile appeared on his old-fashioned face. "Changsheng, this pill of yours is really magical. I've been researching the pill formula for many years, but I've never succeeded. I've already given up. But now I've actually thought of a solution. By the way, what's the name of this pill?" At this moment, the surrounding students also woke up from their comprehension. Everyone had more or less gained something, and kept thanking Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked up at the sky. His eyes turned black. "Oh no, my retirement life. One have buried it just like that. Something is not right in the end. It is still the doing of that beastard Kyubai. Would he have asked me to refine that lousy pill if he hadn't sold me out? Would one have ended up like this if one hadn't refined that lousy pill?" Lu Changsheng wished he could throw the kid into the 9 netherworld formation. Send him to the FC King depths of hell. At this moment, Kyubai, who was far away in the central region, yawned again. "Could it be that master is thinking about my cooking? Sigh. It's better to complete the matters here as soon as possible and return to the sect as soon as possible." If Kyubai knew what Lu Changsheng was thinking, he would probably escape from the sect overnight. At this moment, Qin Tianan walked forward. He patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Changsheng, I thought the method you taught them wasn't suitable for them, so it was because you already knew that they might not be able to understand it. So you directly refined this medicinal pellet to help them solve their daily problems." Lu Changsheng's eyes were lifeless. Ha. Qin Tianan grabbed Lu Changsheng's shoulder and flew away. "Let's go. Follow me to the sword hall." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng thought that he still had a chance. He would teach them blindly later. He might as well cripple one of them. That would be a self-destruction of his reputation. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. It's all that beastard Kyubai's fault. Chapter 76. It's all that beastard Kyubai's fault. Because of Kyubai's existence, almost everyone regarded Lu Changsheng as the strongest sword cultivator in the Hidden Tao Academy. To be able to teach a sword cultivator like Kyubai and allowed him to comprehend sword intent at such a young age. Kyubai even led the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region to take first place in the exchange between the 4 regions. That successfully helped Qin Tianan secure his position as the principal. All kinds of glory made them feel that Lu Changsheng was really awesome. At this moment, Zhen Hongyi was also among the crowd. She wanted to see how Lu Chengsheng taught EQ. At this moment, Qin Tanan brought Lu Chengsheng to the sword hall. Similarly, the students of the sword hall had reverence in their eyes. The elder of the sword hall was also there. Obviously, he also wanted to see how Lu Chengsheng taught EQ. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng sneered. At that time, wouldn't it be fine if he just played a sword technique? Qin Tianan said, "Alright, let's start. Hurry up. We still have to go to the Confucian Academy." Did they really treat him as the donkey of the production team? Under the gazes of the students, Lu Chengsheng picked up a tree branch. He suddenly stabbed forward. Then, he slashed horizontally. Another vertical slash. Seeing that Lu Chengsheng didn't say anything and was playing with the sword, the others were confused. Moreover, wasn't this sword technique a basic sword technique? The sword hall elder was also a little puzzled. What was Lu Chengsheng doing? At this moment, Lu Chengsheng, who was standing on the high platform, saw the confused looks on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but feel happy. It was working. He could not help but repeat the basic sword technique. One stab, a horizontal slash. Below the stage, Zin Hongyi was deep in thought as she watched this scene. How could he just be using the basic sword technique to be able to teach a monster like EQ? There was naturally a deeper meaning behind it. It was just that they hadn't discovered it yet. Zin Hongyi took out a long sword and also used the basic sword technique on the spot. She would do whatever Lu Chengsheng did. Gradually, Zin Hongyi was immersed in the basic sword technique. She was no longer concerned about what Lu Chengsheng was doing. Instead, she was immersed in her sword technique. Basic sword technique. Every sword cultivator started cultivating from the moment they came into contact with the sword. However, after achieving some small success, everyone gave up on the basic sword technique. This was normal. This sword technique was just a way to attack. It was not as gorgeous and powerful as other sword techniques. Why did he specially cultivate the basic sword techniques? Wasn't there something wrong with his brain? However, Zin Hongyi seemed to have gasped onto something. The basic sword technique. Basics. What was the most important thing in the path of martial cultivation? It was the Dao foundation. If his Dao foundation was unstable, he would not be able to go far in the future. Zin Hongyi understood. She finally understood Lu Chengsheng's intention. Suddenly, a stream of sword kai surged out from Zin Hongyi's body. Everyone looked at Zin Hongyi in surprise. The sword hall elder and Qin Tianan were also attracted over. Lu Chengsheng also had a bad feeling. It couldn't be. At this moment, the sword kai that spewed out actually carried traces of sharpness. Sword intent. The sword hall elder suddenly stood up and said in surprise. He actually touched the threshold of sword intent. Everyone was also shocked. When Zin Hongyi used the basic sword technique, she touched the threshold of sword intent. What did one do with the FCK did I do? Someone had broken through again with just a few casual swings of my tree branch. At this moment, Zin Hongyi woke up from her epiphany and bowed to Lu Chengsheng. Thank you for your guidance. Senior Lu, what guidance did I give? Can you tell me no 111 change it? Alright. The sword hall elder looked at Zin Hongyi and said, Zin Hongyi, tell me about your comprehension. Zin Hongyi nodded and began to explain the insights in her heart and also her understanding of the basic sword technique. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but ponder. Even the sword hall elder began to reflect. Exactly. The basics. It was the origin of all sword techniques. All sword techniques extended from the basic sword techniques. However, the power of the sword technique ultimately depended on oneself instead of relying on fancy sword techniques. The elder of the sword hall sat cross-legged. His sword intent broke through again. His sword intent had reached the level of a great swordmaster. As for the other disciples, either their realms had improved, or their sword kai had become more condensed. Everyone had more or less gained something. Lu Chengsheng didn't know what to say. At this moment, Qin Tanan grabbed Lu Chengsheng's shoulder and said, Alright, it's time to go to the Confucian Academy. Can I not go? Why not look at how well you taught him? H11. Then, another period of time passed. The sun was about to set. Dozens of auras erupted in the direction of the Confucian faction. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng gave up. In any case, these people could break through no matter what they did. It was as if he was strategizing for himself. Dean Ru patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Changsheng, you're born to be a master. Come and teach the students more in the future." Qin Tianan chimed in, "There's also the Sword Hall and the Pill Hall. We have to go there more often." At this moment, a burly figure rushed over. "Changsheng, you must come to my martial hall to teach me. We haven't been there yet." It was the martial hall elder. Obviously, he had also received the news. They were so envious that their eyes turned red. "If I am in the wrong, please use the law to punish me instead of torturing me in this way." His salted fish life was probably gone forever. Lu Changsheng's name once again spread throughout the southern region. He was afraid that when the next enrollment took place, the doors of the cottage would be destroyed by all the major forces. And all of this was Yikyubai's fault. 3 days later in the Central Territory. In these 3 days, Yikyubai kept heading to the land of 100 refinements. They were constantly fighting magical beasts, combat techniques, sword technique comprehension. They had all improved. Even his ranking was 1 place higher and he was ranked 8th. Everyone clicked their tongues. In 3 days, he had risen another rank. This speed was something that no one would dare to imagine. After all, the person on this stone tablet had not changed for several years. On this day, Yikyubai and Jian Qiaomian walked out of the land of 100 refinements. A figure suddenly stood in front of Yikyubai. "Yikyubai." Yikyubai raised his eyebrows and nodded. "What's the matter?" The man grinned and said, "It's nothing serious. One just wanted to spar with you." Yikyubai was slightly surprised. Someone beside him said, "It's the previous 8th thanked Huang Jingjin." Huang Jingjin, someone surnamed Huang. Chapter 77 Chapter 77 Life and Death on the Swallow Cloud Platform. Chapter 77 Life and Death on the Swallow Cloud Platform. Huang Jingjin. Yikyubai's first thought was what was his relationship with the Sunset Monarchy. Jian Qiaomian seemed to know Huang Jingjin. He was also from the northern region after all. Huang Jingjin, the #1 prodigy of the Sunset Monarchy. However, he doesn't like politics and only cultivates martial arts. He even relied on his strength and talent to join the Hidden Dao Academy's main courtyard. Huang Jingjin looked at Yikyubai and said, "One heard about you from Tainaming. While one don't have any enmity with you, the Sunset Monarchy is my home after all. So, let's fight." Yikyubai didn't refuse. It was better to resolve the trouble at once after all. "Where?" Huang Jingjin nodded and said, "The academy has a place for people to resolve their hatred. Come with me." With that, he turned around and walked away. Yikyubai and Jian Qiaomian followed. When everyone saw this scene, they were in an uproar. Huang Jingjin wants to challenge Yikyubai. Looks like there's a grudge. I wonder if Yikyubai is Huang Jingjin's match. Someone shook his head and said, "Of course not. Huang Jingjin is now half-step into the Qianyuan realm. He can step into the Qianyuan realm at the last step. Yikyubai is only at the intermediate stage C-flow realm. How can he be a match for him? Even though Yikyubai's ranking is 1 rank higher than Huang Jingjin's. What about cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and combat experience? You have to know that Huang Jingjin is famous for being a battle maniac. In this aspect, the people of the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy had the right to be proud. Cultivation techniques and martial techniques were indeed incomparable to the central region. Furthermore, there were 3 trial grounds. The people from the main academy were constantly tempering themselves, so they naturally had more combat experience than the people from the other 4 regions. In order to resolve the hatred among the students, the academy specially set up the Swallow Cloud platform. They could set their own rules on this. Injure, cripple, kill. There was no need to talk about life and death here. Therefore, very few people actually went up to the Swallow Cloud platform. After all, there were not many conflicts of interest in the academy. The Swallow Cloud platform had not been open for several years. Now that someone had applied for the Swallow Cloud platform, the people of the academy were naturally extremely interested and rushed over. Even Shisheng and Zhang He heard the news and rushed here to meet up with Yi Qiubai. Shisheng said with a solemn expression, "Brother Yi, that Huang Zhengjin is not simple." Zhang He echoed, "Even though he's ranked 8th in the land of 100 refinements, he's ranked 5th in the land of body refinement. His body is probably stronger than mine and Shisheng's. Both of them cultivated their bodies. One was born with divine strength, while the other cultivated the Buddhist Vajra body. Their physical bodies were not weak. They had all said that they were inferior to Huang Zhengjin. So there was naturally a reason. Jian Qiumian didn't say anything. With Yi Qiubai's strength, Huang Zhengjin was probably not his match. He was a sword cultivator. Only sword cultivators understood the concept of a great sword master. Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "All right, don't worry. There would definitely be a battle between him and Huang Zhengjin. It was just a matter of time." The hatred between him and the Sunset Monarchy had long been irreconcilable after all. Either of them would perish. At this moment, Huang Zhengjin jumped up and stood on the Swallow Cloud platform. He looked down at Yi Qiubai and said indifferently, "Come up." Seeing this, Yi Qiubai also jumped up. "My realm might be much higher than yours. I won't hold back." A murderous expression appeared on Huang Zhengjin's face as a battle-intent soared into the sky. The will to fight formed the will to fight. This battle will determine life and death. Do you dare? When the people below the stage felt this battle intent, their expressions could not help but turn cold. Huang Zhengjin's battle intent seems to have improved again. Yes, his battle intent was comprehended after entering the Dia-seeking mountain. Now that he's constantly tempering himself in the land of 100 refinements, he's naturally stronger. Then Yi Qiubai is probably doomed. Behind everyone, a short-haired man in a long robe quietly appeared. He looked at this scene with interest. On the other side of the crowd, a burly man crossed his arms and watched coldly. At this moment, an elder had also arrived above the Swallow Cloud platform. They were the enforcement elders of the Swallow Cloud platform. This was to ensure order. On the stage, opposite Huang Zhengjin, Yi Qiubai took out the dark demon sword and looked at Huang Zhengjin. He did not show any fear because of this majestic battle intent. Deathmatch. Seeing this, Huang Zhengjin raised his fists. It made a huge sound. Then, he suddenly took a step and shouted in a low voice. His body rushed towards Yi Qiubai like a cannonball. It actually created sonic booms in the air. Yi Qiubai's hair fluttered in the wind, and a huge pressure came at him. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He wanted Yi Qiubai to kneel. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai didn't take a step back. His back was still as straight as a sword. The dark demon in his hand surged with monstrous demonic kai. His sword intent transformed into a sword river that swept towards Huang Zhengjin. When everyone saw the scene, they were also shocked. The rumors are true. This person has really comprehended sword intent. And his level is not low. He hasn't entered the Dia-seeking mountain yet. Right, his sword intent has already reached such a level. He's really a genius. In the central region, they only recognized experts. If you were strong, you could obtain their recognition. Even the elders on the Swallow Cloud platform had different expressions. No wonder the dean asked them to pay attention to this child. When the long-robed man saw this scene, his eyes were slightly surprised. The muscular man grinned. Interesting. Huang Zhengjin had no intention of retreating. Battle intent surged. It enveloped his body like a golden armor with a terrifying aura and crashed into the torrential sword river. He actually ignored the sharpness of the sword intent river and entered directly. In the sword intent river, the water was like fine and fatal swords that pierced through Huang Zhengjin's body. All of this did not pierce through Huang Zhengjin's defense. It only left white marks on his skin. Yi Qiubai was not surprised. His physical body was extremely powerful and he had battle intent after all. At the same time, his realm was so much higher than his. It was obviously impossible for him to be defeated just like that. Yi Qiubai pointed at the sky. The sword intent filled with demonic kai converged into the sword intent river. For a moment, the sword intent river turned black. Demonic kai kept rising. It wanted to make people submit. At this moment, Yi Qiubai was like a sword Dao demon god. In the sword intent river, Huang Zhengjin also frowned. This demonic Kai actually made his heart tremble. In the entire academy, even if he could not defeat them, who could make him feel this feeling? Thinking of this, Huang Zhengjin roared angrily. His battle intent intensified. It actually emitted a dazzling golden light. A dignified aura turned into a palm print and grabbed at Yi Qiubai. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai took out the dark demon sword. He slashed through the palm print without dodging or letting go. Chapter 78 Blood Ignition Demon Technique. Chapter 78 Blood Ignition Demon Technique. Yi Qiubai could already casually slash out the sixth move as his strength had increased a lot these days. Huang Zhengjin was also surprised when he saw the scene. If it was an ordinary person at the Sea Blow realm, he would probably have been crushed into slag under that palm print. However, not only was Yi Qiubai not defeated, he even slashed through it with his sword. Huang Zhengjin finally understood Huang Tanaming's worry and why he was so anxious to get rid of Yi Qiubai. In the sword intent river, Huang Zhengjin roared angrily and actually stepped out. He raised his fist and his battle intent covered it. Heaven Breaker. Clearly, Huang Zhengjin had no intention of holding back. The aura of a half-step into Kenyuan realm erupted. His battle intent went towards Yi Qiubai. The aura completely locked onto Yi Qiubai, making him unable to retreat. Yi Qiubai never thought of retreating. The dark demon sword in his hand slashed forward. There was no gorgeous sword light or fancy sword techniques. It was just a simple slash. However, this slash contained Yi Qiubai's sword Dao, the seventh move of the 9 Heavenly Demons Wo Rdthe Demon Descend 1. Demonic Kai surged as if a demon god had descended. The people around the Swallow Cloud platform were shocked. A sense of submission from his soul rose continuously. Is this a sword technique that a Sea Flow realm cultivator can use? This sword skill is probably a heaven rank sword skill. Right. Heaven rank sword techniques were extremely rare even in their main academy. There were probably not many in the entire central region. Moreover, most of them were incomplete. Even the fist technique Huang Zhengjin was using now was an earth rank fist technique from the Hidden Dao Academy. Moreover, he had spent a large number of points to obtain it. Huang Zhengjin was clearly stunned. Under this sword, he actually felt an extremely strong sense of danger. He was actually forced to this extent by a Sea Flow realm cultivator. However, he could not retreat now. Their auras locked onto each other and they could no longer retreat. If he retreated now, he would only become meat on the chopping board and wait for death. Huang Zhengjin naturally understood this. So he roared angrily. The battle intent roared on and the fist smashed down. It seemed to have the power to break through the sky. Space let out an unbearable cry and felt like it was about to shatter. Yi Qiubai's expression was indifferent as he slashed out the dark demon in his hand. It collided with Huang Zhengjin's fist. Under everyone's surprised gazes, an explosive aftershock spread in all directions. The elder above the Swallow Cloud platform was shocked when he saw this. He waved his hand and a barrier enveloped the Swallow Cloud platform. The aftershock surged. Ripples appeared on the barrier one after another. Seeing this, everyone was even more shocked. The power of the two of them fighting was actually so great. And Yi Qiubai was from the southern region, a place where martial arts declined. He could actually fight Huang Zhengjin to this extent. Clearly, Yi Qiubai's talent was not inferior to theirs. It was even more so. On the other hand, on the Swallow Cloud platform, Yi Qiubai's hand that was holding his sword felt waves of huge force. This physical strength was extremely terrifying. It was not on the same level as the people in the southern region. This battle intent was constantly suppressing his mind. On the other hand, Huang Zhengjin was also in an extremely bad state. It was already extremely difficult to use Heaven Break. He had yet to completely understand this earth-rank martial technique after all. Yi Qiubai's sword even had a sword intent rush into his arm. It destroyed his body crazily. With just a touch, there were actually traces of cracks on his arm. Huang Zhengjin's body was extremely powerful. He was also very clear about the strength of his body. Even so, Yi Qiubai still broke through his defense with a single strike. Streaks of blood actually erupted from that arm. Huang Zhengjin grunted and retreated. It escaped Yiqiubai's attack. Yiqiubai also took 2 steps back, his face slightly flushed. Clearly, Huang Jingzhen's punch had also affected him, but it was not a big problem. Under this attack, Yiqiubai had the complete advantage. With the Sea Flow realm, he suppressed Huang Jingzhen, who was half a step away from Qian Yuan and had an invincible body. You'll believe it if you say that he's a prodigy of the hidden sword peak. I wonder if he's stronger than that group of sword cultivators. Behind him, the long-robed man smiled when he saw this scene. Interesting. Then, he turned around and left. The outcome had already been decided in his heart after all. There was no need to continue watching. The burly man was the same. On the Swallow Cloud platform, Huang Jingzhen's expression was dark and unfathomable. I know why Taniming is so worried. You are indeed a future trouble. If I don't get rid of you, I'm afraid you can really threaten the Sunset Monarchy when you mature. For the sake of the dynasty, one will also leave you on the Swallow Cloud platform. With that, Huang Jingzhen's body actually began to slowly turn red. It was like a cooked prawn. Blood vessels began to spread in his eyes. Slowly, it filled the entire eyeball. A blood intent rose from the torrential battle will. It was extremely sticky, as if it had turned into blood. Someone exclaimed, "Blood ignition demon technique." Huang Jingzhen was actually forced to this extent. At the side, Shi Sheng was stunned and asked, "What is the blood ignition demon technique?" Someone subconsciously replied, "The blood ignition demon technique is an earth-rank secret technique. It burns your blood essence to achieve the goal of extremely increasing your physical strength. Under the state of the blood igniting demon technique, the strength of your body would at least double." Hearing this, Shi Sheng and Zhang He's expressions changed drastically. How strong would his body be if it was twice as strong? They didn't dare to imagine. Jian Qiumian's expression slowly turned solemn. That person continued to explain in a low voice. However, even though it's strong, there are side effects. In the state of the blood ignition demon technique, if you don't drink the blood essence of the enemy, it will permanently injure your talent. Everyone's expressions changed. The consequences were not small. Even the Order Elder on the Swallow Cloud platform had an ugly expression. Huang Jingzhen was a prodigy of the academy after all. They did not want them to fight to this extent. Yiqiubai was slightly shocked when he saw this scene. At this moment, Huang Jingzhen's strength could already defeat a Qian Yuan realm expert. The pressure also multiplied. On the other hand, Huang Jingzhen kept panting. Even the gas he spat out was blood-red. His entire body swelled up. Veins surged everywhere in his body. Huang Jingzhen looked at Yiqiubai and said in a muffled voice, "Next, I'll completely smash you to death under my fist." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jingzhen's body instantly disappeared on the spot. Yiqiubai didn't dare to be negligent. He shouted in a low voice, and a white aura surrounded Yiqiubai. There was actually the will of endless life. It was the primordial sword scripture. Chapter 79 Primordial Sword Scripture. Peaceful Mountains and Rivers. Chapter 79 Primordial Sword Scripture. Peaceful Mountains and Rivers. The primordial sword scripture was originally filled with endless life. Now that Huang Jingzhen had used the blood ignition demon technique, his strength had increased several times and was comparable to the Qian Yuan realm. Even though Yiqiubai had killed an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions, he still relied on external objects and the element of surprise. Yiqiubai didn't know if he was a match for him, but he wanted to give it a try. Huang Jingzhen could not help but be stunned seeing that Yiqiubai's body was filled with battle intent and his eyes were incomparably firm. Then, blood rushed to his head and washed away his rationality. He was furious. This was also a side effect of the blood-igniting demon technique. Once left unchecked and without suppression, the spellcaster's soul would be invaded by that monstrous killing intent and become a machine that only knew how to kill. It could be said that Huang Jingzhen had already spared no expense to kill Yiqiubai here. Such talent was too terrifying after all. If they did not kill it in the cradle, the Sunset Monarchy would fall into destruction. At this point, Huang Jingzhen did not dare to hold back. He did not even hesitate to damage his Dao foundation. At this moment, Huang Jingzhen approached. The fist with bulging veins suddenly smashed down. Yi Qiubai didn't retreat or dodge. He raised his sword and slashed. The black demonic Kai on the sword had completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was an endless aura. The primordial sword scripture circulated crazily in his body. Seeing that Yi Qiubai was prepared to receive this attack head-on, the people below the Swallow Cloud platform were shocked. The sword and fist collided. Yi Qiubai didn't die from the destruction of his sword as everyone had imagined. The endless will on the sword seemed to have turned into a sword net that enveloped Huang Zhengjin's fist layer by layer. It made it impossible for him to break through. Huang Zhengjin was also slightly stunned. Yi Qiubai could actually withstand his punch. One had to know that Huang Zhengjin, who used the blood-burning demon technique, already had the strength of the Kaiyuan realm. Immediately after, Huang Zhengjin let out a shocking roar. The furious roar actually materialized and formed a blood-colored sound wave that swept towards Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai quickly retreated and slashed out. Peaceful mountains and rivers. This was a sword skill recorded in the primordial sword scripture. It was also the only sword skill Yi Qiubai could use now. Sword intent whistled. Sword Kai rampaged and the sword beam slashed at the blood-colored sound wave with the power to calm mountains and rivers. Sizzle! In an instant, the blood-colored sound wave actually shattered. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Huang Zhengjin. Seeing this, Huang Zhengjin shouted angrily and stomped on the ground. The Swallow Cloud platform actually trembled violently at this moment. If it was an ordinary arena, it would probably collapse at this moment. Then, Huang Zhengjin's body was like a cannonball as he faced the sword beam head-on. Now that he was using the blood-igniting demon technique, he had long lost his rationality. All he wanted was to tear apart the enemy in front of him, eat its flesh and drink its blood. The sword beam got closer and closer. Huang Zhengjin's fist was also covered in blood-colored light at this moment. As if it was wrapped by blood-colored spider silk, Huang Zhengjin roared like a wild beast. He threw a punch. Like a wild beast, it smashed heavily against the sword beam. At this moment, the sword light trembled violently. However, Huang Zhengjin's arm was enveloped by endless sword intent. The sword intent was like sharp swords that slashed at Huang Zhengjin's arm. Puff, puff, puff. Blood gushed out continuously. However, at this moment, Yi Qiubai had already disappeared from the spot. He transformed into a wisp of sword light and chased after the retreating Huang Zhengjin. He wanted to take his life while he was down. The Swallow Cloud platform would determine life and death. How could Yi Qiubai hold back against an enemy? When the other party was at his weakest, he would directly kill him and not leave any future trouble. This was the best choice. As for his heroic bearing, what did he need that for? The life and death grudge had already been formed. Yi Qiubai wouldn't do this to such a person. Huang Zhengjin also saw Yi Qiubai rushing towards him. His eyes were covered in blood, and blood was seeping out of his 7 orifices. It was like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Huang Zhengjin stepped into the ground and forced his retreating figure to stop. Then, he clenched his fists and smashed them at Yi Qiubai from top to bottom. Yi Qiubai snorted coldly when he saw this. His figure swayed and he tilted slightly before his fists smashed onto the ground. At this moment, Yi Qiubai found an opportunity and slashed out. Huang Zhengjin was overwhelmed and quickly retreated. However, one of his hands was still severed by the sharp sword intent. The arm fell to the ground. Yi Qiubai didn't even look. He slashed out with his sword and the severed arm was minced into powder. Then, dark demonic Kai covered it. Yi Qiubai shouted in a low voice. Demon Descent. The 7th move. The slash that was covered in demonic Kai and sword intent slashed out. At this moment, Huang Zhengjin could no longer fight back. The side effects of the blood ignition demon technique had already begun to appear. Clearly, with his current strength, he could not control it for long. Just now, he was also seriously injured by Yi Qiubai. Now, he could only watch as the slash landed on his body. At this moment, Huang Zhengjin had already recovered from his bloodthirsty state and saw a slash infinitely close to him. He revealed a bitter smile. He really didn't expect to be defeated so miserably by Yi Qiubai. He did not expect Huang Tianming to provoke such a troublesome person for the Sunset Monarchy and did not get rid of him in time. However, it was useless to think too much. Huang Zhengjin had already accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Yiqiubai also stopped and watched the scene indifferently. The people below were also extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Huang Zhengjin is actually not his match. What a pity. Huang Zhengjin's name will be removed from the rankings in the future. A Sea Flow realm cultivator fought a Qianyuan realm cultivator and even killed him. This child's talent is extraordinary. However, just as everyone was discussing, a figure forcefully broke through the barrier on the Swallow Cloud platform and arrived in front of Huang Zhengjin. Then, he extended his finger and the black slash shattered. It dissipated into the world. Yiqiubai's pupils dilated. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. It's the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. I heard that Huang Zhengjin is the disciple of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Huang Zhengjin was also slightly surprised. Then, he said weakly, "Thank you, Master." The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Yiqiubai and said, "Let's end it here." Yiqiubai frowned slightly and was not afraid of his identity at all. He said coldly, "The rules of the Swallow Cloud platform don't seem to allow others to interfere." Right. When the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall saw Yiqiubai retort, the coldness in his eyes intensified. He said, "It's enough. His Tao foundation has already been damaged. Then if he wants to kill me, will you save me and declare that it's enough?" The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall seemed to have lost his patience. He snorted coldly and waved his palm. Chapter 80 You're fated with Buddha. Chapter 80 You're fated with Buddha. In the eyes of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Yiqiubai was only a student of the Southern Region Division. So what if he was a prodigy? How many prodigies had perished during his lifetime? Moreover, Huang Zhengjin was his disciple, so he naturally had to protect him. It was impossible to watch him die at the hands of others. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall's attack was also unexpected. The Swallow Cloud platform was a place to resolve hatred and fight to the death. It was also a place personally supervised by the Law Enforcement Hall. As the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was a huge taboo to be so biased. Yiqiubai's eyes turned cold as he slashed out. This sword directly used peaceful mountains and rivers. The primordial sword scripture was released with all its might. The other party was a genuine Qianyuan realm expert. He was also on the ranking of the 4 regions. Yiqiubai didn't dare to underestimate it. However, even so, the sword light was still shattered by the palm print and landed on Yiqiubai. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Clearly, if he did not use the green cloud sword, it would still be too difficult for him to fight the experts on the ranking of the 4 regions. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was ranked 21st on the ranking of the 4 regions. Yiqiubai looked at the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall coldly and sneered. "This is the Law Enforcement Hall. Why did you set up the Law Enforcement Hall if you can break the rules as you please?" Everyone gasped hearing this. Even though they were not convinced, they would choose to swallow their anger in the face of such a powerful Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions. However, Yiqiubai didn't seem to have any worries. You wanted to say something, so he said it. When the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall heard this, he frowned and slapped out again. Even though killing Yiqiubai here would be bad for his reputation, however, it would be fine after a while. The strong were respected in this world after all. Rules, they were all created by experts. They would also be broken by experts. Seeing this, Yiqiubai's eyes turned ruthless and he wanted to pull out the green cloud sword again. At this moment, a sword light came from the sky and arrived in front of Yiqiubai. Then, he extended a finger. Finger force turned into sword kai. It shattered the palm print. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall looked at the person in front of Yiqiubai and his eyes narrowed. Shen Qingfeng was even more surprised. "Master, the person who came was the #1 sword cultivator of the Northern Region, the Supreme Elder of the Northern Region's Hidden Tao Academy, the Sea-Stabilizing Holy Cudgel." Yunjing was also ranked 6th on the ranking of the 4 regions. He was a sword ancestor. Yiqiubai was a great sword master now. Above the great sword master was the sword ancestor. Above the sword ancestor was the sword saint. Yunjing, why aren't you guarding the academy in the northern region? What are you doing in the central region? The hall master of the law enforcement hall narrowed his eyes and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Yunjing was expressionless. He looked at the hall master of the law enforcement hall and said coldly, Xu Shizhong, it seems that your personality still can't change. You're so arrogant. You'll bring disaster to the Hidden Dao Academy sooner or later. Xu Shizhong sneered and said, Why do you want to protect him? What's his crime? Yunjing asked. The rules on the Swallow Cloud platform were set by your law enforcement hall. Now, you want to break them yourself. Xu Shizhong. Oh Xu Shizhong. Aren't you afraid that my Hidden Dao Academy's reputation will be abandoned by outsiders? Yunjing's words were heart-wrenching. Xu Shizhong's expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Yunjing's strength far exceeded his after all. His status was far from what he, the hall master of the enforcement hall, could compare to. Yunjing turned to look at Yiqiubai and said, Do whatever you want. The sword of a sword cultivator cannot be bent. The heart of a sword cultivator cannot be stopped. Yunjing saw Yiqiubai's talent. In Yunjing's opinion, he had a chance to become a sword saint. It had been tens of thousands of years since a sword saint appeared in this world. He wanted to witness the birth of the sword saint. Yiqiubai nodded and looked at Huang Zhengjin. Then, he pulled out the dark demon sword and walked towards him step by step. With every step, the power of the sword intent would increase. His aura also became stronger and stronger at this moment. When Huang Zhengjin saw this scene, he knew that Yiqiubai would definitely come and kill him. He could not help but look at Xu Shizhong in front of him. Xu Shizhong's expression was ugly. He looked at Yiqiubai and said fiercely, Do you really want to be ruthless? Yiqiubai didn't reply. His aura was still increasing rapidly. Seeing this, Xu Shizhong could only take a step forward and prepare to attack. However, at this moment, Yunjing also arrived in front of Xu Shizhong and pointed at his glabella. At this moment, Yunjing's face was as cold as ice, and his voice was like the netherworld, making one's heart turn cold and fearful. If you dare to move, Xu Shizhong, I don't mind killing you on the spot to clean up the black sheep for the Hidden Dao Academy. The Hidden Dao Academy was originally responsible for imparting the Dao. There were even many rules. If the rules of the Swallow Cloud platform were casually broken, wouldn't the students question the academy? Once the students of an academy lost trust in it, how could it preach to the world? How could they continue widening their reputation? Xu Shizhong's actions undoubtedly touched Yunjing's bottom line. Sensing the killing intent in Yunjing's eyes, Xu Shizhong believed that as long as he dared to move, the sword sect in front of him would kill him without hesitation. Therefore, he could only watch Yiqiubai walk towards Huang Zhengjin step by step. At this moment, Huang Zhengjin was already unable to move because of the side effects of the blood ignition demon technique. He looked at Yiqiubai, who was walking over with his sword, and was about to say something. However, he also shut his mouth. The current him knew that it was useless no matter what he said. After all, the two of them were opposites. The two sides were already in a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. He could only close his eyes. Yiqiubai walked in front of Huang Zhengjin with a monstrous sword intent and slashed down. There was no hesitation. It pierced through Huang Zhengjin's glabella. There was no aura left at all. Huang Zhengjin was dead. Xu Shizhong's expression was extremely ugly when he saw this. He snorted coldly and flew away. Seeing this, Yunjing put down his hand and looked at Yiqiubai. Cultivate well. With that, he glared at Jian Kaomian. Jian Kaomian. He knew what his master's gaze meant. Look at Yiqiubai. Then look at you. What a disappointing fellow. At this moment, Yunjing appeared beside a middle-aged man in midair. I didn't expect you to think so highly of him. Yunjing looked at the middle-aged man and nodded. This child is a natural sword cultivator. He's the only person who can step into that realm, let alone someone from my Hidden Dao Academy. I naturally have to protect him. However, Dean, you were here just now, right? Why didn't you stop Yiqiubai? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Xu Shizhong has indeed gone too far. He's no longer suitable to be the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Moreover, The middle-aged man was even more afraid of the person behind Yikyubai, that mysterious master. What kind of person was he to be able to nurture such a disciple? Yun Jing, why don't you come back to the main academy and be the hall master of the law enforcement hall? Forget it. One still want to be free. At the same time, in a huge mountain village in the southern region, Ning Chengsen was about to leave the village when a bald monk suddenly appeared in front of him. Benefactor, you are fated with Buddha. Do you want to go to the Clear Heart Temple with me? Chapter 81 The Era of the Great Battle. Chapter 81 The Era of the Great Battle. Fated with Buddha. Ning Chengsen looked at the monk in a kasaya in front of him and did not think too much about it. He shook his head and rejected. I'm sorry. I already have a sect. When the old monk heard this, he was not angry. His eyes were closed and he had a kind smile on his face. He continued to persuade him. Benefactor, your Buddhist affinity is very deep. You can only save the world with Buddhism by returning to the Clear Mind Temple with me. Ning Chengsen shook his head even after hearing this. The old monk smiled and said, Benefactor, why are you shaking your head? Ning Chengsen replied, the path of the great Tao leads to the same destination. Buddhism is also a Tao. Why do I have to go to the Clear Mind Temple to save the world? The old monk said, the Clear Mind Temple has always taken it upon themselves to spread Buddhist thoughts. And Buddhist thought is more suitable for today's chaotic world. Now that the era of the great battle is about to arrive, I'm afraid only our Buddhist sect can save the common people from the disasters. The era of the great battle. Ning Chengsen was puzzled. What is the era of the great battle? The old monk did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, Buddha said that I can't say it. Ning Chengsen shook his head. To him, everyone had their own Tao, just like this monk who believed in the great Tao of the Buddhist sect. There was nothing wrong with that. Then, he bowed slightly to the old monk and wanted to leave to the next place to continue to preach. Seeing this, the old monk did not ask him to stay anymore. He shook his head and sighed. What a pity. He was originally the most suitable person to inherit the position of son of Buddha. But his thoughts were different. I could only give up. With that, he disappeared on the spot as if he had not appeared. At this moment, Qin Tianan arrived in the cottage, looking at Lu Changsheng who was lying on the bamboo chair weakly. She couldn't help but say helplessly, don't you think it's a waste to do this every day? Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and said weakly, I think it's even more wasteful to teach them. All right, sit down. I have something to tell you. Lu Changsheng didn't move. He closed his eyes and said, tell me. Seeing this, Qin Tianan couldn't do anything to him. He could only say resentfully, something happened to Yi Qiubai at the main academy. Something happened. Lu Changsheng became slightly energetic and asked, who did that kid provoke again? Qin Tianan looked a little angry as he recounted the entire incident. In the end, it was also Senior Yun who saved Yi Qiubai. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng collapsed again and said, I'm fine. Qin Tianan walked forward and pinched Lu Changsheng's ear. He said angrily, you, Senior Yun saved Yi Qiubai. As Yi Qiubai's master, shouldn't you thank him? Okay. Lu Changsheng hurriedly stood up and said speechlessly, Go. Let me rest for a while. Go over now. H. Roman 2. Seeing how angry Qin Tianan was, Lu Changsheng could only nod and say, I'll go now. Qin Tianan looked in the direction of the northern region and shook his head. This kid. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Changsheng appeared in front of Qin Tianan again. He scratched his head and said, Uncle Qin, where is the Hidden Tao Academy of the northern region? Qin Tianan pointed out the direction for Lu Changsheng. Only then did Lu Changsheng leave. Qin Tianan said helplessly, why does this kid look so unreliable? On the other side, in the Sunset Monarchy, presently, in the palace hall, Huang Tanaming and the king, Huang Yidong, were there. Is the news true? Huang Tanaming's expression was gloomy as he nodded and said, it's true. Huang Jingjin died at Yi Qiubai's hands. Hearing this, Huang Yidong nodded as well and looked at Huang Tanaming with dissatisfaction. He killed Jingjin with the strength of the sea flow realm. Similarly, He also killed Tan Zun, who was an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions. It can be said that Ye Qiubai has already shown his edge. Hearing Huang Yidong's emotionless words, Huang Taniming could not help but tremble. He knew that his father was already angry. Huang Taniming immediately knelt down and cupped his fists. Father, give me a little more time, I'll definitely kill Ye Qiubai. Time. Huang Yidong turned around and looked at Huang Taniming, who was kneeling on the ground. He said coldly, I've already given you a lot of time, but you've disappointed me too much. Ye Qiubai has already become powerful. Not only is the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region behind him, he also has the support of the sword sects Yunjing. Moreover, I'm afraid the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy is also supporting him now. Hearing this, Huang Taniming was shocked. Main academy, how was this possible? Huang Yidong's eyes were filled with disappointment. You can't even understand this. Since Ye Qiubai can kill Huang Jingjin in front of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Zhu Shizhong, it means that the main academy is more biased towards Ye Qiubai. It can also be said that those people have already acknowledged Ye Qiubai's talent. Hearing this, Huang Taniming's face turned pale. If what Huang Yidong said was true, then the possibility of him killing Ye Qiubai would be infinitely close to zero. Not only did he have the support of the sword sects Yunjing, but he also received the favor of the main academy. One had to know that the strength of the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy far surpassed the Sunset Monarchy. Even Huang Yidong did not dare to offend them. So what should one do? Huang Taniming felt helpless. Huang Yidong looked at Huang Taniming and sighed. It's impossible to seek peace now. Don't worry about it. Let me handle it. Hearing this, Huang Taniming did not feel lucky. Instead, his face turned even paler. He knew that his father had given up on him. These repeated failures had already made him lose his status in Huang Yidong's heart. His identity as the next successor of the country was probably hanging by a thread. At the same time, in the courtyard, when Jian Chan heard this news, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when she thought of her current relationship with Ye Qiubai, she revealed a worried expression. On the other side, Han Ying was in a mountain. Deep inside this place was filled with mountain spirit Kai. It was the core of the mountain. This mountain was formed by the ancient mountain sage after all. Han Ying looked at the extremely weak soul in front of her. Her soul alternated between reality and illusion. Your Majesty, the era of great battle will begin soon. Please gather all your old subordinates before that and rebuild the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Only then can we fight the heaven fighting path again. The heavenly Tao had collapsed. If she wanted to leave this world and go to a higher place, she could only use the heavenly road. The person guarding the heavenly road was incomparably powerful. The Cloud Phoenix Empire was destroyed when they fought on the heavenly road. Han Ying had to seize this opportunity now that the great battle was about to begin again. Chapter 82 Chapter 82 You just want more. Chapter 82 You just want more. While it was now ranked second, its foundation was still solid. Their overall strength was still stronger than the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy. The top combatants were also more powerful than the southern region. For example, Yunjing was ranked 6th on the ranking of the 4 regions. However, now, there was a forbidden area of the academy in the back mountain of the northern region's Hidden Dao Academy. No one could enter unless the Dean and the Supreme Elder approved. This was also Yunjing's place of cultivation. Yunjing sat cross-legged beside a waterfall. After a full 15 minutes, a sword intent erupted from Yunjing's body. He suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Strands of sword light shot out from his eyes. Immediately, a huge rock in front of him was hit by this sword light. The huge rock shattered into pieces instantly. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Yunjing. Yunjing was shocked. He immediately raised his sword and pointed it at the man, slashing out. The man did not expect the other party to attack directly. He flicked his finger and a finger force turned into a sword that landed on Yunjing's shoulder. When this strike landed on Yunjing's shoulder, his hand that was holding the sword instantly trembled and the sword left his hand. This shocked Yunjing. Not many people could do this with his current strength. Moreover, he felt that he could not resist with just a flick of the other party's finger. Would he still be a match for him if he attacked with all his might? Yunjing couldn't help but think this way, hence he asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man exhaled and said, "I'm here to thank you." "Thank me?" Yunjing put away his sword and said with a puzzled expression, "I don't remember having any relationship with you. Yi Qiubai is my disciple." It was Lu Changsheng. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng felt a little uncomfortable. He said helplessly, "Thank you for taking care of Yi Qiubai." Hearing this, Yunjing finally understood, but he was also shocked. Yi Qiubai's master, he had long wanted to meet him. He was definitely not ordinary to be able to teach a disciple with such outstanding talent and temperament. Yunjing immediately cupped his fists and said, "Senior, you're being too serious. Yi Qiubai isn't just my disciple's benefactor. He helped him comprehend sword intent. His talent and character are even better. That's why one wanted to help him. Senior, do I look that old?" On the other hand, Yunjing looks like an old man. He was probably much older than him. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng said helplessly, "It's necessary to thank you. What do you want, or do you need me to do anything?" When Yunjing heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "No need. No need. Helping Yi Qiubai is purely me helping him. Senior, you also know that sword cultivators do things for their own good." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was unhappy. He did not want to owe anyone a favor. If he had a favor, he had to return it immediately. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even more troublesome if he formed karma in the future? As far as Lu Changsheng was concerned, as long as there was anything that threatened his life, he would definitely put an end to it. For example, not owing anyone a favor. Lu Changsheng said with a serious expression, "No, one have to thank you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Why don't I give you some pills?" With that, Lu Changsheng threw a jade bottle to Yunjing. There were 5 pills in them, and every single one of them emitted an extremely ancient aura. It was extremely terrifying. Yunjing couldn't help but be shocked. He had never seen these medicinal pills before. At the same time, none of the medicinal pills he knew could compare to the aura given by Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng said, "These pills can recover the spiritual Kai in your body in an instant. Are these useful to you?" Recover spiritual Kai in an instant. Yunjing was stunned. It was more than useful. It was simply too useful. It could save his life in a critical life and death situation. Yunjing immediately waved his hand and said, "This is too expensive. I can't take it." Lu Changsheng was stunned. "Not enough. Right. Then I'll carve another array formation for you." With that said, he flipped his palm and array flags appeared around the waterfall. In an instant, an array formation appeared. Instantly, the spiritual Kai in the northern regions seemed to have thinned a little. In the array formation, the spiritual Kai seemed to have become thick. Yunjing only took a breath and felt that his cultivation speed had increased several times. Sensing this change, Yunjing couldn't help but look terrified. Was this an array? What kind of array could have such a terrifying effect? Even the defensive array formation of their northern region hidden Dao Academy was probably incomparable. Right. Only Lu Changsheng knew that this array was actually a simplified version of the cottage's spirit gathering array. "Senior, this is too precious. I can't take it." "What do you mean you don't want it? You just want more?" Lu Changsheng asked anxiously. "Isn't this enough?" Yunjing said in a daze. "It's not that it's not enough, but there's really no need." "Senior, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted." Yunjing was already very good at being able to maintain his composure in the face of this heaven-defying pill and array formation. However, seeing Lu Changsheng's determined look, Yunjing could only sigh and say, "Senior, there's something about the sword Dao that I haven't understood yet. You can explain it to me." Yunjing was afraid that if he didn't agree, Lu Changsheng would bring out something shocking. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was stunned. "Why don't you take these?" Sword Dao, what did he know about it? "Sure. Ask away." Yunjing was delighted and said, "Senior, 111 demonstrate it to you first." Then, before Lu Changsheng could say anything, Yunjing took out his sword and began to demonstrate the cultivation technique he cultivated. The first move was to use the body as a sword. The second move was to use his eyes as a sword. In other words, it was the sword eye. As for the third move, it used the heart as a sword. Yunjing couldn't comprehend it for a long time. This also caused his cultivation technique to stagnate. After the demonstration, Yunjing looked at Lu Changsheng with anticipation in his eyes and said, "Senior, do you have a solution?" Solution, how would one know? But using his heart as a sword, isn't this a conflict with the previous move of using his eyes as a sword? The scene he saw with his heart was definitely different from what he saw with his eyes. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and tried to ask, "Do you want to give up using your eyes as a sword?" "Give up using my eyes as a sword." Then, he seemed to have thought of something. With a solemn expression, he immediately sat down cross-legged. A day passed. Yunjing's aura rose. He did not open his eyes, but the sword intent kept wantonly in this space. At this moment, Yunjing could feel the changes in everything in the world even without opening his eyes. The sword would instantly arrive with just a thought. This was the heart sword. Using the heart as a sword. Chapter 83 The Woman at the Foot of the Dayasikar Mountain. Chapter 83 The Woman at the Foot of the Dayasikar Mountain. Yunjing was enlightened. When he heard Lu Changsheng's words, he abandoned the sword eye. He used his heart to feel the sword, and this method was nothing more than rebuilding after destruction. He just rambled something casual. How did he manage to comprehend it? Is my mouth really that good? Yunjing opened his eyes at this moment, and they were clear. Then, he walked up to Lu Changsheng with a solemn expression and cupped his fist respectfully. "Thank you, Senior." One had to know that he had already stopped on this cultivation technique for an unknown period of time. Now, under Lu Changsheng's guidance, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he admired Lu Changsheng even more. This sentence enlightened him. How strong was his understanding and strength of the sword Dao, as expected of the person who taught a disciple like Yi Qiubai. Lu Changsheng was dumbfounded when he saw the admiration in Yunjing's eyes. "All right, since I've achieved my goal, I'll leave first." Lu Changsheng wanted to go back and sleep for a while. Hearing this, Yunjing hurriedly said, "Let me send you off, Senior." No need. With that, Lu Changsheng disappeared. Yunjing couldn't help but sigh watching Lu Changsheng leave. No wonder Yi Qiubai rejected me back then. With that, Yunjing walked towards the dean of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy. After arriving here, Wu Desi couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yunjing. "Elder Yun, why are you here?" Normally, Yunjing would not come here. There was only the sword Dao in his heart after all. He was not interested in things like the School of Management. Yunjing looked at Wu Desi and reminded him, "In the future, if anything happens to Yi Qiubai, you have to help if you can." Wu Desi was stunned. Yi Qiubai, why is Elder Yun so concerned about this kid? In Wu Desi's eyes, Yi Qiubai was nothing more than an extremely talented young man. Wu Desi wouldn't mind helping out if it was within his ability. It was beneficial for them to befriend such a talented young man after all. However, Yunjing's tone was more inclined to help if he could. If he couldn't help, he had to bite the bullet. This puzzled Wu Desi. Yunjing said indifferently, "Don't worry so much. You just have to remember that if you help Yi Qiubai, our Hidden Dao Academy will have a fortuitous encounter." With that, Yunjing left. When Wu Desi heard this, his eyes were solemn. Even though he did not hear a reason, Wu Desi still believed Yunjing's words without a doubt. Another half a month passed, and Yi Qiubai's ranking in the Land of 100 Refinements rose again. He arrived at the 5th place at a shocking speed. At this moment, Yi Qiubai could already challenge a Qianyuan realm magical beast on the 40th level, even though the beast was only at the beginner stage Qianyuan realm. However, Yi Qiubai was only at intermediate stage sea flow realm. If he wanted to enter the 41st floor, he had to challenge the cave entrance guards. Yi Qiubai was not in a hurry. Instead, he walked out of the Land of 100 Refinements. He needed to absorb some of the insights from the past few days. Some things could not be rushed. Just like his Dao Foundation, Yi Qiubai could break through to the late-stage Kaisi realm at any time. But he could suppress it. He wanted to build a more stable Dao Foundation. Only then could he go further. I wonder if my current points are enough to enter the Dayasikar Mountain. Yi Qiubai currently had 230 points. It included the ranking reward and the reward for killing magical beasts. He wanted to enter the Diasaking Mountain and use this to consolidate his comprehension. Under the guidance of others, Yiqiubai arrived at a forest. It was said that at the end of the forest was the Diasaking Mountain, and this forest was filled with fog. He couldn't even see his fingers. Yiqiubai walked forward according to the route. Gradually, the fog in front of him began to slowly fade. In a small courtyard, as Yiqiubai walked forward, he gradually appeared in front of him. Behind the small courtyard was a mountain, even though the mountaintop did not look special. If one sensed it carefully, one could sense faint obscure Tao insight flowing. Clearly, it was the Diasaking Mountain. However, there was actually a small courtyard under the Diasaking Mountain. Who could live here? Yiqiubai shook his head and didn't care. He walked towards the Diasaking Mountain. There was a small stream between the small courtyard and the Diasaking Mountain. The stream was extremely clear. Just as Yiqiubai was about to leap over, he saw a white-haired woman not far away. The woman's appearance did not seem like a mortal woman. Her clear and bright pupils and curved eyebrows, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fair and flawless skin revealed a faint pink color. Her thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. However, there were layers of ice fog around the woman. When the woman's jade feet gently touched the water surface, the stream instantly froze. This made Yiqiubai a little curious. He slowly walked over. What kind of physique could do this? The white-haired woman discovered Yiqiubai walking over and said sweetly, "Don't come over, or you'll be in danger." Danger? What danger could there be if he only approached her? The white-haired woman clearly saw Yiqiubai's confusion. There was a hint of bitterness on her face as she said, "It's because of my physique. Anyone and anything that approaches me will instantly be frozen into ice and lose their life." Yiqiubai was slightly shocked. What kind of physique was this to be so domineering? However, he saw the endless worry between the white-haired woman's eyebrows and could not help but say, "Then you must be living a lonely life." Right. After saying this, Yiqiubai was shocked. Normally, he would not care about a woman he did not know, let alone say such a thing. However, this white-haired woman was different. Something in her body seemed to be attracting him. Loneliness. Hearing Yiqiubai's words, the white-haired woman was stunned. She stroked her long hair by her ear and said, "I'm used to it." "Then what are you doing by the river?" The white-haired woman looked at the water that had frozen because of her. There was a small fish in the water. Her face was slightly red and a little shy. She pointed at the frozen fish and said, "I just want to eat grilled fish. But my physique can't start a fire." Hearing this, Yiqiubai couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at?" Yiqiubai shook his head and walked over. "Hey, don't come over. You'll die if you do this." Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Try. If it doesn't work." 111 Retreat. With that, Yiqiubai walked towards the white-robed woman step by step. Slowly, he walked into the ice fog. At this moment, there was actually an endless aura around Yiqiubai that enveloped him and isolated the ice fog. Chapter 84 Diasaking Mountain. Sword Edge. Chapter 84 Diasaking Mountain. Sword Edge. The primordial sword scripture contained the will of endless life. It was this endless will that isolated the layers of ice fog, but Yiqiubai did not feel cold at all. The white-haired woman's mouth opened slightly when she saw the scene. She said in a daze, "How did you do it?" Only a powerful person could barely approach her. However, he would still be affected. The dean of the headquarters was ranked third on the ranking of the 4 regions. When he approached her, his movements would be affected. However, Yiqiubai acted as if nothing had happened. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Because my cultivation technique is special." "Right, special cultivation technique." Yiqiubai nodded and looked at the frozen fish. "You said you want to eat grilled fish." The white-haired woman looked at Yiqiubai and nodded, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Yiqiubai thought for a moment and squatted down. His hand was covered in the will of endless life. Then, he grabbed the frozen fish and built a fire. Of course, the fire was also enveloped by Yiqiubai's aura and was not affected by the white ice fog. Yiqiubai peeled off the fish scales. He took out his internal organs. Then, he took out bottles and jars from his storage ring. These seasonings were all personally made by his master: soy sauce, cumin powder. After these days of cooking for his master, Ikyubai had also figured out these seasonings. Do you know how to do it? The white-haired woman's sweet voice came from beside him. Hearing this, Ikyubai smiled and said, "Wait to eat." After dealing with the fish, he placed it on the fire and roasted it. The white-haired woman saw this scene and squatted down beside the fire. She rested her chin on her hands and blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes were like small fans that swept along with the closing of her eyes. After a while, a fragrance spread. The white-haired woman's eyes seemed to light up as if she had smelled something. Her tone was a little anxious as she said, "How much longer, how much longer?" Ikyubai saw that it was about time, so he handed the fish to her. "Here, eat." The white-haired woman took it with both hands and looked at the steaming grilled fish. She took a bite impatiently. "It's hot." Ikyubai couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. "Eat slowly. No one is snatching it from you." The white-haired woman exhaled and said, "It's delicious. One haven't eaten anything hot in a long time." Hearing this, Ikyubai couldn't help but be stunned. Hen. He thought of the problem with the white-haired woman's physique and could not help but fail silent. "You should have also reached the Inedia realm, right?" The white-haired woman blushed slightly and said, "I've indeed reached the Inedia realm, but I still like to eat, especially those hot things. But it's been a long time since I've eaten, so thank you very much." Looking at the white-haired woman's grateful gaze, Ikyubai smiled. "If you want to eat it in the future, just look for me." When the white-haired woman heard this, her face lit up, but it immediately dimmed. "I can't go out casually. I have to have the ore of the Daya-seeking mountain to suppress this ice fog." Ikyubai glanced at the Daya-seeking mountain in front of him and said, "It's fine. Then send me a message if you want to eat it. I'll come and make it for you." "Really?" The white-haired woman nodded vigorously. "Are you going to the Daya-seeking mountain?" The white-robed woman said, "You're a sword cultivator. Right, then remember to go behind the sword edge when you enter. There's a stone wall there. There's a sword Dao comprehension recorded on it. Whether you can obtain it depends on your luck." Ikyubai was stunned. "You know the Daya-seeking mountain very well." The white-haired woman smiled. "Of course. Go quickly." Then, the two of them exchanged names. Ikyubai learned that the white-haired woman's name was Musaking. "I wonder if the master can resolve her physique problem." It shouldn't be a problem. After all, one feel that there's nothing master doesn't know. He'll go back and ask when the time comes. They arrived at the foot of Daya-seeking mountain. At this point, Ikyubai could sense a faint restriction barrier. If he barged in, he would probably be blasted to pieces by this restriction barrier. His place was not heavily guarded. Here was only an old man sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. Ikyubai walked forward and cupped his fists respectfully. "Senior, Ikyubai of the Southern Region's Hidden Dao Academy wants to enter the Daya-seeking mountain to cultivate." The old man extended his hand. He didn't say anything. Ikyubai was stunned before he reacted, and handed the point accumulation stone to the old man. The old man swiped 1 to 50 points on it and threw it to Ikyubai. "The time limit is half a day. After the time passes, it will be automatically teleported out." After saying that, he fell silent again. "Only half a day for 1 to 50 points." Ikyubai shook his head slightly and bowed again before walking into the Daya-seeking mountain. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes slightly. A great sword master with a mysterious cultivation technique and good talent. Looks like there's a good seedling in the academy. Looks like the great battle is really coming. With that, she closed her eyes again. In the Daya-seeking mountain, Ikyubai felt the aura inside, regardless of whether it was a flower, a blade of grass, a tree, or a leaf. They all flowed with a Dao insight. Ikyubai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the people from the main academy were so much stronger than the people from the southern region. Ikyubai didn't stay here. Instead, he ran towards the sword edge Musaking mentioned. Ikyubai only focused on the sword Dao. To him, the sword Dao was his cultivation path. If one cultivated the sword Dao to the peak stage, they could also step onto the peak. Just as Yiqiubai was thinking this, the green cloud sword seemed to have let out a sword cry. At the same time, the aura of the sword Dao silently flowed in Yiqiubai's body. However, Yiqiubai didn't feel any of this. The edge of the sword, just as its name suggested, the entire mountain peak shot into the sky like a sword. Yiqiubai stepped in and felt a sharp intent. This was sword intent. Yiqiubai was slightly shocked and continued walking forward. Here was a stone wall on the back. A man stood with his sword in his arms and looked at the stone wall in front of him for a long time without moving. Even when Yiqiubai walked over, he did not waver at all. Seeing this person, Yiqiubai didn't disturb him and also looked at the stone wall. Here were no special words or paintings on the stone wall. There were only sword marks one after another, deep and shallow. Every sword mark contained a sword intent of different strength. It was as if it was eternal. Yiqiubai looked at the sword marks and closed his eyes. In the sword mark, the sword intent seemed to have begun to flow towards Yiqiubai. Sword intent surrounded Yiqiubai layer by layer like threads. His abnormal movement made the man beside him look over. His eyes were filled with shock. Yiqiubai didn't know this either. Lu Chengsheng didn't know until now that this was the effect of the chaos essence sword body working. Chapter 85 Sword Domain. Chapter 85 Sword Domain. Daya-seeking Mountain. It was said that there was a huge secret about sword cultivators hidden here. Even the people of the hidden sword sect did not hesitate to pay a huge price to enter the Daya-seeking Mountain to comprehend the sword edgestone wall. At that time, the previous principal of the main courtyard had discussed conditions with the sect master of the hidden sword sect. The conditions are as follows. Every 10 years, the hidden sword sect could send a disciple here to comprehend the sword edge and stone wall. At the same time, the Hidden Dao Academy could also send a disciple to the hidden sword sect, sword tomb, to comprehend the will of the ancestors. Sword tomb. When generations of experts of the hidden sword sect died, their swords would return to the sword tomb. The remaining sword intent and sword Dao comprehension were all things that sword cultivators sought in their lives. Furthermore, according to the rumors, there was a sword saint realm sword in the hidden sword sect sword tomb. This was also one of the reasons why countless sword cultivators yearned for the hidden sword sect. At this moment, beside Yiqiubai, the man with the sword was also attracted by this abnormality and looked over. His eyes were filled with surprise. One had to know that he had been comprehending in this place for 3 days. There were no abnormal movements either. His comprehension of the sword Dao became deeper. However, it definitely didn't trigger such a change like Yiqiubai. The sword intent contained in the sword mark on the stone wall seemed to be attracted by Yiqiubai and flowed towards him. At this moment, Yiqiubai closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, an old man appeared. Oh, it's been so long. Finally, someone suitable for my inheritance has appeared. Yiqiubai looked at the old man and asked, "Is that stone wall the inheritance left behind by Senior?" The old man stroked his white beard. Even though his figure was ethereal, his eyes were extremely lively. Yiqiubai only looked over and felt a sword intent flowing within. That's right. I just didn't expect so much time to pass. Yiqiubai asked, "Then where is Senior now?" Hearing this, the old man smiled and shook his head. "After that battle back then, one have long died. What's left here is just a remnant will." That battle back then. He recalled what had happened in the blood prison mystic realm. What the heavenly demon sword saint said to him. What exactly happened in that battle. There would be so many experts who would die one after another and their inheritances would be extinct. The old man seemed to have seen Yiqiubai's confusion and explained. Back then, the heavenly Dao collapsed. If you want to step into a higher realm, you have to enter a higher universe. If you want to leave this world, you have to fight on the heavenly road. But how can the heavenly road be so easy to cross back then? The Cloud Phoenix Empire gathered all the experts of the continent and launched an unprecedented general attack on the heavenly road. But it ended in failure. And it was that battle that caused countless experts to die. That includes me. The heavenly Dao collapsed. Conquering the heavenly road. Yiqiubai was puzzled. The old man looked at Yi Qiubai and said, "It's normal for you not to understand this relationship. After all, your current realm is not enough to reach this secret. When you reach my realm, you'll naturally understand." In the eyes of the heavenly road and the people outside, we're just a group of ants. Yi Qiubai asked, "How strong were the people on the road that day?" Hearing this, the old man sighed and said with a solemn expression in his eyes, "I feel that one can't resist them at all." The old man in front of him could not even resist the heavenly road. What about Master? So far, Yi Qiubai couldn't see through his master's strength. "Alright, you'll know all of this in the future." The old man waved his hand and said, "Since this will of mine has already appeared, it won't exist for long. Accept as much as you can. Moreover, I can sense the aura of the heavenly demon sword saint on you. You should have already cultivated the heavenly demon sword technique." "Right. In that case, there's no need to learn my sword technique. When the heavenly demon sword technique is cultivated to the extreme, its power is not weak." At this point, the old man's illusory figure actually became solid at this moment. With a flip of his palm, sword intent crisscrossed in Yi Qiubai's sea of consciousness. With the old man as the center, it enveloped the surroundings. Yi Qiubai was under the sword intent. It was as if the surroundings were filled with threats. As long as he moved slightly, he would be destroyed by the sword intent that filled the sky. The old man chuckled and said, "Since you don't lack sword techniques, I'll teach you this technique. I spent my life, and my entire life comprehending the sword Tao to create this technique in my later years. A domain formed by countless sword intent. In this domain, all enemies can't hide. His sword intent will also move according to your will, making the enemy unable to guard against it. I call it the sword domain." Yi Qiubai's heart skipped a beat. If he used the sword domain when facing enemies, the enemy still had to be wary of the attack of the sword domain. Its power was even more endless. If the enemy was not careful, they would be destroyed in this sword domain. The old man's eyes were filled with pride as he said, "How much you can comprehend next will depend on yourself." With that, the old man disappeared. However, the sword domain still existed. At the same time, information about the sword domain flowed into Yi Qiubai's mind. Yi Qiubai began to comprehend. In the outside world, Yi Qiubai's body also emitted a shocking change. The sword intent actually shot into the sky and sang. The man holding the sword looked at this scene with surprise in his eyes. Could it be that this is an inheritance left behind in the stone wall? Who is this person? The moment he arrived, he caused a commotion on the stone wall. Now, he was even accepting the inheritance, which surprised the man. However, he didn't interrupt Yi Qiubai or continue to comprehend. Now, the sword intent on the stone wall had already disappeared. What was left behind was just an ordinary sword mark. At this moment, at the foot of the Diaseking mountain, the old man opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his turbid eyes. "Oh, interesting. Looks like that kid has a good opportunity." After saying that, he transmitted his voice from afar and said in a direction, "Give the spot to the kid from the Southern Region Division." At this moment, on the peak of the main courtyard, this was where the principal was. Hearing the old man's voice transmission, the principal was stunned, but he did not question the old man's decision. He nodded and said, 111 arrange it. The sword edge of the Diaseking mountain. There was still time for an incense stick to burn. Yi Qiubai opened his eyes at this moment. Sword intents erupted. It kept revolving around him. The man at the side was also surrounded by this sword intent. "Is this an inheritance?" Yi Qiubai shouted softly, and the sword intent domain immediately erupted. Everything around him was cut apart by the sword intent storm at this moment. Among them, the man was not attacked by the sword domain. Yi Qiubai was quite satisfied when he saw this. He put away his sword domain and looked at the man holding the sword. When the man with the sword saw this, he took the initiative to step forward and say, "Hidden Sword Sect, Yang Feng." Yi Qiubai replied with his identity. On the other side, in a vast wilderness, in front of Hong Ying was a dilapidated city. The city walls were extremely damaged. However, the two words engraved on the city gate were still clear. Yun Huan, Chapter 86 Chapter 86 Yun Huan's old site. Chapter 86 Yun Huan's Old Site. This place was once the former site of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Han Ying looked at the ruins in front of her with a trace of determination in her eyes. Once upon a time, the Cloud Phoenix Empire was the ruler of this mainland and there was no other. After gathering all the forces and fighting on the heavenly road, the Cloud Phoenix Empire and even the entire continent suffered a fatal blow. Countless sects, families, and secret races had perished. Experts died one after another. The inheritance was annihilated in the long river of history. However, Han Ying did not regret fighting on the heavenly road. At that time, this continent's strength had already reached the peak and its realm could no longer break through. If they did not conquer the heavenly road and head to a higher world, they could only wait for time to pass until they died of old age. And who among cultivators did not pursue eternal life? Who would be willing to die of old age like this? Han Ying was indignant. The other sects and secret races were also unwilling. This was why there was a battle on the heavenly road, a war against the heavenly road guardian with the strength of the entire continent. Beside Han Ying, Yun Ming said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 9 Heavens tribe is only missing one person. Well, gather all of them." The last person in the 9 Heavens tribe was the person who led the Yunwang Imperial Guards. Similarly, it was also ranked 3rd in the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Cloud Battle. He was second only to Han Ying and the Imperial Preceptor. As for Yun Zhan, his body was destroyed in the battle on the heavenly road. Due to the special cultivation technique, its soul was still guarding the old site of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. It was the ruins in front of him. Han Ying said, "Let's go. Follow me in." Yiqiubai had already been forcefully teleported out by the Dea-seeking mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, the old man was still lying on the bamboo chair. Yiqiubai bowed to the old man and prepared to leave. "Go to Middle Peak. The dean is looking for you." Yiqiubai was stunned when he heard this. Then, he nodded and left. When he passed by the stream, Yiqiubai walked to the small courtyard. Mu Ziking seemed to have sensed Yiqiubai's arrival. She opened the courtyard door and smiled. "Did you gain anything?" Yiqiubai nodded and said, "I've gained a lot. One have to thank Miss Mu." Then, he said, 111 Ask Master when the time comes. He should have a solution. "Your master." Mu Ziking tilted her head and said, "But one have this physique. Even my parents can't do anything about it. They can only suppress it for the time being." Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Master's ability is extraordinary. He should have a way." Immediately after, Yiqiubai said that the dean was looking for him for something and left. Mu Ziking couldn't help but smile bitterly as she watched Yiqiubai leave. Her family members were also very capable. Even all the forces in the central region could not compare to her family. However, even they could not do anything. What could Yiqiubai's master do? However, Mu Ziking did not say anything. All these years, she had long accepted her fate. He shook his head and returned to the small courtyard. He arrived at Middle Peak. No one stopped Yiqiubai along the way. He walked all the way to the entrance of a hall. However, just as he reached the door, the director's voice came from inside. "Yiqiubai, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Yiqiubai walked in and looked at the director who was dealing with the matter. He asked, "Dean, why are you looking for me?" The director didn't even look up. He chuckled and said, "Why can't I look for you for no reason?" Yiqiubai was neither humble nor arrogant as he replied, "One don't know the dean. He definitely isn't looking for me to chat." Hearing this, the director raised his head and carefully sized up Yiqiubai. As the 3rd on the ranking of the 4 regions, all the juniors would be abnormally reserved when they saw him. Otherwise, he would have been oppressed by that invisible might. He couldn't even stand straight. On the other hand, Yiqiubai, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was not nervous at all. His back was still straight. The dean nodded slightly and said, "There's indeed something. You should have heard of the Hidden Sword Sect." "Right, Hidden Sword Sect." When Yiqiubai arrived in the central region, he had heard Qin Tanan mention it. It was the place that sword cultivators in the world respected the most. Our Hidden Dao Academy had a deal with the Hidden Sword Sect. Every 10 years, We will send a disciple to each other's sect's mystic realm to cultivate. The Hidden Tao Academy's mystic realm is the Diaseeking Mountain. You should have already seen that disciple of the Hidden Sword sect. It was the man holding the sword. His name was Liang Feng. The dean continued. He was sent over by the Hidden Sword sect this time. And we haven't sent anyone over this time. Yikubai's heart skipped a beat. In that case, the dean called me here for this. The dean nodded and praised. Not bad. Since you've already comprehended the secrets of the sword edge and stone wall, your talent is naturally excellent. Therefore, we've decided to send you over. Yikubai was a little tempted. The Hidden Sword sect was the holy land for sword cultivators in the world. As a sword cultivator, Yikubai naturally wanted to see it. But I am a disciple of the Southern Region Division. The dean waved his hand and said, the Southern Region branch is also a part of my Hidden Tao Academy. Right. All right. Tell me, how much do you know about the Sword Tomb? I don't know. Seeing this, the dean told him what had happened in the Sword Tomb. It contains the Sword Saint's inheritance. I sent you over because one hope you can obtain that inheritance. Of course. After obtaining the inheritance, you don't have to give the inheritance you comprehend to the academy. All right. You can leave now. Well, set off in 2 days. After Yikubai left, a figure slowly walked out from behind the dean. Dean. The spot was originally given to Guanzanian. Now that it's changed to Yikubai, will it be bad? The dean continued to lean against the table and said calmly, what's wrong with that? He's just unconvinced. If you're not convinced, go and prove that you have this talent and strength. The cultivation world has always been like this. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you'll be eliminated. What's wrong with that? The figure looked worried. But, no buts. The dean interrupted him and looked in the direction of the Daeseker mountain. He sighed. Elder Mu has personally spoken. If you have any objections, go look for Elder Mu. Hearing this, that person's expression changed drastically. Elder Mu. The old man's strength was like a mystery. No one had ever seen him fight. He only knew that the Supreme Elder had given an order to everyone. He could not provoke Elder Mu. Whatever requests Elder Mu had, he had to fulfill them. At the thought of this, the figure could only nod helplessly. All right, I'll tell Guanzanian. The dean nodded and said, go. After thinking for a moment, he said, Guanzanian is allowed to enter the Daeseking mountain and cultivate for 3 days, as compensation. Understood. Chapter 87 Fighting Guanzanian. Chapter 87 Fighting Guanzanian. The quota was set. The news that Yikubai had replaced Guanzanian and headed to the Hidden Sword sect's Sword Tomb mystic realm spread throughout the entire academy. Yikubai, that person from Ri's Southern Region Division. That's right. It's that ruthless person who rushed to the 5th place in the land of 100 refinements in a short period of time. However, there's still a gap between him and Senior Brother Guan. Right, you have to know that Senior Brother Guan is currently the first in the 100 refinements land. Now, he has even come to the 47th level. There's only 2 more floors to the bottom. On the other hand, even though Yikubai's speed is very fast, he's still only on the 40th floor. Right. In terms of qualifications, Yikubai is indeed inferior to Senior Brother Guan. 11. Shen Qingfeng and the others had also heard this news. When Yikubai returned to his residence, 3 of them were already waiting here. Yikubai couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the 3 of them sitting at the stone table. Why are the 3 of you here? Aren't you going to the trial ground to cultivate? Shisheng rolled his eyes and said, how can I compare to you? You're going to the Hidden Sword sect's mystic realm. How did you know? Shang he smiled and said, this news has already spread throughout the entire academy. 1. Yikubai shrugged and sat over. Shen Qingfeng looked envious. The Hidden Sword sect. One heard from the master that it's a holy land for sword cultivators in the world. I want to take a look one day. However, how did you do it? One heard that the spot belongs to Guanzanian. Yikubai shook his head and said, I don't know either. Shisheng sighed. Back then, when we were interacting in the 4 regions, you were the one who was looked down on the most. Now, you have already surpassed us and walked to the front. Zhang he nodded and said, I'm afraid the three of us are no match for you. Hearing this, Yiqiubai smiled teasingly and said, You speak as if you were my opponent previously. FCK1 can't tolerate this. Let's attack together one. If I don't teach this kid a lesson, I'm afraid he'll fly into the sky. Not long after, Yiqiubai walked out of the courtyard and planned to go to the land of 100 refinements to cultivate for a while more. At the same rhyme, he wanted to test the power of the sword domain with actual combat. In the courtyard, Shen Qingfeng and the other two were in a sorry state. Clearly, he had been taught a lesson by Yiqiubai. This guy is really a pervert. At the same time, Guanzhongyan issued a challenge announcement. He wanted to fight Yiqiubai. The location of the final battle was set at the Swallow Cloud platform. It was not a life and death battle. The bet was the right to head to the Hidden Sword sect. Obviously, Guanzhongyan was not satisfied with the Academy's decision. He wanted to prove that he had more qualifications than Yiqiubai. This news also reached the dean. He had no objections to this. When Yiqiubai heard this news, he didn't say anything and turned to head to the Swallow Cloud platform. Coincidentally, he could use Guanzhongyan to test the power of this sword domain. At this moment, the Swallow Cloud platform was already filled with students. Shen Qingfeng and the other two also arrived. As for the Swallow Cloud platform, Guanzhongyan was already waiting here. It's not appropriate for Senior Brother Guan to challenge Yiqiubai. Senior Brother Guan is an intermediate stage Qianyuan realm expert after all. It's indeed bullying the weak. While everyone was discussing, Yiqiubai arrived. He jumped up and everyone looked over. They clearly didn't expect Yiqiubai to really accept the challenge. Everyone could understand if Yiqiubai didn't accept the challenge. The difference in their cultivation realm was too great after all. Guanzhongyan looked at Yiqiubai and said indifferently, You don't have any grudge with me, so we naturally don't care about life and death. However, the bet is the right to head to the Hidden Sword sect. Do you accept it? Yiqiubai's expression didn't change. I'm already standing on the Swallow Cloud platform. What else is there to ask? Guanzhongyan nodded gently. If that's the case, one won't take advantage of you. One will push my cultivation to the intermediate stage C-flow realm and fight you. Everyone nodded. If that's the case, it's quite fair. However, Yiqiubai is actually still at a disadvantage. After all, Senior Brother Guan has already seen the scenery of the Qianyuan realm. Whether it's the use of cultivation methods or comprehension of intent realm, they probably far exceed Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai is still doomed. Yiqiubai frowned when he heard this. The other party suppressed him to the same realm as him. How could he test the power of the sword domain? He probably did not even need to use the sword domain. In Yiqiubai's eyes, there was no threat in the same territory. After all, he had been fighting above his level all these years. Moreover, he had never lost. Seeing Yiqiubai's dissatisfaction, Guanzhongyan was puzzled. Why are you not satisfied? Yiqiubai nodded and said, You don't have to suppress your realm. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to last more than a few moves from me. Hearing this, Guanzhongyan's expression turned cold. How arrogant. With that, he looked at the elder of the law enforcement hall and said, Let's begin. Yiqiubai also nodded at the elder. The battle on the Swallow Cloud platform officially began. As expected, Guanzhongyan suppressed his aura to the intermediate stage C realm. With the sword in his hand, a sword intent rose. The sword intent formed long swords behind Guanzhongyan. Then, a whirlwind blew up, accompanied by Guanzhongyan's sword, and slashed at Yiqiubai. This was the wind intent realm. Clearly, Guanzhongyan had augmented the wind intent on the sword intent, making the power of the sword intent even stronger. When Yiqiubai saw the scene, his eyes were calm. He held the wooden sword in his hand and slashed at Guanzhongyan's wind swords. At first, Guanzhongyan looked even more dissatisfied when he saw the wooden sword in Yiqiubai's hand. Using a wooden sword to fight him. Was she looking down on him? This was also what the people below the stage thought. They all felt that Yiqiubai was being a little arrogant. Even though Guanzhongyan had suppressed his realm, he was stronger than Yiqiubai in other aspects. Only Jin Qiumian and the others shook their heads slightly. I don't think Guan Zhanyan can make it. How can a demon like Yi Qiubai be judged by common sense? Suppressing your cultivation realm, I'm afraid you'll be crushed by Brother Yi. He was invincible in the same realm and was undefeatable across realms. This was the evaluation of everyone who knew Yi Qiubai. In the blink of an eye, the wooden swords landed on the wind swords. On the contrary, swords of wind actually collapsed at this moment. It could not withstand the wooden sword at all. Seeing this scene, Guan Zhanyan was stunned. Everyone was even more shocked. Yi Qiubai held the wooden sword and looked at Guan Zhanyan. He said lightly, "You shouldn't suppress your realm if that's all you've got." These words sounded extremely arrogant. However, in Yi Qiubai's expression, it was as if this was natural. Guan Zhanyan's expression was also a little ugly. Clearly, he had underestimated Yi Qiubai. Everyone present now had a preliminary understanding of Yi Qiubai's strength. He could rush to the 5th place in the land of 100 refinements at the speed of more than 10 days. This was definitely not a coincidence. Chapter 88 I am the ruler in the sword domain. Chapter 88 I am the ruler in the sword domain. No one expected Yi Qiubai from the southern region division to be so powerful. Guan Zhanyan's eyes were also filled with embarrassment. He originally thought that he should be able to fight Yi Qiubai with ease with his strength even if he suppressed his realm. However, who knew that the other party held a wooden sword and easily resolved his attack? From Yi Qiubai's appearance, he clearly did not use his full strength. Thinking of this, Guan Zhanyan shouted and his feet were lifted by the wind. Arriving in front of Yi Qiubai in the blink of an eye, it was as fast as the wind. At the same time, the longsword in his hand suddenly slashed out and actually turned into afterimages in space. It slashed at Yi Qiubai, facing the sword shadows that filled the sky. Yi Qiubai didn't panic and didn't have any fluctuations in his expression. He did not wave the wooden sword in his hand and only took a step forward. The sword intent shot into the sky. It emitted waves of sword cries. As for the sword intent that rushed into the sky, it seemed to have transformed into a defensive barrier. The sword shadows that filled the sky slashed at it without any damage. On the contrary, Guan Zhanyan was repelled by the sword intent barrier and retreated explosively. Those who had mastered sword intent were great sword masters. Great completion of sword intent. Yi Qiubai is actually a great sword master. When I heard this news previously, I thought it was fake. But who would believe such a young expert swordsman? Some sword cultivators could not reach the level of a great sword master in their entire lives. But what about Yi Qiubai? He was only at the intermediate stage sea-flow realm. But he had already reached this step. His talent in the sword Dao was probably unparalleled in the academy. Now, everyone could understand why the academy would cancel Guan Zhanyan's spot. Instead, he gave the right to Yi Qiubai. After all, with Yi Qiubai's sword Dao talent, he was indeed more suitable to go to the hidden sword sect. Guan Zhanyan had obviously thought of this too. His expression could not help but darken. Yi Qiubai held the wooden sword in one hand and his sword intent swept through the sky. He looked at Guan Zhanyan and said indifferently, "If you suppress your realm again, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." What Yi Qiubai said was the truth. After mastering the sword intent, Yi Qiubai's strength was close to the Qianyuan realm. Guan Zhanyan's face darkened. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face. If he lost, he would probably lose even more face. His realm was no longer suppressed. The aura of the intermediate stage Qianyuan realm completely erupted. Guan Zhanyan no longer held back. "Your talent is indeed stronger than mine." Guan Zhanyan's aura kept pressing down on Yi Qiubai. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "You have a chance to surpass me in the future, but not now." The aura produced a rumbling sound in the space. At this moment, whirlwinds revolved around Guan Zhanyan, and in the whirlwinds, there were actually sharp short swords. The short swords were all formed by sword intent. This was a move that Guan Zhanyan was good at. The wind intent and the sword intent fused perfectly. The fusion of Dao insight was very difficult. Even the enforcement hall elder above could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. Guan Zhanyan did not live up to the name of a prodigy of the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy. Unfortunately, Yi Qiubai was even more monstrous than him. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiubai didn't panic at all. The sword intent seemed to have transformed into a river that soared into the sky. Then, some scattered down. The sword intent actually enveloped the entire swallow cloud platform. Guan Zhanyan watched this scene and said indifferently, "Dispersing the sword intent will also weaken its power. Therefore, what's the point of your move?" Slowly, the swallow cloud platform was covered by sword intent. Everyone finally discovered the abnormality. At this moment, every part of the swallow cloud platform seemed to be filled with sword intent. The expression of the elder of the law enforcement hall changed first. Immediately after, it was Guan Zhanyan on the stage. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with this sharp sword intent. It was as if all of this was under Yi Qiubai's control. The sword domain, the inheritance Yi Qiubai had comprehended on the stone wall, pretentious. Guan Zhanyan didn't believe that Yi Qiubai, who was only at the Kaisi realm, could cause much trouble. The sword intent whirlwind swept towards Yi Qiubai with Guan Zhanyan shout. Yi Qiubai's expression remained unchanged as he watched the scene. He flipped his palm. The sword domain seemed to have been activated. Countless sword intent wrapped around the sword intent whirlwind like a spider web. At the same time, the sword intent from all directions slashed at Guan Zhanyan. In the sword domain, Yi Qiubai was the absolute ruler. Sword intent was everywhere. As long as Yi Qiubai willed it, he could casually command the sword intent attacks in the sword domain. The sword intent whirlwinds were actually destroyed by the sword intent at this moment. They could even annex it. When Guan Zhanyan saw the scene, he also did not have time to think before his sword intent erupted. He wanted to use this to resist Yi Qiubai's sword domain. However, when the sword intent erupted, Guan Zhanyan felt as if his sword intent was being suppressed. What was going on? Only Yi Qiubai understood. In this sword domain, all sword cultivators' sword intent or sword Dao cultivation techniques would be suppressed. Only when the other party's strength far exceeded his could he break it with force. It could be said that this sword domain was a domain targeted at sword cultivators. At this moment, Yi Qiubai waved his hand again. The monstrous sword intent gathered into a sword intent river and swept towards Guan Zhanyan. Facing the endless sword intent, Guan Zhanyan shouted angrily. His intermediate stage Qian Yuan realm strength was undoubtedly revealed. He threw a punch that roared like the violent wind. The swallow cloud platform immediately became polarized. On one side was a violent wind, and on the other side was the sword intent river. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with fear. Yi Qiubai can actually fight senior brother Guan to this extent. No, feel carefully. Senior brother Guan's aura is clearly suppressed. The wind howled angrily. Gradually, it was continuously crushed by the sword intent river. Guan Zhanyan's face turned pale. He had already used his full strength in this attack, but now, he was still unable to defeat Yi Qiubai and was instead suppressed. This was a huge blow to him. I admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent wind disappeared. Yi Qiubai waved his hand, and the sword domain dissipated. On the swallow cloud platform, Yi Qiubai had experienced 2 battles in total. The first round was a life and death battle to kill Huang Zhangjin in the second round. He bet on the spot and defeated Guan Zhanyan. These 2 battles also made Yi Qiubai's reputation completely spread throughout the entire Hidden Dao Academy. This disciple from the Southern Region Division crushed a Qian Yuan realm expert with the Sea Flow realm. Yi Qiubai glanced at Guan Zhanyan and jumped down. He left this place and walked towards the land of 100 refinements. In the battle with Guan Zhanyan, Yi Qiubai only wanted to test the power of the sword domain. Everyone looked at Yi Qiubai's back, their eyes filled with reverence. On the other side, the dean couldn't help but smile when he received this news. When Yi Qiubai goes to the Hidden Sword sect, they will probably be shocked that my Hidden Dao Academy has produced such a genius in the Sword Dao. Chapter 89 Sword of Damocles. Chapter 89 Sword of Damocles. In the Sunset Monarchy, Huang Tanaming already knew about Yi Qiubai defeating Guan Zhanyan. who was ranked first in the land of 100 refinements and was at the intermediate stage of Kanyuan. He had crushed someone of a higher level again. Huang Tianming's expression darkened even more when he heard this news. He looked at Jiang Chan, who was in a daze in the small courtyard. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Was it really worth offending a demon for a woman? Definitely not. Huang Tianming gritted his teeth. How could Yi Qiubai have such talent at that time? He was just growing up. He just did not manage to kill him in the cradle. With that, Huang Tianming turned around and left. Yi Qiubai was about to head to the Hidden Sword sect. In that case, he would kill him with all his might on the way to the Hidden Sword sect. Beyond this plain was the boundless starry sky. The connection between the two was a badly damaged star path. On the star path, there were 5 figures quietly looking at the plain below the star path. Can we breach that spirit formation? Perhaps it's possible if my true body descends. When the 5 of them recalled the array formation from before, their hearts could not help but tremble. It was a shiver that came from the soul. I suggested not to care. After all, he didn't say that he wanted to be our enemy. Who knows his intentions with that kind of strength? He's probably not from this desolate land. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? No matter what, let's wait and see for the time being. After thinking about it, it's almost time. At that time, we'll begin the plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them disappeared on the spot. It was as if it had never appeared. The collapsed star path was left empty. Time passed slowly. In the boundless starry sky, something burning with black flames quickly attacked. In the starry sky, everything that was colliding was corroded by the black flames and burned to ashes. At this moment, this unknown black fire actually passed through the collapsed star path, passed through the barrier, and smashed into the continent. This commotion was not too big, and it did not destroy anything on the continent. The unknown black fire fell into the central region. The black flames dissipated. It was an extremely ordinary-looking stone. An arm pierced out from the stone. Lu Chengsheng had just finished watering the plants when the long-awaited voice finally sounded. The host has triggered a mission. Please head to the central region to take in disciples. Name unknown. Aptitude heavenly demon body. Reincarnation of the Demon King. Potential to become an emperor. Demon King. Lu Chengsheng was stunned for a moment. Why is this another aptitude to become an emperor? Why do one feel that these disciples are more awesome than me? Then what kind of physique do one have? Do one have a constitution that sounds very powerful? System no. Hearing this cold voice, Lu Chengsheng was speechless. Is the trash actually me? He shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Forget it. It's fine as long as my disciples are powerful. In any case, I won't be like Yi Qiubai and cause trouble everywhere. With that, he disappeared on the spot and headed to the central region. 2 days had passed. In the past 2 days, Yi Qiubai had successfully broken Guan Zhonyan's record in the land of 100 refinements. He arrived at the 49th floor. On the stone tablet, Guan Zhonyan's ranking was also replaced by Yi Qiubai. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was only right. Yi Qiubai had crushed Guan Zhonyan back then after all. Today, Yi Qiubai was also about to set off for the Hidden Sword sect. Accompanying him was an elder from the inner courtyard. His strength was at the mid-stage of Kanyuan. The other person was Liang Feng. Clearly, Liang Feng had also heard of Yi Qiubai's battle results and said to him, "Let's spar when we arrive at the Hidden Sword sect." Yi Qiubai nodded in agreement. The inner academy elder at the side smiled and said, "All right, let's set off." Then, the elder waved his hand. A small ship appeared in front of everyone. The 3 of them rode on it and sped towards the Hidden Sword sect. On the way, Yi Qiubai sat cross-legged. On the path of cultivation, it was useless to rely on talent. If he wanted to step onto a higher realm, hard work was also indispensable. Of course, it was impossible without talent. The elder could not help but nod when he saw this. He was still not arrogant even with such talent. Such a temperament was high grade. When they passed by the great white mountain range, the elder's expression suddenly changed and he looked ahead. Yi Qiubai and Liang Feng also interrupted their cultivation and opened their eyes. In front of the ship stood 5 people. Behind the 5 of them was a black mass of people. Those people were all riding blood-colored horses, holding spears and wearing armor. Exudes narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with this army. It was the Asura cavalry of the Sunset Monarchy. Behind the Asura cavalry, Huang Tianming's expression was gloomy as he looked at Exudes with killing intent. Liang Feng looked at Exudes and said, "Is it targeted at you?" Exudes nodded gently. The elder of the inner courtyard shouted in a low voice, "Your Sunset Monarchy dares to stop the ship of the Hidden Tao Academy." In the eyes of the Hidden Tao Academy, even though the Sunset Monarchy was strong, it was still inferior to them. In the past, the Sunset Monarchy would not have the guts. Huang Tianming bowed to the inner court elder from afar and said in a cold tone, "Today is a personal grudge between my Sunset Dynasty and Exudes. I hope your academy won't interfere." The elder of the inner courtyard also had a cold expression and said, "Exudes is a student of our Hidden Tao Academy. If you touch him, you're naturally attacking our Hidden Tao Academy." Exudes' talent and strength were so monstrous after all. There was no need to think at all. The elders of the inner sect definitely wanted to protect Exudes. Moreover, the strength of the Sunset Monarchy was far from their Hidden Tao Academy. Huang Tianming shook his head and said, "In that case, I can only offend you." He came here to take Exudes' head. If Exudes didn't die, he would definitely become a hidden danger of the Sunset Monarchy in the future. For now, Exudes was like the sword of Damocles hanging above the Sunset Monarchy. The time had come. This sword of Damocles would destroy the Sunset Monarchy. Huang Tianming did not want to see this. Therefore, he ignored the faction of the Hidden Tao Academy and wanted to forcefully kill Exudes. Chapter 90 Receiving the Reward. Wild Sacred Body. Chapter 90 Receiving the Reward. Wild Sacred Body. Reversing time. Great White Mountain Range in the Central Territory. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a place burned by black flames. Here, the surrounding trees were burned by the black flames. In the middle of the charred ground was a black boulder. Suddenly, a white-robed man came to the huge rock and touched his chin. The system's location is here. But why is it just a stone? As soon as Lu Changsheng finished speaking, an arm suddenly broke out of the rock. Cracks appeared on the black stone one after another. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was shocked. Is this a monkey? He walked forward and felt the life aura inside. It was extremely exuberant. Lu Changsheng could even vaguely sense that there was something inside the black stone. There was the sound of a heart beating. Bang! Bang! As the black stone crack expanded, the sound of the heart beating became louder. As the heartbeat became louder and louder, the magical beasts in the Great White Mountain Range seemed to be affected and let out furious roars. For a moment, the entire Great White Mountain Range was filled with continuous roars. It was even to the extent that the weak magical beasts seemed to be unable to withstand the beating sound of the heart and actually exploded to death. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. This disciple of his did not seem to be ordinary. By now, the crack in the black stone had widened. Another hand reached out. Immediately after, streams of blood essence power soared into the sky. The black stone began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng waved his hand and a barrier spread out like a fishing net, sealing the commotion here. It was impossible for outsiders to detect it. Such powerful vitality force. It could even directly affect surrounding magical beasts. Lu Changsheng was looking forward to seeing what kind of person his disciple would be. An instant stick of time passed. The vitality force in the barrier became denser. The sound of his heart beating was like the sound of drums and thunder. More and more cracks appeared on the black stone. In the end, they covered the entire black stone. Under Lu Changsheng's expectant gaze, the black stone shattered. Looking over, it was a naked man. Contrary to Lu Changsheng's expectations, the man looked a little weak. He looked ordinary and honest. If one disregarded the blood essence power in his body, there was nothing special about him. What happened to the heavenly demon body? You're telling me about the heavenly demon body with this weak figure. Why is this heavenly demon so thin? I didn't have a high education. Don't cheat me. Nonetheless, fortunately, It was a human. He probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace if it turned out to be a monkey. At this moment, the man opened his eyes and saw Lu Changsheng at first glance. This is. And who are you? Why am I here? Good God. Did he lose his memory? Lu Changsheng asked tentatively. You don't know how you got here? Hearing this, the man shook his head. Then what's your name? Previously, when the system issued the disciple recruitment mission, it would tell that person's name. In the end, an unknown name came this time. The man's eyes were blank as he scratched his head and said, Name one, don't seem to remember it either. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't ask further. He extended his hand and smiled. Then do you want to acknowledge me as your master? Apprenticeship. The man was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Changsheng. Then, he nodded and said, All right. After saying that, the man subconsciously knelt on the ground and said, Greetings, Master. Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. You don't have a name, so I can't call you that. Since you came out of this Blackstone, I'll call you Sun Wu. No. Till call you Blackie. Hearing this, the man nodded and scratched his head. He revealed a simple and honest smile and said, Whatever Master says. At this moment, the sound of the mission completion sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. The disciple recruitment reward is now distributed. 9 Heaven Demon Halberd. Eternal Demon Body. Host has obtained the barbaric sacred body. Do you want to receive it? Lu Changsheng took a look. The 9 Heavenly Demon Halberd was a weapon that could constantly be upgraded. It was now at the peak stage of the heaven realm. As for the eternal demon body, it was a body-tempering demonic technique, while the barbaric sacred body he had obtained was a physique that could be said to be invincible in the worldly universe. Quite impressive. Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changsheng's body instantly underwent an earth-shattering change. His blood kai roared like monstrous waves in his meridians. Blackie looked at Lu Changsheng in shock. Even the kai and blood in his body were instantly suppressed by Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked at his fist in confusion. I don't think I feel anything. However, Lu Changsheng couldn't be blamed for not feeling anything since his physique had already reached the peak. Therefore he wouldn't feel much either, even though it was strengthened again. What the hell? Lu Changsheng shook his head and took out the 9 Demon Halberd. He handed it to Blackie and said, You can use this as a weapon in the future. Blackie did not refuse. It took it with both hands and smiled honestly. Thank you, Master. Lu Changsheng nodded and then pointed at Blackie's forehead. He taught Blackie the cultivation method of the eternal demon body, triggered the nurturing mission to help Blackie remove the seal of the heavenly demon body and retrieve Blackie's memory fragments. During this period, you can't forcefully break the seal. It was fine if the seal was removed, logically speaking. As long as Blackie's strength reached a certain realm, it would naturally be able to break through. As for finding the memory fragments, how would I know? Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. He could only take it one step at a time. All right, let's go back. Blackie nodded and followed behind Lu Changsheng. Time had passed until now. Above the great white mountain range, Ikyubai looked at the blood-colored army in front of him. Among the 5 people in front, there were 2 old acquaintances. One was Fan Jingguo, who was ranked 27th on the ranking. One other person was Eunuch Ming, who was ranked 7th. As for the other 3, there was no need to think too much about it. They were definitely people on the ranking. Huang Tainaming looked at Ikyubai with killing intent on his face and sneered. Ikyubai, I admit that your talent makes me feel fear. That's why one specially arranged such a big scene for you. Other than Senior Fan and Eunuch Ming, the other 3 are all revered elders of my palace. They are ranked 24th and 30th on the ranking. 5 experts on the ranking in the Asura cavalry should be enough to kill you. Right 1. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Lu Changsheng has arrived. Chapter 91. Lu Changsheng has arrived. At this moment, killing intent filled the sky above the great white mountain range. The killing intent seemed to have materialized. It stuck to the air like liquid. The killing intent emitted by the Asura cavalry was like a torrential sea of blood. As a result, The sky above the great white mountain range turned into a blood-colored sky. It should be enough to kill you. Right. Hearing Huang Tianming's murderous words, Bai's expression didn't change. Nor was he surprised. Both sides were mortal enemies. Huang Tianming was naturally anxious to get rid of him now that he was getting stronger. However, he did not expect the other party to make a move here. Was he not afraid of the power of the Hidden Tao Academy? Bai shook his head slightly. Looks like you've already lost your mind. Hearing this, Huang Tianming was so angry that he laughed. So what as long as one kill you? So what if the Sunset Dynasty pays a little price? Once Bai's wings were full, it would probably be impossible to deal with him. At that time, the Sunset Dynasty would only die slowly. Furthermore, Huang Yidong had yet to make a move, which made Huang Tianming lose his patience. Panic. Bai shrugged and took out the dark demon. Yang Feng asked from the side, "Do you need help?" Bai looked at him and smiled faintly. "Who can you fight?" Without thinking, Yang Feng said, "Apart from the 7th-ranked warrior on the warrior list, I can fight the other 4. If it's just blocking, one can stop 2 of them." Bai nodded and said, "Then 111 handle Eunuch Ming." The current Bai could already crush people in the intermediate stage of Qianyuan realm, even though Guan Zhongyan's strength was inferior to the people on the ranking. The difference was definitely not huge. Eunuch Ming was ranked 7th on the martial ranking, and his strength had reached peak stage of Qianyuan realm. Bai wanted to try his current limit. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you do it?" "Then why don't you do it?" Bai asked. Yang Feng, "Forget it. I'm not confident. Then I'll leave the other 2 to the elders." On the other hand, the inner court elder wanted to advise them not to attack first and to retreat to the academy to wait for the academy's reinforcements. However, Bai and Yang Feng had already arranged who to fight. What else could he say? Fine. He probably couldn't persuade her anymore. It was better to send a support signal and stall for as long as possible. Hearing their words, Eunuch Ming let out a sinister laugh. "A mere sea-flow realm cultivator like you dares to challenge me? I'm afraid you're looking down on me a little too much." Bai pointed at Eunuch Ming and said, "Want you know if you try." With that, he charged towards Eunuch Ming. Seeing this, the Yang Feng shrugged, drew his sword, and walked towards the other 2 people on the warrior list. The inner yard elder sighed in his heart. To be honest, even though his strength was not much different from the people on the ranking, the elder was still under a lot of pressure facing 2 experts on the ranking. But now, he could not hesitate. Hence, he braced himself and followed. Eunuch Ming's horsetail whisk had already been destroyed by Hong Ying. Now, he had found a refiner to forge a new one. Even though it could be used, it was definitely not as strong as before. Bai held the dark demon sword and rushed in front of Eunuch Ming. He activated his sword domain without any hesitation. Streaks of sword intent soared into the sky. They surrounded Eunuch Ming. Seeing this, Eunuch Ming's expression turned serious. He felt this sword domain was actually giving him a sense of threat. Bai was stronger than before. In just a short period of time, he had reached such a level. This kid must not be allowed to live. Eunuch Ming was not going to hold back. He was going to use his killer move. The 3,000 white threads on the horsetail whisk fluttered in front of Bai. Then, the white threads turned into refined iron. They formed long spears made of cold iron. His aura locked onto Bai. Looking at the spear shadows that filled the sky, Bai had no room to dodge. With a wave of his hand, the sword intent in the sword domain was like an army, waiting for Bai's orders. It transformed into a long river of sword intent that formed surging waves that swept up. The 3 Zinya whisk like white silk spears constantly pierced through the sword intent river. For a moment, it was impossible to determine the victor. Eunuch Ming snorted. He flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand. The pressure from the 3,000 cold iron spear increased again. At this moment, the long river of sword intent could not withstand it and was directly penetrated. It shot towards Bai. Ultimately, the difference in their cultivation realms was too great. One was at peak stage Qianyuan realm, While Yiqiubai was only at intermediate stage sea-flow realm, the span in the middle was like a ditch, facing the 3,000 cold iron spear. Yiqiubai didn't panic and shouted. The dark demon sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. The seventh move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. All the sword intents in the sword domain condensed one after another. It actually formed a huge dark demon sword. As Yiqiubai slashed, the huge dark demon sword in the air slashed out. With the enhancement of the 9 heavenly demon sword, the attack power of the sword domain became even stronger. For a moment, a storm arose. The huge demon sword met the 3,000 cold iron spear. At this moment, the huge dark demon sword shattered and the 3,000 cold iron spear also stopped attacking. It was clearly blocked by this sword. However, Yiqiubai also let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Eunuch Ming's expression was ugly. He did not expect that his attack would be blocked by an ant at the sea flow realm. If the other party entered the Qianyuan realm, the outcome would be hard to say. Thinking of this, Eunuch Ming did not stop. He threw the horsetail whisk in his hand again. 3 white threads enveloped Yiqiubai. Like a spider web, it layered on top of each other. He wanted to kill it. At this moment, Huang Tianming also waved his hand and ordered, Asura, cavalry, mobilize and kill Yiqiubai. He gave the order. All the Asura cavalry soldiers stabbed out with their spears. A blood-colored spear condensed in midair. It was extremely huge and suddenly stabbed at Yiqiubai. Not far away, Yang Feng and the elders of the inner court witnessed this scene. Their expressions changed. Such a powerful attack. Even if they faced it, they would be instantly killed. Yiqiubai was only at the sea flow realm now. What could he rely on to stop him? Facing these two attacks, Yiqiubai's expression froze. The other party was not a sword cultivator, and the sword domain could not suppress him. Now, he could only pull out the green cloud sword. Only then could they resolve this crisis. Thinking of this, a sheathed sword had already appeared in Yiqiubai's hand. The scabbard was simple and unadorned. Strands of sword down nomological aura surrounded him. He wanted to pull it out however. At this moment, a white-robed man appeared in front of Yiqiubai. The man flicked his finger. Immediately the white threads surrounding him were directly annihilated. The huge blood-colored spear that pierced over was also shattered with a bang. It turned into stars and dissipated in space. I really have to hand it to you. Why are there people wanting to kill you everywhere? Can't you be like me and behave yourself? Chapter 92 Chapter 92 Leave once it's over. Chapter 92 Leave once it's over. After Lu Changsheng accepted Blackie as his disciple, he was about to bring him back to the cottage. However, at this moment, he felt an aura erupting above the great white mountain range. It was filled with endless killing intent, sword intent, which Big Shot was fighting again. Without thinking, Lu Changsheng prepared to leave. He didn't want to interfere. However, as soon as he passed by the battlefield, Lu Changsheng felt a familiar aura. He subconsciously took a look. Wasn't this that brat Yiqiubai? Blackie asked. Master, what happened? Why are you covering your face? Lu Changsheng said helplessly. Your eldest senior brother is causing trouble again. At this point, Lu Changsheng observed for a while. Wait here for a while. I'll go settle it. With that, he disappeared from the spot and ran towards the center of the battlefield. Yiqiubai said in surprise. Master, why are you here? Yang Feng and the inner court elder were stunned. I've asked this person Yiqiubai's master. On the other side, Huang Tianming and the others' faces darkened. Eunuch Ming was even more shocked. He had neutralized his strongest attack with just a flick of his finger. What kind of strength was this? Lu Changsheng ignored the others. He looked at Yiqiubai and said with a dark expression, I'm here to take in a disciple. Take in a disciple? Yiqiubai said. I have junior brothers and sisters again. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then, he looked at Eunuch Ming and the others and asked casually, Are you from the Sunset Dynasty again? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's face darkened. The other party had tried to take his disciple's life time and time again. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. At that time, Lu Changsheng was about to attack when the other party came to his door. But Yiqiubai said that he would do it himself. He treated the sunset monarchy as his whetstone. Only by destroying it with his own hands could he resolve the knot in his heart. Therefore, Liu Changsheng didn't do anything. Instead, he ran to the Shadow Kill Pavilion and destroyed it. But now, the other party had a second chance. Liu Changsheng snorted and disappeared. Then, Liu Changsheng's body began to emit sonic booms in the air. Wherever Liu Changsheng passed by, space seemed to be unable to withstand it and shattered continuously. In an instant, he arrived in front of Eunuch Ming. Eunuch Ming's expression changed. Before he could react, Liu Changsheng pointed at Eunuch Ming's forehead. Even though Yi Qiubai often causes trouble outside, that doesn't mean that my disciple can be bullied by you. His voice entered Eunuch Ming's ears. It was like the voice of the King of Hell. If the King of Hell told you to die at midnight, who would dare to let you stay until the fifth watch? After saying that, Liu Changsheng flicked his finger under Eunuch Ming's terrified gaze. Eunuch Ming's body exploded. It turned into a bloody mist in the air. Huang Tanaming and the others were terrified when they saw this. They didn't expect Yi Qiubai's master to be so powerful. Eunuch Ming was ranked 7th on the ranking of the 4 regions after all. He was already at peak stage Qin Yuan realm. However, he was still killed by the man in front of him with a flick of his finger. Then what level had he reached? At this moment, Liang Feng also arrived beside Yi Qiubai and asked in surprise, "Your master is so strong." In his mind, Liu Changsheng was omnipotent. Even though he usually looked disheveled, Liu Changsheng's strength seemed to have no bottom line. Liu Changsheng looked at Huang Tanaming again. Huang Tanaming's body trembled as he shouted in fear, "Asura cavalry, stop him!" His voice trailed off. The Asura cavalry shouted in unison. Taking a step forward, a blood-red spear condensed again and stabbed towards Liu Changsheng. Liu Changsheng's expression didn't change at all. He stepped lightly on the void. Immediately, the huge blood-colored spear dissipated in midair. Then, Liu Changsheng disappeared. When he appeared again, he was above the Asura cavalry. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch. It looked ordinary. However, after the punch was thrown, the space where the Asura cavalry was instantly compressed. Puff, puff, puff. Where the space was compressed, the armored cavalry exploded into a bloody mist. One finger to destroy Eunuch Ming, one punch to destroy the Asura cavalry. With just 2 attacks, Huang Tanaming's aid was annihilated. As for those revered elders, they had already left this place seeing the situation head south. They were only paid so much after all. It was a life and death situation. The life of a prince, what did it have to do with them? At this moment, Liu Changsheng looked at Huang Tanaming. Huang Tanaming was shocked. He cupped his fists and said, "Previous generation." Liu Changsheng turned around and left. He didn't kill him because this child was a knot in Yi Qiubai's heart. Only if he did it himself would it be meaningful. Then, he looked at Yi Qiubai and said, "Here, settle your own matters." Yi Qiubai nodded, took out the dark demon sword, and walked towards Huang Tanaming. He would not let him go and force him to watch the sunset monarchy be destroyed. Was this necessary? The two of them had already formed a grudge. Seizing the opportunity, he naturally wanted to kill the other party. He could not leave any future troubles. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai slashed out with the dark demon sword. A black slash tore through space and shot towards Huang Tanaming. The black slash was getting closer and closer. Due to the influence of the black demonic Kai, Huang Tanaming's mind trembled continuously. Fear appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring. Then, he crushed it. In an instant, a ray of light enveloped Huang Tanaming. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. Yi Qiubai's black slash also missed. The inner court elder at the side said with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect the Sunset Dynasty to have a teleportation jade pendant." Yi Qiubai looked over. The elder explained, "This is something that can only be refined by ancient blacksmiths. You can be teleported out by crushing it. However, it has been lost." The teleportation jade pendant in Huang Tanaming's hand was probably obtained from an ancient ruin. Only then did Yi Qiubai realize that Liu Changsheng didn't care so much. He looked at Yi Qiubai and asked, "Are you going back?" Yi Qiubai shook his head and said, "One still have to go to the Hidden Sword sect. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "All right. I'll leave with your junior brother first." With that, he disappeared without waiting for Ye Qiubai to speak. Ye Qiubai smiled bitterly. He still wanted to see his fourth junior brother. Why did he leave? Fine. He could only see him if he returned. After Lu Changsheng left, the reinforcements from the Hidden Dao Academy had also arrived. The elder of the law enforcement hall came personally. He looked at the empty space in front of him. Only the remaining blood mist in the air could not help but be a little stunned. Where is he? The elder smiled bitterly and said, "They were all dealt with by Ye Qiubai's master." Chapter 93 Sunset Monarchy's Reliance. Chapter 93 Sunset Monarchy's Reliance. When the Hidden Dao Academy received the support signal of the inner sect elders, they immediately organized a rescue. An elder from the law enforcement hall led the team to support Ye Qiubai. The dean also knew about this. At that time, he did not say anything and went straight to the Sunset Monarchy. At this moment, in the Sunset Monarchy, Huang Yidong's expression was solemn as he looked at the man in front of him. "What brings Dean Yan here?" Dean Yan had a faint smile on his face and said, "Your son has brought people to the central region and wants to kill the disciples of the academy. I can only come here." Hearing this, Huang Yidong's expression turned cold. In fact, he knew that Huang Taniming had brought all his men to the central region. Huang Yidong did not stop them. If he was stopped, could he bring Eunuch Ming and the Asura cavalry away and the revered elders? Of course, that was impossible. This was also Huang Taniming's last chance. Let them handle the grudges between the younger generation themselves. Huang Yidong smiled faintly and said, "Director Yan, the two of us will just watch. Let them deal with it themselves." Dean Yan had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. 5 people from the ranking are dead. One of them is ranked 7th. Asura cavalry. Move out. You said you'll handle it yourself. Hearing this, Huang Yidong pretended to be surprised as if he didn't know about this. "Oh, is that so? Taniming didn't even tell me about it." Dean Yan shook his head. He knew that Huang Yidong was playing dumb. Forget it. If something happens to Ye Qiubai, then... At this point, Dean Yan's smile completely disappeared. His expression turned cold and aloof. An aura erupted. The tables and chairs in the hall, even the dragon chair, was directly shattered into powder. If Ye Qiubai dies, then there's no need for the Sunset Monarchy to exist. Huang Yidong's expression did not change. Dean Yan's strength was much higher than his. He was ranked 3rd on the ranking. While his ranking was not much different from Dean Yan's, the strength of the top 3 on the ranking had undergone a qualitative change. This was because Dean Yan's strength had long broken through the King Yuan realm and reached the Void God realm. At the Void God realm, his soul would have undergone a qualitative change, which was also called reaching the Divine Soul realm. However, it was only a half step into the realm. Huang Yidong smiled and said, "Dean Yan, are you so sure that you can destroy my Sunset Monarchy?" Oh, Dean Yan smiled and said, "Why don't we give it a try?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. The air seemed to have frozen and stopped flowing. However, even so, Dean Yan's heart trembled. Huang Yidong was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, he was an extremely ambitious king. As for an ambitious person, if he was just fearless and brave, he would be useless. But Huang Yidong was different. On the contrary, he was an extremely shrewd person. Naturally, his words were not groundless. He must be confident. However, what exactly was Huang Yidong relying on to be able to contend with the Hidden Dao Academy? Dean Yan said, "It seems that your Sunset Monarchy has hidden itself quite well." Huang Yidong smiled. "Hide no." Dean Yan snorted. He didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Huang Yidong was also silent with a smile on his face. They were all waiting for the results. And this time, Huang Yidong was smiling confidently. If that lineup couldn't kill Ye Qiubai, it could only be said that the other party's luck was too good. After a while, the sun was about to set. The afterglow shone on the imperial city of the Sunset Monarchy. The light shone on the entire palace, as if it was on the decline. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in. "Report." Huang Yidong looked over and saw the anxious expressions of the soldiers. His eyes darkened. Shoot! The soldier did not dare to raise his head. He cupped his fists and raised them above his head. Painting, he said in fear. The Asura cavalry led by the crown prince. Huang Yidong frowned and had a bad premonition. Director Yan also took a sip of tea slowly without looking up. He did not seem to be in a hurry. Tell me what's going on. Hearing Huang Yidong's question, the soldiers did not dare to hesitate and lowered their heads even more. The Asura cavalry are all dead. All of them died. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yidong's eyes turned cold and his anger rose. One had to know that the Asura cavalry was the trump card of the Sunset Monarchy. They had undergone countless battles and made great contributions to the monarchy. But now, they were all wiped out. What about eunuch Ming and the revered elders? The soldiers felt Huang Yidong's anger and complained in their hearts. Under the endless pressure, their bodies trembled. The 5 revered elders all fled. As for eunuch Ming, he died. Hearing this, Huang Yidong trembled. Eunuch Ming was one of the most powerful people in the Sunset Monarchy. Powerful? If the death of the Asura cavalry was a huge loss to the Sunset Monarchy, now that eunuch Ming had died, the Sunset Monarchy would definitely suffer a great loss. The escape of the revered elders made things worse for the current Sunset Monarchy. After hearing these words, Dean Yan also smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. He put down the teacup and stood up with a bright smile. All right, since you've already found out about the situation, one won't disturb you from handling your country's affairs. However, country ruler, don't be too angry. After all, with our current realm, it would be amazing if our mental state is broken. After saying that, he left behind a series of loud laughter and disappeared on the spot. Huang Yidong's expression turned ugly. He took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. At his level, his kinnourishing skills were naturally not bad. Not to mention the ruler of a country. Huang Yidong asked calmly, what about the crown prince? The soldier shook his head. The crown prince did not die, but his whereabouts are unknown. Huang Yidong nodded and waved his hand. All right, you may leave. Yes. The soldier stood up and bowed his head. He raised his hands above his head and retreated. After leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. His inner armor was already drenched in sweat. In the hall, Huang Yidong looked at the setting sun. His heart was heavy. That lineup didn't even kill Yi Qiubai. Instead, they had such a great loss. This kid was really lucky. However, there was no turning back. Since he had already completely offended Yi Qiubai, he had to kill him. Then, a eunuch came over and said calmly, renounce Wang Tianming's position as the crown prince to the world tomorrow as a punishment. At the same time, issue a bounty to the 4 regions to take Yi Qiubai's life. The one who succeeds can go to the national treasury to take 3 items. After saying that, the eunuch's heart trembled. Putting aside the matter of Huang Tianming, take 3 items from the national treasury. This was a huge loss. What are you waiting for? Huang Yidong glanced at the eunuch. The eunuch immediately replied in a trembling voice. Yes. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. This foolish kid is not simple. Chapter 94. This foolish kid is not simple. What about Principal Yan? He had already returned to the Hidden Dao Academy. The enforcement hall's elder had returned and went to the main hall of Middle Peak to report the situation. Dean Yan smiled and said, well done. However, how did you kill the 7th on the martial roll? One had to know that the higher one's cultivation realm was, the harder it was to kill them. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation realm was high and his strength was strong, every expert with a high cultivation base must have a life-saving method. Unless one's combat strength was absolutely suppressed, it was impossible to kill them. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The elder was stunned. We didn't kill him. Not you. When Dean Yan heard this, he asked curiously, who is that? Could it be someone from the Hidden Sword sect? The elder still shook his head and said, one heard that Yi Qiubai's master arrived. He only used 2 moves to destroy eunuch Ming and the Asura cavalry. 2 moves. Dean Yan's eyes narrowed. If he was asked to do it, he would probably be able to do it too. In other words, the other party's strength was not inferior to his. And it might be even stronger. Who was Ikyubai's master? Director Yan couldn't think of anything. But there was no need to think about it anymore. Ikyubai was a student of their hidden Dao Academy now, and had no grudges after all. That was enough. Meanwhile, Lu Chengsheng had already returned to the cottage with Blackie. The willow tree sensed Blackie's presence. It could not help but feel puzzled. Why did he take in another demon? Or was it the heavenly demon body? Lu Chengsheng pointed at a wooden house and said, "You can stay there from now on." Blackie scratched its head and nodded. "Okay, master. What should I do now?" "What?" Lu Chengsheng was speechless. "Of course you should cultivate. Didn't one just teach you a cultivation technique? Just cultivate according to it." Blackie scratched its head and said, "But master, the body tempering technique you gave me seems a little special." "Special? Special how?" Blackie thought for a moment and said, "It seems that the first level needs to be refined in an extremely hot place." An extremely hot place. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment. He didn't remember seeing anything like that in the cottage. However, in order to quickly increase Little Black's strength and obtain the system reward, Lu Chengsheng said, "Alright, I'll go and ask." With that, he left the cottage and headed to where Qin Tianan was. At this moment, Qin Tianan was cultivating when a voice suddenly sounded in front of him. "Uncle Qin, is there an extremely hot place in our academy?" Qin Tianan immediately opened his eyes and said in surprise, "When did you come?" Lu Chengsheng said, "Just now." Other than being speechless, he was more surprised. He didn't sense Lu Chengsheng's aura at all. And judging from Lu Chengsheng's expression, he did not deliberately hide his aura at all. Could it be that this fellow had a Dharma treasure that could hide his aura? Qin Tianan shook his head and said helplessly, "Extremely hot place? There is no such place even in the entire southern region. Not to mention our academy. But why are you looking for the hottest place?" Lu Chengsheng curled his lips and said, "It's fine. My disciple needs to cultivate in a hot place." Disciple? Qin Tianan was stunned. Ikyubai was in the central region. Hung Ying and Ning Chengsen were nowhere to be found. Could it be that this kid had taken in another disciple? Lu Chengsheng was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, he could not help but be furious. Lu Chengsheng returned to the cottage and stroked his chin. The academy does not possess such a place. Neither does the southern region. So what should one do? Why don't one make one myself? But how should one do it? After thinking for a while, Lu Chengsheng looked at the bird next to the willow tree. "I've got it." As if sensing Lu Chengsheng's gaze, the bird opened its eyes and saw Lu Chengsheng walking towards it. He looked like he was up to no good, so it could not help but be a little vigilant. Lu Chengsheng rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Little bird, don't you know how to breathe fire? Why don't you make a fire pool?" The little bird. Lu Chengsheng continued, "Look, I've raised you for so long. Don't tell me you won't even agree to this little request." After hesitating for a while, Lu Chengsheng heard a voice transmission in his mind. "My flames are very domineering. I'm afraid that silly boy won't be able to withstand it." Wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and said, "He should be able to withstand it. It's fine. Just let him try." The little chick was speechless and nodded. After that, Lu Chengsheng called Blackie over. A huge pit was opened in an empty space. He let Blackie jump in. Blackie did not suspect anything and did as he was told. Seeing this, the little chick also flew above the pit. It let out a long cry. That voice was exactly the same as little chick's body. Screech. A long cry spread throughout the entire academy. Then, flames ignited all over the little chick's body. The flames burned and distorted the surrounding space. One had to know that the entire mountain of the cottage was reinforced with space. At this moment, the raging flames also fell into the huge pit. It swept towards Blackie. For a moment, Blackie cried out in pain. Lu Chengsheng was a bit nervous. He was paying close attention to Blackie's situation. If anything went wrong, Lu Chengsheng would rescue Blackie. "Blackie, circulate your cultivation technique to temper your body." In the fire pit, Blackie gritted its teeth and nodded. Then, he did not make another sound. After a while, the little chick looked at Blackie, who was still gritting its teeth and persevering. Moreover, His body seemed to be used to this flame. It couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though its nirvana of fire suppressed a lot of power, it was still not something ordinary people could withstand. At the thought of this, the little bird flapped its wings. The power of the flames increased a little. In the sea of fire, Blackie's body trembled. He gritted his teeth tightly. Seeing this, the little chick couldn't help but think to itself, this silly boy's perseverance was not bad. With that, the flames around him dissipated. However, the flames in the pit were still burning brightly. After a while, Blackie was still persevering. Flame patterns began to spread on his body, emitting a fiery red luster. His aura was also rising steadily. Lu Changsheng was relieved seeing this. There shouldn't be any problems then, he thought as he laid back on the bamboo chair. As for little chick, it was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Yiqiubai seemed to have been born with a sword. Then, there was Hong Ying, the reincarnation of an ancient empress. Even though Ning Chengsen did not have a realm, he had a deep understanding of the Confucian Tao. Now, this Blackie possesses an unparalleled body. How could there be so many geniuses in this desolate land? The little chick felt numb. On the other side, Yiqiubai had already arrived at the Hidden Sword Sect. Chapter 95 Hidden Sword Sect. Chapter 95 Hidden Sword Sect. The Hidden Sword Sect. As one of the two major sects, the forces in the central region were like the sun in the midday sky. At the same time, it was also a holy land that all sword cultivators in the world yearned for. When Yiqiubai and the others arrived at the Hidden Sword Sect, they felt its foundation. The Hidden Sword Sect was located on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a sharp sword that shot into the sky. It was incomparably tall. The top of the mountain was covered in clouds. Yiqiubai looked over and could sense that the sword intent contained in this sword edge was extremely sharp. It was as if this sword was a supreme divine sword. Yang Feng explained. The Hidden Sword Sect is divided into 3 places. At the foot of the mountain is where the outer sect disciples are. The middle of the mountain is an inner disciple. And near the top of the mountain are the personal disciples. At the top of the mountain are the elders of the sect, and the sect master. Yang Feng continued, and if disciples want to climb up, not only do they have to rely on the contributions of the sect, but they also have to rely on their sword Dao strength. If any of them doesn't reach it, they can't climb up. The hierarchy of the Hidden Sword Sect was very strict. The higher one went, the more resources they could enjoy. The higher he went, the thicker the sword intent on the sword edge became. It was also extremely beneficial to the disciples' comprehension. Yiqiubai asked, "What about you?" Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course he's a personal disciple." One of the inner courtiers also said, "Yang Feng is the sect master's personal disciple." Yiqiubai nodded. As the only person who could go to the Diaseeking Mountain of the Academy, his identity, talent, and strength were naturally indispensable. At this moment, an old man descended from the mountain on his sword. He arrived in front of Yiqiubai and the other two. "Is this the person sent by the academy?" The inner courtyard elder went forward to welcome him and said with a smile, "That's right. Due to some reasons, a new student was changed along the way." The Hidden Sword Sect elder nodded. This had nothing to do with him. He looked at Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, go to the peak. The sect master is looking for you." Yang Feng was stunned for a moment before nodding. He turned to look at Yiqiubai and said, "Come with me to master's place first. 111 Come and spar with you later." The Hidden Sword Sect elder was slightly shocked when he heard that. One had to know that Liang Feng was extremely arrogant in the Hidden Sword Sect. There were very few disciples that he thought highly of. He was also qualified. This was because Liang Feng's talent in the sword Dao was too high. The elder couldn't help but look at Yiqiubai again. It seemed that this child wasn't simple. Yang Feng left. The elder in the inner courtyard also said to Yiqiubai, "All right, cultivate here for a period of time in peace. After that, return to the academy." Yiqiubai thought for a moment and said, "Elder, he'll return to the southern region directly later." He wanted to ask his master about Mu Ziking's physique. He wondered if his master could resolve it. The elder nodded and said, "All right, But be careful of the Sunset Monarchy's revenge. The inner courtyard elder nodded at the hidden sword sect elder before leaving and returning to the academy. The hidden sword sect elder glanced at Yi Qiubai before righting his sword and saying, "Follow me." Yi Qiubai watched as the elder rode his sword. He thought for a moment and also took out his wooden sword. He wrapped it with spiritual kai and made it soar into the air. Then, he stood up, just as he was about to use the wooden sword to ride the wind. However, after slowly flying for 5 meters, it began to become unstable and sway left and right. The elder in front seemed to have sensed something and said indifferently, "Use sword intent to isolate the airflow in the space." Yi Qiubai did as he said. Sword intent wrapped around the wooden sword. As expected, he successfully rode the sword in one go. The elder was shocked. Flying on a sword was not a profound technique. However, it was very difficult to succeed and master it in one go. The elder did not say anything. He sped up slightly and flew towards the mountainside. Yi Qiubai slowly followed while accelerating. Gradually, he mastered this technique. The elder nodded slightly. This child's comprehension ability was not bad. Soon, he arrived at a cave abode. "You can stay here for the time being. You can enter the sword tomb tomorrow." With that, the elder left. Yi Qiubai looked around. This place was located halfway up the mountain. It was where the inner courtyard sect disciples lived. The surrounding sword intent was also countless times thicker than at the foot of the mountain. No wonder the hidden sword sect was called a holy land for sword cultivators. Just as Yi Qiubai wanted to enter the cave abode and heal his injuries, a few disciples walked over. The person in the lead had a cold and arrogant expression. He held a sheathed sword in his hand. "Are you a new disciple?" "Not a disciple of the hidden sword sect." Immediately, the cold man reacted and said, "You must be the students sent by the academy to cultivate in the sword tomb." Yi Qiubai didn't comment. "He doesn't look like a powerful sword cultivator." The person behind the cold-looking man spoke. "The Hidden Dao Academy is not a place that specializes in the sword Dao. Naturally, it can't compare to our hidden sword sect. Wouldn't it be a waste for such a person to enter the sword tomb? You have to know that none of us are qualified to enter the sword tomb to cultivate." Hearing this, the cold-looking man's expression turned cold. Yi Qiubai didn't care about these words and wanted to enter the cave abode. However, at this moment, the cold man clearly didn't want to let Yi Qiubai off easily. He raised the sheathed sword in his hand and said to Yi Qiubai, "Shall we spar?" If it was any other time, he might have played along. However, the other party spoke disrespectfully. He also wanted to recuperate. It was impossible for him not to be injured in the battle just now after all. He was ranked 7th on the ranking of the 4 regions after all. His realm was much higher than Yi Qiubai's. He wanted to enter the sword tomb in his best condition. Seeing that Yi Qiubai ignored him, the cold man's expression turned cold. "We sword cultivators don't even have the guts to fight. Then why are you still worthy of being a sword cultivator?" Yi Qiubai didn't stop and walked into the cave abode. He left an empty sentence. "I just don't think it's necessary." Hearing this, everyone was stunned at first. Then he flew into a rage. Clearly, Yi Qiubai didn't take them seriously. The cold man shouted, "Then we'll wait for you to come out of the sword tomb." With that, he left with his men. After entering the cave abode, Yi Qiubai sat cross-legged and circulated the primordial sword scripture to repair his damaged meridians. On the second day, Yi Qiubai's cultivation was interrupted by the voice outside the cave abode. "Brother Yi, it's time to go to the sword tomb." Yi Qiubai walked out of the cave abode and saw that it was Liang Feng. Yang Feng said, "I'll take you there. When you come out of the sword tomb, remember to spar with me." Yi Qiubai readily agreed. He still had a good impression of Liang Feng. The other party was also worthy of his sword. With that, the two of them headed towards the sword tomb. The disciples of the hidden sword sect also heard that the students of the academy were going to enter the sword tomb to cultivate. Chapter 96 The Sword Tomb. Chapter 96 The Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb. Hidden Sword Sect Mystic Realm. When hidden sword sect experts died, their swords would return to the sword tomb. There might even be a legacy on it. It was rumored that there was a sword saint's sword in the sword tomb. It was also the sword of the last sword saint of this mainland, the founder of the Hidden Sword sect, the Hidden Cloud Sword Saint. The location of the sword tomb was not on the sword edge. Instead, it was located inside the sword peak. He needed to enter from the top of the sword. Along the way, Yang Feng explained, the reason why the sword edge revolves around the sword intent is because of the sword tomb and the sword edge. If the sword intent on the sword was so majestic, how many sword intents could there be in the sword tomb? Yi Qiubai nodded and said, are there any restrictions in the sword tomb? Yang Feng smiled and said, there are no restrictions. You'll understand after you enter. However, if you can't withstand the sword intent, remember to retreat. Otherwise, you will be shattered by the sword intent. Yi Qiubai asked, what about you, have you entered? Yang Feng shrugged when he heard this. And he said, I've entered it twice. The first time, one only walks 10 steps before one was unable to endure it. The second time, one advanced 8 meters. That's my limit. At this point, Yang Feng was afraid that Yi Qiubai would look down on him, so he hurriedly explained, don't underestimate this 8 meters. After reaching 6 meters, your sword intent will be comparable to a sword Dao Grandmaster. Alright, you'll know when you get there. It's your first time, so you shouldn't be able to go far. Yi Qiubai smiled and didn't reply. They arrived at the peak top. There were 2 old men at the entrance of the cave. Even though he could not tell the realms of the 2 old men, that indistinct sword intent could not be ignored. Yi Qiubai looked over and his heart skipped a beat. These 2 old men were definitely stronger than Eunuch Ming. It seemed that the so-called ranking of the 4 regions could not record all the powerful martial artists in the world. Yang Feng walked forward and spoke to the 2 elders before turning to look at Yi Qiubai. Alright, it's enough. However, if you feel that you can't take it anymore, you have to retreat immediately. Then, under the gazes of the 3 of them, he walked into the cave. After Yi Qiubai entered, many disciples had already gone to the place near the sword tomb. They wanted to see how far this student from the academy could go. The person who came last time only walked 5 meters the first time. Right, that's right. And he came out with injuries. Senior brother Liang walked 10 meters the first time. That definitely can't compare to senior brother Liang. Even though the Hidden Dao Academy is not weak, how can they compare to our Hidden Sword sect in terms of sword cultivation? This was not an arrogant statement. It was a fact that the Hidden Sword sect was the #1 holy land for sword cultivators. No one could question it. Even though the Hidden Dao Academy was not weak, they had learned a lot. It could not compare to the Hidden Sword sect that focused on swords. On the other side, Yang Feng arrived at the location of the Hidden Sword sect's sect master. The sect master of the Hidden Sword sect, Lin Hefeng, was ranked 2nd on the ranking of the 4 regions. The beginner stage of the Void God realm was the Sword Ancestral realm. He was now known as the #1 sword cultivator on the continent. Of course, Lin Hefeng himself did not admit this. Master, seeing that Liang Feng had arrived, Lin Rufeng smiled faintly and said, did you enter? Liang Feng nodded. Then how far do you think Yi Qiubai can go? Liang Feng smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, his sword Dao realm is very high. He has already reached the level of a great sword master. Furthermore, on the Daisiking mountain, he only used half a day to comprehend the inheritance on the sword wall. Therefore, I estimate that he won't be weaker than me. Hearing this, Lin Rufeng smiled. That's indeed a good seedling for sword cultivation. Moreover, it's rare for you to admire him so much. Yang Feng was helpless. Yi Qiubai was indeed very monstrous. To be able to fight to such an extent against Eunuch Ming, who was ranked 7th on the ranking, Yang Feng asked himself if he could do it now, even if his realm was higher than Yi Qiubai's. Alright, let's see how far that kid can go. At this moment, Yi Qiubai had already entered the cave. Entering the cave, it was pitch black. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Qiubai could feel a sword intent spewing out from within. Extremely sharp. Yi Qiubai didn't stop as he shuttled through this sword intent. At this point, the sword intent was already so majestic. How thick was the sword intent in the sword tomb? Yi Qiubai couldn't help but look forward to it. Finally, Yiqiubai walked out of the cave. The scene before him shocked him. Inside the sword peak, in front of him was a rocky slope filled with swords. On those swords, there was a faint sword intent, and when these sword intents fused with each other, it became extremely huge. It was as if it had materialized. Yiqiubai walked closer to the stone slope. He felt a sword intent attack him. However, this first sword intent was unable to injure Yiqiubai at all. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment. Then, he walked forward. He walked on the stone slope. The ground was filled with swords. Some of the swords looked very new, while others looked very simple. There were even cracks. This was the sword tomb. Yiqiubai bowed to the sword tomb before continuing forward. 5 meters. His sword intent had already reached the sword master realm. However, he couldn't stop Yiqiubai. He continued forward. 10 meters. He arrived at the place where Liang Feng had first arrived. Here, the sword intent had already reached the level of a great swordmaster. It continuously washed over Yiqiubai's body. Under the wash of this sword intent, Yiqiubai could feel some resistance, but he had a new comprehension of the sword Dao. The sword intent emitted by these swords. They all had different sword Dao intent realms. Yiqiubai thought for a moment and sat cross-legged. Release your defenses. He let the sword intent wash over his body. He comprehended the sword intent within. No one who entered the sword tomb dared to do so. The reason for that was because the sword intents here were all ownerless. He would not hold back at all. If he let go of his defense, he would be shattered by the sword intent that filled the sky if he was not careful. Yiqiubai could do this completely because of his physique, the chaos essence sword body. After a while, Yiqiubai opened his eyes. At this moment, he had a new comprehension of the sword Dao, and his sword intent was even richer. Only then did he continue walking forward. This place was far from his limit. 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Yiqiubai could already feel it in his body when he arrived. They were all enveloped by sword intent, destroying wantonly. At this point, Yiqiubai felt resistance. Then, he sat cross-legged and entered comprehension again. At this moment, in the outside world, above the sword peak, a sword intent soared into the sky. He charged up 300 feet from the cave. This meant that the people in the sword tomb had already walked 30 meters. This shocked the hidden sword sect. Chapter 97 Sword intent rushes into the night. Chapter 97 Sword intent rushes into the night. The chaos essence sword body. It could not be said to be the number one physique in history. However, with such a sword body, it could be said that it was born for the sword. Not only did he have a natural affinity for swords, comprehending sword techniques, and cultivating the sword Dao could also achieve twice the result with half the effort. It was the same for sword intent. It could be said that with the chaos essence sword body, one was born to be the ruler of the sword Dao. In addition, Lu Chansheng had given Yiqiubai some pills. This made Yiqiubai's body not weak. These factors allowed Yiqiubai to withstand the sword intent attacks in the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, the sword intent soared 300 feet into the sky. It meant that Yiqiubai had already advanced 30 meters. This shocked the elders and disciples of Hidden Sword Sect. How long has it been since we entered? We've already advanced 30 meters. And it's only the first time. Right, senior brother Liang only advanced 10 meters the first time. Is this kid's talent in the sword Dao really so high? The few people who had provoked Yiqiubai in front of his cave abode had ugly expressions when they saw the scene. Yiqiubai didn't accept the challenge back, then not because he didn't dare or because he wasn't strong enough. The other party did not take them seriously at all. This was the main reason. Look, it's moving again. At this moment, sword intent surged into the sky above the sword tomb and began to climb again. 350 feet. 400 feet. In the sword tomb, Yiqiubai continued forward. Now, the sword intent within 400 feet had already materialized and swept over like a long river of sword intent. Yiqiubai walked in the sword intent river. His body was already injured. However, the sword intent surrounding him became more and more condensed. In this sword tomb, Yiqiubai's sword Dao was increasing at a visible speed. When he reached 45 meters, Yiqiubai stopped again. Here, an ancient broken sword actually flew out of the sword tomb and stood in front of Yiqiubai. This was an inheritance. As long as Yiqiubai held the broken sword in front of him, he could obtain all the sword Dao comprehension of the owner of this broken sword. Seeing this, Yiqiubai pondered for a moment but didn't take the broken sword. Instead, he sat cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the sword intent here. The broken sword seemed to sense that the other party did not accept it. It stabbed into the ground again and fell silent. At the same time, in the southern region hidden Dao Academy, in the fire pit, the nirvana of fire was still burning. It was as if it was eternal. Among them stood a man. The man was naked, and the surface of his body was covered by ancient and mysterious flame patterns. This was the symbol of cultivating the first level of the eternal demon body. After mastering the first level, his fist could split the ground and split the mountains. With just his physical body, he could fight against a Qianyuan realm expert. In fact, if he had not reached the peak stage Qianyuan realm, he might not even be able to withstand a punch from Blackie. The nirvana of fire in the pit of fire suddenly erupted, with Blackie as the center. It formed a flaming vortex. Under the little chick's surprised gaze, the nirvana of fire was completely absorbed by little Blackie at this moment. It flowed into the flame patterns. The flame patterns seemed to be flowing with blazing flames as they were imprinted on the surface of Blackie's body. Seeing the scene, the little chick was even more shocked. The nirvana of fire was one of the top fire seeds in the world. Its might could burn everything in the world. Even though he had controlled the strength, the power was still not small. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, not only could Blackie withstand it, but it also absorbed it with its cultivation. The little chick was a little suspicious. Did something go wrong? Then, he looked at Lu Chengsheng, who was lying not far away. Where did this fellow find so many geniuses? Why were all of them so extraordinary? At this moment, the nirvana of fire had already been completely absorbed by Blackie. At the same time, the fire patterns gradually sank into the surface of Blackie's skin. Blackie opened its eyes and walked out of the pit. When he came to Lu Chengsheng, he scratched his head and said, "Master, I think one succeeded. Did it work?" Lu Chengsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Blackie. "Why doesn't it look any different?" It still looked ordinary. Blackie shook its head and said, "I don't know. But one feel like my body is full of power. I feel like I want to fight someone." Looking at Blackie's eyes, there was a hint of battle intent. At the same time, there was a hint of demonic nature in the battle intent. He could not help but get up angrily and slap Blackie's head. He scolded, "You little brat. Don't tell me you want me to be your sparring partner. I just taught you a cultivation technique and took you in as my disciple. You want to beat Master up already?" Blackie scratched its head and said aggrievedly, No. And you say you didn't?" At this moment, Qin Tianan came to the cottage. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. "What's going on, Changsheng? Why are you hitting your disciple?" Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned. Then, he thought of something and looked at Blackie. He chuckled and said, "All right, this sparring partner is here. Blackie, let Uncle Qin spar with you." Hearing this, Xiaohe looked at Qin Tianan. Qin Tianan was also a little speechless. He was the head of a school. However, when he saw Blackie's eyes filled with fighting spirit, he could not help but smile bitterly. "All right, let's give it a try." In any case, he was a junior. It was good to spar with him. It was a good opportunity for Lu Chengsheng's new disciple to know the strength of a Qianyuan realm expert. This would also be beneficial to his future martial arts path. Blackie scratched its head and said, "Then it'll be impolite." Without waiting for Qin Tianan's reply, he stomped on the ground and ran over. Qin Tianan smiled. With one hand behind his back, he struck out with his other hand. He was still thinking in his heart, in case he hurt the other party, so he held back a little. However, Blackie suddenly let out a furious roar. The roar was deafening. It was like the roar of a magical beast. Then, he raised his fist. There was no spiritual kai covering it. He simply threw a punch. It smashed towards Qin Tianan. When the fist landed on Qin Tianan's palm, Qin Tianan's expression changed completely. On his palm, a huge force that no one could resist transmitted over. It was like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage. It surged towards every part of Qin Tianan's body. At this moment, Qin Tianan was sent flying. He was sent flying by Blackie's punch. Blackie did not seem to be satisfied. His eyes were filled with excitement. With another roar, he chased after Qin Tianan. Qin Tianan immediately stabilized himself and did not dare to hold back anymore. He shouted in a deep voice, and the strength of the peak stage Qin Yuan realm erupted. Previously, after taking Lu Chengsheng's essence-breaking pill, Qin Tianan had also advanced to peak stage Qin Yuan realm. Then, he also threw a punch forward. Fist met fist. For a moment, the cottage was in an uproar. Chapter 98 Chapter 98 Hidden Danger of the Southern Region. Chapter 98 Hidden Danger of the Southern Region. Qin Tianan really did not expect this. Lu Chengsheng's new disciple was so powerful. Moreover, this was the power of his physical body. There was no spiritual chi fluctuation, so it could be seen how strong his physical body was. In the cottage, airwaves kept surging. Dust flew everywhere. Qin Tianan's expression also changed. The current Blackie had completely changed from its previous simple and honest appearance to a combat machine. Just this punch only was already very strenuous for him to block it. At this moment, Blackie retracted its fist and raised it again, smushing it towards Qin Tianan. Seeing this, Qin Tianan's expression changed again. In a hurry, he met the attack with his palms. This time, Qin Tianan was unable to resist. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he was sent flying once again. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng instantly moved behind Qin Tianan and pressed his palm against Qin Tianan to prevent him from falling to the ground. Then, a pure spiritual chi poured into Qin Tianan's body and repaired his meridians. A medicinal pill was also stuffed into Qin Tianan's mouth to help him heal his injuries. Only then did Qin Tianan recover. At this moment, Blackie seemed to have lost its rationality. Its eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. Demonic nature erupted around his body. He was like a monstrous demon. It charged towards Qin Tianan once again. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng arrived in front of Qin Tianan in a flash and pointed his finger. When the fist landed on Lu Chengsheng's finger, it couldn't go any further. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng suddenly shouted, "Wake up!" That voice fell into Blackie's mind. Gradually, the demonic nature began to recede. The battle intent in his eyes dissipated at this moment. Blackie's eyes regained clarity. He scratched his head and looked at the scene before him. What happened? Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng asked, "Don't you remember anything?" Blackie was puzzled. He shook his head and said, "I don't remember." It seemed that Blackie would lose his rationality in battle. It was probably because of his physique. At the side, Qin Tianan looked at Blackie in surprise. Then, he asked Lu Chengsheng, "Where did you find another disciple? Why is he another monster?" Lu Chengsheng spread his hands and said, "I just went out for a while. One found it." He couldn't possibly say that it was a system mission. Right. He did not believe this excuse. He went out and found EQ by Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen. Now, Blackie came. However, since Lu Chengsheng didn't want to talk about it, Qin Tianan wouldn't ask further. He could only say helplessly, all right, since you've taken him in as your disciple, teach him well. They are all good seedlings. Don't waste them." Lu Chengsheng said casually. "Got it." At this moment, Lu Chengsheng was thinking. Yi Qbai's fish was delicious. Hung Ying made soup. Ning Chengsen made vegetarian food. So what was Blackie supposed to do? Qin Tianan patted Lu Chengsheng's shoulder and said, "I'm here for something." "I'm busy," Lu Chengsheng answered without hesitation. "So what? Give me some time. This is very important." Qin Tianan had already figured out Lu Chengsheng's personality. Naturally, he would not let him escape. He said, "This matter concerns the safety of the southern region. You should know that there is a large desert in the southern region." "Right." Lu Chengsheng shook his head. "I don't know." He had never left the cottage before. What did he know? In the southern region of the southern region, an extremely unstable aura appeared in the desert. It even affected the surrounding space, as if it would shatter at any moment. We guessed that the secret realm might be about to appear. Lu Chengsheng was confused. Isn't that a good thing? No. Qin Tianan's expression was solemn. If a mystic realm descends, the space of the southern region will definitely be destroyed. At that time, nearly half of the southern region will be destroyed. Therefore, we decided to let the experts of the southern region head to the desert to stabilize the space. At the same time, we will tear open a small crack and enter to explore. Lu Chengsheng was confused. Isn't it very dangerous? Why do you still want to go in? Hearing this, Qin Tianan shook his head and said, humans are all greedy. To be able to spread to such a large area, it's definitely not simple. That's why one made this decision. In the face of benefits, everyone was greedy. Similarly, amongst martial cultivators, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent in the face of such a secret. Qin Tianan didn't wait for Lu Chengsheng's reply. He said, all right. 111 wake you up. Don't hide. On the other side, central region, hidden sword sect. The disciples looked up at the peak. The sword intent that soared into the sky. He was already 500 feet away. How far can this disciple from the Hidden Tao Academy go? It should be at its limit. It hasn't moved for a long time. No matter what, this is the first time I've come this far. I've already surpassed everyone. You have to know that senior brother Liang only walked 10 meters the first time. In the sect master's hall, when Liang Feng saw the scene, his eyes were a little dazed. Well, the difference was too great. This was the first time he had let his sword intent soar 100 feet into the sky. Yiqiubai had already walked 50 meters. At the side, Lin Hefeng smiled and said, looks like this child's talent in the sword Tao is not simple. Is it possible for him to come to our hidden sword sect? Hearing this, Yang Feng was stunned. Then, he shook his head and said, I don't know either, but he already has a master. Lin Rufeng chuckled. Then I'd like to see who's capable of nurturing such a genius in the sword Tao. Lu Chengsheng killed Eunuch Ming and the Asura cavalry in just 2 moves. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it's not inferior to you, master. After all, Lin Rufeng was ranked second on the warrior list. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to rope this kid in. Just as the two of them were discussing, the sword intent rose again, and this time, it was extremely fast. In just an instant, it had reached 600 feet. He did not slow down at all under everyone's terrified gazes. 700 feet, 800 feet, 900 feet, all the way to 1,000 feet. Only then did it stop. At this point, it meant that Yiqiubai had already surpassed Liang Feng. Yang Feng could only barely reach 80 meters. It had to be known that this was Yiqiubai's first time entering the sword tomb. This should be the end. 1,000 feet. This level is no longer something that can be stepped on with strength alone. Lin Rufeng was also shocked. He said, after 1,000 feet, you'll have to rely on my talent in the sword principle. If I don't obtain the recognition of the sword Tao's will, one won't be able to advance no matter how strong I am. At this moment, in the sword tomb, Yiqiubai looked at the ancient swords floating in front of him and pondered. Should he choose to accept the inheritance or should he continue forward? Then, Yiqiubai looked at the sword that was still inserted into the ground and made a decision. Continue forward. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 2,000 feet. Chapter 99 2,000 feet. In the sword tomb, it didn't depend on one's cultivation level or strength after 1,000 feet. Only talent in the sword Tao. From the beginning until now, no one had climbed to the top of the sword tomb. Even Lin Rufeng, the current sect master of the hidden sword sect, could only reach a distance of 150 meters. If the first 100 meters of the sword tomb were filled with sword intent, one would be attacked as long as they stepped in. In that case, there was no attack in the last 100 meters. However, this sword intent seemed to have formed a sword intent barrier. If he wanted to pass, he could only break through with sword intent. Yiqiubai walked forward and arrived at the first barrier. Then, sword intent erupted from Yiqiubai's body. It formed a sword intent sword and directly cut through the first layer of the barrier. Yiqiubai didn't stop. Sword intent surged continuously. They turned into huge swords again and slashed at the second barrier. The barrier cracked in an instant. At the same time, when the barrier shattered, the pure power of the sword Dao actually fused into Yi Qiubai's body. At this moment, a sword was slowly forming in Yi Qiubai's danshan. In the sword tomb, Yi Qiubai couldn't be stopped. He was like the ruler of the sword Dao, continuously advancing. Above the sword tomb, sword intent soared into the sky and climbed continuously. At this moment, it had reached 300 feet. And this only took 10 breaths of time. Everyone was already numb. When they saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Qiubai had used his strength to prove his sword Dao talent. It also conquered the disciples of the hidden sword sect. As for the few disciples who had provoked him in front of the cave abode, they had long left this place dejectedly. Could they challenge someone who could reach such a level in the sword tomb? In the sect master's hall, Yang Feng's expression was blank. Lin Rufeng looked up at the sword intent and said softly, "The fifth barrier will undergo a qualitative change. I wonder if this child can break it." At this moment, Yi Qiubai had already broken through the fourth sword intent barrier. He arrived at 140 meters. Yi Qiubai waved his hand, and the sword intent swept over again. However, this time, the barrier did not shatter. It only caused ripples. It can't be broken. Yi Qiubai paused for a moment before flipping his palm. Sword intent erupted again. It transformed into a long river of sword intent, forming a shocking wave. It swept towards the sword Dao barrier, which shattered, being unable to withstand it. As though it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The barrier fragments transformed into sword intent and entered Yi Qiubai's body again. At this moment, an aura erupted. Yi Qiubai's cultivation level had broken through to the peak stage sea flow realm naturally. Yi Qiubai continued forward. At the sixth barrier, he used the 9 heavenly demon sword. 170 meters. The seventh barrier was cut open by the seventh move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. When he reached the 8th barrier, execute the sword domain, it also shattered with a bang. On the 9th floor, 190 meters away, the sword domain and the 9 heavenly demon sword could not be broken through. After a while, when he suddenly opened his eyes, there was actually an endless wheel revolving around the wooden sword. Yi Qiubai shouted. The wooden sword in his hand slashed out. Primordial sword scripture, peaceful mountains and rivers. The 9th barrier shattered instantly. The disciples outside looked at this scene with fear in their eyes. Sword intent soared 900 feet into the sky. This was an unprecedented level. They had never heard of anyone reaching such a level since the founding of the hidden sword sect. In the sect master's main hall, Lin Rufeng was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "Yang Feng, it's your misfortune to be born in the same era as such a genius in the sword Dao. It's also your fortune." Yang Feng nodded silently. In front of Yi Qiubai, all the sword Dao geniuses seemed to have lost their luster. "I'm afraid that he's the only one in this era who has the chance to step into the sword saint realm." The two old men also opened their eyes and looked at this scene with solemn expressions. In the back mountain of the hidden sword sect, there was a bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo forest was a bamboo house. In the bamboo house, a white-haired old man opened his eyes, which flickered with sword light. The great world is about to open. It's time. After saying this, a similar aura erupted from the old man's body. This aura was much stronger than Lin Rufeng and Din Yan, the last barrier of the sword Dao. There was only one sword stuck behind the barrier. The sword edge was simple and unadorned. However, it was not damaged at all. Yi Qiubai looked over. It was rumored that this sword was the sword saint sword. It was a relic left behind by the founder of the hidden sword sect, the hidden cloud sword saint. As long as he obtained this sword, he would be able to obtain the entire inheritance of the hidden cloud sword saint. This was extremely attractive to any sword cultivator. There have been no more sword saints in the world ever since the extinction war in ancient times. Yi Qiubai walked forward, sword kai spewing out of the wooden sword in his hand. The peaceful mountains and rivers slashed out once again. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The barrier did not move at all. Even the primordial sword scripture can't slash it open. Yi didn't leave because of this. The inheritance of a sword saint was naturally not so easy to obtain. He could not help but think to himself, if all the attacks were combined, would it be more powerful if they fused together? Thinking of this, Yi took action. Sword domain activated. Then, a wisp of black demonic Kai began to spread throughout the sword domain. This was the 9 heavenly demon sword. An aura of endless life rose immediately after. Yi wanted to combine these 3 cultivation techniques. However, when the will of endless life combined with the black demonic eye, which seemed to be restrained by the primordial sword scripture and was directly devoured. No, the level of the primordial sword scripture is too high. It's naturally impossible to fuse. Then, Yi tried to control the primordial sword scripture to reduce its power, trying to find a balance in it. And this time, a day had passed. The disciples watched this scene. He lamented in his heart. He hasn't moved for a day. I'm afraid he can't do it anymore. Yes, he should have reached his limit. However, he should be proud of himself. It's probably coming out soon. In the sect master's hall, Lin Rufeng watched this scene and sighed slightly. In the end, he didn't get the ancestral master's inheritance. Wait, Liang Feng suddenly glared. The sword intent that shot into the sky on the sword tomb was actually at this moment. It climbed to 2. Feet. This also meant that Yi had already walked 200 meters to the sword tomb. In other words, Yi had already obtained the inheritance of the hidden cloud, sword saint. At this moment, in the sword tomb, Yi fused the 3 sword skills into one. After shattering the barrier, he arrived in front of the ancient sword. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword. At that moment, a phantom appeared in the sword. After so many years, someone finally came here. Chapter 100 the second Dantian. Chapter 100 the second Dantian. You're the one who came here. The phantom looked at Yi and said, you're a disciple of my hidden sword sect. Seeing this, the phantom didn't show any surprise. It doesn't matter if you're not. However, I can sense the aura of someone familiar on you. It's the 9 heavenly demon sword and the sword domain. You obtained their inheritance. Then it's normal for you to stand in front of me. The phantom smiled and said, since you've been recognized by the 2 of them, there's no doubt about your temperament and talent. I can trust you with my inheritance. With that, the phantom raised its finger and tapped Yikiu's glabella. Information entered Yikiu's mind. My cultivation method might be a little special. It uses my danshan to accumulate swords. You should have already felt the process of advancing in the sword tomb, right? Yikiu looked at his danshan. At this moment, there was indeed a small sword in his danshan. The phantom explained, my entire life's sword principle is in this sword. Using your danshan to accumulate a sword. The stronger you are, the higher your realm. The sword in your danshan will also become stronger. If the danshan is damaged, this sword can also transform into a second danshan. A second danshan? In that case, does that mean that you've opened up another cultivation path hearing this? The phantom nodded. You can understand it that way. However, one haven't figured out this path yet. You have to figure it out yourself. 1. I hope that you can bring this technique to greater heights. Yikiu nodded, feeling the information of the cultivation technique in his mind. This cultivation technique would be very terrifying when cultivated. Who would be a match for him in the Kanyuan realm if both Danshan realms had reached the Kanyuan realm? However, it was also a little difficult to cultivate. They could nor be cultivated at the same time after all. The sword core did not follow the usual cultivation method. Instead, he had to cultivate with sword intent. He nurtured the sword core in his danshan and cultivated it with sword intent. As for the others, it was very difficult for them to break through to the sword intent realm. Some people would never be able to break through in their lives. In that case, cultivating this second danshan would be useless. Of course, this was no problem for Yikiu. The current him had already mastered his sword intent and reached the level of a great swordmaster. The sword intent was much thicker now after being tempered by the sword intent in the sword tomb. Breaking through to the sword ancestor was just around the corner. At this moment, the illusory figure waved his hand again. A token appeared in Yiqiubai's hand. The word cloud was engraved on the token. This is the token of the Cloud Phoenix Mystic Realm. You can only enter with this token. Looking at the time, it's time for the Mystic Realm to descend. I hope you can grasp it. After saying this, the phantom gradually began to dissipate. Yiqiubai held the token and bowed respectfully to the ancient sword. After a while, he stood up and left the sword tomb. The two old men watched Yiqiubai come out and said, "Let's go to the sect master's hall. The sect master has something to tell you." In the sect master's hall, Yang Feng was waiting here. When he saw Yiqiubai coming over, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "How did you do it?" Yiqiubai smiled. "I did it if one wanted to." Hearing this, Yang Feng could nor help but say helplessly, "One really admire you. Previously, you obtained the inheritance on the Dia-seeking mountain. Now, you've also taken away the inheritance of my hidden sword sect. You're not giving anyone else a way out." Yiqiubai spread his hands innocently. There was nothing he could do. Strength did not allow it. "All right, let's go see my master first. When the time comes, we'll spar. I want to see what the inheritance in the sword tomb is." Yiqiubai nodded in agreement before walking into the hall. Lin Rufeng had his hands behind his back. When he saw Yiqiubai enter, he smiled and said, "Not bad. You are much stronger than Liang Feng." When Liang Feng, who came in behind Yiqiubai, heard this, he couldn't help but look depressed. "Master, you can't insult people like this." Lin Rufeng smiled brightly and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Originally, Lin Rufeng wanted to rope Yiqiubai into the hidden sword sect. However, when he heard Liang Feng say that Yiqiubai had a master who was not inferior to him, he dismissed this thought. Lin Rufeng looked at Yiqiubai and smiled kindly. "Since you've obtained the ancestral master's inheritance, the hidden sword sect is your backing. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me directly." As such, she roped Yiqiubai in. Yiqiubai nodded. "Thank you, sect master." Seeing that Yiqiubai had accepted his good intentions, Lin Rufeng couldn't help but smile and say, "As for what inheritance the ancestral master has, I won't ask. Only those with ability can naturally obtain the inheritance. Otherwise, it's useless to take it." Yang Feng, was she implying something about him again? "What are your plans after that?" Hearing this, Yiqiubai said, "I think I'll return to the sect first." Lin Rufeng nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and a token appeared in front of Yiqiubai. Yang Feng was stunned when he saw this. He didn't even have this token. "This is the sect master's token of the hidden sword sect. If there's anything, just look for me with this token." Yiqiubai didn't refuse. He thanked her and took it. Then, they chatted for a while. Yiqiubai left the sect master's hall. Yang Feng followed him and said with a smile, "How is it, are you going to spar now or are you going to recover first?" "You don't have to," Yiqiubai said. "Go now." The two of them arrived at an empty space. There was no one here. It was the place where Yang Feng usually practiced his swordsmanship. Yang Feng took out his sword and said, "Let's begin." Yiqiubai nodded and also took out his wooden sword. At this moment, his sword intent erupted without reservation. The realm of a great sword master was revealed without a doubt. Yang Feng sensed this sharp sword intent with a solemn expression. Even though he had also reached the great sword master realm, his sword intent was far inferior to Yiqiubai's. At the thought of this, Yang Feng made his move. With a low shout, his body shot forward. The long sword in his hand danced. The sword kai turned into a sword net that slashed at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai remained unmoved, his expression calm. With a flip of his palm, sword intent transformed into a river. It swept towards the sword net without obstruction. The sword net was directly dispersed by the sword intent river. Yang Feng's expression changed, and his sword intent also surged out. They transformed into long swords that blocked the sword intent river. At the same time, he struck out with a mudra. A sword formation actually formed around Yiqiubai. He wanted to surround and kill him. Yiqiubai smiled faintly and stepped on the ground. Sword domain spread out. Yiqiubai was the absolute ruler in the sword domain. The sword formation was unable to withstand a single blow from the sword intent. When Liang Feng saw this, he smiled bitterly and stopped moving. I really don't know how you cultivated. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Alchemist Assessment. Chapter 101 Alchemist Assessment. Southern Region Hidden Dao Academy. Since Lu Changsheng had nothing to do, he decided to go out for a walk in the academy. Whenever he met a student, they would bow and respectfully address him as Senior Lu, even though they wouldn't give him anything. Hearing this made him feel very satisfied. Of course, Lu Changsheng wouldn't show it on his face. He had to keep a low profile. Sai. Loki. Lu Changsheng's name had spread far and wide in the academy. Some people even said that you might not know the dean in the Hidden Dao Academy, but you must know Lu Changsheng. This. As Lu Changsheng walked through the academy, some disciples passed by. The disciple greeted respectfully. Senior Lu. At this time, Lu Changsheng would smile and nod. When he almost reached the pill hall's territory, Lu Changsheng turned around decisively, ready to leave. Otherwise, he would be dragged by that elder to ask questions again. However, sometimes, the more you try to hide, the more you can't hide. At this moment, the pill hall elder happened to walk over. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's body trembled, and he was ready to run. Sai, isn't this Changsheng? When the pill hall elder saw Lu Changsheng, he was overjoyed. Those who didn't know better would think that there was a problem with the pill hall elder's sexual orientation. No, you've got the wrong person. The pill hall elder said helplessly. Don't run away first. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lu Changsheng turned around and asked, Tell me, what's the problem now? No problem this time. The pill hall elder walked forward and took out a sheepskin scroll with the word alchemy sect written on it. You should know about the alchemy sect. Right. Lu Changsheng scratched his head. Should one know? The pill hall elder said. The alchemy sect is the only sect in the continent that is made up of alchemists. It is publicly recognized as the orthodox alchemy sect. If the hidden sword sect was the holy land that all sword cultivators yearn for, then the alchemy sect was the treasure land that all alchemists pursued. So, every 10 years, the alchemy sect will hold an alchemy conference in the central region. Everyone who has reached the level of an alchemy master can participate. Alchemists were also divided into apprentices, masters, and grandmasters. The realms above apprentices were divided into 9 levels. The pill hall elder was a 4th grade alchemy master. Lu Changsheng pointed at himself and asked, You don't want me to participate in the alchemy conference, do you? Let me make it clear first, I'm not going. The pill hall elder said earnestly. Shang, we know your alchemy skills. If you go, you will definitely be able to get a ranking. Once we get a ranking, it will be a great honor for our southern region's Hidden Dao Academy. At that time, more people will join our pill hall. Oh, no, join our southern region's Hidden Dao Academy. Don't you think so? The alchemists of the southern region have never been ranked in the alchemy conference. Of course. With your fame, you can add more geniuses to the cottage. Hearing the last sentence, Lu Changsheng said without hesitation. Don't. The cottage is doing well now. There's no need to add new people. You're joking. If there were more people in the cottage, there would definitely be more things to do. Putting aside the fact that he had to teach them cultivation, at that time, wouldn't those disciples be busy causing trouble everywhere like Yi Qiubai? The pill hall elder was helpless. He had no idea how to deal with someone like Lu Changsheng. However, it was normal. Now, the cottage had Yi Qiubai, Heng Ying, and Ning Changsen. Now, there was also Blackie, who had an invincible body. The 4 of them could easily crush the paragons of the southern region. A disciple like this was already enough. Moreover, there were 4 of them. The pill hall elder continued to tempt him. How about this if you go? You don't have to come to my pill hall's lecture for the time being. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Every 10 days, Kintanan would forcefully drag Lu Changsheng to the various halls to preach the Tao. It gave him a headache. Now that the elder of the pill hall made this offer, Lu Changsheng was a little tempted. You can make the decision. The pill hall elder patted his chest and said, "I'll talk to the dean as long as you participate in the alchemy conference." Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. You said it yourself." "I said so." "When are you going?" "Then you have to go to the alchemy sects base in the southern region and obtain the alchemist's level first. The minimum requirement for participating in the alchemy conference is to be an alchemy master." Lu Chengsheng nodded and said, "All right. I'll go back to the cottage first." The elder of the pill hall stopped Lu Chengsheng and said, "What's the point of returning? It'll start tomorrow. Go and pass the alchemist level now, or we won't have enough time." Then, without waiting for Lu Chengsheng's objection, he dragged him out of the Hidden Dao Academy. The alchemy sect had a testing station for alchemists in the 4 regions. At this moment, the elder of the pill hall arrived with Lu Chengsheng. There was already an old man waiting at the door. "Hu King, your alchemy has improved again. You want to participate in the assessment of a 5th-rate alchemy master." Hu King held Lu Chengsheng's hand and said with a smile, "It's not me. It's him. Lu Chengsheng is the hall master of our Hidden Dao Academy." Lu Chengsheng's name had already spread throughout the southern region. It was said that even though there were only 3 disciples in the cottage, all of them were geniuses. The outside world did not know of Blackie's existence yet. "I know about Hall Master Lu, but, obviously," the old man doubted Lu Chengsheng's alchemy skills. Hu King smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. This kid's alchemy skills are above mine." The old man was surprised. In the southern region, Hu King's alchemy skills were ranked at the top. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become an elder of the alchemy hall. "Then I'd like to see Hall Master Lu's strength. Come in first." The assessment method for alchemists was very simple. If he was an apprentice, that was to test one's understanding of heavenly treasures. At the same time, one just needed to refine the yellow-tier medicinal pill. However, an alchemy master had to refine mystic-tier pills. Grandmasters had to refine earth-tier medicinal pills. As for their ranks, it was determined by the success rate and the amount of impurities contained in the pill. For example, Hu King was now a 4th-grade alchemy master. He had to refine an intermediate-grade mystic-tier medicinal pill within 3 times. At the same time, the impurities inside could not exceed 50. The 3 of them arrived at an alchemy room in the hall. The old man pointed at the alchemy furnace in the middle and said, "Hall, Master Lu, you can refine pills here. As for what pill to refine, there are 3 choices here." With that, he opened his hand and 3 sheepskin scrolls floated out. On the 3 sheepskin scrolls were 3 types of medicinal pills. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Is this still the same revival spirit pill? Chapter 102. Is this still the same revival spirit pill? On 3 sheepskin scrolls, they were the revival spirit pill, the Kai fusion pill, and the true yang pill. The 3 pills were all mystic tier pills. The revival spirit pill was low grade, the Kai fusion pill was medium grade, and the true yang pill was high grade. Lu Chengsheng looked over and chose the revival spirit pill without thinking. Hu King. In any case, he only needed to be an alchemy master. Why would he choose the harder one? The old man didn't say anything. He waved his hand and retrieved the materials from his storage ring. There are 5 sets of materials. As long as you complete the pill refinement within these 5 times, it's fine. Lu Chengsheng looked at the pill formula. Then, he picked up the materials and began to refine. He had never refined this pill before. However, since it was used to recover spiritual Kai, Lu Chengsheng had made something similar before. The pill that instantly restored Yikubai's spiritual Kai was refined by Lu Chengsheng. It should be about the same. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng picked up the materials and began to refine them. This material doesn't seem right. It probably won't be able to help the user recover much when it's refined. Could it be testing me? Then I'll change it. With that, Lu Chengsheng took out 2 other materials from his storage ring and replaced them. The old man could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. What is he doing? I can understand the spirit recovery grass. But what the hell is this fire element magic nucleus? Hu King was not surprised when he heard this. He smiled faintly and patted the old man's shoulder. Alright, just look at the results. He knew Lu Chengsheng too well. When he couldn't refine some pills, he would ask Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng would give him a proper explanation. He naturally had his own reasons for changing the materials this time. Immediately after, Lu Chengsheng threw all the materials into the alchemy furnace. He released the flames and began to extract the essence. Will this work? The old man was stunned again. Some medicinal herbs had conflicting attributes after all. For example, the fire element magic nucleus would produce flames when extracted. This might burn other materials. However, when Lu Chengsheng extracted all the materials, the old man shut up. He had been too narrow-minded. Next was to fuse them. The pill was formed. This was also the most important step. However, something unexpected happened. In the pill furnace, a flame power began to riot. It was that fire element magic nucleus. The old man shook his head and said, "No, the materials inside will probably be burned. Hu King, your hall master Lu doesn't seem to know how to refine pills." He didn't know how to refine pills. The corners of Hu King's eyes twitched. If Lu Chengsheng didn't know how to refine pills, they probably wouldn't even know what a pill was. All right, just watch carefully. The old man was speechless. What was there to see? They could already announce the death penalty. Just as the old man was thinking this, a medicinal fragrance slowly floated out from the pill furnace. Yes. The old man looked over in surprise. He was about to fail. So why was there still a medicinal fragrance? Immediately after, Lu Chengsheng patted the furnace. 3 streams of light shot out from the flames. Lu Chengsheng took out the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago, and caught it. Then, he extinguished the flames and said, "All right, take a look." With that, he handed the jade bottle to the old man. The old man was slightly stunned and hurriedly took it. Did he really succeed? He took out the 3 medicinal pills from the pure jade bottle. "Why are there 3? Lu Chengsheng asked in confusion. "Is 3 a lot?" Usually, he would refine a cauldron of it. Hu King covered his face. As far as Lu Chengsheng knew, 3 were indeed very few. The old man was speechless and looked at it. The medicinal pill was round. There was a pill fragrance circulating in the surroundings. In fact, there was even a flame pattern in the middle of the medicinal pill. This pill is the revival spirit pill. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng spread his hands and said, "One don't know if it's true or not, but it should be about the same." The old man nodded. Then, he swallowed the pill, testing the medicine with his own body. The old man felt the spiritual Kai in his body fill. This was indeed the effect of the revival spirit pill. The ingredients are clearly different from the pill formula. Hu King also looked at Lu Chengsheng. Clearly, he was also curious. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment and said, "Well, the reason why one changed the cloud spirit root to the spirit recovery grass is that the spiritual Kai contained in the cloud spirit root is too gentle. The effect of the revival spirit pill refined like this probably won't be very good. The recovery speed will be slow." "What about the fire element magic nucleus?" the old man asked. "If it's a fire element magic nucleus, it's because the medicinal properties of the spirit recovery grass are too mixed in order to remove the impurities. As for whether you're worried that the fire magic nucleus will burn the other materials, just control it well. Control it well." Seeing Lu Chengsheng's casual expression, it was as if this was not difficult. If he were to refine it, this furnace would probably be crippled. The old man looked impressed and nodded. "All right. Then you passed. You succeeded in one go and refined 3. However, because it's a low-grade mystic tier medicinal pill, it can only be given the qualifications of a 4th-grade alchemy master. Who cared what grade he was as long as he was an alchemy master? It was fine." Hu King was a little speechless. This kid definitely had the strength of a 9th-grade alchemy master. In order to slack off, he adjusted the simplest medicinal pill. This made him very helpless. "All right. Well, take our leave first." The old man nodded. "You're going to participate in the alchemy conference, right? Go quickly." With that, the 2 of them left. After the 2 of them left, an explosion suddenly happened in an alchemy room. The old man was stunned and quickly ran over. "Are you all right? Old Yu, did the furnace explode again?" Old Yu walked out of the black ashes with a dispirited aura. Yes. I still failed. Quick. Give me a healing medicinal pill. The old man subconsciously handed over the revival spirit pill that Lu Qingfeng made. Old Yu took it and swallowed it. Immediately, spiritual Kai filled Old Yu's body. Old Yu, who was originally dispirited, seemed to be uninjured at this moment. Old Yu was shocked and said, "This medicinal pill is quite precious. Right, where did it come from?" The old man was stunned. "It's just an ordinary revival spirit pill." "Bullshit," Old Yu scolded. "Do you take me for a fool? Does the revival spirit pill have such an effect?" My spiritual Kai recovered instantly. The old man was stunned. Previously, when he was testing the medicine, he was not injured, so he would not feel like Old Yu. Old Yu was a Kaian Yuan realm expert. A medicinal pill that could allow a Kaian Yuan realm expert to instantly recover all his spiritual Kai. This was not something the revival spirit pill could do. "Do you have any more? Show it to me." The old man handed it over. Old Yu took a look and said, "This what medicinal pill is this? Which master refined it?" Lu Changsheng just made it." "Lu Changsheng, what rank did you give him?" "4th grade. Old Yu immediately said angrily. 4th grade? Can someone at 4th grade can refine such a medicinal pill? Chapter 1-3 Chapter 1-3 Fellow Taoists. Chapter 103 Fellow Taoists. In the alchemy sects territory, it was extremely lively. Due to the alchemy conference, not only were there alchemy masters from the 4 regions here to participate in the event, there were also people from other aristocratic families and sects. Their goal was not the event. Instead, it was the alchemists participating in the event. One had to know that an alchemist would always be a popular figure in the aristocratic families and sects. Their purpose here was to rope in these alchemists. At the same time, there were also people who brought their juniors over to seek a master. Including the Mu family in the central region was included amongst them. The Mu family was one of the 3 great hidden families in the central region. Sigh. My eldest miss. There are so many alchemists in the family. Why didn't you learn from them? Why did you come to this alchemy conference to look for a teacher? In front of the old man, a delicate young girl was walking on the road. She looked around and replied with a smile, "I don't want to. Those alchemists in the family can't teach me well." Elder Lai said helplessly, "Miss, the alchemy masters in the family are all extremely famous figures in the central region. If there's no teacher suitable for you in the family, why would there be one outside?" Mu Wan flicked her long black hair and snorted delicately, "I don't care. In any case, the alchemy masters in the family aren't good enough." Hearing this, Elder Lai had nothing to say. He could only shake his head helplessly and slowly follow Mu Waner. This young lady was too willful. Only her father, the head of the Mu family, could control her. It smells so good. Mu Wan followed the fragrance and saw a restaurant. "Hence," he said, "let's go eat something." Elder Lai nodded and entered with Mu Wan. On the other side, Hu King dragged Lu Changsheng to the alchemy sect's territory. "Elder Hu, can we have a meal first?" Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Hu King said angrily, "Aren't you already at the Anetia realm? Why do you keep shouting about eating? What does this have to do with Anetia realm? Eating is a very blissful thing." At this point, Lu Changsheng saw a restaurant ahead. He pulled Hu King in. After going upstairs, Lu Changsheng went to the 2nd floor and found a window seat. A waiter with a tablecloth on his shoulder jogged over. "Sirs, do you want to eat something?" His eyesight was definitely not bad to be able to be a waiter in a large restaurant. Lu Changsheng stood out from the crowd. Hu King had a sage-like aura. Their statuses were naturally not bad. Lu Changsheng casually said, "All right, serve all the specialties here and a pot of good wine." The waiter beamed with joy when he heard this. "All right, master, please wait a moment." With that, he retreated. Hu King, who was sitting at the side, could not help but sigh helplessly when he saw this scene. He said, "You've already eaten 2 meals along the way. You still want to eat now?" Hearing this, Lu Changsheng said solemnly, "Elder Hu, 3 meals a day is necessary. It's time for dinner." At a table beside them an extremely cute girl also said, "Uncle Lai, eating is a happy thing. The road of Tao is long. If I don't find something happy, How can I continue on this lonely path? On the other hand, Lu Chengsheng continued to say to Hu King, Like the Anedia realm for example. Even though you don't have to eat after reaching the Anedia realm. But there are so many delicacies in the world. How can I not try them? It was as if she was responding to Lu Chengsheng. The girl also looked at Uncle Lai, who had a helpless expression, and said, So, Uncle Lai, sometimes, eating something to relax can also relax your mind. Only then can you cultivate better. On the path of cultivation, mental state is the most important, isn't this what you often tell me? Then, Mu Weiner and Lu Chengsheng spoke at the same time. Therefore, it's necessary to eat. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Then, both of them turned around and looked at each other. The two of them could see the meaning of mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. The two of them walked towards each other and shook hands. Mu Weiner, fellow Taoists. Lu Chengsheng, a kindred spirit. While Mu Weiner did not understand what that phrase meant, she only needed a look to know the current situation. The other party understood him. Hu King covered her face awkwardly and gave Uncle Lai an apologetic look. Uncle Lai was also helpless. He nodded to show that he was used to it. At this moment, the dishes were served. Lu Chengsheng and Mu Weiner both returned to their seats and started eating. Lu Chengsheng ate elegantly, but at a very fast speed. Mu Weiner ate elegantly, but she was no slower than Lu Chengsheng. Uncle, what are you doing in the central region? Uncle. Lu Chengsheng touched his face and asked, Elder Hu, do I look old? Hu King. Mu Weiner took a bite of her food and continued to ask, Are you here to participate in the alchemy conference? Uncle Lai was also interested and asked, Oh, then what level of alchemy master are you now? Those who could participate in the alchemy conference were alchemy masters at the very least. As for grandmaster alchemists, they were all guests of the various factions, so they naturally would not appear here. They were all elusive existences. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment and said, 4th grade. He did not lie, and he had taken the exam not long ago. Hearing this, Uncle Lai immediately lost interest. A 4th grade alchemy master might be respected elsewhere. However, they were from the 3 hidden aristocratic families. 4th grade alchemy masters were not worthy of their attention. Mu Weiner grinned and said, Uncle, then you have to persevere for a few more rounds. Lu Chengsheng took a sip of wine and nodded. After dinner, both sides left. Lu Chengsheng and Hu King went to register for the alchemy conference. After that, they found a residence. The next day, the alchemy conference began. The participants arrived at the outer sect of the alchemy sect. A plaza was set up here. There were rows of seats around the square. In front of him was a square table. Sitting in front of the square table were 4 old men. The old men were all dressed in white robes. On the left chest of the robes was the word pill. Clearly, the 4 of them were all elders of the alchemy sect. One of the elders stood up and said loudly, This is the venue for the first round of the alchemy conference. After passing, you can enter the alchemy sect and carry out the second round. The finals will be set up in the inner sect of the alchemy sect. As for the reward, the top 20 can join my alchemy sect. 3rd place obtained a sky spirit grass. 2nd place can obtain an earth rank pill furnace. 1st place would be able to obtain a peak stage earth rank medicinal pill, the essence soul pill. Amidst the commotion, the elder announced, The first round of the assessment is to refine a high-grade mystic tier medicinal pill. The error return pill. You may begin now. The alchemy conference officially began with the elder's order. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Problem with the pill recipe. Chapter 104 Problem with the pill recipe. The rewards from the alchemy sect were extremely generous. The top 20 could join the alchemy sect. One had to know that the threshold of the alchemy sect was extremely high. The alchemy sect was the orthodox alchemy sect in the continent. How many inheritances and pill formulas did they possess? These were all things that alchemists dreamed of and was also the foundation of the alchemy sect. The 3rd place could also obtain the sky spirit grass, which was an extremely rare treasure. Many earth-rank medicinal pills needed this item. It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. The 2nd place could obtain an earth rank pill furnace. As for the reward for 1st place, It would be an essence soul pill that could help the soul break through. It was not only useful for a Qian Yuan realm expert to break through to the void god realm, to alchemists, other than pill furnaces and pill formulas. The most important thing was the power of the soul. The power of the soul was difficult to increase to begin with. The essence soul pill could directly break through the soul realm and enter half-step into the divine soul realm. This was extremely tempting. All the participating alchemists' eyes were filled with fanaticism. In the audience seats, many people from aristocratic families and sects were sizing up the actions of the alchemists. Even though they could not rope in the top 20 alchemists, other than the top 20 alchemists, they were all people they wanted to rope in. It was impossible for a sect and aristocratic family to develop without an alchemy master. Mu Weiner was also in the audience with a separate special seat in their auditorium which was arranged with the Mu family's power. I see Uncle Mu Weiner grinned and pointed at the center of the crowd. Uncle Lai also looked over, but his expression was extremely calm. A fourth-grade alchemy master was not enough for him to take a few more glances. Lu Chengsheng looked at the materials in front of him. There were only 3 sets of these materials, which meant that he only had 3 chances. The ingredients had been used up and the pill had yet to be formed. Even if it was a failure, he naturally could not use his own materials either. This was against the rules. The fire return pill was an excellent cultivation pill for cultivators who cultivated the fire intent. It was of high-grade mystic tier and could be said to be a relatively difficult pill to refine among the mystic tier cultivators. The others looked at the pill formula and pondered. There were also people who started refining with confident smiles. As for Lu Chengsheng, he remained silent. When Hu King saw this scene, he was not worried. Naturally, Lu Chengsheng wouldn't be stumped by a mere fire return pill. Mu Weiner placed her finger on her lips and asked curiously, "Uncle, why haven't you started?" Uncle Lai said indifferently, "It should be difficult for him. The fire return pill is still difficult for a 4th-grade alchemy master." Of course, Uncle Lai was wrong. It was not too difficult for Lu Chengsheng. It was just that he had never seen the fire return pill before. He could only look at the medicinal properties, compare the ingredients, and deduce how to refine it. This should work, but it can still be perfected. Someone's pill furnace emitted black smoke. There were also people whose furnaces exploded and they were injured by it. Their faces were filled with confusion. They were clearly following the formula step by step. Why did they fail? The pill formula you gave me is wrong, right? Why did I fail to refine according to the pill formula? A man questioned loudly. When one of the elders saw this, he said indifferently, "If an alchemist can't appraise the pill formula himself, it will be difficult for him to be self-sufficient. Naturally, he will fail." The man's expression turned ugly. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left the venue. Gradually, more people failed. Of course, there were also people who succeeded. One man held the elixir and walked towards the elders' seats with a confident smile. Someone in the audience recognized this person. It's Zhang Lai from the central region, a 7th-grade alchemy master. I remember that Zhang Lai was roped in by many families and sects, but he didn't agree. Of course, Zhang Lai only wants to join the alchemy sect. Zhang Lai had already handed the pill to the elder. The elder took it and looked at it. He nodded slightly and said, "Fire return pill. 40 impurities. Pass." There were only 40 impurities. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to suppress impurities within 50 of the refinement of the fire return pill. Zhang Lai smiled and bowed respectfully. Then, he left the venue and sat in the audience. The first round was not difficult for him. Immediately after, another few people completed it. Du Qiang, 50 impurity. Pass. Yang Mo, 40 impurities. Pass. Zai Yuanren, 30 impurities. Pass. 30 impurities. Zai Yuanren was also an influential figure in the central region. It was also the target that everyone wanted to rope in. But the other party was also concerned about the alchemy sect. Zhang Lai also looked at Zai Yuanren. Zai Yuanren also looked at Zhang Lai provocatively. Obviously, the two of them knew each other. At this moment, the elder looked at the sky and said, There's still an incense stick's worth of time left. Once the time is up, those who haven't completed it will lose their qualifications. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Some people felt even more pressured. As a result, in the process of forming the pill at the last step, he was distracted and directly failed. Naturally, the elders would not give him a second chance. After all, temperament was equally important to alchemists. At this time, Mu Weiner looked in Lu Chengsheng's direction and said, "Uncle, are you still not done? It's almost time." Uncle Lai slowly shook his head. At this time, it had yet to begin, so it was naturally impossible to complete it. Anxiety appeared on Hu Qing's face. What was Changsheng doing? There's still someone there who hasn't started. Don't tell me he doesn't know how to refine the fire return pill. Sigh. Alchemists nowadays are getting more and more exaggerated. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was still thinking. Since this fire return pill can increase the cultivation speed of a cultivator's fire intent, isn't this material too gentle? Yes. Let's just use 2 sets. I can't put this ingredient in. Is there something wrong with the pill formula? Lu Changsheng also realized that there was something wrong with the recipe. Therefore, he shook his head and started refining and extracting according to his own thoughts. Everyone turned to look at him who just started. Oh, all the ingredients were thrown into the pill furnace just like that. Could it be that he's prepared to take a gamble since he doesn't have enough time? What's the use? This refinement method will definitely fail. Lu Chengsheng didn't care what the outside world thought. He extracted the materials one by one. Then, he began to form the pill. Has the refinement been completed? So fast. Didn't the extraction fail? Uncle Lai also looked surprised. Mu Weiner stared intently at this scene. Hu Qing clenched his fists tightly, hoping that nothing would go wrong. There was not enough time to refine it a second time after all. Half of the incense stick was left. Lu Chengsheng's furnace was gradually emitting the fragrance of elixirs. He slapped the furnace, and a few pills shot out. He took them, and walked to the elders' seating area. At this moment, the others had either succeeded or failed. Lu Chengsheng was the last one to complete the test. Success or failure would depend on the elders' judgment. Chapter 105 Pill Refine Success. Chapter 105 Pill Refine Success. In the venue of the alchemy conference, Lu Chengsheng was the only one who hadn't handed over the pills yet. Everyone watched as this person began to refine pills in the last incense stick of time. Then, he completed the pill refinement at an unbelievable speed. Could this pill succeed or not? Almost everyone thought that there was no way to succeed. Even John Lai, Zai Yuanren, and the others who had completed the refinement thought the same. Mu Weiner looked at Lu Chengsheng's back and asked, "Uncle Lai, do you think Uncle will succeed?" Without thinking, Uncle Lai shook his head and said, "The alchemists in the family need some time to refine it, even though the fire return pill is only a mystic tier pill. Even though this person is fast, concocting pills is a meticulous process after all. There can't be any mistakes." So, even though Uncle Lai didn't finish his sentence, Mu Weiner could tell that Uncle Lai didn't think Lu Chengsheng would succeed. Hu Qing was not surprised. He had seen Lu Chengsheng concocting pills these days. It could be said that this speed was still considered slow. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng had already handed the pill to the elder. The elder took a look and received it. At first, he looked puzzled. This pill seems to be different from the fire return pill. After carefully observing it, his expression began to reveal shock. Even though this fire return pill was different from ordinary fire return pills, its effects were the same. The other elders saw that the elder's expression was not right and could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" The long-bearded elder's expression was solemn. He handed the elixir in his hand to the white-haired elder and said, "Take a look for yourself." The white-haired elder took it and sized it up. He was also shocked. This pill is actually several times more effective than ordinary fire return pills. Furthermore, the fire return pill is a fire ailment pill to begin with. It contains the hidden danger of fire poison. But there's no fire poison at all, there's no impurities at all. The white-haired elder looked up at Lu Chengsheng in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" Lu Chengsheng spread his hands and said, I saw that there was something wrong with the recipe, so I changed it myself. Of course. One didn't use any other materials. Well, after the 4 elders saw the pill, they found it unbelievable. With just a few modifications, this fire return pill could even be called an earth rank pill. Furthermore, there were no impurities at all. Even if they were to refine it, they could not guarantee that it would be like this. The long-bearded elder looked at Lu Chengsheng and asked, "What grade are you now, Master Alchemist?" 4th grade. The 4 elders were a little dumbfounded. An alchemist who could refine such a fire return pill and could even see the shortcomings in the pill formula and improve it. Only 4th grade. Just this fire return pill alone had already surpassed them as elders. Everyone looked at the elders with different expressions. What's going on? Why hasn't the announcement been made? The elders will be able to tell at a glance if he failed. Right. Even Uncle Lai looked over in confusion. At this moment, the white-haired elder took a deep breath and announced, "Lu Changsheng, you've successfully refined the fire return pill and even improved it. There are no impurities." Has. Everyone was shocked with the announcement. He passed. And he even improved the pill formula in such a short period of time. Could it be that this person was thinking of ways to improve it? Zhang Lai, Cai Yuanren, and the others looked solemn. There are no impurities. What does this mean? It means that his control had reached an extremely high level to be able to do this. However, perhaps this person is extremely proficient in refining the fire return pill. He would also be able to achieve this result by practicing it tens of thousands of times. In the audience, Hu King smiled. He had already expected this outcome after all. Lu Chengsheng's alchemy skills had reached a very high level. On the other side, Mu Weiner smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, you've passed, and you've made the pills better than the others." Uncle Lai, on the other hand, was shocked. Mu Weiner might not know what it meant for the pill to have no impurities nor what it meant to improve the pill formula. This was something that even the Mu family's alchemy masters could not do. Furthermore, Lu Changsheng didn't start refining until the last minute. He had refined it so perfectly in such a short period of time. It could be said that Lu Chengsheng's alchemy skills were extremely profound. Had he misjudged? Wasn't he just a 4th grade alchemy master? Lu Chengsheng wasn't surprised. He shrugged and stood aside. Compared to the pills he had refined in the cottage, this pill was not complicated at all. After discussing with the other 3 elders, he said, "Those who have failed can leave now. Those who pass will have the 2nd round tomorrow. The 2nd round will be held in the alchemy sect. At that time, those who have been invited can continue to come and watch." With that, the 4 elders left. Before they left, they looked at Lu Chengsheng thoughtfully. After the alchemy sect elder left, some aristocratic families and sects in the audience came to the square and began to rope in the alchemists. Similarly, those who passed were also recruited. Lu Chengsheng was also surrounded by people. "Lu Chengsheng, I'm an elder of the Ming family. Are you interested in becoming a guest of the Ming family? The reward will be great." "Don't go to the Ming family. My Yang family's remuneration is not only better than theirs. We also won't restrict your freedom. Why don't you come to the True Fire sect? The True Fire sect has a lot of resources that you can use to refine pills." Obviously, Lu Chengsheng's achievements had made him very popular. A young alchemist with such profound alchemy skills. The development of a faction was too important. At this moment, Hu King walked over and stopped everyone. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Shen Qingfeng is the hall master of our southern region's Hidden Dao Academy." Hearing this, everyone gave up on the idea. A person from the Hidden Dao Academy would be unable to poach away anyway. The Hidden Dao Academy's main academy was one of the giants of the central region after all. At this moment, Mu Weiner also skipped over. "Uncle, you're pretty good." Uncle Li's expression was a little awkward since he used to look down on Lu Chengsheng after all. His face was as good as being slapped now. Lu Chengsheng was happy to hear this, but he still shook his head and said, No, I'm just a 4th grade alchemy master." Uncle Lai listened and he felt even more awkward immediately. Lu Chengsheng's words seemed to have slapped his already swollen face a few more times. Mu Weiner smiled sweetly. Her eyes were like crescent moons when she smiled, making her look adorable. Then let's go for a meal to celebrate Uncle's victory. Lu Chengsheng's eyes lit up. It was time for dinner. Hee. I also know a restaurant here that's delicious. Lead the way. Looking at these two foodies, Hu King and Uncle Lai looked at each other and followed helplessly. Chapter 106 Self-Created Pill Recipe. Chapter 106 Self-Created Pill Recipe. The second round was set up in the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect was established in a valley. 4 walls encircled the mountain. There was a spirit formation killing formation on the periphery. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to force their way in. The alchemy sect might be very strong, but they were the orthodox alchemy sect after all. However, in terms of actual combat, it was a little weak. Therefore, in terms of external forces, the alchemy sect could be said to have left no room for negotiation. They did not lack this bit of money. At this moment, only 47 people remained. Lu Changsheng was one of them. Mu Weiner and the other 2 had already arrived at the audience seats. With the strength of the Mu family and the Hidden Dao Academy, it was impossible for them not to be invited after all. Even people from the Sword Sect and the main academy came. Those who could enter the second round were all alchemists qualified to be roped in by the Sword Sect and the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy. At this moment, 2 elders with strong auras arrived at the judging table. These 2 elders' auras were much stronger than the 4 elders in the first round. They were the elders of the inner alchemy sect. One of the green-robed elders said indifferently, "The rules for the second round are also very simple. There's a similar material on the table. You can use these materials to refine pills according to your own ideas. After that, the 2 of us will be the judges. Those who are in the top 20 will be able to enter the last round. The time limit is 4 hours. You can start now." His voice trailed off. Everyone began to size up the materials in front of them. It was the same for Lu Chengsheng. There were not many materials on the table in front of him. Moreover, the quality was relatively low and it was still very difficult to refine high-level medicinal pills. Everyone fell into deep thought. There were also people who started refining confidently. Lu Changsheng rubbed his chin. What pill should one refine? Elder, you want me to advance, right? I don't want to refine it casually and go overboard later. It'll be bad if he goes back on his word. Shan Lai and Zai Yuanren both glanced at Lu Changsheng. They were defeated by Lu Chengsheng in the first round after all. Both of them were alchemy geniuses, so they were naturally a little unconvinced. In the audience, Mu Weiner looked at Lu Chengsheng and asked curiously, "Uncle, what kind of pill do you want to refine?" Hu King was also a little curious. However, Lu Chengsheng wouldn't play by the rules. Lu Chengsheng had never seen the recipes of ordinary pills before after all. As for Uncle Lai, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Chengsheng anymore. He was qualified to become their Mu family's guest elder based on the alchemy strength displayed in the first round. Windchime grass can increase speed. A watertight magic nucleus is extremely gentle. It should be perfectly compatible with other medicinal properties. As for this rock vine, it can be used to refine pills to temper one's body. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment and made a decision. He had basically never seen the pill formulas in the cultivation world. Therefore, he could only refine a pill himself according to the medicinal properties of these materials. Lu Chengsheng moved. He still threw the materials into the alchemy furnace. Simple and crude. It was a little shocking. When the other alchemists saw this scene, they were also a little surprised. This method was absolutely impossible for them. On the judging panel, the 2 elders also looked at Lu Chengsheng. He's Lu Chengsheng. Yes. He improved the pill formula in the first round and refined the fire return pill without any impurities in an extremely short period of time. It seems that his control over materials is very strong, and his soul power is definitely not weak. A good seedling. Let's see what kind of medicinal pill he wants to refine. This time, Lu Chengsheng didn't think for too long. Naturally, he completed the pilly refinement at an extremely fast speed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the pill was formed. This kid is still so fast. I wonder how he refines pills. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chengsheng handed the pill to the elder. The elder took it and looked at it in a daze. The green-robed elder was also confused. He looked at Lu Chengsheng and asked, "What pill is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" They were 9th grade alchemy masters and had been famous for a long time. It could be said that they had seen many pills. There was nothing they did not know, be it common medicinal pills or extremely rare medicinal pills. However, this pill that Lu Chengsheng had refined really stumped them. Lu Chengsheng shrugged and said, "One don't know." Hearing this, the green-robed elder was stunned. "Did you just create this pill yourself?" Lu Chengsheng nodded. The two elders were shocked. Self-created pill formula. And he succeeded in such a short period of time. How deep was his alchemy knowledge? "You'll give it a try." With that, the green-robed old man took the pill. A whirlwind immediately began to revolve around him. The green-robed old man did not cultivate the wind intent, but he was now able to possess the ability of the wind intent. The green-robed old man was shocked. Then, he stood up and flew into the sky. His speed was extremely fast with the enhancement of the wind intent. At the same time, he also felt the surface of his body. It was as if they had formed invisible rock armor. His defense had been greatly improved. The elders on the ground were shocked when they saw this. At this time, the green-robed old man returned to the ground and walks to Lu Chengsheng excitedly. "How did you do it?" Lu Chengsheng said casually. "If you want to do it, just do it." Immediately after, the green-robed elder's expression turned solemn as he asked, "Can this pill formula be sold to us?" This pill could be said to be very important to the alchemy sect, whose combat strength was relatively weak. An increase in speed could allow an alchemist to escape from the battlefield. The augmentation of the defense could also allow the alchemist to preserve a chance of survival in a life and death situation. "Don't worry, the alchemy sect will definitely give you a generous reward." Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment. This pill formula was useless in his hands, so he nodded. This delighted the two elders. At this moment, the other alchemists also completed their tasks one after another. The test began. Mu Weiner, who was in the audience, asked curiously, "What kind of elixir did Uncle refine to make the elder of the alchemy sect so surprised that he even tested the elixir himself?" Hu King also shook his head. He could not tell what kind of pill it was. At this moment, the green-robed elder began to announce the verdict. Zhonglai, Zai Yuanren, and the others passed. When he read Lu Chengsheng's name, the green-robed elder's expression froze. Lu Chengsheng, an earth-rank pill he created. It's very useful. Pass. Everyone was in an uproar. At the same time, Han Ying was trapped in the array at a former site of Cloud Phoenix. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Han Ying is trapped. Chapter 107 Han Ying is trapped in the old site of Cloud Phoenix that was already in ruins. The sky was gray. It was extremely dilapidated. At the center of the old site, there was a sealing force that was like a barrier coming from a sealing formation. A spear-wielding woman was trapped in the center of the formation. At this moment, the woman was panting and her aura was slightly dispirited. There were even injuries on her body. Outside the array, a man said anxiously, "Your Majesty." The woman holding the spear was Hong Ying. At that moment, Hong Ying was trapped in the sealing array and could not escape. It had all started 2 days ago. Yun Jan's body and soul were trapped where the Cloud Phoenix formerly was. If he wanted to awaken, he had to break through the sealing formation. However, with Hong Ying's current strength, she clearly did not have the ability to break it. If they were unable to break through it, even Hong Ying would be trapped inside and they would be completely sealed away. At this moment, in the sealing array, Hong Ying's aura was dispirited, and the will of reincarnation around her was suppressed. She shouted softly. The spear in her hand pierced out. Reincarnation spear technique. The will of reincarnation wrapped around the spear like a python. The tip of the spear was like a snake's tongue, constantly spitting out. A spear beam carrying the will of reincarnation pierced through the center of the sealing array. Immediately, the core of the sealing array began to fluctuate continuously. It was as if a huge rock had fallen on a calm lake. Ripples appeared. Han Ying still could not break the array. That made her grimace. The strength of this ceiling array had exceeded her expectations. Han Ying had no choice but to take out the voice transmission jade pendant that Lu Qingfeng gave her. Master, I might be in trouble. Back to the present. Alchemy sect. Lu Qingfeng, Mu Weiner, and the others had just come out of the restaurant. Mu Weiner smiled at Lu Qingfeng and asked, Uncle, how is it? Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, Yes, it's indeed delicious. But my disciple's cooking is still better. Your disciple Mu Weiner was stunned and asked, Uncle, do you have a disciple? Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, Yes, I have 4 disciples. 3 of them are quite good at cooking, and the last one only knows how to eat. Of course, the person he was talking about was Blackie, that little bastard. He couldn't learn it no matter how hard he tried. Cooking rice could turn it into charcoal. The grilled fish, those who didn't know better would think it was a burnt stick. After teaching for a few days, Lu Qingfeng had already given up eating Blackie's cooking. Would he die under Exudes' ability to cause trouble or be poisoned to death by Blackie's cooking? At the thought of this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Han Ying and Ning Changsen are the ones who don't worry me. But just as he said this, Lu Qingfeng's face darkened. He received Han Ying's voice transmission. Mu Weiner looked at Lu Qingfeng's dark face and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Uncle, did something happen? The corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. I take back what I just said. All of them are worrisome. Except for Ning Changsen. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng looked at Hu King and said, Elder Hu, something happened to Han Ying. I'll go over first. Hu King was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked, What about the alchemy conference? The 3rd round is starting tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and said calmly, It's not important. On the surface, Lu Qingfeng didn't care much about his disciple. He usually scolded Exudes badly. But at this time, Lu Qingfeng was still very protective. How could an alchemy conference compare to a disciple? With that, he disappeared on the spot without waiting for Hu King to speak. He rushed towards the old site of the Cloud Phoenix at an extremely fast speed. A series of sonic booms sounded in the air. In front of the restaurant, Mu Weiner's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. No one knew what she was thinking. This speed was something that even he could not achieve. Unexpectedly, the other party was not only an alchemy master with profound alchemy skills, he was even more extraordinary in terms of cultivation. Hu King sighed helplessly. Even so, he didn't blame Lu Qingfeng. With Han Ying's talent, a mere alchemy competition was naturally not worth mentioning. At this moment, Southern Region Cottage. Exudes returned from the Hidden Sword sect. Blackie was currently cultivating in the fire pit. From time to time, the chick would pay attention to Blackie's situation. At this moment, the nirvana of fire in the fire pit had been strengthened by the chick. Blackie was still adapting to it. He could adapt to the nirvana of fire without being destroyed and could even absorb the power of the nirvana of fire to temper his body. This physical body could be said to be extremely terrifying. Blackie, who was in the fire pit, sensed Exudes' aura and immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the fire pit. He looked at Exudes and asked in confusion, Who are you? Exudes was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said, You should be 4th junior brother. Right. When Blackie heard this, the vigilance in his eyes slowly dissipated. He scratched his head. Senior brother. Exudes smiled and nodded. I'm your big senior brother. Exudes. Blackie hurriedly said respectfully. Big senior brother. Exudes went forward and helped Blackie up. The sect doesn't like this. Well, I'll be family in the future. Just be more casual. Blackie nodded in a daze. Then, Exudes took out a set of armor and handed it to Blackie and said, This is the blood prison armor. One don't have anything else valuable on me. They'll give this to you. Exudes had also obtained this armor from Tanzan's storage ring when he killed him. Blackie took it and smiled honestly. Thank you, senior brother. Right. Where's master? Why don't one see him? Hearing this, Blackie replied, I don't know either. I think he went out. Exudes nodded and looked at Blackie. Junior brother, should we spar? However, Blackie seemed to be in a difficult position. But when I spar with others, one might not be able to control myself. I'm afraid of hurting senior brother. I was amused. It seemed that this fourth junior brother was quite confident in his strength. It's fine. Nothing will happen if we spar. We'll stop when it's appropriate. Upon hearing this, Blackie nodded. He raised his fist and said to Iqbai, "Senior brother, be careful." With that, he rushed straight at Iqbai. When Iqbai saw this scene, he took out his wooden sword and casually slashed. A streak of sword kai shot towards Blackie. Blackie shouted. He did not dodge and threw a punch. It directly dissipated the sword energy. Then, he continued to rush towards Iqbai. At this moment, battle intent began to circulate around Blackie's body. Traces of demonic nature slowly filled Blackie's eyes. It was exactly the same as when he injured Qin Tianan. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Heading to the Tanyuan Dynasty. Chapter 108 Heading to the Tanyuan Dynasty. A few days ago, when Blackie was sparring with Qin Tianan, he fell into a frenzy. If Lu Changsheng hadn't woken Blackie up in time, he probably wouldn't stop until he smashed Qin Tianan to death. Sensing the aura around Blackie, Iqbai couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This huge battle intent, as well as this body, this fourth junior brother of his was really quite extraordinary. At this moment, Blackie let out a beast-like roar. His feet stepped on the ground harder and harder. If it weren't for the fact that the cottage was supported by a barrier, the ground would probably tremble or even crack under his feet. Iqbai looked at Blackie, who was rushing over. The current Blackie was like a ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles. No one could stop it. Seeing this, Iqbai's expression froze. Sword intent gradually appeared around him. Then, he rushed into the sky. A huge slash contained sword intent and slashed at Blackie at lightning speed. Blackie roared angrily. At this moment, fire patterns actually appeared on its body. The battle intent around him seemed to be tainted with demonic nature and a black aura swirled. Then, he threw another punch. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sonic booms sounded in the space. The air pressure compressed crazily. Space distorted. The fist did not deviate at all and smashed into the slash. Immediately, the aftershocks rose. Sword intent was unrestrained. Demonic Kaya rampaged. The fire patterns on Blackie's arm were actually flowing with the nirvana of fire at this moment. He roared again and pressed his fist fiercely towards the slash. At this moment, Iqbai's sword intent was directly broken. Iqbai's expression froze. He retreated and pointed the wooden sword in his hand at the sky. A sword domain seemed to have formed a barrier. It enveloped the surroundings. Immediately after, the whistling sword intent began to shoot towards Blackie. He wanted to stop him. The sword intent howled continuously on Blackie's body and transformed into a long river of sword intent and swept towards him. A wound finally appeared on Blackie's body. There were traces of blood. However, this did not slow Blackie down. At this moment, Blackie's eyeballs were completely covered by the demonic nature. Blood-colored battle intent actually burned around his body. Blackie roared angrily. It formed sound waves, fighting against the sword river. Then, he punched out at the same time. A gap was instantly created in the river of swords. Before the loophole was filled by the sword intent in time, Blackie suddenly stomped on the ground. With the help of the recoil, his body shot out. He rushed out of the river of swords. He arrived in front of Iqbai. His fourth junior brother's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, that terrifying physical strength was probably far superior to his. Thinking of this, Iqbai shouted. He directly used the 9 heavenly demon sword. The 7th strike. A monstrous demonic aura swept over the wooden sword. It was as if a demon god had descended. Blackie roared. He brazenly welcomed it. At the moment of demonization, Blackie was fearless. He only wanted to tear the person in front of him apart. When their attacks were infinitely close, a willow branch suddenly appeared between them. It emitted a gentle white light and directly blocked their attacks. Iqbai's sword intent dissipated. Similarly, The blood-colored battle intent around Blackie gradually disappeared at this moment. The demonic nature in his eyes gradually dissipated and he regained clarity. It was the willow tree. If he still did not make a move, there might be irreparable consequences. Seeing that Blackie had returned to normal, the willow tree retracted its willow branch. It floated along with the wind on the cliff without any other movements. Blackie regained consciousness. His eyes were confused and he scratched his head and looked at Yikubai. What happened? Then, he recalled what Blackie had said previously. Would his fourth junior brother lose control of himself in battle? Yikubai smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. We just sparred. However, Yikubai's heart was still palpitating. Fourth junior brother's physical body was really extraordinary. Even his sword and tent could only slightly injure him. As for Blackie, who had gone crazy, he would also not feel pain and was like a war machine with no emotion at all. Then, Yikubai said, "You haven't eaten yet. Right? Do you want to try senior brother's cooking?" Blackie scratched his head and smiled. "Alright. Master taught me how to cook too. But I'm stupid and can't learn it. I made master angry." Yikubai, as expected of his master, he had just taken in a disciple and was already teaching him how to cook. "It's fine. I'll teach you." With that, Yikubai brought Blackie to the kitchen. However, half a day passed. The black smoke in the kitchen never stopped. In fact, there were even flames burning. Yikubai's face was stained with black ash as he helplessly walked out with Blackie. He finally understood why his master was angry. Blackie's cooking was so bad. He couldn't learn it no matter how hard he tried. Yikubai also gave up and said, "A junior brother. I'll do it next. Go sit over there for a while." Blackie alright. Then, he obediently sat at the stone table. After dinner, Yikubai and Blackie cultivated separately. Until the next day, seeing that his master still had not returned, Yikubai thought of something. With his current strength, it could be said to be an easy matter. The Tanyuan dynasty. At that time, the matter of the Tanyuan dynasty brought the Sunset dynasty to the Yu family to ambush him. Yikubai never forgot. He was strong enough now and it so happened that he had time. Then, it was time to settle this score. Yikubai looked at Blackie in the fire pit and asked, "Blackie, do you want to go out with me?" Blackie walked out of the fire pit and nodded honestly. 111 Listen to you. At this moment, the willow branch of the willow tree rolled up a drop of liquid and placed it in front of Yikubai. "Senior, this is..." The willow tree's voice sounded. "If Blackie goes crazy again, this can help him regain his clarity." Yikubai was delighted. Then, he bowed to the willow tree. "Alright, let's go." The two of them first arrived at a courtyard outside the academy. After that, the Yi family temporarily moved here, in case they suffered the revenge of the Tianyuan dynasty and the Sunset dynasty. After all, they did not dare to act rashly in front of the Hidden Dao Academy. When the Yi family's ancestor saw Yikubai arrive, he understood his intentions. "You want to take revenge on the Tianyuan dynasty." Ever since the current Yi family's ancestor used his secret skill, his strength had decreased greatly. "What do you need me to do?" Yikubai shook his head and said, "There's no need. Junior brother and I can resolve it. At that time, ancestor can bring our clansmen back to Tianyuan City." Hearing this, the ancestor sighed. He naturally understood what Yikubai meant. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Yi family. That was why they were allowed to return to Tianyuan City. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 The Sword of Law. Chapter 109 The Sword of Law. At the Cloud Phoenix old site. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng had already torn through space and arrived at this place. He released his aura and felt towards the east, in the middle of a city that had already turned into ruins. A huge ceiling aura soared into the sky that confirmed the direction which Lu Chengsheng rushed to with haste. At this moment, in the ceiling array, Han Ying's aura was weak since the spiritual Kai in her body was almost exhausted. She was no longer trying to break the formation. With her current strength, there was no way she could break the ceiling array. Once Han Ying's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, she would be completely suppressed by the ceiling array. Outside the array, Yunming had an anxious expression as he attacked the array outside crazily. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Yunming's strength was not enough to break the array. Hongying was in the array, but there was no anxiety in her eyes. It was useless to be anxious now. She could only rely on the remaining spiritual Kai to resist the power of the seal. Looking at the crazy Yunming outside the array, he said, "Yunming, stop. You can't break it." Yunming looked anxious. "But your majesty, if this continues." "You will." Hongying interrupted Yunming and shook her head. She chuckled and said, "It's fine. I've already told master what happened. One think he's already on his way here." Yunming was stunned. He thought of the man from the cottage and asked, "Even your majesty can't break the array. Can he really break it?" Hongying smiled and said, "With master's strength. No problem." Even she couldn't see through Lu Chengsheng's cultivation level. In her eyes, even though her master was usually aloof, he was omnipotent. It was as if there was nothing he didn't know. At this moment, the sealing array suddenly changed. It was as if he had no patience to wear Hongying down. At this moment, sealing power gathered above Hongying's head. The majestic sealing power turned into a huge mountain wanting to suppress Hongying. Yunming looked at this scene with an anxious expression. Hongying smiled bitterly. Probably, she would not be able to last until master arrived. However, she was still unwilling to give up. After 9 reincarnations, she was actually suppressed here. "I was still too hasty." Hongying sighed inwardly. She just needed to recover a little more strength for her not to be trapped by the sealing array. In the end, she would fight to the death. At the thought of this, Hongying picked up her spear and looked up at the mountain formed by the sealing power. At this moment, the wool of reincarnation around her surged crazily. Spiritual Kai erupted from her body. The spear in her hand let out a buzzing sound at this moment. This was her final blow. After this attack, Hongying could no longer resist. The huge mountain in the sky crashed down at this moment. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on her. Facing this mountain, Hongying's expression remained unchanged as she took a step forward and suddenly soared into the air. She faced it head-on. The reincarnation spear intent erupted. At this moment, Hongying made a last-ditch effort by using her strongest attack. The spear pierced through the bottom of the mountain. In an instant, there was a deafening roar. The mountain formed by the sealing power began to tremble continuously. Hongying shouted and moved forward again. The long spear pressed forward. The mountain shook again. However, this time, the sealing power erupted again. It kept suppressing Hongying. Hongying's aura began to weaken. At this moment, Hongying could not withstand it. With a muffled groan, the spear left her hand. Her body fell. At this moment, the mountain formed by the sealing power fell, wanting to suppress Hongying. When Yunming, who was outside the array, saw the scene, his eyes widened. At this moment, Hongying revealed a bitter smile. The spiritual Kai in her body had already been completely exhausted now. It no longer had the ability to resist the sealing power. Just as she closed her eyes, a figure appeared in front of her at lightning speed. The man looked indifferently at the mountain that was pressing down and slowly stretched out his palm. It was imprinted at the bottom of the mountain. It was as if the mountain could not withstand this palm. With a violent sound, it shattered. It turned into sealing power and dissipated in this space. Yunming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Hongying suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. She could not help but smile. "Master, you're finally here." Lu Chengsheng didn't turn around. Instead, he said angrily, "None of you stops worrying me. Don't be in a hurry to catch up. Let me deal with this array first." With that, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand. Immediately, streams of sword intent turned into a sword of laws at this moment. It was in charge of all the Tao law in the world. It slashed directly at the center of the array. This was the eye of the array. As long as it was broken, the array could be broken. In an instant, the sword of laws pierced through. At this moment, the formation core was riddled with holes. The sealing array began to gradually become illusory. The sealing power in the space also began to gradually dissipate at this moment. In the end, The ceiling formation was broken. Just this one strike, and he had broken the ceiling array. When Yun Ming saw this scene, he was shocked. He had never seen such power before. It was heart-wrenching. Hong Ying was not surprised to see this. In her eyes, Lu Chengsheng was omnipotent, and this formation was probably not worth mentioning to him. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng came to Hong Ying's side and took out a pill for her to take. After consuming it, he injected another endless will into Hong Ying's body. Not long after, Hong Ying's injuries were completely healed. It was as if she had never experienced these things before. Hong Ying stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Master." Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't give me that. Don't cause me trouble. That's already the greatest repayment you can give me." "Hong Ying?" Lu Chengsheng looked around and said, "What happened? Tell me." Hearing this, Hong Ying nodded and explained the matter. This place was the place where the 9 Heavens Tribe's Yunjan was sealed. If she wanted to break the seal on Yunjan, she had to break this sealing array. Lu Chengsheng nodded. "In other words, you're not strong enough. But you still tried to force your way in and almost killed yourself." Hong Ying nodded with a bitter smile. "How stubborn," Lu Chengsheng said helplessly. "In the future, even if you want to cause trouble, you have to improve your strength first. Understand?" Hong Ying didn't dare to disobey Lu Chengsheng, so she could only nod. "All right, if you have anything else to do, go and do it. There shouldn't be any other threats here. I'll leave first. When this is over, remember to come back early." Seeing Lu Chengsheng's back, Hong Ying felt warm in her heart. In her heart, she had long treated the cottage as her home. At this moment, in the Central Territory, the last round of the alchemy conference was about to begin. Hu King, who was in the audience, looked a little anxious. With the elder's order, the third round was about to begin. Seeing this, Hu King could only walk to the judge's table where the judge of the finals was the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Sect. Chapter 110 Chapter 110 The time it takes to burn an incense stick. Chapter 110 The time it takes to burn an incense stick. The Grand Elder of the Alchemy Sect was second only to the Sect Master of the Alchemy Sect. The third round was hosted by the Grand Elder. At this moment, there were only 20 people left on the empty ground. As for the audience seats, because this round was held in the inner sect of the Alchemy Sect, those who were here were also people with great backgrounds in the central region. They were all extremely powerful existences. The number of people naturally decreased. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at the alchemists on the venue and could not help but frown. Why is there one less person? However, he did not care too much. So be it. Just as he was about to start, Hu King came to the judging table and told him the whole story. The Grand Elder frowned slightly and said, "So what, since it's time, we naturally have to start." Even if he could enter the top 20, he could not allow the Alchemy Sect to give him special privileges. The Alchemy Sect was the orthodox Alchemy Sect. It was the holy land of all alchemists in the world. There was no reason for them to wait. Seeing this, Hu King could only smile bitterly. In the audience seats, Mu Weiner watched this scene and looked around. "Uncle isn't back yet." Uncle Lai shook his head and said regretfully, "I'm afraid he won't be able to make it." Even though the Alchemy Sect is low-key, these alchemists are proud and arrogant. They won't extend the start time for him. Anxiety flashed across Mu Weiner's eyes. In the audience seats, there were also people from large factions who began to wonder. "Oh, the person who created the pill formula didn't come. It's a pity. Patriarch wants me to try to rope in this alchemist." Someone mocked. "Looks like this alchemist looks down on the Alchemy Sect. He didn't even participate in the last round of the Alchemy Conference. I'm afraid he will also offend the Alchemy Sect because of this. The Alchemy Sect shouldn't be so petty." In the venue, Zhang Lai looked around for Lu Chengsheng. Seeing that he didn't come, his face couldn't help but sink. It was the same for Zai Yuanren. They all wanted to defeat Lu Chengsheng in this round. At this moment, the Grand Elder announced, "Everyone, you can begin. The time limit is still 4 hours." With that, the alchemists could only focus on refining pills. The content of this competition was simple. It was to refine the highest quality medicinal pills that the current alchemists could refine. The person who refined medical pills with the highest quality would win. This time, the alchemy sect did not provide any ingredients. All the ingredients would be prepared by the alchemists themselves. If the first round tested the alchemist's ability to observe mistakes, the second round was a test of adaptability, and this third round was a direct test of an alchemist's true ability. Everyone began to take out the medicinal pills that they were best at and began to refine. For a time, the square was ablaze with flames. Hu King returned to the audience and shook his head with a bitter smile. It was a pity that he had missed an opportunity to shake the central region. However, there was nothing he could do. It was for his disciple after all. With Han Ying's talent, her safety was much more important than this alchemy conference. Seconds ticked by. More than 2 hours had passed. Gradually, medicinal fragrance spread out from the venue. Obviously, some alchemists had already reached the pill formation stage. One of them was Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai had a confident expression as he slapped the pill furnace. Immediately, the medicinal fragrance was like a shock wave and soared into the sky. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Even the Grand Elder opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Looks like there will be good seedlings in this alchemy conference. Zhang Lai shouted. The pill is done. Immediately, a medicinal pill emitting a green light shot out from the pill furnace. Zhang Lai took it and looked at Zai Yuanren provocatively. Then, under the attention of the large factions in the audience, he brought the pure jade bottle to the judge's table. He handed the jade bottle to the Grand Elder respectfully. Seeing this, the Grand Elder nodded and took the pill from him. After sizing it up, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Not bad. This glazed pill is only one step away from entering the category of an earth-rank medicinal pill. The impurities are also controlled at 30. Hearing the Grand Elder's judgment, Zhang Lai revealed a satisfied smile. He had been practicing this glazed pill for several months. His proficiency could be said to have reached the peak. He could also control it to contain only 30 of the impurities. Zhang Lai even thought that he would definitely get the first place this time. In the audience, the people from the major forces nodded. This ability alone was already a reason to rope him in. This person was worth winning over. One after another, more people handed the pills to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder shook his head and nodded at times. Earth Fire Pill. Medium Grade Mystic Tier. 50 impurities. Bright Young Pill. High Grade Profound Rank. 60 impurities. Spirit Fiend Pill. Medium Grade Mystic Tier. 40 impurities. At this moment, Zai Yuanren had also finished refining the pill. He held the jade bottle and walked confidently towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took it and sized it up. He nodded in satisfaction and said, Yin Essence Pill. Infinitely close to an earth-rank medicinal pill. It has 30 impurities. Hearing this, Zai Yuanren's eyes revealed joy. Zhang Li's face darkened. It was infinitely close to the earth rank. This was clearly of a higher level than his glazed pill. Moreover, the impurities were controlled at 30. Obviously, Zai Yuanren's pill ranking was higher than his. At the same time, he was also the person with the highest ranking among the people present. I can also pay attention to this person. He's a good seedling. We can give him more compensation. Let's see if he's willing to be our guest elder. But he's more inclined to the alchemy sect. So what if we pay him enough? He'll naturally join us. For large factions, their foundation was not much weaker than the alchemy sect. As long as they gave enough remuneration, they would naturally be able to rope in these alchemists. At this moment, there was not much time left. Half of the second last incense stick had been burned. On the stage, all the alchemists had finished refining. Lu Changsheng was still nowhere to be seen. Hu King could not help but sigh. Pity. If Changsheng was still around, they would all be reduced to nothingness. Mu Weiner was also a little disappointed. Uncle is clearly stronger than them. At this moment, the Grand Elder had already thought of the rankings. Just as he was about to announce the ranking, a stream of light flashed. A man appeared in the venue of the alchemy conference. The Grand Elder looked up with a frown. Who are you? He asked. When Hu King saw the man, his face lit up. Mu Weiner smiled sweetly and jumped up. Uncle is here. Lu Changshen looked around and couldn't help but ask, is it over? Now that the Grand Elder knew Lu Chengsheng's identity, his face darkened. You're no longer qualified. Lu Chengsheng pointed at the incense stick and said, there's still an incense stick left. The Grand Elder was stunned. What can you do with that? At this moment, a voice transmission appeared in the Grand Elder's mind. Hearing this, the Grand Elder had a complicated expression on his face. He nodded and looked at Lu Chengsheng. Sure. As long as you can complete it within the specified time. There was only an incense stick's worth of time left. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Pill Tribulation. Chapter 111 Pill Tribulation. What can he do? They had all heard about Lu Chengsheng's alchemy speed. However, an incense stick of time was only enough to refine a mystic tier pill. Right. If it was just a mystic tier pill, he would probably not be able to squeeze into the top 3. In the audience seats. Oh, is this Lu Chengsheng? Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough time. However, it doesn't matter. An alchemist who can create his own pill formula and improve it is not simple. When the time comes, we can try to rope him in. However, this kid can even miss the pill conference. I'm afraid he's a little arrogant. Right. Which alchemist isn't arrogant as long as the reward moves him? He will naturally join us. If everything was rejected, that would be that the price you offer is insufficient and could not move him. That was all. Mu Weiner also looked worried. There's only an incense stick's worth of time left. Can Uncle make it in time? There was no time for Lu Chengsheng to think. Uncle Lai shook his head slightly. Obviously, he didn't think Lu Chengsheng would win. On the other hand, Hu King did not look worried at all, as long as he refined the pills that were usually displayed in the Hidden Dao Academy. Any one of them was in existence that could surpass them. As for speed, Lu Chengsheng could make a furnace for them within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. On the judging panel, the Grand Elder was also suspicious. Could he really refine a high-quality medicinal pill in the time it takes an incense stick to burn? Moreover, even the sect master was alarmed. What was so special about Lu Chengsheng? Zhang Lai, Sai Yuanren, and the others also looked at Lu Chengsheng. What could he do in such a short period of time? The two of them could not help but shake their heads. In their minds, Lu Chengsheng was nothing to be afraid of. It could not shake their rankings. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng learned the requirements of this round thanks to Hu King's voice transmission. There were no restrictions. He could refine it as he pleased, as long as the quality was high enough. Wasn't that easy? Without thinking too much, Lu Chengsheng took out the materials from his storage ring. He threw it into the furnace and started refining. It was still refined together. Flames surrounded the pill furnace. The temperature even caused the surrounding space to distort. Faced with everyone's gazes, at this moment, Lu Chengsheng looked very calm. Only an incense stick of time enough. Half of the incense stick was already burnt. The extraction of the materials was completed under everyone's watchful eyes, and Lu Chengsheng began to condense the pill. So fast. This was the first time they had seen such efficiency. I just don't know what kind of medicinal pill he refined. I don't think the level of the pill will be too high. The time is too short. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was also a little stunned, not to mention the speed of refinement. Even though he knew the ingredients Lu Chengsheng was using, he didn't know what kind of pills he could make with them. He didn't know and had never heard of it either. Could it be that this kid was creating his own medicinal pill? In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Grand Elder did not dare to think further. If that was the case, then this kid's alchemy skills were too unbelievable. At this moment, a sudden phenomenon, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky. The surrounding sunlight was covered. When everyone saw this, they looked at the sky in confusion. Has the weather changed? However, the aura emitted by the dark clouds was somewhat extraordinary. As the flames in the furnace in front of Lu Chengsheng grew more and more intense, the condensation of the core had entered the final step. Lightning began to flow in the dark clouds in the sky. Boom boom. It was like a lightning dragon rolling in the dark clouds. It actually emitted a destructive aura. They seemed to have thought of something. Regardless of whether it was the people from the large factions in the audience, The Grand Elder was the judge, or the other participants at the side. Their expressions changed drastically. At the last step of condensing the pill, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning dragons surged. This was a pill tribulation. This was the symbol of a heaven-grade medicinal pill. If one wanted to step into the first rank of the heaven rank with just one pill, he had to be tempered by the pill tribulation. Only after experiencing the tempering of the pill tribulation could it be called heaven grade. Refining a heaven grade pill in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Is this person? The slow formation of the alchemy tribulation shocked everyone inside and outside the alchemy sect. All the disciples and elders of the alchemy sect raised their heads in shock. Who refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill? Could it be the sect master and supreme elder? But that direction isn't where the sect master is. That's the alchemy conference. The group of disciples and elders put down what they were doing and rushed to the location of the alchemy conference. The birth of a heaven-grade medicinal pill could cause a bloody storm. As for alchemists, they could observe the formation of heaven-grade medicinal pills at a close distance. It was also extremely beneficial to the improvement of their pill Tao. Deep in the alchemy sect, outside a hall, a middle-aged man looked at the dark clouds in the sky not far away. That place was densely covered in lightning. The man's face was solemn. Heaven-grade pill? He could also try to refine it, but the success rate was only 30. Moreover, every time he refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, he had to prepare for several days. During refinement, it would often end because of the insufficient spiritual kai and soul power in his body, and the other party had done so in such a short period of time, putting aside whether he could survive the pill tribulation. To be able to attract a pill tribulation in such a short period of time was already very monstrous. Looks like the great battle is really about to begin. At this moment, beside the alchemy conference venue, there were already countless disciples and elders rooted to the ground, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Mu Weiner also pointed at her lower lip and said, "Uncle Lai, what does the pill tribulation mean?" Uncle Lai took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. His voice trembled as he said, "It represents the birth of a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Then, is there anyone in the family who can refine this heaven-grade medicinal pill?" Uncle Lai thought for a moment and shook his head. "No one. Only the sect master of the alchemy sect and that mysterious supreme elder can refine such a pill." "So you're saying that Uncle is very strong?" This time, Uncle Lai did not hesitate at all and nodded. "Very strong." Hearing this, Mu Weiner turned around and looked at Lu Chengsheng, who was condensing a pill. Her eyes lit up. In the audience seats, the people from the major factions were all shocked. "We have to rope this kid in. At all costs. Inform the sect master to come personally, and let him bring sufficient remuneration." Some people were more rational. A grandmaster alchemist who can refine a heaven-grade pill in such a short period of time no longer needs to be affiliated with other factions. Only a grandmaster alchemist could refine a heaven-grade pill. Moreover, to be able to refine it in such a short period of time, it had to be at least at the 5th grade or above. The Grand Elder's heart was thumping very louding. Recalling Lu Chengsheng's information, a 4th grade alchemy master. Tell me, which 4th grade alchemy master can refine a heaven-grade pill? The Grand Elder decided that he would remove the alchemy sect disciples who tested Lu Chengsheng's alchemy skills. Chapter 112 Chapter 112 Heaven-grade pill. Chapter 112 Heaven-grade pill. All heaven-grade medicinal pills needed to undergo the tempering of the pill tribulation. This was well known. Voice transmissions were transmitted back to the major sects and aristocratic families. During the alchemy conference, an alchemist managed to refine a heaven-grade pill within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Really? Quick! Prepare the natural treasures and head to the alchemy sect to rope this person in. At all costs. Hidden Dao Academy's main academy. Dean Yan also heard the news. He was stunned for a moment before sighing. The great battle is about to begin. Some hermit geniuses will naturally sprout like bamboo shoots after the rain. Then should we rope him in? Dean Yan shook his head and said, "It's fine as long as we form a good relationship. Alchemists of this level naturally have no need to be affiliated with other forces. Besides, Our Hidden Tao Academy won't participate in a competition between the sects. So, let them be. Yang Feng hurried to the sect leader's hall. Master, an alchemist who can refine heaven-grade medicinal pills, has appeared in the alchemy conference. Lin Rufeng nodded calmly. One already know. Liang Feng was pleasantly surprised and asked anxiously. Should we go over? Lin Rufeng glanced at Liang Feng indifferently and said, Why are we going over? Unnaturally. To try to rope him in. On this point, Lin Rufeng's point of view was the same as Dean Yan's. He shook his head and said, Go and cultivate well. Liang Feng scratched his head in confusion. However, he still listened to Lin Rufeng's arrangements and retreated to cultivate. After a while, an old man came to the sect master's hall. Lin Rufeng looked at the old man and stood up respectfully. Master. Lin Rufeng's master was the previous sect master of the Hidden Sword sect and the current supreme elder. The old man nodded and looked in the direction of the alchemy sect. He sighed and said, Rufeng, the era of great strife is about to begin. You have to be fully prepared to let our Hidden Sword sect survive in this era. Hearing this, Lin Rufeng's expression was solemn as he nodded solemnly. There seems to be a mystic realm appearing in the southern region. This might be the precursor to the opening of the era of great battle. Send someone over too. Yes. Master. On the other side, at the alchemy sect's alchemy conference, they were already surrounded by the crowd. Among them were disciples of the alchemy sect and a group of elders. The people from the various large factions rushed over one after another. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky. Amidst the dense dark clouds, the lightning dragon slowly took shape. It was as if a heavenly punishment was about to descend. Lu Chengsheng was only one step away from condensing the pill. In the end, he injected the endless will into the pill furnace. The medicinal fragrance began to float out. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng frowned. A stream of light flew out from the pill furnace. It floated in midair under the dark clouds. He was prepared to face the pill tribulation. Everyone was watching this scene. In the dark clouds, the lightning dragon began to go berserk. Booming sounds could be heard. A destructive aura began to spread throughout the entire alchemy sect. Everyone put up their defenses to avoid being affected by the pill tribulation. Lu Chengsheng watched the scene calmly. At this moment, streams of light began to flow on the pill. It seemed to be provoking the pill tribulation. In the dark clouds, lightning surged. It was like a tsunami. Thunder dragon roar. It wanted to destroy the world. The dark clouds seemed to be unable to withstand the thunder dragon's rage. Countless bolts of lightning turned into lightning dragons and rained down on the medicinal pills. The Grand Elder below was shocked when he saw this scene. Such a terrifying pill tribulation might. It's probably not an ordinary heaven-rank medicinal pill. In that case, this child's alchemy skills might be a few points higher than their sect masters. Lu Chengsheng was not surprised at all. The lightning dragon roared. It collided with the small medicinal pill that was spinning with a stream of light. The medicinal pill was covered by the lightning dragon. However, the medicinal pill was not destroyed because of this. Instead, it emitted a stream of light. The power of the pill tribulation was refining the pills. As long as it survived the pill tribulation, then it would have completed the transformation and become a heaven-grade medicinal pill. This was the only way to become a heaven-rank pill. Everyone was watching this scene with their eyes filled with shock. The scene of refining a heaven-grade medicinal pill was extremely rare. Usually, outsiders could not be around when refining heaven-grade pills, since any mistake in the slightest would result in failure. At this moment, the lightning dragon poured down again. It was as if it was going crazy for the last time. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Some disciples with insufficient cultivation levels were even affected. Fortunately, the elders stood up and resisted the destructive aftershock for their disciples. All disciples, retreat 100 meters. The disciples nodded and retreated since this aftershock was not something they could resist. Lu Chengsheng, who was standing under the dark clouds, didn't seem affected at all. In fact, when some lightning landed on him, he would also resist an invisible barrier. He looked indifferent as if he didn't care at all. This also shocked those who were observant. It seemed that this person's strength was not low. Under the tempering of the pill tribulation, the surface of the pill gradually emitted a 7-colored stream of light. This was also a sign that the heaven-grade pill was about to succeed. Under the dark clouds, the lightning dragons seemed to have stopped pouring. The lightning in the space actually disappeared completely. However, no one looked relaxed. In the dark clouds, a huge destructive aura was condensing again. This time, the aura was even more majestic than before. Clearly, this was the final strike of the pill tribulation. This was the calm before the storm. And this attack would definitely be even more powerful than before. In the sect master's hall, the sect master of the alchemy sect looked up at this scene with a rueful expression. This level of pill tribulation had never appeared even among the heaven-grade pills he refined. Perhaps this person's alchemy cultivation had already surpassed his. It's a pity that he's not from my alchemy sect. In the dark clouds, the destructive aura continued to condense. Lightning gathered. It formed a huge pillar of light and fell with a loud crash as if it wanted to destroy the world. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the elders of the alchemy sect changed. They raised their defensive barriers one after another. All alchemy sect disciples, retreat 1,000 feet. The Grand Elder shouted angrily. Then, he soared into the sky and set up a barrier. In the audience, Uncle Li's expression was also solemn. He stood in front of Mu Weiner and spread his hands. Mu Weiner watched this scene curiously, while looking at Lu Chengsheng with admiration. Under the light pillar, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand, and the falling light pillar was separated by an invisible barrier. It was impossible to injure him at all. The destructive aura continued to wreak havoc in the space. At this moment, the space seemed to show signs of cracking. Dozens of breaths later, the pillar of light gradually dissipated. The medicinal pills inside were still not destroyed. It emitted a 7-colored stream of light. The fragrance of the pill filled the entire alchemy sect at this moment. At this moment, everyone understood. This pill had already undergone the tempering of the pill tribulation and had successfully stepped into the heaven grade. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Speak of the Devil. Chapter 113 Speak of the Devil. The pill tribulation disappeared and the dark clouds began to disperse. Strands of sunlight broke through the cover of the dark clouds. Beams of light shone on the ground again. It was as if he had been reborn. The heaven-grade pill was completed. The Grand Elder looked at the medicinal pill that was emitting 7-colored light in the sky. He felt a little emotional. Who would have thought that there would be an alchemy grandmaster hidden in this alchemy conference? In the audience seats, Hu King's face was filled with excitement. This kid Changsheng was really bringing honor to their hidden Dao Academy. Mu Weiner looked at Uncle Li and asked curiously, Uncle Li, did it succeed? Uncle Li nodded with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that Lu Chengsheng, whom he looked down on at the beginning, would surpass all the alchemists present. The world was really unpredictable. In the distance, Zhang Li, Zai Yuanren, and the others had already retreated 1,000 feet since. They were unable to withstand the aftermath of the pill tribulation. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. Previously, they had regarded Lu Changsheng as their opponent, but now, the other party had directly refined a heaven-grade pill. How were they supposed to compete? A grandmaster alchemist came to them and pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Zhang Li, Zai Yuanren, and the others were already a little numb. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A stream of light flew towards the medicinal pill. Someone wanted to snatch the heaven-grade pill. The Grand Elder's expression changed. He wanted to stop them. However, the other party was too fast and could not react in time. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng's face darkened. FV just spent so much time refining this pill. And you want to snatch it just like that? At the thought of this, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and a finger force struck out at an extremely fast speed. When the figure saw this, his expression changed. He had no choice but to stop and face the attack with all his might. However, he had underestimated Lu Chengsheng. The finger force pierced through the person's glabella. He didn't even have time to launch an attack before he died. The figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Lu Chengsheng. The Grand Elder walked over and took a look. His expression was ugly. Wu Chuo, a peak stage Qianyuan expert, He had overlooked how attractive heaven-grade pills were to others. A heaven-grade pill had the effect of changing one's fate. Moreover, the grade of this heaven-grade pill was extremely high. The Grand Elder said on the spot, "If anyone dares to act rashly at the alchemy conference again, they will be making an enemy of the alchemy sect." As soon as he said this, some restless people immediately calmed down. The alchemy sect was a top faction in the central region. Their connections were extremely deep. Moreover, the alchemy sect was the orthodox lineage in the hearts of alchemists. Offending the alchemy sect was equivalent to offending all the alchemists. No one would choose to become enemies with the alchemy sect. The gains would not make up for the losses. The Grand Elder's actions were killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, he had protected the alchemy sect's reputation. The alchemy conference was held by the alchemy sect after all. At the same time, it was also held in the inner sect of the alchemy sect. If someone else could easily snatch the competitor's pills, the alchemy sect's face would also be swept to the ground. They would think that the alchemy sect was easy to bully. Secondly, he showed Lu Changsheng kindness. An alchemist of this level would naturally not join their alchemy sect, but there was no need to vassalize other factions. Instead of becoming enemies, it was better to be on good terms. The Grand Elder had been in power for so many years and had long become a shrewd person. Lu Changsheng handed the heaven-grade pill to the Grand Elder and said, "You can announce the result now." The Grand Elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "There's no need to look. You're naturally number one after refining a heaven-grade pill." Lu Changsheng shrugged and put away the heaven-grade pill. When the time came, he would give this pill to his disciple to play with. It was useless for him to hold it himself. Lu Changsheng was first. No one had any objections to this result. There was no need for an existence who could refine a heaven-grade pill in half an hour to showcase himself in the alchemy conference. The Grand Elder immediately took out the essence soul pill. He handed it to Lu Changsheng and said, "Your Excellency, this is the reward for first place. He'll give it to you directly." Previously, why would the Grand Elder be so careful when giving rewards? In the eyes of other alchemists, this essence soul pill might be a top-grade pill that could only be chanced upon by luck. In front of this alchemist who could refine heaven-grade pills, it might really not be worth mentioning. He could even refine something better than it himself. Why would he want theirs? Lu Changsheng accepted it. "Can I leave now?" When the Grand Elder heard this, he was stunned for a moment before hurriedly saying, "Please go ahead, Your Excellency." Lu Changsheng nodded and was about to leave. Perhaps it was because Lu Changsheng wanted to leave. The people from the major factions surrounded Lu Changsheng, wanting to invite him to join them. Of course, there were also forces that knew their limits. Why would an alchemist of this level be vassal to others? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "I don't want to join other forces." After saying that, he left. He was such a salted fish, oh no. He liked freedom so much. How could he be tied up by other forces? Of course, the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region was an exception. After all, that was where he grew up. There, Lu Changsheng was willing to do something. Of course, he was forced to do so. Lu Changsheng left the alchemy sect. Hu King caught up and said with a smile, "Changsheng, you've really done us proud. I believe that there will be people competing to join the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region in the future." Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, "Don't put them in the cottage. My disciples are enough to give me a headache." Hu King shook his head helplessly. This kid clearly had the strength. But he was so lazy. They wanted Lu Changsheng's talent even in their dreams. Unfortunately. Then, Lu Changsheng threw the essence soul pill to Hu King. Hu King was stunned. "This pill is quite precious. You're not giving it to Yi Bai and the others." Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "No need." Hearing this, Hu King also came to a realization. A master who could refine heaven-grade pills naturally did not lack such pills. At the side, Uncle Lai had a complicated expression when he saw this scene. The essence soul pill was a pill that alchemists fought over, but the other party abandoned it as if it was a pair of shoes. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. At this moment, Mu Weiner also came over and said with a smile, "Uncle, You're so awesome. Lu Chengsheng liked this mischievous little girl. He joked. Why do you want to be my disciple? However, Lu Chengsheng didn't expect this. He was just joking. But Mu Weiner took it seriously. Mu Weiner nodded excitedly and said, Hey, Uncle, how did you know what I was thinking? Seeing this, Uncle Lai did not stop her. Instead, her eyes were filled with anticipation. It would be great if his young miss could become the disciple of an alchemist of this level after all. He could even rope in such a powerful ally for the Mu family. It was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Changsheng's eyes widened. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. One don't accept disciples. He already had 4 disciples. More. Wasn't this asking for his life? Moreover, she is also a glutton. He would have to add another set of cutlery back at home. This deal was too much of a loss. Uncle Lai was not surprised. The other party's alchemy skills were also qualified to choose disciples. When Mu Weiner heard this, she wrinkled her nose and said, Uncle, is it because I'm not talented? Lu Changsheng couldn't just say what he was thinking. Could he? Then, he looked at Hu King and said, Elder Hu, one still have something on. I'll take my leave first. Head slipped away. Chapter 140 Fight to the Death. Chapter 114 Fight to the Death. Refining a heaven-grade pill in 5 minutes and successfully undergone the refinement of the pill tribulation. This incident had already spread throughout the entire central region. In fact, this matter had even spread to the 4 regions. An alchemy grandmaster comparable to the alchemy sect master had appeared out of nowhere. Some people even felt that Lu Chengsheng's alchemy skills had already surpassed the master of the alchemy sect. There were also people who felt that the alchemy sect master's alchemy skills were even deeper. In short, countless people had sent people to inquire about Lu Chengsheng, not trying to rope him in. Instead, he wanted to ask for pills and form a good relationship with them. How terrifying was a grandmaster alchemist who could refine heaven-grade pills after all? Everyone knew its value. The Mu family, one of the 3 great hidden families. Mu Weiner had already returned to her family. No, I still want to take Uncle as my master. Uncle Lai shook his head with a bitter smile. A grandmaster alchemist was naturally qualified to be Mu Weiner's master, but the person himself didn't want it even if it was the Mu family. The other party would probably not be interested. A grandmaster alchemist who could refine heaven-grade pills naturally did not need to be subordinate to other factions. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a serious expression. Who does Weiner want to acknowledge as her master? The middle-aged man inadvertently heard Mu Weiner's words and couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this girl did not even look up to the group of people in her family. Her standards were very high. When Mu Weiner saw the middle-aged man, her eyes lit up. She ran over and held the man's hand. Father, I met a super powerful uncle. Uncle, the middle-aged man was naturally the current head of the Mu family. Muhiz looked to the side and asked, Uncle Lai, what's going on? Uncle Lai had no choice but to explain the situation. Hearing this, Muhiz nodded slightly. You want to acknowledge that Grandmaster Alchemist as your master? Mu Weiner nodded heavily. Yup. Muhiz smiled and said, Father naturally doesn't object to you taking him as your master. An alchemy grandmaster is not only beneficial to you, but also to the family. However, if he doesn't accept you, there's nothing we can do. Why don't you let Elder Lin teach you? Elder Lin was the best alchemist in the Mu family. He was half-step to grandmaster. Someone who could refine pills infinitely close to heaven grade. Except, in the end, it could not attract the pill tribulation, which was why it could not become a heaven grade pill. As for Elder Lin, he also thought highly of Mu Weiner. Mu Weiner was extremely talented in alchemy. Unfortunately, she was too playful. This made everyone in the Mu family very helpless. They couldn't control her. Hearing Muhez's words, Mu Weiner hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I only want to acknowledge Uncle as my master. Muhiz and Uncle Lai were helpless. They couldn't kidnap Grandmaster Alchemist Lu Chengsheng. Could they? Then go ahead. Muhiz waved his hand helplessly. Hearing this, Mu Weiner turned around and left with a smile. Then he'll be leaving. Do you know where he is? Of course I do. After Lu Changsheng left, she asked Hu King where he was. It was the cottage. Mu He's looked at his daughter's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. A grown woman can't be kept. Uncle Lai, you can continue to follow Weiner. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Lai shook his head with a bitter smile. This is my duty. But family head, what if the other party still doesn't accept Miss? Will this affect Miss' mental state? Hearing this, Mu He shook his head and said, It's fine. It's good to bump into walls when you're young. Furthermore, if she succeeds, it will be extremely beneficial to Weiner and my Mu family. Let her be. Uncle Lai nodded. Understood. I'll go then. With that, Uncle Lai followed Mu Weiner. Mu He's looked into the distance. His eyes distant. The prodigies are gradually showing their talents. Almighty beings are also beginning to appear one after another. The era of great battle is really about to begin. After saying that, he shook his head and left. At the same time, in the southern region, Tianyuan City, this was the capital of the Tianyuan dynasty. At this moment, two men appeared above the Tianyuan dynasty and attracted the attention of countless people. The dynasty guards raised their heads and saw the two men. Their expressions changed and they immediately shouted, Who dares to trespass? Immediately after, Wang Kao entered a battle-ready state. Countless imperial guards began to gather. The revered elders in the palace flew into the sky and arrived in front of the two men. In the Tianyuan dynasty's palace, two people's expressions froze slightly. Walking out of the palace, he looked up at the sky. Among them, the young man's expression suddenly changed. At the side, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe asked, Why do you know this person? The sixth prince nodded with a terrified expression. This person is Bai. Hearing this, the king of Tianyuan kingdom shook his head slightly. It seems that he's here to seek revenge. The Tianyuan dynasty was a contributing party when the Sunset Monarchy sent troops to surround Bai. However, they did not succeed, allowing Bai to mature. Looking at the time, the other party should have come to find us. The Tianyuan king sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had made the wrong move. If he had taken the initiative to express his goodwill to Bai back then, he could have helped even if he offended the Sunset Monarchy. He would be spared from this trouble. Anything he said would be useless. One wrong step would lead to many mistakes. Since he had already committed it, he had to bear the responsibility. Thinking of this, the king of Tianyuan kingdom ordered, Guardians, prepare to face the enemy. All revered elders are not allowed to escape without permission. Activate the array. Tell all the descendants below the Purple Mansion realm to quickly retreat from Tianyuan City. Everyone was stunned hearing the king's words. Obviously, it was the moment of life and death for the Tianyuan dynasty. Then, the king looked at the sixth prince and said, You should prepare to leave too. The sixth prince was stunned. Then, Father, what about you? The king of Tianyuan kingdom sighed. As the king, how can I retreat? If even he retreated, then the Tianyuan dynasty would have retained its bloodline, but how could anyone be willing to serve him again in the future? After saying that, the king of Tianyuan dynasty took off his dragon robe and put on his battle armor. He shouted, Everyone from the Tianyuan dynasty, listen up. Fight to the death. The entire dynasty let out a shocking roar. Immediately after, the formation enveloped the entire Tianyuan royal city. All the revered elders flew up and arrived in front of Bai. Seeing this scene, Blackie scratched his head and asked Bai, Senior, brother, do we have to kill all these people? Bai smiled and nodded. Yes, as you wish. With Blackie's strength, Bai naturally didn't have to worry. No one in the entire Tianyuan dynasty could threaten him. Then, the king of Tianyuan kingdom also arrived in the sky, standing in front of the imperial guards. He looked at Bai and said, I don't regret my mistake that day. I just lost the bet. I'm not asking for forgiveness now. Let's fight. The entire guards legion corps was filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 115 Deep in the Palace. Chapter 115 Deep in the Palace. The entire Tianyuan city was ready for battle. Countless people looked up at the sky. The battle intent there was rumbling. Some people did not know what had happened, while others knew the whole story. For example, the four big families of Tanyuan City. No, now it could only be called the three big families. The Yu family had already retreated from Tanyuan City. The Chu family had looked up at this scene with fear in his eyes. Yi Qiubai was now mature and was looking for the Tanyuan dynasty to seek revenge on. When Tanyuan dynasty was destroyed, who would be next? Without a doubt, their Chu family would not be able to escape. The Chu family head fell into panic. Now, there were only two choices in front of him. The entire clan retreated from Tanyuan City. He would go to other places and live a hidden life. The second was to fight together with the Tanyuan dynasty. Kill Yi Qiubai. However, the Chu family had already given up on this point. Previously, the many encirclements of the Sunset Monarchy had not succeeded. This time, it was only the Tanyuan dynasty. How could they resist? The current Yi Qiubai was an existence that could kill experts on the ranking of the four regions. At the thought of this, the Chu family head summoned the elders inside. You should know what happened. All the elders had heavy expressions. Of course, they knew that Yi Qiubai's current strength had already far exceeded the past. They had come to seek revenge. Patriarch, what should we do? Now, they no longer had the mood to blame anyone for provoking Yi Qiubai. It was useless to talk about this now. The Chu family head sighed. Retreat. The Chu family will leave Tanyuan City from now on. Where there's life, there's hope. No matter what. The Chu family head could not let the Chu family go extinct in his hands. After saying this, the Chu family head seemed to have deflated. He seemed to have aged. The hair surrounding his temples turned pale. Obviously, this decision used up a lot of his determination. Of course, he'll stay here. The elders were stunned. Why? Patriarch, you could have left with us. Whether it was sincere or not, the Chu family's patriarch didn't have the mood to care anymore. He could only shake his head and say, we have to leave someone here to vent Yi Qiubai's anger. That's the only way he won't go to the Chu family to kill us all. Apparently, the Chu family had planned to sacrifice himself. When the elders heard this, they nodded helplessly. They could only take this path now. This was the only way to protect the bloodline of the Chu family to the greatest extent. Alright, all of you get ready to leave Tanyuan City with your juniors and disciples. Not long after, the buildings were emptied out. Only the Chu family head stood in the courtyard. Thinking of the past, he quietly waited for Yi Qiubai's arrival. The Dian family, which was also one of the four great families in Tanyuan City. When the Dian family head saw this scene, he also shook his head regretfully. If Jian Chan had chosen Yi Qiubai back then, or rather believed Yi Qiubai's words, perhaps their endings would be different. Pity, it had already happened. Sometimes, at the crossroads of life, there was no turning back once the decision was made. They could only walk all the way. When the Dian family head thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. At this moment, everyone in Tanyuan City looked at this scene in the sky with different expressions. Yi Qiubai looked at the king of Tanyuan in front of him and said indifferently, at that time, did you think about today? The Tanyuan king's expression did not change. It was as if nothing had happened. What's the point of saying all this now? It's just a wrong move. Putting everything else aside, Yi Qiubai quite admired the king of Tanyuan kingdom. At the very least, he was qualified as the king. It's useless to say anything more. Let's fight. With that, the king of Tanyuan kingdom waved his hand. The imperial guards roared and stepped forward. Blackie took a step forward beside Yi Qiubai. He smiled and said, Senior brother, leave these to me. Yi Qiubai shook his head and said, let me do it. With that, he took out the dark demon sword in his hand. He flipped his palm slightly and instantly, the entire imperial city was enveloped by sharp sword intent with Yi Qiubai as the center. Sword domain. Seeing this, the Tanyuan king's expression changed slightly. Under the sharp sword intent, even he did not dare to act rashly. The revered elders of the other dynasties also had solemn expressions. They raised barriers one after another to resist the sword intent that was like a monstrous wave. However, the tens of thousands of Guards Legion Corps soldiers were unable to defend. Facing this pervasive sword intent, the formation of the tens of thousands of Imperial Guards was instantly broken. Sword intent transformed into a long river of sword intent. It swept through the Imperial Guards, accompanied by countless screams. Under the sweep of the sword intent river, everyone turned into blood mist. In just a few breaths, under the sweeping of the sword intent river, tens of thousands of Guards Legion Corps were destroyed. Everyone from the dynasty was shocked when they saw this. Even though the strength of the Guards Legion Corps was low, it was impossible for tens of thousands of people to be destroyed in such a short period of time. In just a few breaths, he had killed tens of thousands of people. Exudes has really become so strong. The sword domain was a domain skill to begin with. In the sword domain, there was sword intent everywhere. In this kind of domain skill, what was the use of having more people? The king of Tanyuan Kingdom had obviously realized this as well. He took out a jade seal and injected spiritual Kai into it. Instantly, the grand formation surrounding Tanyuan Imperial City was activated. It turned into a flood dragon and roared at Exudes and Blackie. The flood dragon was very powerful. Clearly, he had already reached the peak stage Tanyuan realm. It was the Tanyuan dynasty's nation protection array. Blackie took a step forward. Senior brother, leave this to me. After receiving Exudes' approval, Blackie grinned and rubbed his fists and feet. He was ready to attack. At this moment, the flood dragon roared again. Then, it charged towards Blackie. Seeing this, Blackie's expression did not change at all. Instead, he revealed a simple and honest smile. Battle intent began to swirl around him. He raised his fist. When the flood dragon got close, he punched it hard. This punch shook the earth and the mountains. It was as if the entire space of the array was trembling. Blackie's punch landed on the flood dragon's head. Immediately, under everyone's shocked gazes, the flood dragon wailed in pain. Then, starting from the head, it broke inch by inch along the dragon spine. Eventually, it dissipated in this space. At this moment, the formation was broken. The imperial jade seal in the hands of the king of Tanyuan also shattered with a cracking sound. Seeing this, the king of Tanyuan was shocked. This person was Exudes' junior brother, someone who could teach Exudes and this body cultivator in front of him. The king did not dare to think about it, and there was no need to think about it anymore. The other party might not care about their small Tanyuan dynasty. 2 of his disciples were enough to destroy them. Thinking of this, the king of Tanyuan Kingdom sighed and said, "Everyone, since there's no way out, let's attack." All the revered elders saw this. Some revealed a helpless expression while some people showed signs of retreating. At the same time, in the depths of the palace, a faint aura was emitted. A voice entered everyone's ears. "Young friend, can you show mercy in the future? My Tanyuan dynasty will leave the southern region and never step in again. How about that?" Chapter 160 Chapter 116 Old King. Chapter 116 Old King. In the depths of Tanyuan Imperial City, an old man woke up from his closed-door cultivation. Sensing the situation outside, he could not help but sigh. The Tanyuan dynasty had provoked someone they should not have. Even though the other party's cultivation level was not high, his strength was extremely strong. Often, someone who could train such a disciple, none of them would be simple. His strength was naturally stronger than their Tanyuan dynasty. In midair, when the king of Tanyuan Kingdom heard this news, he could not help but be delighted. Old King. The Old King was at peak stage Tanyuan realm. When his lifespan was about to end, he began to enter seclusion to break through to the Void God realm. Only in this way could he extend his lifespan, and his years of seclusion led others to think that the Old King of the Tanyuan dynasty had long died of old age. Unexpectedly, the Old King of Tanyuan dynasty was still alive. The revered elders were also pleasantly surprised. They had also heard of the Old King's strength. Even though he was no longer ranked on the ranking of the 4 regions, he was still powerful. For a moment, the morale of the Tanyuan dynasty soared. Exudes and Blackie's expressions did not change at all when they saw the scene. Blackie asked honestly, "Senior brother, is this Old King very strong?" Yi Qiubai shook his head. I'm not sure. Probably. Hearing that, Blackie's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he grinned. Then let me do it. Senior brother. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiubai couldn't help but laugh. Even though his junior brother looked very honest, he was a battle maniac in reality. As soon as he heard about the battle, he seemed to have become a different person. Alright, go ahead. With the treasure given by the willow tree, he was not afraid that Blackie would completely lose his mind. After obtaining Yi Qiubai's agreement, Blackie's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. On the surface of his body, fire patterns were burning crazily at this moment. When the old king saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. If he attacked this time, it would be impossible for him to break through to the void god realm. His lifespan had already reached its limit after all. Every time he attacked, he would exhaust his energy and destroy his mental state. It could be said that as long as the old king made a move, unless he had a pill that could change his fate, otherwise, he would definitely not be able to make another breakthrough. That was why the old king said that he would leave Tanyuan City. When he broke through to the void god realm, why would he be afraid of the people behind them? However, he had no choice but to take action now. Thinking of this, a stream of light flew out from the depths of the capital. It landed in front of Blackie. The old king no longer had any hair. Patches of moles grew on his face and head. It looks terrifying. The old king hunched his back and looked at Blackie. He said expressionlessly, "In that case, 111 leave you here." With that, a majestic aura erupted. A lone spear appeared in the old king's hand. The length of the spear was even longer than the old king's body. A stooped, frail-looking old man held a spear. It looked very discordant. However, when the old king attacked, a spear intent erupted. It actually had the intention to pierce through the sky. Seeing this, Blackie had no intention of retreating. With a furious roar, he threw a punch at the spear with fire patterns on his body. No matter how extraordinary you are, in Blackie's eyes, he just had a punch. It was as if the world had collapsed. A series of sonic booms sounded in this space. He used his body to resist the spear in the hands of a peak stage Qianyuan expert. In the eyes of outsiders, Blackie would definitely be pierced. The old king's eyes turned cold. Body cultivator. Then, he snorted coldly. It's not a good thing for young people to be too arrogant. The spear collided with the fist. The space was distorted. For a moment, the buildings in Tanyuan Imperial City below the two of them were actually destroyed by the aftershocks. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Blackie retreated 10 steps. The old king's body trembled. In the eyes of outsiders, the old king seemed to have the upper hand. However, the revered elders and the king of Tanyuan Kingdom were shocked. Even though the old king was old, he was still a powerhouse at the peak stage of Qianyuan realm. As for the other party, he was a body cultivator. It could actually withstand the old king's spear. This made everyone's heart sink. The old king's expression was also solemn. He pursed his lips slightly. He did not expect his shot to be blocked by the other party's punch. Moreover, even he felt that he could not withstand the power of that punch for a moment. Looking forward, after Blackie retreated, it did not rest at all. It roared angrily like a ferocious beast. It stepped towards him again. However, the battle intent around him became even stronger. A demonic aura began to envelop his eyes. What kind of monster was this? Before the old king could think further, Blackie's fist had already closed in. With a cold snort, the spear in the old king's hand flashed. They were like specks of starlight. He stabbed out continuously. Blackie continuously punched out with his fists. It let out a heavy snort. The nirvana of fire flowed on his fists. The old king gradually realized. It was as if the other party's stamina would not be exhausted. His strength actually continued to rise along with his battle intent. Gradually, the old king took a step back. Everyone looked at this scene. Their gazes darkened. This body cultivator's strength was actually so strong. Even the old king was gradually being suppressed. When the Tanyuan king saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Then, he waved his hand and ordered, "Revered elders, attack. Help the old king." All the revered elders nodded. If even the old king fell, Tianyuan dynasty would really be exterminated after all. The moment he prepared to attack, a long river of sword and tent swept over. It blocked everyone's path. Everyone looked up. Yi Qiubai walked over on the sword and tent river. "It seems like you've forgotten about me." Yi Qiubai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "I'm the one who came to seek revenge." The Tianyuan kingdom's king and the revered elders all had ugly expressions. "Attack," he gave the order. The 5 revered elders and the king of Tianyuan kingdom attacked together. The revered elders were all at the beginner stage of Qianyuan realm. The king of the Tianyuan kingdom was at the intermediate stage Qianyuan realm. 6 people at the Qianyuan realm were fighting a junior at the peak stage of the Sea Flow realm. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. But so what in the face of the dynasty's downfall? Why would the king of Tianyuan kingdom care so much? Moreover, he was the ruler of a country, not a prodigal son. Yi Qiubai's eyes didn't change at all when he saw the 6 of them attacking him. At this moment, the sword domain was fully unleashed. Countless sword and tents surrounded the imperial city. Then, the dark demon sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. A dark sword beam that gathered sword intent slashed at the 6 of them. The 9 heavenly demon sword and demon descend. The current Yi Qiubai's sword Dao strength had improved even more after experiencing the inheritance of the Dia-seeking mountain and the sword tomb. With the current sword intent, it was already different from the past. There was a faint hint of a half-step sword sect. The sword emerged, and the sky above Tianyuan imperial cities seemed to have darkened. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Destruction. Chapter 117 Destruction. A sword technique that could affect the world, even though it was only for a moment. What level of sword technique could do this? There was no doubt about it. It was a heaven-grade sword technique. Heaven-rank martial techniques were extremely rare. Only the giant factions in the central region had a legacy. Moreover, the heaven-class sword technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. The 5 revered elders were shocked facing the power of this sword. In an instant, he even lost control of his mind. In their eyes, Yi Qiubai seemed to have transformed into a towering demon god and made them want to submit to it, the king of Tianyuan kingdom included. After an instant, he reacted and hurriedly shouted in shock, "Calm your mind." However, it was this moment that could often change the direction of the battle. In just an instant, the dark slash instantly slashed across. 2 mentally unstable revered elders were instantly killed by that sword. Not even a corpse remained. As for the other 3, they reacted and hurriedly blocked. But they also suffered injuries of varying sizes, even though the Tianyuan kingdom's king had barely managed to block the sword. However, he was extremely terrified in his heart. This strike was not only powerful, it could even affect one's mind. It was extremely evil. What kind of sword technique was this? However, before the Tianyuan kingdom's king and the other 3 revered elders could think further, the long river of sword and tent surged over. The king of Tianyuan kingdom shouted and threw a punch. The aura of a king surrounded him in the fist force. It wanted to suppress the world. The king of Tianyuan kingdom had been the king for hundreds of years. He had long been blessed by the king's luck. This punch was naturally incomparably domineering. However, nothing mattered in the face of absolute strength. Under the long river of sword intent, the attacks of the revered elders and the king of Tianyuan kingdom could not be blocked at all. One had to know that Yi Qiubai could fight an intermediate stage Qianyuan realm expert when he was at the intermediate stage Sea Flow realm. He was now at the peak stage Sea Flow realm. His sword Dao had a qualitative breakthrough. How could the Tianyuan kingdom's king and these revered elders be his match? It was as if they had been destroyed. It dispersed the attacks of the 4 people. The sword intent river did not lose its momentum and rolled towards the king of Tianyuan kingdom. When the 3 revered elders saw this, they wanted to turn around and escape. However, how could they escape the long river of sword intent when their auras were locked on? In just a few breaths of time, he was enveloped by the sword intent river. His body was engulfed and pierced by the monstrous sword intent. He did not even manage to let out a scream. The king of Tianyuan kingdom relied on his national treasure, the Tianyuan armor, to barely withstand it. But even so, blood seeped out from the corner of the Tianyuan king's mouth. His aura continued to weaken. If this continued, in the end, he would not be able to escape death. On the other side, the old king's situation was not very good either. The fighting spirit around Blackie grew stronger and stronger. In fact, there was even a black aura surrounding the battle intent. It was filled with demonic nature. At this moment, Blackie's eyes were completely covered by the demonic intent. The fire patterns on his body were burning with the nirvana of fire. It was as if he had turned into a purgatory demon god. He punched out continuously with both fists. The old king was gradually overwhelmed. His face gradually turned pale. At this moment, his hands began to tremble. Clearly, Blackie's strength was too great. The continuous piercing of the spear only left white marks on Blackie's fists. One could imagine how tough Blackie's body was after being tempered by the nirvana of fire. At this moment, the old king shouted. The spear in his hand shone with spear light. The aura of a peak stage Qianyuan realm expert erupted at this moment. It forced Blackie back slightly. Then, he raised the spear in his hand and swept it continuously. A huge spear intent tornado swept through the imperial city. Within the whirlwind, there was actually the rumbling of lightning. This was the thunder intent, and this move was also the old king's strongest attack. Facing Blackie, who was getting braver and braver as he fought, and his aura that was beginning to weaken, the old king felt that he could not delay any longer. If this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Except, he used this move. The spiritual Kai in the old king's body was also about to dry up, which meant, after this move, the old king would die. He planned to use this attack to kill Blackie completely. Only then could the crisis of the Tanyuan dynasty be resolved. After being forced back, Blackie looked at the whirlwind of lightning. There was no fear in his heart. Right now, Blackie only had eyes for tearing apart the enemy in front of him. In his heart, there was no such thing as cowardice. His rationality had long been washed away by the demonic intent. He roared at the sky and his body actually became a little larger. All the muscles and veins in his body bulged at this moment. The nirvana of fire on the fire patterns also erupted at this moment. Then, he threw a punch at the old king. Seeing this, the old king snorted coldly and swept the spear in his hand. At this moment, the lightning whirlwind swept towards Blackie. The winner would be decided with this move. It was also a life and death battle. Everyone looked up at the sky battlefield. They all had different expressions. Some people were shocked. There were also people who revealed looks of fear. At this moment, it was as if a natural disaster had descended. There was a loud bang. The old king's lightning whirlwind came into contact with Blackie's earth-shattering punch. The aftershock spread in all directions. At this moment, the lightning in the whirlwind began to fall continuously. It engulfed Blackie. However, at this moment, Blackie's body seemed to have transformed into a supreme demon god. Indestructible, he allowed the lightning to land on his body and cause blood to splatter. The whirlwind turned into wind blades and slashed at Blackie's body continuously, causing blood to spurt out. However, it still did not stop Blackie's footsteps. He was like a fearless dead guard. Closer and closer. Blackie was getting closer and closer to the old king. Seeing the scene, the old king smiled sadly. This was already his final attack. However, he was still unable to kill the other party. In that case, he had no choice. It could only be said that the Tanyuan dynasty had provoked an enemy it should not have. His life was over. At this moment, accompanied by a monstrous roar, Blackie rushed out of the lightning storm. A punch landed on the old king's chest. There was a loud bang. The old king's body instantly shattered. It turned into pieces of flesh and blood that scattered in the air. Blood dripped down. It was like a rain of blood. It scattered all over Tanyuan imperial city. The old king had fallen. Seeing the scene, the king of Tanyuan kingdom closed his eyes in pain. Even the strongest person in the Tanyuan dynasty, the old king, could not resist the two of them, and he seemed to have given up in the river of sword intent. He looked at Yiqiubai, who was looking down at him with an indifferent gaze. He sighed and said, "Yiqiubai, my Tanyuan dynasty has lost and paid the price we deserve. Thus, after killing me, the rest of the Tanyuan dynasty should let them go." When Yiqiubai heard this, he said coldly, You're not qualified to negotiate with me now. Without waiting for the king of Tanyuan Kingdom to speak, he flipped his palm. The Sword and Tent River was like a shocking wave at this moment, completely overshadowing the king of Tanyuan Kingdom. His aura also disappeared from the world. From then on, the Tanyuan dynasty became a thing of the past. Chapter 118 Those who are not of our race will be different. Chapter 118 Those who are not of our race will be different. The news of the destruction of the Tanyuan dynasty spread out at the speed of a plague. The entire 4 regions knew about it. The Tanyuan dynasty was destroyed by a sword cultivator called Yi Qiubai and his junior brothers. This Tanyuan dynasty seems to be a giant faction in the southern region. Yes, even though it's a powerful faction, there are no experts on the ranking of the 4 regions. In everyone's understanding, the southern region was extremely backward. The king of the Tanyuan dynasty was only at the intermediate stage of Kanyuan realm. His strength was very ordinary in this realm. However, one heard that Yi Qiubai is from the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy. Not only did he break through the Sword Saint's inheritance in the Dao-seeking mountain of the Hidden Dao Academy, but he also obtained the inheritance in the Sword Tomb in the Hidden Sword sect. I wonder why the Tanyuan dynasty provoked such a monster. The destruction of the Tanyuan dynasty was insignificant in the eyes of everyone. They were just chatting outside of cultivation. Nonetheless, after the Sunset dynasty found out, they felt extremely heavy. Yi Qiubai was fully matured and could destroy the Tanyuan dynasty with just one junior brother. The other party had yet to break through to the Kanyuan realm. Once he broke through to the Kanyuan realm, how much would his strength increase for Yi Qiubai? One had to know that the difference between the Sea Flow realm and the Kanyuan realm was like a ravine. The king of the Sunset Monarchy, Huang Yidong, sat high in the hall. When he heard the servant's report, his eyes darkened. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Yi Qiubai broke through. As for him, under the vigilance of Dean Yan of the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy, he could not personally kill Yi Qiubai. Once he made a move, Dean Yan would stop him at the same time. It was impossible to reconcile. Huang Yidong wouldn't think in this direction at all. The hatred between the two sides was a you die or I die situation. No matter how I think about it, it's a dead end. Huang Yidong pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Then, he stood up and walked into the depths of the Sunset Monarchy. If he didn't think of a way to kill Yi Qiubai now, then what would happen to the Sunset Monarchy? It would definitely be like the Tanyuan dynasty. When the Yi family's ancestor heard this news, he was not too happy. Even though he could return to Tanyuan City, he would continue to be one of the 4 great families. However, Yi Qiubai would never return to the Yi family. At the thought of this, the Yi family's ancestor felt a trace of regret. If Yi Qiubai was still a member of the Yi family, in that case, he would eventually lead the Yi family out of Tanyuan City and even out of the southern region. However, it was useless to think about it now. They took a wrong step and lost the chance. With that, the Yi family's ancestor arrived at Yi King's residence. Now, Yi King had already been accepted by the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. He became one of the elders. Of course, it was for Yi Qiubai's sake. Yi King, I don't have much time left. Why don't you be the head of the Yi family? Yi King smiled and shook his head. Ancestor, I'm having an easier time here. Upon hearing this, the Yi family's ancestor sighed in his heart. It was within his expectations that Yi King would not return. It was naturally to prevent Yi Qiubai from falling into a dilemma. If Yi King returned to the Yi residence, then Yi Qiubai would definitely help the Yi family. Yi King knew this very well, so he rejected the ancestor. Okay, I respect your decision. With that, the Yi family's ancestor sighed and left the academy with the Yi family. Returning to Tanyuan City, the situation in Tanyuan City has changed drastically. The 4 great clans became the 3 great clans. The members of the Chu family retreated from Tanyuan City. The head of the Chu family chose to commit suicide alone in front of Yi Qiubai. The Tanyuan dynasty would disappear from now on. From then on, there were no more dynasties in the southern region. It was dominated by the Hidden Dao Academy. What happened these days made everyone in the southern region sigh. This series of events was caused by Yi Qiubai. It also ended with Yi Qiubai. Everyone could not help but think to themselves, who was the person who could nurture a disciple like Yi Qiubai? At this moment, something extremely infuriating happened to Lu Chengsheng's third disciple, Ning Chengsen. He arrived at a small mountain village where the sun rose and set, prepared to preach. However, this place was invaded by the magical beasts in the mountain range. They were torn to pieces by those low-level magical beasts. There were only 6 people left in the entire village. If Ning Chengsen had not come here, perhaps no one in this small mountain village would have survived. However, this was not what made Ning Chengsen angry. Instead, there were 3 Buddhists beside this small mountain village. When the 3 of them encountered this matter, they did not choose to save him but watched coldly from the sidelines. Ning Chengsen came in front of the 3 Buddhist cultivators and asked angrily, "Why didn't you save him?" One of the tall Buddhist cultivators put his palms together and said, "They have nothing to do with us. Why should we save them? But that's dozens of lives." The Buddhist cultivator shook his head. "So what in this world? The strong prey on the weak. That's how it is. Furthermore, before the magical beasts invaded, the 3 of us asked them if they were willing to believe in Buddhism. But they rejected us. Since that's the case, Buddha naturally won't bless them." Ning Chengsen's heart turned cold, even though it was the truth. As a preacher, the Buddhist sect of the Western region was in existence that did good all year round, at least they did in his eyes. However, as long as they were unwilling to believe in Buddhism, they would watch coldly from the sidelines and let the magical beasts tear them apart. What kind of logic was that? Those who were not of the same race would definitely have different thoughts. Ning Chengsen looked at the 3 Buddhist cultivators in front of him. For the first time, his thoughts changed. It was not just magical beasts. Even cultivators also treated human lives as grass. Ning Chengsen looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Are all Buddhist cultivators like you?" The 3 of them looked at each other and frowned. "Benefactor, what are you trying to say?" Ning Chengsen shook his head and said, "Forget it. What one see with my own eyes is real." With that, Ning Chengsen planned to head to the Buddhist sect in the western region. He wanted to see if Buddhist cultivators were like these 3 people. Seeing that Ning Chengsen was about to leave, the 3 of them were stunned. Could it be that there were really idiots in this world who could save the world? "Are you preparing to go to the Buddhist sect?" Ning Chengsen stood still and said coldly, "So what if I am, then?" The 3 of them surrounded Ning Chengsen and said with a fake smile, "Benefactor, are you planning to go to the Buddhist sect to complain?" Hearing this, Ning Chengsen thought for a moment and said, "Of course. What you're doing is really the opposite of the Buddhist ideology." The Buddhist sect had always announced to the outside world that they would protect the weak. This was to preach to the people of the 4 regions. As for the Buddhist cultivation technique, the most important thing was the power of faith. Once Ning Chengsen passed the news of this place to the Buddhist sect, in order to protect their image, the Buddhist sect would naturally clean up the sect. Naturally, the 3 of them would not allow Ning Chengsen to do so. "Benefactor, I'm afraid you can't leave for the time being." Chapter 1 Scum of the Buddhist sect. Chapter 1 Scum of the Buddhist sect. Ning Chengsen looked at the actions of the 3 Buddhist cultivators and said, "If the Buddhist sect is really like you, it will really be rotten." Hearing this, the tall Buddhist cultivator mocked. "So what in this world where the strong prey on the weak? Those who fall behind will be beaten. Those who fall behind have to submit to the strong. Otherwise, they will only be eliminated. Look, if they listen to us and believe in Buddhism, they won't die. This is karma." Ning Chengsen was silent, but his eyes were tired. He wanted to impart his teachings to the world. Let the world be at peace. There was no war. There was no fight. Similarly, there was no scheming. However, this path was still too difficult. It was not too difficult. Even Lu Chengsheng knew what he was thinking. He would also not have any hope. As long as there were people around, there would be fights and scheming. The world that Ning Chengsen was thinking about. In the end, it was too dreamy. It would only support his efforts in this area. This was Ning Chengsen's idea after all. In short, you will definitely not be able to go to the Buddhist sect in the western region today. After the 3 Buddhist cultivators finished speaking, He clasped his hands together. Beams of Buddhist light surrounded the three of them. Then, he struck out with his palm. A palm print emitting a golden light headed towards Ning Chengsen. The three Buddhist cultivators were all at the peak stage sea-flow realm. Ning Chengsen did not have any cultivation. However, his Confucian Tao realm was extremely profound. Seeing this scene, Ning Chengsen did not panic at all. A book appeared in Ning Chengsen's hand. This was the Tao scripture. It was given to him by Lu Changsheng when he accepted Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture in his hand and Tao intent flowed around him. His expression was calm, and his voice was like thunder. Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all living things as straw dogs. Immediately, a heaven talisman seal turned into a golden light and suppressed the three of them. At that moment, the three palm prints were instantly suppressed by the heaven talisman seal. Dissipate. The three Buddhist cultivators were shocked. He pressed his palms together and continuously spat out obscure words. This was a Buddhist scripture. One by one, the Buddhist words resisted the heaven talisman seal. However, it was still unable to stop the heaven talisman seal. The resistance of the three Buddhist cultivators was ultimately useless. Benefactor. Hold back. Among them, the tall Buddhist cultivator immediately begged for mercy. Ning Chengsen's expression did not change at all. The heaven talisman seal had no intention of stopping either. He wanted to suppress the three of them. In Ning Chengsen's eyes, these three people were the tumors that needed to be removed from this world. He clearly had the ability. In the eyes of outsiders, Buddhist cultivators took it as their duty to help the world. However, because those weak villagers refused to believe in Buddhism, they could only watch as they were torn apart by the magical beasts. Was there still a need for such a person to survive in this world? At least, in Ning Chengsen's opinion, there was no need to survive. The heaven talisman seal continued to envelop the three of them. Benefactor, do you want to offend the Buddhist sect for those useless mortals? Ning Chengsen said lightly. If all Buddhists are like you, what's wrong with offending them? After saying that, he pressed his palm down slightly. Under the despairing gazes of the three of them, the heaven talisman seal, it pressed down. Immediately, the bodies of the three Buddhist cultivators were annihilated at this moment. As for the soul, it would be suppressed here forever. When Ning Chengsen saw this scene, he did not reveal a happy smile and let out a heavy sigh. He walked towards the Western region's Buddhist sect. Ning Chengsen wanted to take a look. He used his eyes to go to the Buddhist sect to investigate. Was he really like the three of them? In the name of saving the world, he preached in the four regions and obtained the power of faith. However, behind their backs, they were like the three of them. Disgusting. Lu Changsheng had already returned. At this moment, he was lying on a wooden chair with his eyes closed, basking in the sun. It made a sound of enjoyment. Dear men, this is life. I hope those brats won't cause trouble for me in the future. Otherwise, 111 have to clean up their mess again. However, Elder who is quite trustworthy. There's really no need to preach to those students. Finally, I can relax for a while. However, just as he finished speaking, Hu King appeared in the cottage. Behind Hu King stood an extremely cute girl. The girl blinked and looked around carefully. Then, she fixed her eyes on Lu Changsheng. Without opening his eyes, Lu Changsheng said helplessly, Elder Hu, one need to rest. If there's anything, let's talk about it in 100 days. Okay. Seeing Lu Changsheng's lazy look, he felt helpless. Don't worry. I'm not looking for you for nothing. I'm not here to look for you. I'm just bringing someone here. Bringing someone. Lu Changsheng turned his head and opened his eyes to look in Hu King's direction. Then, he saw something behind Hu King. The girl who was smiling at him. His face stiffened. Oh no. I'm doomed. My idle life is going to leave me again. Uncle. I'm here. The girl was Mu Weiner. Lu Changsheng covered his face and asked, Uncle, whose uncle? You must have mistaken me for someone else. She shook her head helplessly. Alright. I've already brought her over. I'll leave first. Lu Changsheng felt that, listening to this old man's words, participating in the pill alchemy was a mistake. Mu Weiner walked over with a smile and said, Alright, uncle. Stop pretending. Lu Changsheng put down his hand and looked at Mu Weiner. Why are you here? One told you. I want to be your disciple. But one told you. One don't accept disciples. Does your family agree to let you come here? Mu Weiner's watery eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Of course one agree. Uncle, you're a grandmaster alchemist who can refine heaven-grade pills. My father will definitely agree if one want to become your disciple. Lu Chengsheng covered his face and wailed silently. What a sin. Mu Weiner looked at Lu Chengsheng and said, Uncle, I know you don't like my talent. But one day, I will make you accept me. Im not. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to live a leisurely life. At this moment, Eqbai and Blackie also returned to the cottage. When he saw Mu Weiner, he couldn't help but be stunned. Master, who is this young lady? Before Lu Chengsheng could answer, Mu Weiner skipped over and smiled at Eqbai. Hello, senior brother. He looked at this extremely cute girl with a sweet smile. Eqbai found it difficult to hate him. He smiled and said, Is she master's new disciple? Lu Chengsheng immediately replied, No. Mu Weiner rolled her eyes at Lu Chengsheng. Sooner or later, Eqbai and Blackie looked at each other and understood. They couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chengsheng was already a little annoyed. Seeing Eqbai like this, she couldn't help but feel angry. Smile. What are you laughing at? You still think you haven't caused me enough trouble? Hurry up and go cook for me. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Working Hard. Chapter 120 Working Hard. After dinner, Eqbai found Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng glanced at Eqbai and asked, What's wrong? Do you need me to clean up your mess again? Ever since he took the blame for his junior sister, his image in his master's heart had plummeted. He had already become a disciple who only knew how to cause trouble and make people worry. Thinking of this, Eqbai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master, one want to ask something. Oh, ask away. Hence, Eqbai told her about Mu Zeiking's physique, presuming that master should have a way to resolve it. Lu Chengsheng heard this and was also a little confused. What kind of physique is this? How would I know? Just as he was about to say something, a voice sounded in his mind. Ice spirit vein constitution. The person with this constitution is dependent on fortune and misfortune. If the calamity doesn't convert the power of the ice spirit vein in its body for its own use, it will be counterattacked by the power of ice. From then on, its soul and body will disappear. If luck contains the power of the ice spirit vein and tames the ice spirit vein, you can absorb the ice spiritual kai and cultivate extremely quickly. There are two solutions. The first is to find an item of extreme yang and help it absorb it. The second option is to refine the ice soul pill and suppress the ice spirit vein before letting it slowly absorb it. Well done. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng explained. Ice spirit vein constitution. Eqbai scratched his head and said, What's the ice spirit vein constitution? At this moment, a leisurely voice came from the willow tree at the side. I didn't expect this physique to appear in this place. This physique hasn't appeared in countless years, even in other high-latitude dimensions. Throughout history, there have only been 3 cases. One of them died from the backlash of the ice spirit vein, and another one dual cultivated with someone with sun spirit vein. There's another person who absorbed the power of the ice spirit vein alone. He seems to be the lord of the shadow realm now. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng shrugged his shoulders. Eqbai looked at the willow tree and said in surprise, Senior, what should I do? The willow tree's voice sounded again. Bring her here. Your master has a way to resolve this. How could I do that? Where could he find items of extreme yang? And how could he refine the ice soul pill? Eqbai nodded and said, Then I'll bring her over next time. What else could Lu Chengsheng say? He could only lie down helplessly. Seeing that Lu Chengsheng was resting, Mu Weiner curled her lips. Then, she looked at the huge pit where Blackie was cultivating. Curious, she walked over. The burning nirvana of fire was constantly tempering Blackie's body. The fire patterns on Blackie's body became more and more condensed. And his twisted expression. Mu Weiner couldn't help but be moved. It could be seen how much pain Blackie was in. She then looked at Eqbai. who was practicing his sword technique on the cliff. Mu Weiner already knew about these two people. Blackie was a body cultivator, but his physical strength could kill experts at the peak stage of Qianyuan realm. As for Yiqiubai, he was originally an extremely talented person. Along the way, the legend of Yiqiubai spread throughout the southern region. After entering the Day-Seeking Mountain, he obtained the inheritance. He was sent to the Hidden Sword sect. He had also obtained the inheritance of the Sword Saint in the Hidden Sword sect sword tomb. Both of them were extremely talented. However, the two of them were still cultivating diligently, and did not slack off at all. Mu Weiner stopped smiling. In the family, she was known as a genius in alchemy. Her talent in alchemy was extremely high. However, Mu Weiner did not focus on cultivation. An alchemy elder in the family wanted to take Mu Weiner in as his disciple and teach her alchemy. But he didn't agree. Now, she wanted to become Lu Chengsheng's disciple, but she was still so lazy about cultivation. He looked at Yiqiubai and Blackie. Despite having outstanding talent, he was still working so hard. Mu Weiner asked herself, what right did she have to slack off? Why did she want to take Lu Chengsheng as her master? Seeking the Dao no. Longevity not really. What she wanted was to do whatever she wanted. She would put aside the pill formulas and refine all kinds of medicinal pills. Actually, Mu Weiner was very interested in alchemy. Otherwise, why would she go to the alchemy conference? As for rejecting the family elders, it was also because she believed that alchemy should not be restricted by some framework. She was refining pills rigidly according to the pill formula, and she saw this from Lu Chengsheng. He could put aside the pill formula and refine medicinal pills at will. This was also the reason why Mu Weiner wanted to become Lu Chengsheng's disciple. At the thought of this, Mu Weiner made up her mind and walked into the wooden house. One of them had a thick book. The title of the book was a detailed explanation of the Tao of alchemy. This was given to her by an elder. It was said that it recorded the use of all the alchemy materials and the places where they conflicted. Previously, Mu Weiner had only skimmed through 2 pages. Now, Mu Weiner's eyes were firm as she opened the book. It was night. Yiqiubai finished cooking. When he saw the table, he was stunned and asked, "Where's Mu Weiner?" Lu Chengsheng didn't say anything. He took the bowl and started to eat. Blackie scratched his head and pointed at a small table in front of the wooden house. Mu Weiner was reading seriously. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Then let's eat first." The next day, Blackie ended a day of cultivation. He glanced in Mu Weiner's direction, but she still didn't move. On the 3rd day, Yiqiubai's realm had broken through. An aura reverberated above the cottage. He had reached the water overflow realm. He opened his eyes and looked in Mu Weiner's direction. On Mu Weiner's shoulder, birds were looking around. This also meant that Mu Weiner still didn't move. She was still reading the detailed explanation of the alchemy Tao attentively. Her fingers moved slightly as she flipped through the pages. Then, he walked to the kitchen. It was the same for the next few days. While Lu Chengsheng was sleeping, Mu Weiner was reading. Yiqiubai was practicing his sword while she was still reading. After Blackie finished tempering his body, she was still reading. Day after day. In the eyes of the 3 of them, the girl who liked to play seemed to have become different from before. On the 10th day, the thick book had reached the end. Mu Weiner did not rest. Instead, she took out a pill furnace and began to refine pills. The ingredients he took out were different from some of the pill formulas. Among them, there were even conflicting medicinal herbs. Mu Weiner threw the ingredients into the pill furnace and began to refine them. And this time, it lasted for another 9 days. She had experienced countless failures. The pill fragrance finally wafted out of the pill furnace. Mu Weiner was pleasantly surprised. She took out a pill and skipped to Lu Chengsheng. "Uncle, I did it." This time, Lu Chengsheng didn't look impatient. He had seen Mu Weiner's hard work. All those who worked hard should not be mocked. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Mutation in the Desert. Chapter 121 Mutation in the Desert. Mu Weiner had been working hard these few days without sleep or rest, and the 3 people on the field saw it. These 19 days were nothing to cultivation practitioners. However, Mu Weiner was still a playful young girl, yet she was working so hard now. Lu Chengsheng looked at the pill in his hand. Its grade was medium-grade mystic tier. In his eyes, its grade was not very high. However, after this alchemy conference, he also understood the strength of the alchemists outside. At Mu Weiner's age, it was already quite good to refine medium-grade mystic tier pills, and the impurities were also controlled at 20. With the combination of the two, one could tell how monstrous Mu Weiner's alchemy talent was. Lu Chengsheng smiled and asked gently, "What kind of pill is this?" Yi Qiubai and Blackie walked over courteously. Mu Weiner giggled and said, "HMPH. I researched this myself." She placed her hands on her hips, wrinkled her nose cutely and a little proudly. Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "You created it yourself, not bad." Lu Chengsheng handed the pill to Yi Qiubai and said, "Try it." Yi Qiubai's eyes widened. "How you want me to test the medicine with my own body? What else could it be?" Hearing this, Yi Qiubai could only take it with a bitter smile and look at Mu Weiner. "This shouldn't be poisonous, right?" Mu Weiner shook her head. "No." Hearing this, Yi Qiubai smiled bitterly and placed the pill by his mouth. He was about to consume it when he stopped. "Is it really not poisonous?" "No. Believe me." Lu Chengsheng impatiently waved his hand and sent the pill into Yi Qiubai's mouth. "Cut the crap. Are you afraid of being poisoned when I'm here?" Gulp. The pill rolled into Yi Qiubai's throat. There doesn't seem to be any reaction. Mu Weiner grinned and said, "Then try pulling out your sword." Yi Qiubai took out his wooden sword and slashed out. "Huh." Yi Qiubai was slightly stunned. Then, he waved it again. Even though it was just an ordinary swing of his sword, the speed of his swing had increased significantly. As he swung his sword, the spiritual Kai in his body circulated even faster. This also meant that Yi Qiubai's speed would be even faster when he used sword techniques. From the looks of it, even though it was not very useful, however, in actual combat, he could do many things. When fighting with people of similar strength, he could be one step ahead of him and strike a second time. At the critical moment, it could also become a killing move. Yi Qiubai's expression was slightly serious as he said, "This pill should be more useful to Blackie." Blackie was a body cultivator. The power of a single punch could shape mountains and rivers. After consuming this pill, he would be able to throw a second punch even faster. Even the third punch. Then how should the other party deal with it? Lu Chengsheng also realized the effect of this pill. This was a pill that no one in the alchemy world had ever seen before. Moreover, it was quite useful. Not bad. It seemed that this girl and his alchemy philosophy indeed had some similarities. Mu Weiner giggled. "How is it not bad?" "Right." Yi Qiubai and Blackie nodded. Even though the girl in front of them looked playful, her talent in alchemy was really extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng took out a book and threw it to Mu Weiner. He said, "All right. This is a book with the condensation of my refining experience. Take it and read it." Mu Weiner's eyes brightened. "Uncle, are you going to accept me as your disciple?" Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng put on a stern face and said, "You're still too young." After saying that, he continued to sit on the chair and closed his eyes. Mu Weiner pursed her lips. Yi Qiubai couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "Best of luck. Master just can't control his words. Continue to work hard. You will eventually obtain Master's approval." "Ahem, Yi Qiubai, do you want me to train you?" Yi Qiubai instantly didn't dare to speak. The smile on Mu Weiner's face was like a crescent moon. Then, she turned around and sat back at the stone table. She began to read the summary of alchemy that Lu Chengsheng gave her. Dozens of days passed. Yi Qiubai set off for the Central Region's Hidden Dao Academy. His goal was to bring Mu Ziqing over. She wanted her master to solve her physique problem. This time, Qin Tianan also came to the cottage. Qin Tianan looked at Lu Chengsheng and said, "Shangsheng, let's go. The space in the southern region is becoming more and more unstable. I think the thing inside is about to come out." Lu Chengsheng nodded. Since he had already agreed to it after all, southern region desert. An uninhabited place. Because the environment was too harsh. The spiritual Kai was extremely thin. There were also some magical beasts scattered in this desert. No one would place their power here. Deep in the desert, Lu Changsheng and Qin Tianan arrived together. There were already a few people who arrived here first. Oh, Dean Qin is finally here. Okay. Then let's get ready to start. Dean Qin. Who is this person beside you? Now, Lu Changsheng's face was covered, so no one could recognize him. Even though it was not covered, he could not recognize it. It was just that Lu Changsheng didn't want others to remember him. To avoid trouble in the future, Qin Tianan said helplessly, "This is one of my juniors. He's also very strong. So one brought him here to help." When Lu Changsheng came to this world, Qin Tianan always took care of him. He could indeed be called a junior. This was also the reason why Lu Changsheng didn't refuse his request. Oh, very strong could it be that he's stronger than your Dean Qin? Alright, Tianyang, let's not talk so much. Let's begin. Tianyang was the sect master of the Bright Yang sect. Even though their overall strength was behind that of the Tianyuan dynasty, they were also one of the major factions in the southern region. He was at the intermediate stage of Kenyuan realm. At this moment, in the space in front of them, it began to tremble violently. Then, cracks actually appeared. In the crack, an extremely simple and ancient aura emitted from it. This aura shocked everyone. Qin Tianan's expression changed slightly. With a solemn expression, he said, "Everyone, let's begin. We can't delay any longer." He only tore open a few cracks, but such a powerful aura leaked out. If the item inside completely descended from space, then, the southern region would definitely cause a huge disaster. Everyone also understood this principle. They scattered and stood in various positions. And below everyone's position, there was a formation eye. This array was a ceiling array set up by an extremely skilled array master in the central region. Pointing at himself, Lu Changsheng asked, "Then what should one do?" Qin Tianan said, "Stand at the center of the array and pay attention to maintaining the array." Lu Changsheng nodded while the others frowned. That position was previously occupied by Qin Tianan. After all, Qin Tianan was now a peak stage Kenyuan realm expert and was ranked first among them. Naturally, he had to stabilize the entire array formation. But now, he was letting a junior do it. Could it be that this person's strength even surpassed Qin Tianan's? Chapter 122 Chapter 122 What I Saw. What I Heard. Chapter 122 What I Saw. What I Heard. Southern Region Desert. A deserted place. It was not just because there were all kinds of deadly magical beasts in the desert. The spiritual Kai here was extremely thin. As martial cultivators fought here, they were constantly consuming the spiritual Kai in their bodies. At the same time, he could not absorb spiritual Kai from the outside world. This also caused them to be unable to fight for a long time here. Ordinary people could not deal with the magical beasts here. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating here was also extremely low. At this moment, the experts of the southern region were setting up the ceiling array here. They had to preserve the spiritual energy reserves in their bodies at all times. Everyone, let's begin. Qin Tianan looked at Lu Changsheng and said, "Remember to stabilize the array formation. Since there are changes, reinforce it." Reinforce. Immediately, everyone began to release their cultivation. He activated the ceiling array and streams of ceiling power began to gather in the narrow spatial cracks. This space was extremely unstable. If he wanted to enter, he had to use the ceiling array to stabilize it. Only then could he go in and see what was hidden in this space. On the other hand, at the old site of Cloud Phoenix, in a hall in front of Hong Ying and Yun Ming stood a tall man. Above the man's head was an illusory soul. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the face of this soul was completely similar to the man's face. As for this soul, it was slowly fusing into his body. Not long after, his soul completely fused into the man's body. At this moment, the tall man opened his eyes. Looking at Hong Ying in front of him, his eyes revealed ecstasy. Then, he knelt on one knee in front of Hong Ying and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hong Ying smiled and nodded. "Yun Zhan, your body is still very weak. Get up." The tall man was Yun Jan. He was the leader of the Nine Heavens tribe of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. His combat strength was only inferior to Hong Ying and the Imperial Preceptor. Yun Jan stood up excitedly and looked at Yun Ming behind Hong Ying. He smiled and said, "Looks like the other brothers have already escaped the seal." Yun Ming laughed. "Of course. Good." Yun Jan patted Yun Ming's shoulder and said with a bright smile, "We can fight the heavenly path together again." "Of course." Hong Ying looked around and asked, "Where is the Imperial Preceptor sealed?" Hearing this, the smile on Yun Jan's face faded slightly as he said solemnly, "Imperial Preceptor didn't get sealed by those people from the outer realm. Instead, he chose to seal himself." Hong Ying was slightly stunned. She knew where the Nine Heavens tribe was sealed, but the Imperial Preceptor was the only one she did not know the whereabouts of. Yun Jan explained, "After we were sealed, the Imperial Preceptor sealed himself in the Imperial Preceptor Palace. At the same time, he turned the Imperial Preceptor Palace into a mystic realm, and according to the Imperial Preceptor's thoughts, after we are sealed, this world will definitely undergo a huge change. Previously, when we used the power of the entire continent, we didn't succeed in the battle either. With just our Nine Heavens tribe and His Majesty, it might be very difficult to fight the heavenly road again." The Imperial Preceptor was the military advisor in the Cloud Phoenix Empire. He was planning for Hong Ying and did not miss anything. His considerations were extremely meticulous. Yun Jan continued, "Therefore, the Imperial Preceptor sealed himself in the Imperial Preceptor Palace and built a mystic realm, setting up countless inheritances. The reason for that is to see if anyone will be able to enter the secret realm and obtain those inheritances after so many years." Hong Ying understood. The Imperial Preceptor's actions were not only for the sake of preserving the ancient inheritance to the greatest extent. They wanted to see if anyone in this world could be used after they were completely born. He wanted to accumulate the strength to fight on the heavenly road again. "Where is that secret realm?" Yun Jan thought for a moment and said, "In the southern region. According to the time, that secret realm should be about to appear. On the other side, in the western region, unlike the other 4 regions, this place was not filled with power. Here, there was only one giant force. That was the Buddhist sect. In the western region, the Buddhist sect was the absolute ruler. At the same time, it was also extremely mysterious." At this moment, a man carrying a book basket arrived at the Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was where the Buddhist sect was located. In the Buddhist city was a restaurant. Not everyone in the Buddhist city was a Buddhist cultivator. There were also other cultivators among them. A scholar carrying a book basket walked into the restaurant. They found a place to sit down. Beside him, there were 3 to 5 people discussing. "I heard that a son of Buddha has appeared in the Buddhist sect. I've also heard that this son of Buddha seems to be the reincarnation of a great Buddha. He was illuminated by Buddhist light from the moment he was born. Now, this son of Buddha's cultivation is also extremely profound. It's said that he's already comparable to some great Buddhas in the Buddhist sect. And this son of Buddha seems to be training in the moral world and inheriting Buddhism." Upon hearing this, the scholar stood up and came to the side of the crowd. "The Buddhist sect inherited Buddhism. Does that include excluding dissidents?" Hearing the scholar's words, the expressions of those people changed drastically. One had to know that in the western region, even in this Buddhist city, it was a huge taboo to speak ill of the Buddhist sect. "Why do you say that?" "Young sir, be careful with your words." The scholar was not moved. Instead, he continued, "Shouldn't people of Buddhism be magnanimous and not listen to any bad words?" In the crowd was a man in a briquet robe. He was the young master of a family in this Buddhist city. The Ning family of the Buddhist city. It was one of the strongest families in the Buddhist city other than the Buddhist sect. Ning Ming reminded him, "Young mister, it's fine if you say this in front of us, but you can't say it in front of those Buddhist cultivators." The scholar's expression did not change. Instead, he shook his head and said, "What I saw, what I heard, what I saw with my eyes." Some Buddhist cultivators watched as the magical beasts tore the entire village into pieces because mortals did not believe in Buddhism. They were indifferent and did not save them. Why can't I say this? Could it be that everyone in the Buddhist sect is like this? Ning Ming and the others looked grave. This sentence was killing people's hearts. If the people of the Buddhist sect heard this, they would probably bring the scholar back to the Buddhist sect. The odds were against them. That was because in the western region, in this Buddhist city, the Buddhist sect was the heavens. There were also countless people who believed in Buddhism and regarded Buddhism as a holy land. Ning Ming said again, "Young mister, it's better not to say anything about Buddhism here." The scholar didn't listen and wanted to say more. At the side, someone walked over. "What are your intentions? How dare you slander the Buddhist sect?" Ning Ming and the others retreated. It was obvious that he did not want to have anything to do with the scholar. Ning Qingfeng looked at these people and said indifferently, "I've roamed the world. I originally had expectations for Buddhism and Buddhism cultivators. But I watched this scene with my own eyes. How can what you see be slander?" What he saw with his eyes. How can there be such scum in the Buddhist sect? Ning Qingfeng nodded and said, "It's true that we can't make a general introduction. Therefore, I plan to go to the Buddhist sect to take a look and ask to resolve the doubts in my heart." Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Insincere. Chapter 123 Insincere. Hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, the restaurant instantly fell silent. This seemingly gentle and harmless little scholar did not understand the strength of the Buddhist sect. Or did he think that he could still walk out of the Buddhist sect intact? Ning Ming looked at the serious Ning Qingfeng with a grave expression. This person was probably a fool to say such words. Otherwise, he probably had something to rely on. Of course, Ning Ming felt it should be the latter. Who hadn't heard of the power of the Buddhist sect? It was the only giant force in the western region with disciples over all 4 regions. Ning Ming did not believe that there would be a fool in the Buddha city. It was also to say bad things about the Buddhist sect in public in the forbidden area of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, the words he said were extremely heart-wrenching. Then, what was this little scholar relying on? Ning Ming planned to continue watching. As for those who defended the Buddhist sect, they heard Ning Qingfeng's words. They all laughed coldly. "Looks like you still want to go to the Buddhist sect to hold them accountable. I'm afraid you won't even make it past us." This was also the terrifying aspect of the Buddhist sect. The disciples and believers of Buddhism were extremely loyal. Ning Qingfeng saw this scene and his heart felt a little heavy. The believers of the Buddhist sect were all so loyal. If they were really like those 3 scumbags, then something would probably happen to this world in the end. With that, the 3 Buddhist protectors slowly approached Ning Qingfeng. Their expressions were unfriendly. Ning Qingfeng looked at the 3 of them and said, "I have no desire to attack you." The 3 of them sneered and released their auras, preparing to attack. All 3 of them were at beginner stage sea flow realm. Ning Qingfeng sighed. He wanted to take out the Tao scripture to fight the enemy. However, at this moment a voice came from the restaurant. "I don't care what grudges you have. But if you cause trouble in the restaurant, don't blame me for being rude." The voice was faint, but the aura in it was majestic. The 3 of them had ugly expressions and retracted their auras at this moment. They could not afford to offend the owner of this restaurant after all. "You're lucky." The 3 of them laughed. Seeing this, Ning Qingfeng shook his head slightly and was about to leave the restaurant. When Ning Ming saw this, he asked, "Yo mister, are you going to the Buddhist sect?" Hearing this, Ning Qingfeng stopped and nodded slightly. Ning Ming reminded him again, "The Buddhist faction is not simple. Yo mister, you should be careful." Ning Qingfeng saw that the other party had good intentions and smiled. There are some things that have to be done. With that, he left the restaurant. Seeing this, Ning Ming and the others decided to follow. At this moment, in a room in the restaurant, 2 men couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Looks like someone has discovered the ugly side of the Buddhist sect. HMPH. Aren't there many people who know this? It's just that because the Buddhist sect is too powerful, they don't have the courage to reveal that layer of cover. The man shook his head helplessly and said, "What can we do?" Which of the people who unveiled this scene ended up well? Why, from what you're saying, you want to protect that scholar. The man shook his head. The Buddhist faction is too mysterious. If the other party wants to kill this child, I'm afraid I can't do anything. The Buddhist sect stood in the north of the Buddhist city. There was a huge mountain here called the Buddha Mountain that seemed to extend to the skies. At the top, there was a hall that shone with strands of Buddhist light. Some of them were exposed under the clouds, while most of them were hidden in the clouds. Ning Chengsen arrived at the foot of Buddha Mountain. There were 2 Buddhist cultivators sitting cross-legged here. Seeing Ning Chengsen's arrival, one of the Buddhist cultivators asked, "Why are you here?" Ning Chen thought to himself, "I have something I don't understand, so I'm here to solve it." "What is it?" "Are all Buddhist cultivators sanctimonious?" Hearing this, the 2 Buddhist cultivators immediately opened their eyes. They shouted, "How dare you!" before using 2 golden palm prints to press down on Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen did not dodge. He held the Tao scripture. He spat out a word. "Suppress." The 2 golden palm prints were instantly annihilated. The 2 Buddhist cultivators were also shocked and were instantly suppressed by the suppression talisman seal. Ning Chengsen ignored the 2 of them and stepped onto Buddha Mountain. When Ning Ming and the others saw this scene, they were terrified. This scholar looked kind. Who would have thought that he would directly suppress it? There were 999 steps from the foot of the Buddha Mountain to the waist of the mountain. If one wanted to go forward, one had to respect Buddhism by kneeling down and worshipping the Buddha every 10 steps. According to the Buddhist sect, if he wanted to pray to Buddha, he had to be sincere. How could Ning Chengsen be sincere now after seeing those few Buddhist scums? He immediately stepped onto the Buddhist stairs and climbed up step by step. Some people were kneeling on the stairs. When they saw that Ning Chengsen did not kneel, they were slightly stunned. Soon, Ning Chengsen arrived at the 50th step. At this moment, 3 Buddhist cultivators blocked Ning Chengsen's way. They frowned and asked, "Why don't you bow?" Ning Chengsen asked, "Why should one?" One of the Buddhist cultivators put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, if your heart is not sincere, you are not allowed to go up the mountain to worship Buddha. Is Buddha really worthy of worship?" The 3 Buddhist cultivators' faces darkened. "Looks like you're here to cause trouble," Ning Chen thought to himself. "He's just here to clear his doubts." "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to continue forward. Go down the mountain." Ning Chengsen did not comply with the Buddhist cultivator's request and continued forward. Seeing this, the 3 Buddhist cultivators did not say anything else and attacked one after another. The 3 Buddhist cultivators flashed with Buddhist light and each slapped out a huge palm print. Clearly, these 3 Buddhist cultivators were much stronger than the Buddhist cultivators at the foot of the mountain. Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture and continued forward. Then, he opened the Tao scripture. Fu! A Fu seal greeted him. Ning Ming and the others, as well as the people who wanted to go up the mountain to pray to Buddha, were in disbelief when they saw the scene. Could it be that this person really wanted to fight his way to the Buddhist sect? Under everyone's terrified gazes, the palm prints disappeared. The 3 Buddhist cultivators were repelled. Fresh blood spurted out. They fell to the ground with a dispirited aura, clearly unable to fight anymore, and could only watch as Ning Chengsen continued to step forward. One of the Buddhist cultivators chose to transmit his voice. "Intruders." The Buddhist cultivators on the mountain were stunned when they received this message. It had been many years since anyone had trespassed on Buddha Mountain. Then, they all rushed towards the stairs furiously. Ning Chengsen walked forward step by step without kneeling nor sincerity. Soon, he arrived at the 200th step. At this moment, more than 10 Buddhist cultivators flew over from the sky. These dozen or so Buddhist cultivators were backed by the Buddhist light. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary, with most of them at the peak stage sea flow realm. 3 of them had even reached the water overflow realm. That's the farthest you can advance. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 9 Symbolic Words. Chapter 124 9 Symbolic Words. Dozens of Buddhist cultivators hovered in the midair, forming a fan shape surrounding Ning Chengsen. A dazzling Buddhist light appeared behind the Buddhist cultivator. Beams of Kai soared into the sky. Ning Ming and the others were terrified. The Buddhist faction was extremely mysterious, and this was only the tip of the iceberg. Could Ning Chengsen really walk up there? Benefactor, hurry, leave the mountain. If not, don't blame us for being impolite. Ning Chengsen was not what everyone thought he was. He knew when to back off, but this time, He took another step forward and looked directly at these Buddhist cultivators. There are some things that you have to do even if you know you can't do it. There can be no retreat for the Tao in my heart. Ning Chengsen flipped open the Tao scripture and looked at these Buddhist cultivators with a solemn expression. As for you, if you feel at ease, why stop me? Hearing this, the expressions of the Buddhist cultivators changed. Ning Ming and the others were also silent. Right. If they felt at ease, it would mean that they did not feel guilty. Why then would they try to stop him? Ning Chengsen continued forward and arrived at the 202nd step. If you really want to stop me, you can give it a try. There were 999 steps. Ning Chengsen would walk up step by step on his feet. When the Buddhist cultivators saw this scene, they no longer hesitated and attacked one after another. Someone slapped out a Buddhist light palm print. Someone was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Someone threw a punch. One attack after another approached Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen did not dodge. The Tao scripture in his hand had already been flipped open. With a solemn expression, he shouted, "Destroy." Thunder rumbled. The power of just one word. Instantly, all the attacks in the sky disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. The Buddhist cultivators were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect the seemingly harmless scholar in front of them to be so powerful. The people at the back even opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Ning Ming, on the other hand, watched this scene with a grave expression. This scholar's strength was really hard to fathom. With just one word, he seemed to be able to suppress everything. Who was this person? Which region did he come from? They had never heard of such a person even in the central region. All the Buddhist cultivators had solemn expressions. Obviously, the other party was stronger than them. Formation. After saying that, the Buddhist cultivators stood in a specific position, enveloping Ning Chengsen. Then, they put their palms together and chanted Buddhist scriptures together. Among them, Ning Chengsen could see countless runes surrounding him, and each character carried a suppressive aura. These Buddhist cultivators wanted to suppress Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen's expression was calm. To him, no matter how strong his opponent was, he had to go up to resolve the doubts in his heart. He wanted to see if all the Buddhist cultivators were as he saw. Ning Chengsen flipped open the Tao scripture in his hand again. At this moment, numerous auras began to surround Ning Chengsen's body. Come. This was the 9 words mantra recorded in the Tao scripture that was revealed by Ning Chengsen. A huge Lin symbol surrounded Ning Chengsen, resisting the runes that filled the sky. Those characters disappeared the moment they came into contact with the Lin character seal. Ning Chengsen said softly, "Go." Immediately, the talisman seal began to expand in all directions. The incoming runes were destroyed continuously. When the Buddhist cultivators saw this, their faces turned pale and increased the speed of chanting the Buddhist scriptures. At the same time, the number of characters suddenly increased. The suppressive force suddenly increased. However, these characters were still helpless against the talisman seal. It was annihilated in an instant. Immediately after, the Lin symbol shattered the formation set up by the Buddhist cultivators. The Buddhist cultivators felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out blood and screamed as they were sent flying. Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture and continued forward without looking at them. He continued his journey with his back straight. At the same time, Yi had already arrived at the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy. Dean Yan told him to head to the main hall. Yi, you're not bad. You made me stand out in front of Lin Rufang. As soon as he saw Yi, Dean Yan patted his shoulder and laughed. The people from their academy had reached the end of the sword tomb that no one from the hidden sword sect had reached after all. He had obtained the sword saint's inheritance in the sword tomb. It could be said that he had gained a lot of face. Yi smiled without any signs of haughtiness. Seeing this, Dean Yan nodded to himself. Yi was the best choice in terms of temperament and talent. If possible, Dean Yan also wanted to personally take Yi in as his disciple. Why are you here this time? Yi didn't hide anything and said directly, I want to bring Mu Ziking to my master. Mu Ziking was the dean of the Hidden Tao Academy. Principal Yan naturally knew. Mu Ziking. It seems like you two already know each other. Then, you should know that her physique is not ordinary. It's something that even one can't fix. Exudes smiled and said, Master has already found a solution. Now, we just need Mu Ziking to go over. What? Dean Yan was stunned. Mu Ziking's background was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the person who escorted her here was currently guarding under the Diaseeking Mountain. Even Principal Yan admitted that he was no match for that old man's strength. It could be seen how terrifying the power behind Mu Ziking was. It was something that even they could not solve. However, Exudes said that his master could solve it. Could Exudes' master be some hidden mighty figure? Can I ask who your master is? Exudes thought for a moment. He would probably lose his life if he revealed him. Helpless, he shook his head and said, My master is unwilling to reveal his identity. Hearing this, Director Yan was not surprised. He nodded and said, All right, go find her. As for whether she's willing to go with you or not, it's up to you. Exudes bowed slightly. Thank you, Dean. At the foot of Diaseeking Mountain, by the river, Mu Ziking, whose white hair was casually scattered on her back, was squatting by the river. The river seemed to have frozen around her. There was a dark mark on the ground beside her. Clearly, this place had been burned by fire. Her gaze was unfocused, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from beside Mu Ziking. Why do you want to eat grilled fish again? Mu Ziking was slightly stunned. She looked up at the smiling Exudes and smiled. There you are. Her words were filled with surprise. Exudes smiled and nodded. One said that I wanted to help you ask Master if this physique can be resolved. Mu Ziking was a little surprised. Does that mean there's a way? Exudes nodded and said, Let's go. Follow me to the southern region to see my master. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Star Power. Seal completed. Chapter 125 Star Power. Seal completed. At the foot of the Diaseeking Mountain, when Mu Ziking heard Exudes' words, her eyes dimmed after a moment of surprise. But even my family can't solve it. Exudes understood when he heard this. It seemed that the person behind Mu Ziking was not simple. My master is not an ordinary person either. Ever since I became his disciple, I've never seen him not know how to do it. Besides, even if it doesn't work, we have to give it a try. There's always hope. Besides, didn't the cultivation technique one cultivated previously perfectly resist your physique? That cultivation technique was also taught to me by my master. Mu Ziking nodded. Hence, he smiled and said, Then, I'll go tell Grandpa Mu. Grandpa Mu? Exudes thought that it could be the old man at the foot of the Diaseeking Mountain. Mu Ziking brought Exudes to the old man. The old man's eyes were closed, as if he had sensed their arrival. Girl, didn't one tell you not to leave the courtyard? In the courtyard, there was an array formation that could communicate with the Dao intent in the Diaseeking Mountain, which could suppress Mu Ziking's physique. Also, what are you doing here? Haven't you already taken the sword Dao inheritance in the Diaseeking Mountain? Then, Mu Ziking told old Mu why Exudes was here. Elder Mu suddenly opened his eyes. There was no turbidity in his eyes because he was old. Instead, a bright light flickered, as if he could see through everything in the world. You said that your master can cure Ziking's physique problem. As he spoke, a huge aura pressed down on Exudes. Exudes' expression changed slightly. He also released his sword intent, which was why he could barely resist this aura. The strength of the old man in front of him was clearly very strong. Mu Ziking saw the scene from the side and rebuked. Grandpa Mu, why did you scare Exudes? When Elder Mu heard this, he retracted his aura. Exudes also said, Yes, my master has a way to resolve it. Then does your master know about Ziking's physique? Exudes nodded and said, My master naturally knows. Mu Ziking's physique is the ice spirit vein constitution. If she can suppress and absorb it, it can maximize her cultivation speed. If she fails, her soul and body will be frozen forever. Elder Mu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. This physique was not recorded in this world. Could it be that this child's master was not from this world? Thinking of this, Elder Mu's expression turned solemn. then you should also know how harsh the method to resolve this physique is. Right. Master naturally knows. But he has a way to resolve it. Really, Elder Mu asked. Yiqiubai nodded and confirmed. Yes. However, Elder Mu was extremely suspicious. None of them could do anything about Mu Ziking's physique after all, and now Yiqiubai said that his master could resolve it. Elder Mu could not believe it just based on his own words. Yiqiubai seemed to have seen old Mu's hesitation and disbelief. Shrugging his shoulders, an endless feeling enveloped Yiqiubai's body. Then, he grabbed Mu Ziking's hand. Mu Ziking's face turned red. What are you doing? Elder Mu didn't think of anything else. Instead, he looked at Yiqiubai with a shocked expression. His hands and body were not frozen. Those who were not strong enough could not even get close to Mu Ziking. Even those who were strong enough, such as him, had to be very careful when getting close to Mu Ziking. Otherwise, even he would be injured by the power of ice. He looked at his realm. He was only at the water overflow realm, but he could hold Mu Ziking's hand and nothing happened. At this moment, Yiqiubai said, Elder Mu, you should believe me now. Right, it's because of this cultivation technique that one can do this. This cultivation technique was imparted to me by my master. There was a long silence. Elder Mu nodded and said, looks like your master is quite capable. How about this 111 leave Ziking to you? However, if you can't cure her, return immediately. She can't stay out of the formation for more than 7 days. Once the freezing power in Ziking's body is not suppressed after 7 days, the consequences will be unimaginable. After listening, Yiqiubai's expression was slightly solemn as he nodded and said, I understand. Elder Mu looked at Mu Ziking and said, Girl, remember to wear the spirit pearl at all times. Mu Ziking nodded and bade farewell before heading to the southern region. At this moment, in the depths of the southern region desert, the spatial rift actually began to slowly expand. The destructive aura emitted from it became even denser. At this moment, the sealing array where Qin Tanan and the others were at began to tremble. Shit! The sect master of Bright Yang Sect's expression changed and he shouted. The sealing array is starting to become unstable. The expressions of the others changed drastically. If the sealing array was dispersed by this terrifying destructive aura at this moment, it would not only affect everyone in the southern region, even they, who were in the center of danger, would probably be doomed. This was something Huang Yuan did not want to see. The stronger one was. The longer one could live. He cherished his life even more. Qin Tanan could clearly sense that everyone was hesitating and even had the intention to escape. With a solemn expression, he said, Don't panic. Strengthen the array immediately. Then, he looked at Lu Chengsheng and asked, Is there any solution? Then, he waved his hand and 7 spiritual Kai shot out. They landed in 7 different places to strengthen the array formation. And in these 7 different places, if one looked carefully, they would discover that when these 7 places where spiritual Kai were irrigated were connected, it was actually the momentum of the Big Dipper. At this moment, there were actually 7 small stars shining in the sky. Then, it landed in the array and stabilized it. Lu Chengsheng used the power of the Big Dipper to suppress the seal. At this moment, the destructive aura was pressed back into the space by the sealing power. The sealing array also stopped shaking. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Who exactly was this kid he could suppress this destructive aura that they could not do anything about with just one attack? Qin Tanan also smiled and nodded. Obviously, it was the right decision to bring Lu Chengsheng here. If not for him, they might not be able to handle it alone. An instant stick of time slowly passed. Those spatial cracks were sealed by the array. His aura could not be revealed. It worked. Qin Tanan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Chengsheng stretched lazily and said, All right, I'm done. Can one leave now? At this moment, Lu Chengsheng just wanted to go back and lie down. Qin Tanan felt helpless and said, We can't leave yet. We still have to think of a way to go in and investigate. Then why don't you guys just go in? Lu Chengsheng wasn't interested in what was inside. I'm just afraid that after we enter, the seal will loosen. At that time, we'll still need you to take action. Lu Chunsheng had no choice but to agree. Then go in. I'll watch from outside. I'm too lazy to go. The sect leader of the Bright Yang sect and the others had strange expressions when they saw this. This aura was so powerful. There must be treasures among them. But this person was not interested at all. In fact, Lu Changsheng was really not interested in these things. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Secret Realm Voice Transmission. Chapter 126 Secret Realm Voice Transmission. On the other side of the space. What exactly is in Thr Qin Tannen and the others did not know. However, at their level, it was already very difficult to advance further. They had to encounter an opportunity if they wanted to break through. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough and obtain more lifespan. That was why the sect master of Bright Yang sect and the others wanted to take the risk to enter the other side of the space. After all, according to the destructive aura emitted previously, it would definitely not be simple if it was a supreme treasure or a secret realm of inheritance. It was very likely an item left behind from the ancient times. They would be able to break through as long as they obtained it and then obtain more lifespan. All martial cultivators were immortals. Moreover, they were already in a high position and treasured their lives even more. And if they wanted to enter the other side of the space, if they used brute force to tear it open, then it would definitely trigger the eruption of the destructive aura inside. Qin Tannen and the others had already thought of this. Therefore, they were also prepared. Qin Tannen took out a small ship. On this ship, there were several defensive arrays carved by the Central Region Array Master to resist the spatial turbulence. It still had the effect of traveling through space for a short distance. It had cost them a lot of resources. Qin Tannen said, "Is everything ready?" The sect master of Bright Yang sect and the others nodded with solemn expressions. Seeing this, Qin Tannen nodded and boarded the ship. Everyone also walked up. "Shangsheng, are you really not going to take a look?" Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes. "I'm really not going." He was really not interested in these things. Then, Qin Tannen activated the small ship, turned into a stream of light, and squeezed to the other side of the space. In the space were countless spatial turbulences and fatal spatial storms. Without a defensive array formation, with the strength of Qin Tannen and the others, it was simply impossible to resist the spatial turbulence. If he wanted to resist the spatial turbulence, he had to at least reach the Void God realm. However, once they encountered a spatial storm, even Void God realm experts could only wait for death. In other words, they were waiting for death. When Qin Tannen and the others entered the space on a small ship, they discovered that other than the spatial turbulence that could be seen everywhere, in front of them was a huge barrier. Inside the barrier was a desolate land. Countless ruins were scattered on this land. In the ruins, there were countless remains. It was a secret realm. The ancient secret realm. Furthermore, the level of this mystic realm was clearly much higher than the blood prison mystic realm of the southern region. The sect master of Bright Yang sect and the others were pleasantly surprised when they saw this. I guessed correctly. There's indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Let's go in and take a look, shall we? Qin Tannen shook his head. Wait. In such a mystic realm, there are dangers everywhere. Let the puppet explore first. After Qin Tannen's reminder, everyone calmed down. One of the gloomy old men heard this and threw out a puppet. The puppet's body was also pasted with seals to resist the spatial turbulence, in order to avoid being directly destroyed by the spatial turbulence. Then, he commanded the puppets to approach the barrier. When he got close, in just an instant, the puppet was crushed by an invisible pressure. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. The gloomy old man's expression was even more solemn. One had to know that the puppet was a beginner stage Qian Yuan realm puppet. If even this puppet could not withstand it for even a moment, then they might be doomed. The sect master of the Bright Sun sect said indignantly, "What should we do now?" Qin Tannen had no choice, but he was really unwilling to leave just like that. The opportunity was right in front of them after all. Just as everyone was thinking, a voice sounded in this space. The voice was faint, as if it came from a bottomless abyss. Looking at the time, someone should have discovered this place. But why are you so weak? You don't even have much talent. Hearing this, everyone's expressions sank. They were revered by thousands of people in the southern region, but this voice directly said that their strength was too weak and their talent was not good. Qin Tianan's expression was calm as he cupped his fists and asked, "Who may senior be?" The voice sounded again. "It doesn't matter who I am. You don't have to know. Let me ask you. Is everyone as weak as you in this era?" Qin Tianan did not refute. Instead, he said, "Our strength is not top-notch in this world. The other giant forces have people who are much stronger than us. A lot stronger than why aren't they here? The realm we are in is different. This mystic realm was coincidentally discovered in our southern region." "Understood. Leave. You are not qualified to enter this mystic realm." The sect master of Bright Yang's sect's expression changed. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he had to give it up. This was a chance to break through to immortality. "Your Excellency." However, he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. "Don't make me repeat myself. With your strength and talent, you can't even pass the first checkpoint here." After saying that, there was no more sound. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. However, they could not say anything. It was the truth after all. Qin Tianan sighed and said, "All right, let's leave. Are we just going to give up like this?" Qin Tianan shook his head. "Of course not. However, our southern region alone might not be able to swallow this mystic realm." Everyone's expression changed when they heard Qin Tianan's words. They understood what Qin Tianan meant. He wanted to unite with the other regions. However, this way, their cake would be divided. Qin Tianan looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Instead of not getting it, it's better to join forces with them. Only then can we have a chance to obtain the opportunities inside." When everyone heard this, they could only agree with a dark expression. "Let's go." Everyone left. After they left this place, an illusory soul was watching this scene in the depths of the ruins. He sighed inwardly. With the strength of this generation, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight on the heavenly road again. The group of people in the heavenly road were all extremely powerful. In ancient times, experts were everywhere, but they failed going up against the heavenly road. Now, with the strength of this generation, how could they fight on the heavenly road? However, the time observed at that time should be this generation. There will be many geniuses in this generation. It will be an era of great competition. Did one miscalculate? The illusory soul shook its head and fell silent again. Time is running out. When Qin Tianan and the others came out, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire continent. An ancient ruin appeared in the southern region desert, and various factions were invited to enter the mystic realm to obtain shocking opportunities. After this news was released, many factions were in an uproar. An ancient ruin. It meant that there were many inheritances of ancient experts. One would be able to soar right into the skies as long as one was able to obtain something. Chapter 127 Chapter 12 718 Arhats. Chapter 12 718 Arhats. As soon as the news spread, the major factions sent people to the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region. They immediately discussed this matter. However, after the discussion, they also realized that this mystic realm was not simple. Therefore, the forces of the central region and the other regions decided to send their top experts to break the first barrier. As for the gains, it would all depend on the various factions' own opportunities. As for Qin Tianan, he only had one request. He could not forcefully break through space. Otherwise, the southern region would definitely fall into a calamity. The various factions also chose to agree. On the other side, at the western region Buddhist sect, on Buddha Mountain, in the palace that towered into the clouds, a Buddhist disciple came to report. "Why are you panicking?" In the Buddhist hall, 6 Buddhas closed their eyes, put their palms together, and sat cross-legged in front of the golden Buddha statue. The Buddhist sect is clean. You can't panic when something happens and disturb the Buddhist heart. The Buddhist disciple put his palms together and said respectfully, "Thank you, great Buddha. Fire away." Someone has invaded Buddha Mountain and is kneeling on the Buddhist stairs. He wants to go up the mountain and says that he wants to clear his doubts. One of the Buddhas said indifferently, "If you can't kneel and kowtow, Your heart is not sincere. You can't solve his doubts. Please ask him to leave the mountain. The Buddhist disciple said, but our disciples went to invite him down the mountain. But this person refused. He has already injured dozens of Buddhist disciples. Furthermore, this person spoke rudely and said that our Buddhist sect is sanctimonious. He excluded dissidents. Hearing this, one of the Buddhas opened his eyes and looked down the Buddha mountain. Tell the 18 arhats to subdue this man. Since he's slandering Buddha, let him disappear. Hearing this, the Buddhist disciple was delighted. He pressed his palms together and said, "One understand." With that, the Buddhist sect disciple left. At this moment, the golden Buddha statue formed a seal with both hands, and its body shone with a dazzling Buddhist light. It smiled. However, that smile seemed to contain a trace of demonic nature. On the Buddhist stairs, with the Tao scripture in hand, Ning Changsen had already arrived at the 780th step. Behind him, dozens of Buddhist cultivators fell to the side with dispirited auras. Obviously, he wanted to stop Ning Changsen. Yet he was defeated by Ning Changsen. With an unstoppable momentum, he continued to advance. Behind him, Ning Ming and the others were already numb. Ning Changsen was too powerful. After encountering the enemy, he spat out a word. The battle was over. None of the Buddhist sect disciples who came were his match. However, just as Ning Changsen stepped onto the 8th floor, there were 18 Buddhist cultivators in front of him. These 18 Buddhist cultivators were all holding wooden sticks, and their auras were extremely powerful. They had all reached the beginner stage Qinyuan realm. Ning Ming's expression changed as he exclaimed, "The 18 arhats of Buddhism. 18 arhats." It was an extremely powerful combat strength of the Buddhist sect. They were not the only ones who had reached the beginner stage Qinyuan realm. What was even more terrifying was that the 18 arhats could form the 18 arhats formation. Once the array formation was completed, even a peak stage Qinyuan realm expert could only temporarily avoid it. The power of this formation was extremely powerful. I didn't expect the Buddhist sect to directly send out the 18 arhats. Looks like he's determined to keep this scholar here. At this moment, Ning Ming recalled the words of his family. In the Buddhist city, even in the western region, they should not speak ill of the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the family would be destroyed. These words were not a joke. The other party did not send out the Buddha. These 18 arhats were probably enough to destroy their families. The strongest person in their family was only at the peak stage of Qinyuan realm. From the looks of it, the strength of the Buddhist sect was really mysterious. Ning Changsen also looked up at this moment. He held the Tao scripture and said, "Are you guys here to stop me too?" The 18 arhats did not say much. It directly enveloped Ning Changsen. To them, the Buddhist sect was their holy land. Slandering the Buddhist sect, kill without mercy. There was naturally no need to say anything else. Seeing this, Ning Changsen did not say anything else. He opened the Tao scripture and prepared to resist the enemy. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, the 18 arhats held their wooden sticks and struck Ning Changsen at the same time. For a moment, 18 golden staff shadows attacked Ning Changsen. Ning Changsen's expression did not change. He said, "Come." The talisman seal greeted it. It directly destroyed the 18 staff shadows. The 18 arhats were not surprised to see this. After all, to be able to defeat so many Buddhist cultivators and come to this place was not simple. Then, the 18 arhats formed a large array. Behind these arhats, a huge phantom appeared, and the face of the phantom was their own. The phantoms were all holding golden rods. As the 18 arhats attacked, they smashed towards Ning Changsen at the same time. 18 shadows struck out at the same time. For a moment, golden light filled the sky above Ning Changsen's head. An extremely powerful suppressive aura wanted to suppress Ning Changsen on the spot. This was the 18 arhats formation which could suppress the demons of the world. It was extremely powerful. Ning Changsen did not delay. He held the Tao scripture and shouted another word. "Soldier." The 9 symbolic words attacked again. The soldier symbol turned into a heavenly soldier phantom at this moment and attacked the 18 arhat phantoms. The expressions of Ning Ming and the others changed. Obviously, Ning Chengsen did not intend to retreat. He wanted to take the 18 Arhats formation head-on. For a moment, the heavenly soldiers collided with the 18 Arhat phantoms. The aftershocks suddenly rose. Ning Ming and the others needed to release their spiritual Kai to block the aftershock. Some people who were not strong enough were directly affected by the aftershock. They spat out blood and retreated. A battle of this realm was clearly not something they could interfere with. Even the spectators could only watch from afar. The surrounding trees were destroyed at this moment. Dust flew everywhere and the aura kept erupting. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the heavenly soldiers actually repelled the cudgel of the 18 Arhat phantoms. When the 18 Arhats saw this, they were clearly surprised. They were about to swing his staff again when Ning Chengsen spat out another word. Fight. His words carried the law. At this moment, the fight symbol was added to the body of the heavenly soldier phantom. Then, a halberd appeared in the heavenly soldier's hand. The 18 Arhats' expressions changed, and they immediately formed a hand seal with one hand. With a deep shout, swung the wooden stick in his hand heavily. At this moment, the aura of the 18 Arhats formation also soared to the extreme. The heavenly soldier swung the halberd in his hand. It collided with the 18 Arhat phantoms. At this moment, the Buddha mountain seemed to shake. Everyone in the Buddha city felt an aura explode in the sky. They all looked up in the direction of Buddha mountain. Who dared to barge into Buddha mountain? As for the Buddhist staircase, on the 8th floor, Ning Ming and the others had already retreated to the 6th floor. Looking at the scene before them, their eyes were filled with shock. Above him, the 18 Arhat phantoms had already disappeared. The formation was also destroyed. The 18 Arhats fell beside the stairs. Their spiritual Kai was dispirited and their auras were extremely weak. Obviously, they were all seriously injured. Ning Chengsen continued forward with a straight back. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Asura Phantom. Chapter 128 Asura Phantom. The Buddhist fashion was extremely mysterious. Among them, the 18 Arhats were known to everyone. Back then, there were also people like Ning Chengsen who wanted to expose the bad deeds of the Buddhist sect. 2 of them were attacked by the 18 Arhats and were killed. But now, the 18 Arhats that the people of the western region feared had been defeated by Ning Chengsen. It was like a withered tree that couldn't withstand a single blow. He was just a scholar, but his strength was so terrifying. Moreover, they did not sense any spiritual Kai fluctuations from Ning Chengsen's body at all. It was as if he had no cultivation realm. However, how could they know that Ning Chengsen really had no cultivation level? Who exactly was this person? At this moment, Ning Chengsen continued to move forward. There were a total of 999 steps in the Buddhist staircase, and Ning Chengsen had reached the 998th floor. He was only one level away from reaching the Buddhist sect. At this moment, on the 999th step, which was the last step, an old man with no hair in a green kasaya appeared out of thin air. On the 700th floor, after Ning Ming and the others knelt down, they looked at the old man above and their expressions changed slightly. Green-robed Bodhisattva. It seems that Ning Chengsen has been completely targeted by the Buddhist sect. In the Buddhist sect, even though there was equality, there was no classification. However, they were still divided into Shami, which were novice disciples, and then the Arhats. The 18 Arhats were at this level. Above that were Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas were divided into green-robed Bodhisattva and the golden-robed Bodhisattva among them. The golden-robed Bodhisattva was even stronger and his Buddhist cultivation was even deeper. Above that was Buddha. Every great Buddha had a top position in the Buddhist sect. It was the strongest combat power of the Buddhist sect. Even so, the green-robed Bodhisattva was not weak. It could be said that he was even stronger than the 18 Arhats. For example, the Kingi Bodhisattva in front of Ning Chengsen was at the peak stage of Kanyuan realm. If the 18 Arhats used the 18 Arhats formation, they would be able to clash with the green-robed Bodhisattva. The green-robed Bodhisattva had a kind smile on his face. Benefactor, please stop here. If you're not sincere, Buddha won't answer your questions. Ning Chengsen's expression was calm as he looked at the green-robed Bodhisattva in front of him. What is sincerity? As you said, kowtowing every 10 steps is considered sincerity. The green-robed bodhisattva shook his head with a smile and said, kowtow is only a formality. If your heart is sincere, why don't you kowtow to Buddha? Ning Changsen disagreed with the green-robed bodhisattva's words and retorted, a sincere person has a clear conscience and a clear conscience. How can kneeling prove it? To others, one have no regrets. To things, one have a clear conscience. I'm only here to verify what I've seen and heard along the way. Isn't this sincere? If you have sincerity in your hearts, why did you set up this meaningless Buddhist staircase? Could it be just to collect the power of faith? Or perhaps, if your Buddhist sect is sincere, why would you stop me in all ways? Ning Changsen's tone was calm, but every word was heart-wrenching. Even though the green-robed bodhisattva still had a benevolent smile on his face, his narrowed eyes were filled with killing intent. Ning Changsen's words were the goal of the Buddhist sect. It was also a tacit understanding. The green-robed bodhisattva did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the people below the steps and said, those who are unrelated, go down the mountain for the time being. Ning Ming and the others' expressions changed slightly. Clearly, the green-robed bodhisattva wanted to clear the area. He didn't want them to see what happened next. In other words, the Buddhist sect had already planned to kill Ning Changsen forcefully. However, against the strength of the green-robed bodhisattva and the mysterious faction of the Buddhist sect, they had no choice but to retreat. They could only walk down. When the green-robed bodhisattva saw this, his expression completely turned cold. Young man, with your talent, you'll reach a high realm in cultivation sooner or later. But why do you want to make a mistake? You have to know that meddling in other people's business can sometimes lead to death halfway. Now, there was no one else around. The green-robed bodhisattva stopped pretending. At this moment, he did not look like a green-robed bodhisattva of the Buddhist monasteries, but a green-robed demon. Ning Changsen held the Tao scripture in his hand and emitted a gentle aura. Why would I make a mistake? I'm just following my heart. If cultivators don't follow their heart, how can they cultivate? The green-robed bodhisattva smiled. Conscious. Indeed, cultivators have to follow your heart. However, do you know that your actions will cost you your life? From the green-robed bodhisattva's words, Ning Changsen could already sense that the true Buddhist sect was probably not clean. The other party also wanted to kill him. Ning Changsen did not say anything else and flipped open the Tao scripture in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, come! Immediately, a heavenly soldier held a halberd and smashed it at the green-robed bodhisattva. The wind howled. The halberd crazily squeezed in the space. A series of sonic booms sounded. The green-robed bodhisattva looked up and his expression did not change. His strength was slightly stronger than an ordinary peak stage Qianyuan realm expert. The Buddhist cultivation techniques were all extremely profound. The green-robed bodhisattva formed seals with one hand and formed seals with the other. Behind him, a golden phantom appeared. The phantom image was extremely ugly. He held the sun and moon with both hands. It was a surta. A surta was an extremely profound cultivation technique of the Buddhist sect. The green-robed bodhisattva could only summon 2 hands. Legend has it that when this cultivation technique was cultivated to the peak, one could transform into an asura with a total of 6 hands. His roar was like thunder, causing the seawater to churn and the world to turn upside down. Even though the green-robed bodhisattva's asura had not cultivated to the peak, its aura was still extremely terrifying. The seal in the green-robed bodhisattva's hand changed, and the asura phantom behind him seemed to support the world as its hands faced the sky. He faced the heavenly soldiers. The halberd in the heavenly soldier's hand smashed into the hands of the asura phantom. In an instant, the two of them took a step back at the same time. The green-robed bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He did not underestimate Ning Changsen, so he used the asura phantom right from the start. However, there was still no advantage. Ning Changsen did not think too much about it and shouted another word. Ji. Immediately, the holy light descended from the heavenly soldiers, dressed in silver-white armor. The aura of the halberd in his hand boiled. He was like a heavenly general. Ning Chengsen took a step forward. The heavenly general let out a silent roar and walked towards the green-robed bodhisattva. When the green-robed bodhisattva saw this, his expression changed drastically. This aura was much stronger than before. Clearly, with his strength, it was impossible for him to withstand this attack. But at this moment, the light of Buddha descended from the sky. It shone on the heavenly general. At this moment, the heavenly general was actually slowly melting. Ning Chengsen looked up. An old man in a golden robe walked over. This person was a golden-robed bodhisattva. His strength had reached half-step void god realm. As for the golden-robed bodhisattva, in the eyes of the world, they had only heard of him but had never seen him fight. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. A golden-robed bodhisattva had reached half-step void god realm. Then, what realm did the Buddhas above reach? Chapter 129 Chapter 129 Projection. Chapter 129 Projection. In the Buddhist sect, there were more than 10 green-robed bodhisattvas and golden-robed bodhisattvas. The green-robed bodhisattva was at the peak stage Qinyuan realm. The golden-robed bodhisattva was half-step void god realm, coupled with the 18 arhats. Just the combat strength of these people could be said to be extremely terrifying. Furthermore, above them were the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect. No one knew the realm of the Buddhas, however. They were at least at the void god realm. If such a force was known by others, how many forces would be frightened? In the eyes of many factions, the true strength of the Buddhist sect would always be a mystery. No one knew its true strength. He only knew that those who offended the Buddhist sect would not have a good ending. In other words, they had already disappeared from this world. In addition, the Buddhists were extremely low-key. They only sent shamis to the various domains to collect believers. This was to increase the power of faith of the Buddhist sect. The golden-robed bodhisattva came and did not say much. He chanted Buddhist scriptures. The light of Buddha shot toward Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen flipped open the Tao scripture and shouted softly, "All!" An invisible barrier appeared around Ning Chengsen. Defend against this Buddhist light. However, this Buddhist light seemed to be able to melt everything. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the barrier actually began to slowly disappear. Seeing this, Ning Chengsen's expression did not change at all. It was still as calm as a lake without any ripples. When the golden-robed bodhisattva saw the scene, his eyes wrinkled slightly. Could it be that this kid had some trump card? Ning Chengsen flipped open the Tao scripture and said softly, "When the Tao rushes, it might not be used fully. The abyss is like the sect of all things." His voice was flat, like rolling thunder. With a single word, the law was followed. For a time, a wave of Tao insight shot into the sky. It was actually faintly opposing the Buddhist light. This Tao insight, this world-shocking light of Buddha, was actually unable to melt it. Instead, there was a faint intention to annex it. The golden light bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He pressed his palms together and the Buddhist scriptures he chanted changed. Then, he slapped out. That strand of Buddhist light actually fused into that palm print. It was terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, the green-robed bodhisattva did not hesitate and summoned the Asura phantom again. The Asura phantom held the sun and moon with both hands and strode out. It was as if he had crossed the sea in one step. His hands pressed down on Ning Chengsen. A peak stage Qinyuan realm expert's other attack came from a half-step void god realm expert. Even experts below the void god realm would be shocked by these attacks. Ning Chengsen shouted at Asura, "Fight!" The heavenly soldiers attacked again. It collided with the Asura phantom. Ning Chengsen was fighting 1 against 2. He was not at a disadvantage. Streams of aftershocks blew on Ning Chengsen's body. His clothes fluttered casually and rustled. However, his expression did not change at all. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. This scene shocked the two bodhisattvas. Were the two of them unable to do anything to this lad even if they joined forces? Who was the force behind this person, to be able to train such a disciple with shocking natural talent? However, that was what the two of them thought. In their eyes, the power of their Buddhist sect could be said to have reached the ceiling. No one could surpass him. On Buddha Mountain, 2 more golden-robed bodhisattvas and 4 green-robed bodhisattvas walked over. Obviously, they were not going to give Ning Chengsen a chance to escape. You wanted to keep him here forever. Similarly, the 6 bodhisattvas did not say anything and unleashed their strongest attacks. There were 3 half-step void god realm experts and 5 peak stage Kainyuan realm experts present. They had mobilized such a force just to kill Ning Chengsen. Seeing this, Ning Chengsen opened the Tao scripture again and said softly, "Destroy its sharpness, resolve its disarray, and be with its light and dust." For a time, Tao insight shot into the sky. It crazily resisted the Buddhist light that filled the sky, as well as the Buddhist palm print. There was also the Asura phantom that held the sun and moon in its hands. However, this time, Ning Chengsen was at a disadvantage. These attacks continuously melted the wool of the great path that erupted from Ning Chengsen and began to suppress Ning Chengsen. The Buddhist bodhisattvas intensified their attacks. They did not give Ning Chengsen any chance. Not only did this person know the dark side of the Buddhist sect, he also knew the strength of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, if they did not get rid of this scholar's strength and talent, he might become a future troublemaker. They must not give Ning Chengsen any chance and keep him there forever. Ning Chengsen's face was also slightly pale, but there was no change in his eyes. He just continued to release Tao insight. There was a polarization in the sky. On one side was pure white and flawless Tao insight, and on the other side was a Buddhist light that filled the sky. However, this will of the great path was continuously suppressed at this moment. The Buddhist light was about to shine on Ning Chengsen's body. Seeing this, Ning Chengsen sighed slightly. With his current understanding of the Tao, this was the best he could do. What a pity, he could not repay his master's kindness. However, when the Buddhist light was about to shine on Ning Chengsen and kill him, a jade pendant suddenly flew out from Ning Chengsen's neck. He stood in front of Ning Chengsen. Among them was a monstrous sword formation. It blocked the Buddhist light, palm prints, and the attack of the Asura phantom. Immediately after, swords filled with the will of laws in the sword formation whistled continuously in this space. The light of Buddha was destroyed by the sword of rules. The palm print was directly cut off. The Asura phantom was pierced between the eyebrows by the sword of rules and exploded. The 5 green-robed bodhisattvas suffered a backlash. As if he had been struck by lightning, blood flowed out of his mouth. As for the golden-robed bodhisattva, his face turned pale and he took dozens of steps back. Seeing this scene, all the bodhisattvas were shocked. What was this? There was actually such a terrifying sword formation. Who was the one who set up this sword formation? Ning Chengsen also saw the jade pendant. This jade pendant was something his master had given him back then. When she handed it to him, her master had said that this item could save her life at a critical moment. Now, it seemed that his master's ability was really unpredictable. When Ning Chengsen thought of this, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. When the sword formation disappeared, the attacks of the bodhisattvas also disappeared from this space. One of the golden-robed bodhisattvas saw this and shouted, "Continue to attack. The sword formation has disappeared." However, just as the bodhisattva was about to continue his attack, a sudden change occurred. The jade pendant shattered and aura actually erupted in this space. The entire Buddha mountain was enveloped by this terrifying aura. The expressions of the shamis, arhats, and bodhisattvas changed drastically. Which mighty figure had come to Buddha mountain? In front of Ning Chengsen, an illusory figure projected over. The illusory man was dressed in white, and the corner of his clothes fluttered without any wind. With his hands behind his back, he looked down on everything, and this terrifying aura that enveloped Buddha mountain was emitted by this man when he appeared. All the bodhisattvas looked at the man in front of them in fear. The man whispered, "Who wants to kill my disciple?" Chapter 130. Chapter 130. The requirements are not high. Just kill yourself. Chapter 130. The requirements are not high. Just kill yourself. An extremely huge aura enveloped the entire Buddha mountain. In the Buddha city, everyone looked over. His face was filled with fear. Who released this aura? Who was it that was shaking the Buddha mountain? Ning Ming and the others had just arrived at the foot of the Buddha mountain when they felt this terrifying aura. Sensing this aura, the spiritual Kai in their bodies seemed to have stopped flowing. There were even people who were pressed to the ground and found it extremely difficult to breathe. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. Ning Ming's face was also pale. He clutched his chest and looked at the mountain in fear. Which Almighty had made a move? This aura was even countless times stronger than their family members. He had never felt it even from the ancestor. Could it be that the people behind Ning Qingfeng had made a move? However, this was normal. Someone who could nurture a prodigy like Ning Qingfeng. It would definitely not be simple. Buddha City. In a room in the restaurant, two men stood by the window and looked at Buddha Mountain. Feeling this huge aura, they were all shocked. Who was this aura? Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to resist it. No wonder that scholar dared to go up the mountain like this. With such a backing, he could still escape unscathed. Hee, looks like you don't have to worry anymore. One of the men glared at him and said, when did one get anxious? The man teased. At that time, when the scholar was surrounded by those bodhisattvas, did you want to go up the mountain to save him? I can see that you can't help but reveal your aura. HMPH. One just don't want to see such a prodigy be killed by those sanctimonious people from the Buddhist sect. However, if they knew that the person who came was only a projection, he wondered what they would think. In the temple, in front of the golden Buddha statue, sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, 6 old men in Kasaya opened their eyes at the same time. Golden light shot out from their eyes. Buddhist light revolved around the 6 old men. This also meant that the 6 old men's Buddhist realm had reached an extremely profound level. At this moment, the 6 old men had solemn expressions on their faces. This aura made them rather wary. Who is it? Is it the person behind that scholar? This aura, who is it? Is there such a person on this mainland? I don't know. That person doesn't exist in the central region. Neither does the eastern region or the northern region. As for the southern region, it's impossible for such an expert to appear in that place. Is it a hidden powerhouse? No matter what, I'm afraid we're going to make a move. With that, the 6 old men disappeared at the same time. At the top of the Buddhist staircase, the bodhisattvas looked at the phantom in front of them in fear. This aura made them feel suffocated. Ning Qingfeng bowed and said, Master, Master. Hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, Bodhisattva was shocked. This person was the person behind this scholar. His master, Lu Changsheng, turned around and looked at Ning Qingfeng. He said helplessly, You've always been the one who makes me worry the most. Why are you starting now? Alright. He was usually very quiet and did not cause trouble. Once he started to stir up trouble, there would be a huge commotion. He had directly fought his way to the Buddhist sect alone. Even Lu Changsheng, who rarely went out, lived in the cottage. He had also heard Qin Tanan and the others mention the mysteriousness and power of the Buddhist sect. This was a faction that had disciples all over the continent. Ning Qingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Sorry for troubling you, Master. However, one have no choice but to do this. In Ning Qingfeng's heart, it was impossible for him to ignore such a thing. The Buddhist sect that preached in the world. The Buddhist sect that advocated peace. However, for his own sake, he would do anything to eliminate dissidents. Seeing the determination in Ning Qingfeng's eyes, Lu Changsheng stopped talking. He turned around and looked at the group of bodhisattvas. He said calmly, Why, how are you going to deal with my disciples? As he spoke, an aura directly pressed down on the bodhisattvas. At this moment, the bodhisattvas could no longer maintain their flight and landed directly on the ground. They had to circulate all their strength to barely resist this aura. Your Excellency, your disciple trespassed into the Buddhist sect and slandered our Buddhist sect. As Buddhists, we naturally can't sit back and do nothing. Who knew that Lu Changsheng didn't care about this at all? Waving his hand, he narrowed his eyes and said coldly, How are you going to deal with my disciple? Then, he took a step forward. Ekyubai was surrounded by the sunset monarchy many times outside. Now, Ning Qingfeng was also surrounded by many experts of the Buddhist sect. How could Lu Changsheng not be angry? In normal times, even though he did not seem to care about his disciple. In fact, Lu Changsheng was a very protective person. He just didn't want to interfere too much with his disciple's path. After all, The master led the way and cultivated on his own. If anything happened to his disciple, Lu Chengsheng would help him settle it. In that case, how could his disciple's path go far? Seeing this, the bodhisattvas did not say anything else. Then, Lu Chengsheng took another step forward and stretched out his finger. A finger force transformed into a sword of rules. Before anyone could react, it shot out. It pierced through the forehead of a golden-robed bodhisattva. Immediately, the soul of the golden-robed bodhisattva was destroyed. Only then did the bodhisattvas react. Their expressions filled with fear. Lu Chengsheng's expression was cold. Swords of laws condensed on his fingertips again. He wanted to lull all the Buddhist cultivators present. At this moment, a golden light descended from the sky. Amitabha, benefactor, please show mercy. 6 old men in kasayas arrived instantly in front of Lu Chengsheng. Seeing this, the bodhisattvas were delighted. They clasped their hands together and bowed to the 6 old men. One of the old men stood up and said kindly, "Benefactor, this is just a misunderstanding. Don't kill again." Hearing this, the bodhisattvas were slightly stunned. The other party humiliated the Buddhist sect like this. But he wanted to settle things peacefully. Unexpectedly, the 6 old men were also afraid of Lu Chengsheng. It was a projection. A mere projection already had such a powerful aura. What would happen if the main body came? At that time, the Buddhist sect would fall into a disaster. Moreover, the aura of this projection was not weaker than theirs at all. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, they might not be able to stop the other party. Unexpectedly, Lu Chengsheng shook his head and said, "You want to kill my disciple. Now that you haven't succeeded, you want to end it peacefully." The old man frowned. "Then how do you want to solve it?" Lu Chengsheng said coldly, "It's simple. I won't make things difficult for you." Then, Lu Chengsheng pointed at the group of bodhisattvas and said, "Those who attacked my disciple, just kill yourself." Chapter 131 Chapter 131 One-Handed Buddha. Break with one strike. Chapter 131 Thousand-Handed Buddha. Break with one strike. Those who have attacked my disciple, just kill yourself. Lu Chengsheng said this calmly. However, it was extremely ear-piercing to the Buddhist monasteries. Kill yourself. This was the top combat strength of the Buddhist sect. The green-robed bodhisattva's cultivation level was at the peak stage Qianyuan realm. The cultivation of the golden-robed bodhisattva was at the half-step void god realm, and had the chance to break through to the void god realm. This was one of the foundations of the Buddhist sect. If they were to commit suicide, ignoring what the others in the Buddhist sect would think, even so, they could not afford to lose. The old man was furious. He shook his head and said, "Benefactor, this request is too harsh. I'm afraid it's difficult to fulfill." Lu Chengsheng said, "You don't have to say anything else." At this point, the swords of law locked onto the bodhisattvas and the 6 elders. Right now, Lu Chengsheng didn't care about karma nor consequences. The other party had even bullied his disciple. Lu Chengsheng was going to sit back and do nothing. When the 6 old men saw this, they looked at each other with solemn expressions. Then, he said to the bodhisattvas, "All of you, leave this place quickly." Once a battle of this level started, these bodhisattvas might not even be able to survive. Hearing this, all the bodhisattvas nodded. They knew very well that with their strength, it was impossible for them to survive in the hands of the other party. Hence, he planned to leave. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. He flipped his palm. A formation was instantly activated. It surrounded everyone present. In this array formation, Lu Chengsheng had locked onto everyone's vital energy. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't escape Lu Chengsheng's attack. This was a trapping array. It was something Lu Chengsheng came up with when he was free. The 6 old men frowned. He raised his hand and formed a formation. The other party was probably also an array grandmaster. Today's matter would probably not be resolved peacefully. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng didn't waste any time. He slashed out the sword of laws at once. He slashed at the bodhisattvas. When the 6 old men saw this, they roared, "Ha!" Buddhist lion roar. The sound waves materialized and blocked the sword of laws. The 6 old men didn't dare to show any mercy to Lu Chengsheng. Their auras erupted one after another. They were all at the beginner stage of the Void God realm. One of the old men was at the intermediate stage of the Void God realm. However, the strength of the swords of law had exceeded their expectations. In an instant, he was not affected by the sound wave at all. His speed seemed to have surpassed space. He directly killed the 5 green-robed bodhisattvas and destroyed their souls. He would never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Seeing this, the 6 elders all had grave expressions. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, they could not stop the person in front of them. Was this person at the peak stage of the Void God realm? And this was only a projection. What realm should his main body reach? They did not dare to think about it. Then, the 6 of them looked at each other and nodded solemnly. It was as if they had all made a decision. Immediately, the 6 of them formed a seal with their hands. At the same time, he shouted, "Array! Activate!" As soon as he finished speaking, in the entire Buddha mountain, a golden array formation soared into the sky. An extremely powerful Buddhist aura rushed into the sky. The entire Buddhist city looked up at the sky in shock. The sky was covered by golden light. In the restaurant, the 2 men looked surprised. Buddhist array formation. Looks like those 6 old bald donkeys have made their move. However, even those old bald donkeys can't deal with it. Do we have to rely on the array formation? Buddhist array formation. It was the mountain protecting formation of the Buddhist sect. Legend had it that it existed in ancient times. It protected the Buddhist sect. Now, it has never been activated again. However, when Lu Chengsheng arrived, he had no choice but to activate the formation. The old man said, "Benefactor, if we leave now, perhaps we can still have peace. Forget about the hatred. We don't have any conflicts of interest to begin with. Why do we have to fight each other to the death?" Lu Chengsheng, on the other hand, didn't listen. He was sizing up the Buddhist formation that was soaring into the sky. He was secretly comparing it to the 9 netherworld formation. That seemed to be the case. It was not even one of the 9 netherworld formation. Ning Changsen looked worried and said, "Master, why don't we leave first?" If he was alone, perhaps Ning Changsen would choose to stay here. He would not leave until the doubts in his heart were resolved. Now that his master was here, he didn't want to drag Lu Chengsheng down. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. This was it. It couldn't hurt him yet." Immediately, Lu Chengsheng pointed his finger again and drew a line in the air. At this moment, space was torn apart. Then, a spatial rift appeared in front of the golden light bodhisattva. Swords of law shot out. He killed all the remaining golden-robed bodhisattvas. Upon seeing this, the 6 old men's expressions darkened. At this point, there was nothing else to say. The 6 old men formed hand seals again. Behind the 6 of them, a golden Buddha transformed into a towering giant, standing in the world. There seemed to be thousands of Buddhist hands behind the golden Buddha. It was like the 1,000-handed Buddha. At the same time, the 6 old men shouted at the same time, "1,000-hand Buddha seal." At this moment, the 1,000-handed Buddha walks towards Lu Chengsheng. Then, the thousands of Buddhist hands behind him clenched into fists. It smashed towards Lu Chengsheng. Looking at the thousands of Buddha's hands, Lu Chengsheng's expression didn't change. He clenched the air in his hand. A branch appeared in Lu Chengsheng's hand. Then, the Tao rule of sword rushed into the night. Lu Chengsheng calmly waved the branch in his hand. It was just a light wave. The sword Tao laws that rose into the sky gathered together and formed a huge slash. It slashed at the thousands of Buddhist hands. Under the terrified gazes of the 6 old men, the thousands of Buddhist hands were directly slashed into pieces by the huge slash. 1,000-hand Buddha seal. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Facing this slash, he could not withstand a single blow. The other party was only holding a branch. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng took a step forward. The branch in his hand pointed forward. The Tao of the sword gathered in front of Lu Chengsheng and formed a huge heavy sword. It slashed towards the 1,000-handed Buddha. A loud bang sounded from Buddha Mountain. A deafening sound of air exploding reverberated throughout the entire western region. A wave of aftershocks spread in all directions from the Buddhist sect in the sky. The entire sky seemed to shake. Everyone looked up in the direction of the Buddhist sect. They were all shocked. Who was it that could create such power? On the other hand, on the stairs of the Buddha mountain, at this moment, the thousand-handed Buddha disappeared from the world as if it had never appeared. The 6 old men also spat out blood. The Buddhist sect's array formation was broken and they suffered a huge backlash. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was about to swing the branch in his hand again. He killed the 6 old men. A figure appeared between them. Benefactor, please hold back. When Ning Chengsen saw this person, he was slightly surprised. It's you. Chapter 132 Chapter 132 Buddhism Facing Trouble. Chapter 132 Buddhism Facing Trouble. Ning Chengsen knew the old man in front of him. The old man appeared in front of Ning Chengsen and wanted him to join the Buddhist sect when he was preaching in the southern region. However, Ning Chengsen had rejected him back then. Lu Changsheng turned to Ning Chengsen and asked, "Do you know him?" This old man called himself a Buddhist cultivator of the Clear Heart Temple. The 6 old men looked at the old man from the Clear Heart Temple and asked, "Do you know him?" Fai Yuan. Fai Yuan nodded. Seeing Fai Yuan nod, one of the old men said, "Then, let them leave." The Clear Heart Temple was of the same lineage as the Buddhist sect. However, due to their different ideals, Fai Yuan left alone and created Clear Heart Temple. Now, Clear Heart Temple was also a major force in the western region. However, the Buddhist sect was more famous. It was also because of the departure of Fai Yuan that the Buddhist sect had never had a good attitude towards the Clear Heart Temple. In fact, the 2 major factions would usually compete in secret. Nonetheless, the Fai Yuan came from the Buddhist sect after all. Naturally, he could not let the Buddhist sect be destroyed by others. Fai Yuan did not pay attention to the 6 old men. Instead, he looked at Ning Chengsen with a smile and put his palms together. "Young benefactor, we meet again. I didn't expect to see such a situation after we parted that day." Hearing this, Ning Chen thought to himself, "I don't want to do this either. I just have something that I want to go to the Buddhist sect to solve." Oh, Fai Yuan was slightly surprised and said, "In that case, have you resolved the doubts in your heart, young benefactor?" Ning Chengsen shook his head, then nodded and said, "Even though no one has answered my questions, I'm afraid there's no need for that now." The internal decay of the Buddhist sect. This scene was enough for Ning Chengsen to believe. In order to eliminate dissidents, the Buddhist sect would do anything, regardless of whether it was kowtowing every 10 steps on the Buddhist staircase. It was still the Buddhists who kept stopping him and surrounding him. Ning Chengsen understood. The Buddhist sect, a faction that was responsible for spreading Buddhist thoughts. It had completely decayed from the inside. Rotten, its roots had already been completely corroded. Then can you tell me? Ning Chengsen did not hate the old man in front of him. Hence, he explained the cause of the matter. When Fai Yuan heard this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. After listening, he looked at the 6 old men and said coldly, "Looks like you guys are still the same. I've already said that the Buddhist sect will be criticized sooner or later." Back then, the reason why Fai Yuan left was also because he had the same feelings as Ning Chengsen. Buddhist sect. Buddhism should not encourage any fighting, nor should rules be established to exclude dissidents. Similarly, he should not kill the other party just to hide the truth. Such a method. What was the difference between him and a demon? The 6 old men's expressions were also rather ugly. However, at this moment, they could not refute. Fai Yuan sighed. Then, he looked at Ning Chengsen and said, "One already know what happened. Even though Buddhism is in the wrong, however, the great era is about to open up. The Buddhist sect still has a mission that belongs to it. Benefactor, can you be lenient?" Ning Chengsen was conflicted. He asked, "What about the villagers? How should we pay for their lives?" Hearing this, Fai Yuan sighed. "Now, so many people from the perpetrator and the Buddhist sect have died. The Buddhist sect has also paid the price it deserves. Let's put this matter on hold for now, shall we?" Fai Yuan did not say that this matter would end here. Even he felt that the Buddhist sect should bear the main responsibility for this matter. If not for the Buddhist sect secretly supporting those shamis' actions, he didn't stop it in time. How could such a tragic thing happen now? Lu Changsheng also turned to look at Ning Chengsen. Obviously, he had left the decision of the matter to him. If his third disciple wanted to end it like this, then he left with Ning Chengsen. However, Ning Chengsen did not want this to end. He wanted an explanation. Lu Changsheng wouldn't stop just like that. At most, he would bring the Nine Netherworld formation over and make blood flow like a river in the Buddhist sect. This matter arose because of Ning Chengsen. It should also be tied with Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen fell into deep thought. Then, he looked at Fa Yuan and said, "What is the great era and what is the mission of the Buddhist sect?" Fa Yuan shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. I can't say." Ning Chengsen could sense that Fa Yuan was different from the Buddhists. Hence, he nodded. "I understand." The Buddhist sect had also paid the price they deserved. The 18 arhats were severely injured. Several bodhisattvas had died. The 6 elders suffered a backlash. It could be said that the current Buddhist sect had already injured their vitality. If Fa Yuan hadn't come out to intercede, Ning Chengsen probably wouldn't have stopped his master from continuing to kill. Thinking of this, Ning Chengsen looked at Lu Changsheng and said, "Master, let's end this here." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. Then, he looked at the Buddhas and said with a smile, "I respect your opinion. However, if you dare to have designs on my disciple again, then it won't end so easily next time." After saying this, the temperature in this space seemed to have fallen to 0 degrees. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changsheng left the place with Ning Chengsen in his arms. After the two of them left, the 6 elders heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they looked at the corpses around them, their hearts bled. One had to know, how much resources would it take to nurture a bodhisattva? Moreover, these bodhisattvas still had a chance to break through to the next realm. Fa Yuan looked at the 6 elders and said indifferently, "If you can use this to exchange for their departure, don't be dissatisfied. You have to know that the other party has turned the Buddhist sect upside down with just a projection. If his main body comes, what will you do?" Even though he really didn't want to admit it, Fa Yuan's words were the truth. A projection from the other party had killed all the bodhisattvas right under their noses. He even broke through the Buddhist array left behind by the ancient times. The thousand-handed Buddha. It backfired on the 6 of them. With such strength, even if the 6 of them tried their best to stop him, it would probably be useless. Who exactly is this person? Fa Yuan also shook his head and said, "I don't know." However, if you still allow the people of the Buddhist sect to rely on such methods to collect the power of faith, the Buddhist sect will not be far from destruction. With that, Fa Yuan disappeared from where he stood. Only the 6 of them were left with ugly expressions. The Buddhist sect had lost this time. Miserably. On the way, Ning Chengsen was deep in thought. Lu Changsheng didn't interrupt him. After this incident, Ning Chengsen must have had doubts about the Tao in his heart. There was nothing he could do to help. The Tao was his, and he could only rely on himself to walk it. After returning to the cottage, Lu Changsheng's projection returned to his original body. Ning Chengsen also looked at Lu Changsheng and asked, "Master, did one do something wrong?" He pursued peace in the world, so he preached in the mortal world. However, the Buddhist sect's actions made him doubt the Tao in his heart. Was his method really useful? Lu Changsheng glanced at Ning Chengsen and said, "As long as you don't feel guilty." Chapter 133 Chapter 133 Ice Sword Spirit. Chapter 133 Ice Sword Spirit. Han Ying had long returned and was chatting and laughing with Mu Weiner. Lu Changsheng came back with Ning Chengsen. He stepped forward and said, "Master." Lu Changsheng nodded and asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Han Ying nodded and smiled. "It's all thanks to Master. Oh, third junior brother is back too." Ning Chengsen acted as if he did not hear anything. He sat at the side and frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Changsheng said on his behalf, "All right, let's not disturb your junior brother for now. He's thinking about something." Han Ying nodded in understanding. Sometimes when cultivating, one would fall into their own world when they encountered an unsolved problem after all. It was normal that he did not notice her. At this moment, Mu Weiner ran over with the book in her arms. She smiled and said, "Uncle, I've refined a new pill." Lu Chansheng looked over curiously and asked, "What pill?" After all, he was also refining medicinal pills according to his own ideas. It could be said that he had never seen any pill formulas in this world. The alchemy path that Lin Weiner wanted to take was similar to his philosophy. Of course, Lu Changsheng was curious. Mu Weiner took out a triangular pill. He grinned and said, "I've tested it. After consuming this pill, it can increase the stability of the spiritual Kai in the body. It can change the form of spiritual Kai into a triangular shape. From this, when you use some cultivation techniques and martial techniques that require spiritual Kai to riot, you can reduce the side effects." She asked in a daze, "You studied mathematics. The stability of the triangle was even determined. Could it be that Mu Weiner had transmigrated here like him?" Mu Weiner wrinkled her nose and said, "What a triangular object. I discovered it by chance when one was young. Then, I wondered if I could use it for cultivation and refined it." It had to be said that this girl was indeed good at alchemy. This medicinal pill did not seem to be of much use. In fact, when using a cultivation technique with great side effects, it could reduce the side effects. This alone was very important. Those cultivation techniques and martial techniques with side effects consumed too much energy after all. Han Ying also smiled and rubbed Mu Weiner's hair. "Master, Weiner's talent in alchemy is indeed not bad. Why didn't you take her in as your disciple?" It could be seen that Han Ying quite liked Mu Weiner. When Mu Weiner heard this, she hugged Han Ying and giggled. "Sister Han Ying, you're the best." Lu Chengsheng rolled his eyes and said, "She's still far from that." With that, he lay back on the wooden chair. Mu Weiner snorted and returned to the stone table with the book in her arms. She flipped through it. Han Ying shook her head helplessly. At this moment, not far away, two figures flew over on their swords. It was a man and a woman. Han Ying looked over and smiled. Has Big Senior Brother found a Dao companion? Lu Chengsheng curled his lips. The people who came were Yi Qiubai and Mu Ziking. Yi Qiubai walked forward while Mu Ziking carefully looked around and hid behind Yi Qiubai. After all, Mu Ziking usually lived in seclusion because of her physique, so she naturally met very few people. Simply put, it was just social fear. Yi Qiubai looked at everyone and was slightly stunned. Master and everyone are back." Han Ying walked forward and nodded with a smile. "Why, Senior Brother, aren't you going to introduce us?" At this moment, Mu Ziking's entire body was wrapped in an endless will, so the cold air could not seep out. However, even so, Han Ying could also feel a bone-piercing chill. He could not help but be secretly shocked. It seemed that the woman his senior brother had brought with him was not simple. Yi Qiubai smiled at Mu Ziking and said, "She's from the Hidden Dao Academy's headquarters." Mu Ziking. One brought her here because of her physique. Then, he looked at Lu Chengsheng and said, "Master, he'll leave her to you." He had already brought her over. Moreover, from the looks of it, these two seemed to have a chance. As his master, Lu Chengsheng had no choice but to agree. Nonetheless, how should he refine the ice soul pill? He didn't have a pill formula. At this moment, the willow branch of the willow tree swayed slightly and a voice sounded. "There seems to be something else in her body." Yi Qiubai was stunned and looked at Mu Ziking. Mu Ziking shook her head in confusion, indicating that she did not know either. Lu Chengsheng stepped forward and placed his finger on Mu Ziking's forehead. After sensing it, he discovered that there were ice meridians emitting cold air in his body. The spiritual Kai in his danshan had already frozen. In the middle was a spirit body. The spirit body was ice blue and its entire body emitted a cold aura. Not only that, but there was also a faint sword intent around the ice blue spirit body. As if sensing Lu Chengsheng's probing, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Sword intent surged out. Then, an ice blue sword intent erupted from Mu Ziking's danshan. Lu Chengsheng waved his other hand and suppressed the sword intent. Yi Qiubai said in surprise, "Master, what is this?" Lu Chengsheng remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he really didn't know. "I've never seen it before." Hong Ying walked forward at this moment and said with a solemn expression, "This is the sword spirit. For example, the weapons in your hands are all treasures. Be it the peak stage of the heaven realm or the earth realm. They are only treasures. However, if there is a spirit in the treasure, it will undergo a transformation and become a spiritual weapon. A weapon with a spirit is a spiritual weapon. Its power will also increase greatly." However, what Hong Ying didn't understand was why the sword spirit was lodged in a person's danchan. At this moment, the willow tree said, "This sword spirit has already been corroded by the ice aura emitted by the ice spirit vein constitution and has become an ice sword spirit. With the existence of this sword spirit, once the sword intent erupts one day, her danchan will be completely damaged, and the ice spirit vein won't be able to suppress it." Mu Ziking's face darkened when she heard that. Everyone in her family knew that there was a sword spirit in her body. This was also why Mu Ziking paid attention to sword cultivators. Only sword cultivators could move the sword spirit out and integrate it into their swords. Yi Qiubai asked, "Senior Liu, how should we resolve this?" The willow tree gently brushed its willow branches. "Use your sword and fuse it with the sword spirit. As long as you can withstand it, it will also be beneficial to your sword Dao." Of course, Lu Chengsheng could also easily merge with the sword spirit. However, this was not of much use to him. Yi Qiubai nodded and said, "I understand." Then, Yi Qiubai took out the dark demon sword. This was the highest grade sword in his hand other than the green cloud sword. "Are you ready?" Yi Qiubai nodded and sat cross-legged, placing the dark demon sword on his knees. Seeing this, a willow branch surrounded Mu Ziking and Yi Qiubai. The sword spirit seemed to have sensed danger and began to riot. Chapter 134 Chapter 134 The sword has spirit. It's a spiritual sword. Chapter 134 The sword has spirit. It's a spiritual sword. The sword spirit felt a sense of danger. Countless sword intent instantly erupted. A torrential sword intent soared into the sky. However, under the suppression of the willow tree, this sword intent could not attack Mu Ziking and Yi Qiubai. In front of the willow tree, this sword spirit was like a child. He charged forward in the area surrounded by willow branches. Buzz buzz. The sword spirit trembled continuously. It let out a sword roar. On the other side, Yi Qiubai's expression was serious. He pointed his finger and an aura locked onto the sword spirit. Then, sword intent whistled out and enveloped the sword spirit. He wanted to guide it into the dark demon sword. However, if the sword spirit could fuse with the dark demon sword so easily, then Mu Ziking's family would not be so worried. There were only two conditions for a sword spirit to form. The first point was that the owner of the sword had reached the swordmaster realm and nurtured his sword for many years. Only then would there be a chance of forming a sword spirit. This kind of sword spirit was usually only loyal to the swordmaster and was generally quite gentle. The second point was the wild sword spirit. The conditions for forming such a wild sword spirit were extremely harsh. It had to be in a place filled with sword intent. It was unlikely to form even in the hidden sword sect's sword tomb. There should also be sword masters or sword cultivators who died nearby. Only then could it be formed. As for this wild kind of sword spirit, it was unruly and would only take the initiative to stay in the body of a cultivator and absorb the spiritual kai in their body. This was to improve himself. Mu Ziking had an ice spirit vein body, and the spiritual kai contained in it was extremely terrifying. This attracted a wild sword spirit. Sensing the pull of Yi Qiubai's sword intent, the ice sword spirit struggled even more. Sword howl sounded. Lure the sword spirit into the dark demon sword. A sound came from the willow tree at the right time. Yi Qiubai nodded and did as instructed. Regardless of the sword spirit's struggle, it slowly led him to the side of the dark demon sword. It began to integrate. However, when the ice sword spirit covered the dark demon sword, a bone-piercing chill rushed into Yi Qiubai's body. This coldness made his bloodline and spiritual kai seem to freeze in an instant. It was even to the extent that Yi Qiubai's entire body was covered in frost. Here, the willow tree could no longer help Yi Qiubai. He wanted to completely subdue the ice sword spirit. It fused into the dark demon sword. He had to withstand its power. Otherwise, Even if he forcefully fused with the dark demon sword, it would only be a hidden danger. At the critical moment, it might devour its master. Therefore, Yi Qiubai had to rely on himself to survive the power emitted by the sword spirit. Only then could the ice sword spirit willingly submit and follow Yi Qiubai. At this moment, Yi Qiubai's entire body was already covered in frost. Not only that, even the speed of the blood flow became difficult. Yi Qiubai fell into extreme pain. His handsome face also became slightly distorted at this moment. Mu Ziking's delicate body was also trembling because of the struggle of the ice sword spirit. If not for the suppression of the willow tree, the ice spirit vein in Mu Ziking's body would probably completely erupt because the sword spirit left her body. Mu Weiner also walked over at this moment and looked at this scene with worry. Sister Hongying, will Brother Qiubai be fine? Previously, in the cottage, Yi Qiubai was also very good to Mu Weiner. His temper was usually extremely gentle. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yi Qiubai. Hongying smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry. Big senior brother is very talented in the sword Dao. Moreover, his will is extremely firm. He will definitely be able to survive." Mu Weiner nodded. Lu Changsheng wasn't worried at all. With the willow tree here, even if he didn't succeed, he didn't have to worry about Yi Qiubai's safety. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng turned around and left. He went to the alchemy room. Previously, when he investigated the situation of Mu Ziking's ice spirit vein body, Lu Changsheng already knew that he wanted to solve the problem of the ice spirit vein. It was not suppression. Instead, he needed to completely integrate it into Mu Ziking so that she could use the power of the ice spirit vein to cultivate. He had completely assimilated with it. Now that he had understood the characteristics of the ice spirit vein body and what he had to do, he only needed to refine a medicinal pill with the same function as the ice soul pill. Just in time, in Lu Changsheng's vegetable garden, there were all the necessary materials. At the thought of this, Lu Changsheng began to refine. On the other side, the ice sword spirit had completely entered the dark demon sword. However, the ice sword intent it released continuously corroded Yi Qiubai's body. He wanted to completely destroy Yi Qiubai. However, with Yi Qiubai's sword Dao talent, how could he be frozen so easily? Moreover, Yi Qiubai's physique was also not simple. It was the chaos essence sword body. Everything in the world regarding the sword Dao could perfectly fuse with Yi Qiubai. Coupled with the primordial sword scripture, it continuously released the will of endless life. It protected the heart meridians in Yi Qiubai's body. The ice sword spirit also discovered that it was impossible to completely freeze Yi Qiubai with this alone. It was as if he was impatient. A monstrous ice sword intent swept through Yi Qiubai's body again. Yi Qiubai's body trembled. With a muffled groan, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The blood had just flowed out when it turned into ice crystals. Then, it shattered. Yi Qiubai also continuously released the sword intent in his body to surround the dark demon sword. He wanted to tame the ice sword spirit. They went back and forth. Both sides continued to attack and defend. At this moment, Yi Qiubai pointed out again. A small sword domain spread out around the dark demon sword. Sword intent surged on the body of the dark demon sword. It was like a surging river. It continuously swept through the ice sword spirit in the dark demon sword. Under the continuous attacks, the aura of the ice sword spirit began to weaken to an ice sword spirit that had just developed intelligence. The ice sword intent that he had continuously released previously and the sword intent that had been exhausted from struggling. From the looks of it, he was clearly on the verge of defeat. Opposite Yi Qiubai, Mu Ziking's body began to tremble less. The pain on her pretty face also began to slowly ease. Seeing this, Hongying smiled. Seeing this, Mu Weiner heaved a sigh of relief. At the side, the little bird saw this scene and nodded. Since this sword spirit had absorbed the pure spiritual Kai of the ice spirit vein body, its level was not low. Yi Qiubai being able to survive also meant that his willpower and sword Dao talent were extremely extraordinary. The little bird could foresee it. Yi Qiubai's future was definitely not something that could be trapped by this realm. His future belonged to the outside world, a high-latitude region. The time of cultivators often passed very quickly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yiqiubai's expression completely calmed down. At this moment, the ice sword spirit in the dark demon sword slowly stopped struggling. At this moment, the ice sword intent released. It began to fade. The defeat was like a landslide. At this moment, the ice sword spirit completely fused into the dark demon sword. The dark demon sword emitted a buzzing sound as a blue sword light soared into the sky. The sword had a spirit. It was a spiritual sword. At this moment, the dark demon sword successfully transformed, and had advanced from a peak stage heaven realm treasure to a spirit artifact. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Willow, so my pill recipe is excessive. Chapter 135 Willow, so my pill recipe is excessive. Spiritual weapons did not have any classification of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. There were only low, middle, and high-level ones and top-grade ones. Above the spiritual weapon was the emperor weapon. However, there had never been an emperor weapon in this realm. The conditions for the creation of the emperor weapon were too harsh. Even if all the spiritual Kai in this realm was sucked dry, it could not be produced. It could be said that in this world, a heaven-ranked treasure was already the highest level. As for spirit artifacts, there was hardly such a tier. At this moment, Yiqiubai also opened his eyes and picked up the dark demon sword. At this moment, the dark demon sword had already undergone a slight change. In the middle of the sword, there was an ice blue pattern that ran through the entire sword as well as the ice sword intent that was faintly released. It could be said that the current Yiqiubai was at least several times stronger than before when he used the dark demon sword. Yiqiubai stroked the sword and smiled. Follow me and I'll give you the chance to shine. The dark demon sword emitted a buzzing sound, as if it was responding to Yiqiubai. Then, Yiqiubai put away his sword and looked at Mu Ziking, whose eyes were still closed. He asked, Senior Willow, how's Ziking's situation? A sound came from the willow tree. It's within control. Now that the ice sword spirit has been absorbed by you, it's the best time to completely resolve the ice spirit vein. However, I'm afraid there's no ice soul pill yet. Ice soul pill? Yiqiubai thought for a moment and said, where can one obtain it? At this moment, a willow branch kept drawing in the air. It was the formula for the ice soul pill. The ice soul pill is a high-level spirit pill. Your master should be able to refine it. The grade of spirit pills were above heaven grade pills. It was the same as equipment. Yiqiubai bowed to express his gratitude. He looked around, but he didn't see his master. He could not help but be puzzled. Mu Weiner seemed to have seen through Yiqiubai's thoughts. She pointed at the alchemy room and said, Ah, Uncle went to refine pills. Alchemy. As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light emitted in the alchemy room. In the halo, there was actually a pill fragrance and abundant spiritual Kai. Then, a pill broke out of the roof of the alchemy room. However, before he could fly far, he was enveloped by spiritual Kai. Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and took the pill back. Good Lord, I spent so much effort to refine it for you. How can I let you escape? It took a lot of brainpower to think about how to completely integrate the ice spirit vein into Mu Ziking's pill. After all, without the pill formula, Lu Chengsheng could only think about it himself. This took 2 hours. No, one have to get Han Ying to make fish soup to nourish her brain later. Yiqiubai was also a little stunned. He looked at the pill in Lu Chengsheng's hand and asked, Master, this is... Lu Chengsheng threw the pill to Yiqiubai and said, What do you think? It must be the medicinal pill to treat your little girl. Was this the ice soul pill? Yiqiubai's eyes widened. But master, don't you not have the formula for the ice soul pill? Ice soul pill, I don't have it. Lu Chengsheng sat on the recliner and said, I just refined this myself. Its effect should be similar to the ice soul pill. Han Ying covered her face. Mu Weiner smiled and was not surprised. Clearly, he had seen many of Uncle's actions. It could be said that Mu Weiner was following Lu Chengsheng's path. He could refine it at will without relying on the existing pill formula. This was also why Mu Weiner wanted to take Lu Chengsheng as her master. So the formula for my ice soul pill was still useless. Lu Chengsheng hurriedly urged. Alright. Hurry up. Let her absorb it. Once it's done, hurry up and cook. He thought that he was already used to his master's ability. In the end, he had still underestimated him. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying had never seen such pill refinement standards. Yi Qiubai took Lu Chengsheng's version of the ice soul pill and walked to Mu Ziking. He placed the pill in her mouth. He said softly, Master refined this. Eat it and you can solve the problem of your physique. Hearing Yi Qiubai's words, Mu Ziking took the pill. The moment she consumed it, an ice blue chill surged. Surround Mu Ziking. Yi Qiubai looked worried. The willow tree said, This is a normal process. As long as this little girl finishes absorbing it, it's fine. Yi Qiubai guarded Mu Ziking. The willow branch of the willow tree still landed on Mu Ziking's shoulder. A jade-green aura maintained the heart meridians in Mu Ziking's body. Not long after, the cold aura completely fused into Mu Ziking's body. At this moment, her aura began to soar and her cultivation realm broke through consecutively. She broke through from the purple mansion realm to the sea flow realm, and then from the sea flow realm to the water overflow realm. The breakthrough of his realm still did not stop. Intermediate stage peak stage until she broke through to the Kanyuan realm. She only stopped slowly when she reached the intermediate stage Kanyuan realm. This was normal. The ice spiritual Kai contained in the ice spirit vein was too pure. It was only natural for her to break through. She could have continued to break through, but her foundation would be unstable if she continued to break through like this. Mu Ziking subconsciously suppressed her realm breakthrough. At this moment, the willow tree also retracted its willow branch. Mu Ziking opened her eyes, which pupils were ice blue. The cold aura around Mu Ziking also converged with her consciousness. It did not leak out at all. Mu Ziking bowed to the willow tree and then bowed respectfully to Lu Chengsheng. She looked at Yi Qiubai and smiled. I succeeded. Her beautiful smile was filled with joy. This physique had been troubling her for many years. Living this way day after day every day. Mu Ziking had already gotten used to this. However, now that she had successfully subdued the ice spirit vein body, she still felt like she had survived a calamity. Lu Chengsheng said, Alright, since you're done, go and cook. Hong Ying, go and make fish soup. Yi Qiubai smiled and said, It's fine, Master. 111 Do it. Lu Chengsheng curled his lips and said disdainfully, Your soup isn't as good as Hong Ying's. You can cook. However, just as they were discussing what to eat, an explosion suddenly sounded from the kitchen. Everyone looked over in shock. Wisps of black smoke floated out of the kitchen. Blackie walked out with a few dishes with a black and gray face. He chuckled and said, One finally succeeded. Master, senior brothers, senior sisters, come and try. The corner of Lu Chengsheng's mouth twitched. I'm not hungry anymore. He looked at the black dishes in Blackie's hand. What kind of success was this? At this moment, Ning Chengsen also woke up from his comprehension. He looked at everyone and smiled. Hey, junior brother. You're done cooking, master. Aren't you guys eating? I'm not hungry. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, Then I'll eat it. Don't waste it. With that, he casually picked up a black ball of meat and put it in his mouth. Ning Chengsen I don't think one have an appetite. Chapter 136, Chapter 136 Wild Region. Chapter 136 Wild Region. At this moment, two major events happened on the continent. It shocked all the factions. The first thing was that the mysterious mystic realm in the southern region's desert had been opened by the experts of the various large factions. There was a limit to entering the mystic realm. Only those below the age of 30 who had at least reached the water overflow realm could enter. Those who reached the water overflow realm at the age of 30 were naturally only prodigies and geniuses. Now, the various factions had already begun to send prodigies to the southern region desert. The second thing was the birth of the disciple of a hidden powerhouse and the geniuses of many factions. Among them, there were three people who were most familiar. First was Muronsi, one of the three hidden families in the central region. The Murong family. It was reported that Muronsi had already reached the half-step Qianyuan realm. His talent in array formations was even more shocking. As soon as he was born, He displayed his array formation realm when the Murong family dealt with the enemy forces. He killed 3 Kanyuan realm experts with a fire array. The second was also one of the 3 hidden families in the central region, leaving the family and leaving the netherworld. Even though his realm was at the peak of the water overflow realm, the cultivation technique and bloodline were extremely strange. It was said that it could communicate with the ghosts and gods of the world. The last was the most mysterious Buddhist sect in the western region. A son of Buddha was born, and his cultivation and strength were unknown. He only knew that the power of faith he possessed and his Buddhist Tao realm were extremely profound. It was said that he was the successor to the next Buddhist lord. The birth of many prodigies made everyone smell something unusual. This continent that had been silent for a long time was probably going to start to become lively. At the same time, Qin Tianan came to the cottage. Lu Changsheng immediately prepared to escape seeing him. "I'll slip away first. If Uncle Qin asks where I am, remember to say that you don't know. Understand?" The disciples. Lu Changsheng had no choice. After all, every time Qin Tianan came here, nothing good would happen. Qin Tianan walked closer but didn't see Lu Changsheng. He couldn't help but ask Yi Qiubai, "Qiubai, where's your master?" How could Yi Qiubai dare to disobey Lu Changsheng's orders? If he told the truth, he would probably not have a good life in the future. Hence, he could only say helplessly, "I don't know. Master might have gone out for some matter." "What matters can he be busy with?" Qin Tianan blurted out. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's face darkened. What did he say? How was he not busy? He slept, ate, watered and raised flowers. Wasn't all of these worth being busy over? But it's fine. Anyway, I'm not here to look for him today. Hearing Qin Tianan's words, Lu Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief and walked out. Qin Tianan was stunned when he saw Lu Changsheng. "Didn't you have something to do?" Lu Changsheng scratched his head and forced a smile. "I came back after one was done." Qin Tianan's eyes were filled with suspicion, but he could only shake his head helplessly and say, "I'm here to look for your disciples." "It's fine. Just use them as much as you want, as long as you're not looking for me." Lu Changsheng thought. "Ning Chengsen, Blackie, Master, you should at least hesitate." Qin Tianan nodded and said, "All right. The mysterious mystic realm of the southern region desert has been opened. Your disciples are all above the water overflow realm. They should be able to go there. It can already be determined that this mystic realm existed in ancient times. There are countless inheritances among them. Being able to obtain one should be a huge improvement for Qiubai and the others." Hearing this, Han Ying's expression changed slightly. In the ancient secret realm of the southern region desert, that was probably left behind by the imperial preceptor, Qin Tianan asked, "What do you think?" Han Ying immediately nodded and said, "I want to go." Seeing this, Qin Tianan chuckled and nodded before looking at Yi Qiubai and the others. Yi Qiubai looked at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng curled his lips and said, "So be it. Just don't cause trouble." Yi Qiubai felt helpless and said, "All right, 111 go to Yi Qiubai." What he wanted was not an inheritance. Currently, he already had a lot of inheritance on him. He could not bite off more than he could chew. He went to the mystic realm only to train himself and make his sword Dao realm stronger. As for Ning Chengsen, if nothing had happened to the Buddhist sect, he probably wouldn't have gone and would choose to continue preaching. However, Ning Chengsen's mentality had already changed slightly. Going forward, he wanted mortals to understand the existence of the Tao. Now, he wanted to see the mentality of those geniuses who enjoyed generous resources, had family backgrounds, and were talented. Thinking of this, Ning Chengsen nodded. Blackie scratched his head and smiled. "Since all the senior brothers are going, I'll go too." Qin Tianan looked at Mu Weiner again and said, "What about you?" Qin Tianan already knew of Mu Weiner's existence. Mu Weiner thought for a while. It was not impossible to go to the mystic realm for an adventure, so she nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Tianan smiled and said, "All right, let's go immediately." After saying goodbye to Lu Changsheng, the 5 of them followed Qin Tianan. Lu Changsheng lay on the wooden chair and said, "It's finally quiet." Not long after, calm and regular breathing could be heard. Outside this realm was a boundless star domain. In this star domain, there were countless realms. However, realms were also divided into 3 levels: low-latitude realm, mid-latitude realm, as well as the high-latitude realm. The realm where Lu Changsheng and the others were located was called the wilderness realm. This realm could still be called a low-latitude realm before the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, now that the heavenly Tao had collapsed, it was probably the weakest existence in the low-latitude realm. However, such a realm was targeted by people from the other realms. At this moment, at the heavenly road, there were 5 figures standing there. "How is there any news of that person from our spy in the wilderness?" One of them shook his head and said, "No, that person seems to be very low-key. He basically doesn't go out and hasn't done anything earth-shattering. The only thing we know is that he has a few disciples. The one we know is called Yi Qiubai. Yes, perhaps we can start with Yi Qiubai and find out that person's identity." Understood. I've already asked Bai Yunj to head to the desolate region long ago. Bai Yunj was a genius of their faction. The leader nodded gently. Remember, the divine item in the desolate region has already entered the final stage. It will soon complete the last step and be born. Before that, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, all our efforts over the years will be in vain. Then, they all left. Back to the southern region. The geniuses from the various regions were gathered here. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.